Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Wronged Woman. In the year 128 of the Yuan era, during the half of July, the sky loomed dark and oppressive on the deserted streets of the imperial city. A bridal sedan chair made its slow and abrupt passage. Cough, cough. Fu Jin, clad in festive attire, removed the handkerchief from her lips, disregarding the crimson stain upon it. Contemplating the impending events, her expression remained calm, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of dread as she instinctively tightened her grip around the golden scissors. Concealed in her sleeve, the sedan chair came to a leisurely halt, enveloped in a suffocating silence. After waiting in vain for a moment, Fu Jin frowned and drew back the curtain. Before her, a stunning beauty, Gu Panin, adorned in the same celebratory red, sat elegantly upon a gilded wooden chair. Upon noticing Fu Jin's presence, her smile radiated with an unsettling brilliance. "Today my sister remarries. I have prepared a grand gift for you." Fu Jin's confusion deepened as she followed Lin Wanyan's gaze, her pupils dilating in horror, legs turning to jelly. In the next instant, she tumbled down from the high sedan chair. In her disarray, the fear within her eclipsed her physical discomfort. Struggling to regain her footing, she weakly raised her head to behold the figure upon the execution platform. Upon that platform, bones lay bare and blood flowed freely. The face that haunted her dreams was now marred and bloodied. As if stirred by the commotion, the man, on the brink of death, laboriously flickered his eyelashes, his narrow eyes lifting slightly to gaze downwards. A moment of recognition flickered across his face, and his lips slowly curled into a grimace. Those once profound and inky eyes closed forever in that instance. "No, please don't." Fu Jin curled into herself, helplessly watching as he succumbed, her heart wrenched with unbearable pain. In a desperate bid, she bit down on her tongue, blood spilling forth, her eyes filled with confusion and despair. This was not how it should be. At this moment, he ought to have been in Anbei. How could he be here, stripped of flesh, reduced to mere bones? Clap, clap, clap. Lin Wanyin, reveling in this dramatic spectacle, couldn't contain her applause, her laughter ringing with delight. With a light step, she crouched beside Fu Jin and whispered, "Though you have divorced, to don your wedding gown and marry another while sending him off is a blessing. Do you like this gift, my dear sister?" Her piercing words struck at Fu Jin's heart, and the triumphant smirk on Lin Wanyan's face was utterly repulsive, leaving Fu Jin's expression dismal. Lin Wanyan, disgusted by Fu Jin's face, pressed down upon it, grinding it against the ground. Yet, Fu Jin lay still as a dead dog, devoid of any resistance. Finding it boring, Lin Wanyan released her grip, her eyes glinting with malice. "You still think yourself noble and devoted, sacrificing for his sake. Little do you know, when the divorce decree arrived, he was the first to be sliced here, right at his root. The whole city bore witness to the once renowned heir." Seeing Fu Jin stir slightly, Lin Wanyan's laughter peaked in delight. In the Anbei Duke's household, over 100 lives were extinguished, the youngest still an infant. One stroke, and only a trickle of blood remains. Yet, the heir's fate was far more spectacular, executed by 108 cuts. Just yesterday, he nearly breathed his last. As she spoke, Lin Wanyan seized Fu Jin by the hair, their eyes locking. "I told you he would struggle for breath today, enduring 30 more cuts just because you were passing by. Tell me, does he love you deeply or despise you to the core?" Fu Jin gasped, trembling uncontrollably, her complexion devoid of color, eyes rolling back. The poison began to take its toll, her insides twisted as if gripped by an unseen hand. The pain almost unbearable, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart. The blood she coughed up was black, causing Lin Wanyan to recoil, spitting in disdain. "How unfortunate. Your devotion is commendable. You took poison and are dying so comfortably. How lucky for you." She had long awaited this day to torment the wretched girl. As Fu Jin appeared on the brink of death, Lin Wanyan's resentment swelled, her eyes flickering with malice. "Since you choose to die, as a good sister, allow me to present another gift. The little maid you protect is my mother's servant." "Your mother's demise? All her doing? Your discord with your husband?" "She bears responsibility too. After your death, I shall send her to accompany you." Alive, Fu Jin endured her torment. Dead, she would find no peace. Let the three of them suffer together in the afterlife. Lin Wanyan reveled in her wicked thoughts. The derisive laughter stung Fu Jin's eyes, igniting a fire of resentment and fury within her. Gathering her strength, she rose in defiance, pinning Lin Wanyin down. With the golden scissors in hand, she struck with deadly precision. Warm blood splattered across her face, yet she felt only an icy chill envelop her being. In a frenzy, she continued her assault again and again. Lin Wanyin's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that a poisoned wretch would ultimately bring her down in a fatal embrace. No, she had yet to wed the prince. The surrounding servants were stunned by the scene, and by the time they regained their senses, Lin Wanyin had already breathed her last. They paid no heed to the dying Fu Jin, carelessly pushing her aside as they shielded Lin Wanyin and departed. On the half of July, the gates of hell swung open. In an instant, the skies transformed, thunder clashing and rain pouring. Fu Jin struggled to lift herself, crawling step by step toward the execution platform. Just one step away, doubt gripped her heart, and she dared not approach any closer. Black blood surged forth like a torrent from her features, mingling with the rain as she turned to gaze at the man so near, her chest echoing with silent wails. Whoa! She had never betrayed him, nor wronged him. She believed that by feigning compliance, she could save him, save the Anbei Duke's household. She had long been prepared. In life, she belonged to him. In death, she would be his ghost. Even after their divorce, she would not wear a wedding gown for another. She donned the very gown from their wedding day. She had taken a poison. As long as he lived, what did it matter if she perished? Yet, she never anticipated that her one act of courage would leave him to suffer alone, enduring such cruel torture, dying upon the execution platform. Husband, in this life we are ill-fated. I once wished for a future together in another life. I hope to be your spouse again. Now, how dare I hope for anything? What future could I desire? I seek nothing but a chance to return, to avenge you, to repay your enemies with their own methods, even if it means my soul entwined with yours in death. Thunder roared. Amidst a tempest of lightning, upon the execution platform, a splash of red transformed beneath the flashes into a handful of white bones. With a gust of wind, it dispersed into the ether. Only upon that execution platform, inch by inch, the white bones remained, blood pooling like a river, echoing a mournful cry. No one knew that a soul lingered in this realm, witnessing the multitude of sufferings, unbroken, yet solidifying in its essence. Ultimately, on another fateful half of July, struck by lightning, it dissolved into the void. In the year 115 of the Yuanwu era, Fu Jin awakened after an accidental drowning, her fever unyielding to the tender age of 5. She awoke to profound sorrow, fainting thrice before regaining her composure. Chapter 2. Lesson for the servant on the bustling thoroughfare. A cat slipped from Fu Jin's embrace, scratching the back of her hand. Instantly, a deep, ink-colored handkerchief fell into her grasp. She looked up to see a tall man clad in the same hue, his gaze as frigid as ice. She was momentarily entranced, but suddenly the sky darkened. On the execution platform, the stark white bones were gradually stained with blood. Fu Jin jolted awake, sitting upright. Gasping for breath, her back drenched. The buzzing in her ears gradually subsided. Miss. The maid, Chun Xing, raised her voice, her brow furrowed with impatience. Indeed, she was a harbinger of misfortune, likely having committed countless wrongs to be haunted by nightmares each night. It was evident she was destined for an early demise. Bringing a luck, Fu Jin's dazed eyes slowly regained focus as she regarded the person before her, gradually awakening from the nightmare. She had not perished. She had been reborn at the age of 5, and now she was 13, blossoming into her youth. In her previous life, it was also at this age that her father, the assistant minister Lin, had sent someone to retrieve her from the southern city of Jiang, where she had been raised due to her ominous fate, to present her to an elderly man who could become her husband. In hopes of aiding him in attaining the position of minister, Fu Jin lowered her gaze, steadying her breath. She had waited 8 years, plotting endlessly. Now marked the beginning of her schemes. As for Chun Xing, who had been her devoted maid since childhood, in her past life, she had betrayed her, first murdering her mother and then allowing her husband to die before her eyes. Had she not feared that this betrayal would lead to another, she would have long since had her flayed alive to vent her pent-up rage. Yet, While she could not slay her, there were other means of retribution. Fu Jin adjusted her flowing, pale blue gown, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. With a leisurely motion, she delivered a sharp slap. Mississippi. Chun Xing covered her face, her head buzzing. The sting on her cheek was excruciating, leaving half her face numb, and something warm trickled from her nostrils. Blood. This young lady was sleeping, and a maid barged in, shouting loudly, "Forgetting all the rules I taught you. I have treated you with kindness and will not hold this against you. But should you disturb others outside, I am but a minor figure and cannot protect you. Will you blame me for taking action? Will you harbor grievances?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xing knelt, tears welling in her eyes, her face a portrait of grievance. A slap was merely the beginning. Who did she take for a fool? That wretched servant. Once they returned to the capital, she would surely report her to the mistress, ensuring she received a thorough reprimand. After all, she was merely an illegitimate daughter, and then they would see how this servant could continue to flaunt her authority over the young lady. Beneath a facade of gratitude, Chun Xing's heart seethed with resentment. "Miss, you act only for the sake of your servant. How could I ever complain? I am grateful, truly. It was my carelessness that led to this. There's a certain Zhang Mama waiting in the front hall, and I feared I had angered her, which is why once you step into the Fu residence, I am the master. You, a mere servant, would be beneath my notice even if you were to kneel to death." Chun Xing, you still have not grasped the rules. Chun Xing's hands clenched at her sides. How could she not comprehend the implication? She could only lower her head. Accepting this lesson. "You're correct, Mississippi. I shall request to be punished by kneeling in the courtyard. Bring Bao Zhu in." Chun Xing complied, stepping out, where she encountered Bao Zhu at the door. Upon seeing her enter, she scoffed disdainfully. What rules could a country girl know? Even upon arriving in the capital, an illegitimate daughter had no prospects. Fortunately, she had already chosen her benefactor wisely. As thoughts swirled in her mind, a flicker of malice flashed in Chun Xing's eyes. Inside, Fu Jin relaxed her back, reclining bonelessly on the couch, gazing at the vibrant spring outside. A breeze brushed against her, adding a chill to the dampness on her back. Bao Zhu observed her expression and stepped closer to adjust the window. "Miss, I have followed your orders and intercepted Zhang Mama's carriage, causing her to take the rugged mountain path. She fell and was left in a wretched state. Upon reaching the manor, we ensured she received a beating." Judging Fu Jin's reaction, Bao Zhu fell silent, noting her increasingly foul mood. Fu Jin had not forgotten the name of Zhang Mama. In her previous life, it was on this very day that Zhang Mama arrived, arrogantly demanding to take her back to the capital. That very night, her mother perished in a fire, leaving no trace behind. She had no time to even establish a proper grave for her mother before Zhang Mama knocked her unconscious and whisked her away to the capital. Without a grave, she wandered the world unanchored. Upon her return to the capital, she had suffered greatly. A mere beating now seemed trivial in comparison. With a delicate arch of her brow, she waved to Bao Zhu, whispering in her ear. The more Bao Zhu listened, the more animated her expression became. "Rest assured, miss, I will not fail you." Fu Jin nodded, permitting her to proceed. She extended her hand, fiddling with the branches that intruded through the window, mercilessly plucking a newly sprouted flower bud, crushing in her palm, her cold gaze sharp. As night descended, the Fu residence grew silent. A shadow slinked stealthily near the main courtyard, confirming no one was around before scattering a substance and igniting a spark. In an instant, flames erupted. The figure quickened their pace, exiting the courtyard and turning the corner. "Well done. Upon your return, the mistress will surely reward you." Chun Xing's words faltered as she suddenly widened her eyes, staring at the source of the flames. What is happening? The fire that had initially blazed began to dwindle, only to erupt once more in another location. The dual flames captured the attention of the household, drawing most of the inhabitants toward the main courtyard, leaving the other direction largely unnoticed. Panic surged within Chun Xing as she cast a malevolent glance at the figure beside her. If this scheme is uncovered, you know what to do. Rest assured, the promised silver will be delivered to your family. The person hesitated for only a moment before nodding eagerly in agreement. Meanwhile, from the burning courtyard came the harrowing cries for help. "Help! Help me!" The fire blazed not elsewhere, but within the courtyard where Zhang Mama resided. Bao Zhu stifled her laughter, timing the arrival of the rescuers before returning to report her success. Fu Jin had remained awake, clad in flowing black gauze, standing before the window, watching the flames with satisfaction. Upon hearing a knock, she adjusted her hairpin, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped outside, with Bao Zhu trailing behind. I have been to the mistress's quarters. She was not disturbed and is now sound asleep, with someone keeping watch. Fu Ji nodded, and in no time, they reached the site of the fire, where the flames had been extinguished. Amidst the crowd, an old woman wailed loudly, her cries echoing through the night like a lamentation. Useless fools! Hurry and find a doctor. If I suffer any ill fate, I shall ensure the mistress holds you accountable upon our return to the capital. Oh, it hurts so badly. Chapter 3. A thorough inquiry. Zhang Momo insisted on a thorough inquiry. Momo has suffered greatly. Come, let me see how badly you are injured. Fu Jin approached with a heart full of concern etched upon her face. Suddenly, Zhang Momo caught sight of the celestial beauty before her and paused, quickly realizing this was the infamous second Mississippi. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to her mother, possessing a captivating charm, a true enchantress. It was evident that she had been raised in the countryside, simple-minded and lacking refinement. After being neglected for a day, she had now come to seek favor, albeit too late. Alas, I finally see the second miss, the old servant lamented. I do not seek to impose through the lady's name. The master and mistress, aware of your struggles, have sent me to invite you back to the capital for a reunion. Yet these sycophants, emboldened by their status, obstructed me at every turn. Now, a fire has erupted, nearly costing me my life. I do not fear for myself, but I am worried about the mistress losing someone dear to her. My hands can no longer serve her. Second miss, you must advocate for me. Zhang Momo poured forth her grievances, her final words laden with significance. She was a vital and trusted aid to the mistress. This invitation was a gesture of sincerity and respect. If she did not receive an explanation for this ordeal, her service would be rendered intolerable. Observing the outstretched hand marred by severe burns, Fu Jin's brow furrowed in genuine concern. Indeed, the injuries are grave. Zhang Momo nodded, inwardly acknowledging the excruciating pain she endured. Before she could process it, a sharp agony shot through her, causing her to cry out. The burned flesh was a gruesome sight, and the pain became unbearable, compelling her to writhe on the ground. Fu Jin casually discarded her hairpin and, with deliberate grace, wiped the blood from her hands. Beside her, Bao Zhu waved, summoning servants to bring a chair of red sandalwood. She seated herself with an air of seriousness. In this secluded place, the night was deep, and no physician was available. The old servant's wounds were severe. The only recourse was to excise the necrotic tissue to save her life. Do you feel any better now, Momo? Fu Jin inquired, her tone earnest. Zhang Momo, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, gradually regained her composure, yet the sensation of the pin's cruel lacerations lingered vividly. Any thoughts she harbored were momentarily shelved. She hadn't anticipated that this rustic girl would prove so formidable. Now, in her domain, it seemed she would not fare well. Thank you, second miss, for your timely intervention. I am eternally grateful, Zhang Momo stammered, still trembling from the pain. Fu Jin smiled brightly, a radiant expression gracing her features. No need for thanks. Zhang Momo dared not utter another word. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking her back. Rest assured, I shall pursue this matter diligently and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution, Fu Jin reassured. Zhang Momo felt genuine trepidation. She wished to decline, but the circumstances were beyond her control. The servants stood at a distance, and Chun Xing led a middle-aged man forward, who fell to his knees. Miss, I have investigated. It was he who, while dozing, knocked over the candle, igniting a fire in this arid night. Chun Xing retracted her hand nervously, her mind racing with confusion. Why the fire spread from the mistress's courtyard to Zhang Momo's, and why had it intensified? Fu Jin lifted her gaze to Chun Xing, a smile gracing her lips. You need not worry. I have complete faith in your abilities. Chun Xing felt her scalp prickle under Fu Jin's gaze, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Could it be that she had discovered something? No, this country girl, consumed by sloth and arrogance, could not possibly possess the intellect to unravel the truth. If it was merely an accident, then let it burn. Fu Jin's demeanor remained detached, her hand languidly resting on the arm of her chair. Chun Xing's eyes widened in shock. This wretched girl had often struck her, yet she had never witnessed such a cold-blooded intent to kill. What had transpired? Miss, he merely made an unintentional mistake, Chun Xing ventured. But upon meeting Fu Jin's gaze, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, compelling her to kneel. After a day of kneeling, her knees were already swollen. Now, with fresh pain, she gritted her teeth to suppress her discomfort. I have overstepped, and your actions are undoubtedly justified. Though unintentional, a servant who harms their master deserves such a fate, does he not? Fu Jin regarded her with a knowing smile, an unsettling mixture of mirth and menace in her expression. Chun Xing's heart quickened, fear bubbling to the surface. She dared not speak further. Seeing that the time had come, Fu Jin nodded, and Bao Zhu approached with a bucket of liquid. Servants bound the man's hands and feet, slowly pouring the contents over him. Chun Xing watched in horror, her face drained of color, her body trembling. Two conflicting thoughts raced through her mind. Had she been discovered, or was this merely a coincidence? The bucket held the very substance the man had carelessly spilled in the master's courtyard. He struggled against his bonds, but the liquid enveloped him, flames igniting at the edges of his clothing, swiftly transforming into a raging inferno. The crackling sounds echoed loudly in the stillness of the night, the flames casting an ominous glow. Chun Xing and Zhang Momo watched in terror as the man was consumed by the fire, then turned their gaze to the unflinching figure seated upon the chair, their hearts quaking with dread. Fu Jin remained composed, her countenance illuminated by a radiant smile that belied her murderous intent. They remained there, witnessing the man reduced to ashes, his remains doused mercilessly with water, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, their fear magnified, the consequences of a servant harming their master etched deeply in their minds, tormenting their souls. Chun Xing, anxious and unsettled, sought to approach Fu Jin, eager to discern her knowledge of the events. To her dismay, she was thwarted at the door. The miss has returned unwell. Having caught a chill, she shall not receive visitors for the next few days. The miss holds you in high regard. Manage the matters outside well, ensuring she remains undisturbed. And do not let the mistress become aware of this incident, Bao Zhu instructed. Her words acted as a balm for Chun Xing's frayed nerves, and she felt her tension ease slightly. She nodded, accustomed to Fu Jin's frequent ailments. Surely, she had been overthinking. In the city of Nanjiang, with no oversight, the wild girl had grown unrestrained, arrogant, and oblivious to her own limitations. Once she arrived in the capital, she would learn the bitterness of being subdued. With one plan thwarted, Chun Xing resolved to seize the moment. She could not allow this Fu Yinyang to return to the capital and become a threat to the mistress. After lingering outside for a moment, she remained motionless, then quietly slipped out of the estate. Chapter 4. I know where his ancestors are. Chun Xing hurriedly made her way, glancing back from time to time. Unbeknownst to her, atop the roof, Fu Jin strolled leisurely, draped in a flowing black gauze, a wine jug in hand. The moon waned, and the crows cawed, leaving the road desolate and deserted. On the rooftop, Fu Jin bent one leg, tilting her head to sip the clear wine, while her other hand tapped a rhythm against the eaves, synchronizing with the movements below. A quarter of an hour prior, when Chun Xing reached a narrow alley, Bao Zhu leaped down, swiftly subduing her from behind, stuffing her mouth with cloth, binding her in a sack, and delivering a series of blows. She targeted places where injuries were not immediately visible, each strike landing precisely. Chun Xing could not utter a sound, pain threatening to render her unconscious, an overwhelming fear engulfing her, leaving her uncertain whether the assailant sought money or her life. She attempted to communicate, yet the assailant remained indifferent, relentlessly beating her as if it were never-ending. Fu Jin swayed the remaining half of her wine, gracefully descending from the rooftop. Upon seeing her approach, Bao Zhu halted her actions and stepped aside. Fu Jin poured the wine over Chun Xing, casually discarding the wine jug. since the event of Chuanqing venturing out at midnight did not occur in the previous life. She adhered to the original course, merely intending to knock her unconscious. Fu Jin wiped her hands, gestured, and turned to leave, with Bao Zhu following closely. Before long, the alley was left with only Chuanqing, bound in a sack. Granny Zhang, having been startled awake intermittently by the end amp, oppos, fireman and amp, oppos, throughout the night, could no longer remain still as dawn broke. She felt that the city of Nanjing was too peculiar, as her journey had been fraught with difficulties. The rumors surrounding the second young lady were not unfounded. She truly could not bear to stay any longer and hurried back to the capital to report her findings. Granny Zhang, still nursing her burn injuries, sought out Fu Jin but found only Chuanqing. Having been inexplicably beaten, Chuanqing felt anxious and dared not utter any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. Though her face bore no visible injuries, her body ached severely, and she refrained from complaining, especially since Fu Jin was nowhere to be seen, leaving her unable to express her grievances or seek respite. Forcing her to endure the pain while working, the young lady caught a chill last night and has not yet recovered. She cannot return to the capital just yet. Please rest assured, Granny, and wait for the young lady to recover. She will certainly provide you with a definite answer. Chuanqing spoke gently. Yet, Granny Zhang could not afford to wait, eager to return. Both were stifling their frustrations, leading to rising tempers that resulted in a shoving match, leaving both with injuries. Bao Zhu, with a furrowed brow, feared their quarrel would disturb the sleeping occupants inside, and with a cold demeanor, she ushered them away. Inside, Fu Jin remained seated on a small couch by the window, extending her slender hand to inspect it closely, her gaze somewhat vacant. The back of her hand was delicate and fair, yet a scar that should have been present at the wrist behind her thumb was missing, having been scratched by a stray cat. Years ago, upon first arriving in the capital, she had encountered a stray cat that, despite its injuries, refused to let anyone near. Its stubbornness and resilience resonated with her, prompting her to visit often with food. Others deemed the cat wild and untamable, yet she was undeterred until one day. As she fed it, the cat leapt from her hand, scratching her in the process. That was the day she first laid eyes on Yin Chinxiu. A line of poetry suddenly surfaced in her mind. Jade-like stones accumulate, pines stand as emeralds. The man, unparalleled in beauty, is a rarity in this world. His handsome visage shone like the moon amidst clouds, with elongated eyes that curved slightly, seemingly imbued with a hint of mirth, as he offered her a handkerchief. Fu Jin withdrew from her reverie, a faint smile gracing her lips. Later, she learned that before her, he too had nourished the cat for days, yet could not win its affection. Clad in a green embroidered gown, Fu Jin accompanied Bao Zhu to the ancient tavern in the marketplace. Upon seeing her, the innkeeper greeted her with a warm smile. Everything was prepared. Fu Jin nodded and ascended the stairs, entering a private room. Approximately an hour later, she emerged, with the innkeeper closely following her. Have you memorized the instructions? Rest assured, miss. I have remembered everything clearly. There will be no mistakes. And no one will touch the items in the room, he assured. Fu Jin nodded and soon exited the tavern. After taking a few steps, she heard voices emanating from a nearby alley. I thought he was some kind of prodigy, praised by all, but he is merely a penniless scholar. With your talents, Gao Weini, do you truly aspire to become a top candidate? Rather than harboring such delusions, why not allow me to fulfill your wish? Break his legs and let him abandon this foolish dream. Fu Jin halted in her tracks. Gao Weini, if her memory served her correctly, had once shone brightly during the provincial examinations, showcasing remarkable literary talent. Yet for reasons unknown, he failed to participate in the final examination, ultimately becoming a crippled beggar who perished on the streets of the capital, leaving behind an unmarked grave. Only Yin Chinxiu remembered him with a sense of regret. Fu Jin turned to observe the scene in the alley where Gao Weini was pinned to the ground by a group of men, refusing to relinquish his belongings. Lu Peng, I bear no grudge against you. Why do you torment me so? Does Governor Lu know of your actions? Gao Weini's words clearly enraged Lu Peng, whose rotund figure bore an ominous expression. Snatching the wooden stick from his servant's hand, He prepared to break Gao Wei's legs. Fu Jin signaled Bao Zhu, who promptly complied, picking up a stone from the roadside and hurling it. The stone struck Lu Peng's raised hand, causing him to yelp in pain as the stick fell from his grasp. "Who is it?" As the onlookers turned, a swift shadow dashed forward, and before they could react, they found themselves knocked to the ground, crying out in agony. The anticipated pain did not come. Gao Wei opened his eyes, bewildered by the unfolding scene. "Kill her! Kill her!" Lu Peng shouted, clutching his wrist in anger. The fallen servants scrambled to their feet to launch another attack. But in mere moments, they were once again brought down. Lu Peng's expression darkened further. "You can't even defeat a mere woman. Useless bunch. Who are you? Do you know who I am?" At the sound of his voice, Gao Wei's expression shifted as he approached Bao Zhu, speaking softly. "This matter does not concern the lady. I am grateful for your assistance, but you should leave quickly. This man is Lu Peng, the eldest son of Governor Lu." The people of Nanjing were well aware that although Governor Lu was generally fair, he did not meddle in family affairs. His son was notorious for his villainous behavior, shielded by Lady Lu, making him untouchable. Gao Wei was reluctant to implicate others. Bao Zhu stepped aside, revealing Fu Jin behind her. The moment Lu Peng laid eyes on the strikingly beautiful young lady, he was momentarily dumbfounded, quickly replaced by a profound disdain. "Damn it! All beautiful people deserve to die. I will not let this woman escape." Chapter 5. A glimpse into the tavern with her hands clasped behind her back, Fu Jin wore a radiant smile. "Fu Jin of the Fu family, I not only know who you are, but also who your father is. Since young Master Lu is so eager to meet his ancestors, I can lend a hand as a small favor." On the wall of the adjoining courtyard, a little girl dressed in luxurious garments, overwhelmed by excitement, could not suppress a loud hiccup. The sound echoed, particularly striking in the silence that enveloped the scene. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and raised her gaze to meet the eyes of those around her. Then, with a bold gesture, she lowered her hand, her enthusiasm unabated. "Sister Fu, I know where his ancestors are." Lu Peng cast a fierce glance at the girl before him, then at the one atop the wall, wishing he could drag them both over for a thorough beating. Yet, feeling outmatched, he could only grit his teeth and mutter, "Just you wait." He kicked one of his household servants and stormed off with a raucous entourage. "Fu Jin, remember this." He seethed. In Nanjiang City, there was no one he could not subdue. After Lu Peng's departure, Gao Wei looked at Fu Jin with concern. "This young Master Lu is indeed formidable. I fear I have implicated Miss Fu today." Fu Jin tossed a purse of coins to him. "Having saved you, there is no need for further words. Take this silver and make haste to the capital for your examination. Do not delay." Her efficient manner left Gao Wei momentarily speechless, and as he saw her preparing to leave, he hurriedly called after her, "I am most grateful for your assistance, Miss Fu. Regardless of my success or failure, I will repay this kindness." Fu Jin remained unfazed. Had it not been for Yin Xinxiu's sentiment of regret, she would not have intervened today. However, having taken action, she felt no fear. She gently advised him to keep a watchful eye, ensuring he exited the city without incident. Bao Zhu complied. The little girl on the wall watched Fu Jin depart, resting her chin on one hand, her face radiating admiration. To lend a sword in the face of injustice. Sister Fu is truly a good person. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the courtyard, startling Su Suiyu, who nearly toppled from the wall. Her smile vanished, and she was quickly caught by those nearby, who scolded her fiercely. Naturally, this resulted in Su Suiyu facing a period of confinement. In the following days, Fu Jin instructed Bao Zhu to stay alert for news from the inn. Within a month, she would set out for the capital. There was much to delegate regarding her fields and shops. Just 2 days later, Bao Zhu brought news. As Fu Jin wrote, her pen paused, ink bleeding into the paper as she learned that the man had checked into the inn. Her hands trembled slightly. She set down her pen and stepped outside, suddenly halting to change into a light purple robe. The soft hue, though not vibrant, was a departure from her usual somber attire, leaving Bao Zhu momentarily dazzled. Noticing her nervousness, he refrained from speaking. The two made their way towards the inn. Meanwhile, a carriage slowly entered the city and stopped at a fabric shop. A girl, wearing a veiled hat, caught a glimpse of purple out of the corner of her eye. Turning to look, she was momentarily captivated. To think that in such a place, there could be such beautiful garments. Her initial intention to casually purchase something shifted dramatically as she began to scrutinize the fabrics, ultimately selecting a similarly colored outfit. While not as stunning as the one she had just seen, this pale purple was undeniably charming. Fu Jin entered the ancient inn, heading straight to a room at the end of the second floor. Taking a deep breath, she opened the window. Her heart sank upon seeing the tightly shut window across from her. From this vantage point, she could clearly see Yin Chinxiu and Appo's window. If he opened it, she would undoubtedly catch a glimpse of him. However, due to the angle, he might not see her. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness, so his lodgings would invariably be of the highest standard, and he would always ensure the windows were opened for ventilation upon entering. These observations stemmed from their life together post-marriage. Could it be that he had not yet developed such habits? Lost in thought, the window across was suddenly pushed open. The man sat before it, his posture straight and dignified, exuding the elegance of a nobleman rather than the calm restraint he would later embody. Fu Jin's eyes welled with tears, yet her lips curled into a smile. For 8 years, he had haunted her dreams, the execution platform, the blood-soaked bones, his eyes. Like poison, seeping into her very being. She had never dared to contemplate their past, yet each night she dreamed of the day he died, the imprint forever etched in her bones. Now, he was not far from her, alive and whole. His intense gaze was impossible to ignore. Yin Chinxiu, ever sensitive, turned sharply to look, finding only emptiness before him, save for a fleeting glimpse of pale purple in his peripheral vision. "What is it, young master?" Qing Zhui inquired, puzzled. As he approached the window, discovering nothing amiss, Yin Chinxiu stroked the tea set in his hands, his narrowed eyes darkening with thought. "What do you think?" he asked, causing Qing Zhui to momentarily falter, having become accustomed to preparing such things for his master. Today, however, he had failed to notice. Only upon hearing the question did he realize his oversight. Yin Chinxiu set down the teacup, recalling the figure he had just seen, and stepped outside. Qing Zhui hurried to follow. On the staircase, the young woman in the light purple robe ascended slowly, her maid chattering beside her. "Do not worry, miss. The room has long been prepared." Her words were cut short as the girl glanced forward, hastening her steps up the stairs until she entered her room, where she turned and gently admonished her maid. "As we return home to pay respects to our ancestors, our identity must remain discreet. Do not speak freely to avoid attracting trouble." The maid quickly nodded in agreement, and then mentioned the person they had just encountered. That gentleman seemed to be the newly appointed left minister, Lord Yen. He looked at you for a moment. "Do you think he might recognize you? I wonder when he returned to the capital. If we could travel together, it would be safer." Meanwhile, in another room, Yin Chinxiu listened to Qing Zhui's report. The figure he had just seen was none other than the Prime Minister and Appo's legitimate daughter, Shen Nongxue, who had returned home to pay respects to her ancestors and was staying in the second room at the end of the second floor. The innkeeper had been reticent about providing details. Yin Chinxiu recalled the fleeting glimpse and was uncertain which room it was. But given the status of the Prime Minister and Appo's eldest daughter, inquiring about his preferences would not be a challenging endeavor. Yet, with her moving up and down, was she merely putting on a performance before him, seeking to entice him? Chapter 6. The remarkable sister, without further ado, continue investigating the matters I previously entrusted to you, commanded Yin Chinxiu, suppressing his thoughts. Qing Zhui complied and departed. Upon exiting the inn, Fu Jin's heart raced a little faster. He remained ever vigilant, nearly exposing himself. It seemed he could not visit again for the next few days. Nevertheless, Fu Jin and Appo's spirits remained high as he headed back to the residence with Bao Zhu for a drink, only to hear a commotion in the alley. "Today, I shall see where you run. You dared to speak ill of me in front of Brother Lin. I will tear your mouth apart. Come if you dare. Who and Appo's afraid of you. With your kind, my brother Wun Ti even glance your way. Don't think that just because you're the governor's daughter, you can act with impunity. I've heard that a significant figure is coming to Nanjing City, Lord Yen. If you dare to touch me, I shall have my father report your father to Lord Yin tomorrow. Huh? You think mentioning some random person will make you my protector? Who knows which petty official you're talking about? I'll tear your mouth apart and see how you complain. Is she dead or what? Hold her down. Su Suiyu, alone and vulnerable, found herself at the mercy of Lu Shan, who had come prepared. 3 or 4 maidservants pinned Su Suiyu down, rendering her utterly helpless and exposing her distress. Lu Shan, noticing this, could hardly conceal her delight and moved forward to take matters into her own hands. Outside the alley, Fu Jin wore a grim expression, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. The audacity of Lu Shan, whether in her disrespectful words about Yin Chenxiu or her smug, ugly demeanor reminiscent of Lin Wanyin, all trampled upon Fu Jin's bottom line, plunging her into a foul mood. She picked up a piece of wood from the corner and advanced inward. Bao Zhu, discerning the shift, paused momentarily before stepping back 2 paces to survey the surroundings. Keeping watch for her lady. Inside the alley, Su Suiyu was drenched in cold sweat, lamenting her ill fate this day, fearing she would truly fall into Lu Shan's hands. Suddenly, she spotted an approaching figure, her eyes lighting up with hope. Just as Lu Shan was about to make her move, she caught sight of Su Suiyu's expression, sensing something amiss, and promptly turned to flee. She was met with a sharp blow to the head, pain exploding in her skull as she crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from her nose. The maidservants who had restrained Su Suiyu immediately released her to tend to Lu Shan, but before they could react, several were knocked down by the flying wood, left groaning on the ground, unable to comprehend how the chaos unfolded. Su Suiyu stood frozen, momentarily stunned, still caught in her previous posture. Fu Jin, her gaze icy, squatted before Lu Shan, striking her with a stick in a seemingly gentle manner. Yet, Lu Shan screamed as if enduring extreme torment. The maidservants beside her, initially intent on defending her, were petrified into inaction by a single glance from Fu Jin. After delivering 30 strikes, Fu Jin finally ceased, lifting Lu Shan's chin with the stick, forcing her to look up. Her voice was as frigid as frost. Should any mention of Yin Chenxiu escape your lips again, I will sever your tongue and feed it to the dogs. The chilling aura and fierce glare caused Lu Shan to tremble uncontrollably, whether from pain or fear, she could not tell. Fu Jin rose and departed. Su Suiyu, regaining her senses, hurriedly followed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Behind them, Lu Shan seethed with rage, gritting her teeth, unable to contain her emotions. Who do you think you are? I am a governor's daughter. If you are wise, plead for mercy while you still can. Fu Jin bowed, a cold smile gracing her lips as she turned to face her. Do you wish to know? Beg me, and I still want to tell you. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Ah, I will kill you. Lu Shan was infuriated, but no one heeded her cries. Instead, Fu Jin was surrounded by a flock of admirers, chattering excitedly. Miss Fu, you are truly remarkable. Thank you, brave heroine, for your timely assistance. I am Su Suiyu. From now on, I am at your service. With that, Su Suiyu mimicked a chivalrous gesture, bowing with exaggerated flair. Upon glancing up, she noticed Fu Jin walking away and rushed to catch up. However, Fu Jin suddenly quickened her pace, leading Su Suiyu into another alley, only to find herself bewildered upon entering. She had clearly seen the figure enter, yet the alley was devoid of any presence. Doubting her senses, she searched high and low, even scouring through piles of refuse, but found no one. Standing there, one hand propping her chin, Su Suiyu pondered thoughtfully, nodding. Indeed, the heroine is as formidable as they say. Lu Shan was carried into the manor, causing quite a stir. With Lord Lu absent and Lady Lu visiting, tears streamed down her face in distress. Lu Shan cried out in pain, yet no one could discern the source of her injuries. Even the doctor, summoned in haste, could not ascertain the cause. The only visible sign was the blood that had flowed from her nose, but had since stopped. Lu Peng, reveling in debauchery outside, hurried back upon hearing the news, his rotund figure bustling into the manor. Who dares to harm you? What good is your weeping? Speak up, and I shall avenge you. In excruciating pain, Lu Shan, filled with fury, retorted indiscriminately, What good are you? Who would not be disgusted by seeing you like this? Don't think I don't know that just days ago, you were beaten as well. Not 2 exchanges in, Lu Shan was overwhelmed by pain, burrowing into Lady Lu's embrace and weeping heart-wrenchingly. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Peng's eyes glinted with a malevolent hunger, as if he were a predator. After nightfall, 2 figures crept stealthily into Lu Manor's backyard, carrying a roll of straw matting. Under the cover of darkness, they buried someone in a pit and swiftly filled it in. A cold wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines, and they hurriedly departed. In Lu Peng's courtyard, a servant reported the events of the day concerning Lu Shan. Though she remained tight-lipped, her maidservants could not withstand the persistent questioning. The moment the servant mentioned a beautiful girl who had rescued Su Suiyu, Lu Peng's eyes darkened with malice, and a sinister thought crossed his mind. In an instant, recalling his plans, he felt his expression lighten considerably. He swore that Fu Jin would wish she had never been born. Not long after Fu Jin returned to the manor, a maid from Lady Lu's quarters approached her. She rubbed her brow, lounging languidly on the couch. "What is it?" The newcomer bowed respectfully. The maid, Yongxue, pays her respects to the young lady. Yongxue and Bao Zhu were like 2 petals of the same flower, with Yongxue being the elder, more composed sister, always attending closely to Lady Lu. Today, Chunxing tampered with the lady's meal. Upon discovering this, I had Zhang Mama accidentally disrupt her plans, ensuring her suspicions were not raised. However, I fear Chunxing may not be so easily deterred. Even with many servants in the manor, we cannot guarantee she won't find a way to exploit an opportunity. Especially Chunxing, given a chance, she will surely seek to harm you and the lady. Chapter 7. Past events. Fu Jin's gaze turned slightly cold as she summoned Chunxing to her side. Soon, Chunxing arrived, inquiring, "Miss, did you call for me? We shall be departing for the capital in a few days, and my mother lacks a capable aide. After much contemplation, I have decided to assign you to her service. You shall accompany me to the capital and return once we arrive. You have been by my side for many years. If I must place my trust in someone, it is undoubtedly you. I believe you'll safeguard my mother impeccably, without fail." Chunxing was momentarily stunned, then silently exhaled in relief. Initially, with Yongxue present, she feared her scheme had been uncovered. Indeed, Fu Jin was rather foolish and could hardly suspect her. The courtyard of concubine Fu was bustling with people, presenting an opportune moment. "I shall not disappoint your trust, Mississippi. Thus, I entrust my mother's life to you," Fu Jin replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Appearing weary and reluctant to elaborate further, dismissing everyone from the room, Chunxing, who had been initially elated, felt her smile stiffen at the corners. Even after leaving, she could not shake off the tension. Anger bubbled within her as she cursed under her breath. That little wretch had, by sheer luck, outsmarted her this time. Her words were pleasing to the ear, yet it was evidently a hot potato. Now, not only could she not take action, but she also had to expend great effort to protect concubine Fu. If anything were to happen to her, the first to suffer would be Chunxing herself. "Cursed wretch, obstructing my path," she fumed, her ire further stoked by the clumsy Granny Zhang who had spoiled matters. The more she pondered, the more her anger surged, leading her to pen a letter to Lady Lin, laying the blame for the incident squarely on Granny Zhang rather than her own incompetence. Naturally, Fu Jin did not remain oblivious to this scheme. After reading the letter, she had it returned. The drama of dogs biting dogs was far from over. Yet, this incident reminded her of another matter. Her stay in Nanjiang City was drawing to a close, and it was time to make arrangements for the capital. "Bao Zhu," Fu Jin called, recalling the other maid who had been sent on an errand. She waved away the other maidservants and awaited Bao Zhu's return later that evening. "Send Su He and Qing Mu ahead to the capital to prepare. These 2 usually reside in the outer courtyard and seem distant from me. Yet they are individuals I have meticulously arranged. I shall also speak with you about a few details, Bao Zhu." Bao Zhu nodded, diligently noting everything down. "Miss, I have nearly completed the tasks you assigned. Everything is documented." She handed Fu Jin a brown ledger, which Fu Jin casually flipped through before closing. "I will step out tonight. You shall keep watch outside." Bao Zhu nodded in acknowledgement without further inquiry. As night fell, a shadow flitted by unnoticed. In the suburban courtyard, the lanterns swayed under the wind, flickering intermittently. The air was heavy with humidity, carrying a faint briny scent. Fu Jin silently landed atop the eaves, lifting a tile to peer below. Inside stood two men, a stout, middle-aged man and a tall, gaunt figure clad in black robes. The latter's appearance was obscured, revealing only his silhouette. The stout man appeared visibly intimidated by the black-robed figure, hastily presenting items he had prepared earlier. The tall man examined them briefly before igniting one of the books, which flared up with a crackle, quickly reducing to ashes. You have executed this task well. The master has secured a good future for your wife and children. After your capture, you may rest easy. However, should any of these items resurface, your family will meet a similar fate. His voice was hoarse, as if he had suffered an injury to his throat. As he spoke, he lightly shook the hem of his cloak, causing the ash to scatter. The stout man bowed his head, his voice trembling. There is absolutely no second copy. Please assure the master. Seemingly satisfied, the tall man did not linger and departed shortly thereafter. Fu Jin watched the retreating figure, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She hesitated between pursuing him or remaining hidden, and in that moment of indecision, she observed the stout man wipe the sweat from his brow, hastily shut the door, and extinguish the lights within. However, he remained still, his behavior peculiar. After a quarter of an hour, the stout man lit a lamp, approached a bookcase, and twisted open a concealed compartment, unlocking it. He then discovered another hidden compartment, opened it, and found yet another, repeating this process multiple times until he finally unearthed something identical to what the tall man had taken. Fu Jin's furrowed brow relaxed. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Acting decisively, she descended swiftly, entering the house in an instant. The stout man, caught off guard in his moment of trepidation, felt a sharp pain at his neck before succumbing to darkness. Without delay, Fu Jin seized the items and departed. The guards of the outer courtyard, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, only to find the man unconscious on the floor. Fu Jin hurried back to the residence, taking with her the information ledger Bao Zhu had provided, and ventured out into the night. Initially, she intended to retrieve an item to present to Yin Qinshiu alongside the ledger. However, with the emergence of an unexpected individual, she was uncertain whether the book was what she sought, so she left it behind. As the night deepened, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Arriving at the inn, Fu Jin felt a pang of nostalgia, pausing in her tracks. Recalling the last time she had almost been seen, she suppressed the urge to sneak a glance at him and quietly placed the items at his door. After knocking, she swiftly withdrew, hiding nearby. Only when she saw the door open and a slender, bony hand retrieve the items did she turn to leave. Young master. Qing Jue emerged from the adjacent room, but her words were abruptly cut off. Nothing, return inside. Yin Qinshiu waved his hand, already retreating with the items in hand. Qing Jue scratched her head, baffled by his thoughts. The individual had been suspicious. Should he not have pursued him? Why did the young master so nonchalantly take the items and return indoors? Both Qing Jue and Fu Jin were equally perplexed. After a night of turmoil and back and forth, Fu Jin hastily washed up and collapsed on her bed, her mind unable to shake the fleeting glimpse she had caught earlier. Though it was late, he appeared well-dressed, seemingly not having slept at all. Why was he awake? Her thoughts swirled chaotically, and in her drowsiness, she found herself dreaming of past events. The scar from where a wild cat had scratched her had healed, leaving only a faint mark on her delicate skin. She paid little mind to it and returned to that place several times, coaxing the cat until, after many attempts, it finally followed her home. The cat was named Shura. Only she knew that name, for the cat had only stayed by her side for half a month before it perished. That was the second time she encountered him. The Lin family had somehow acquired a rare water orchid and hosted a flower viewing banquet, but their true intent was to hastily arrange a marriage for her, hoping to elevate the Lin family and Amp Oppo's status. Such flower viewing events were not attended by the highborn. At most, the son of a mid-ranking official, Zhao Qian, would be present. No one expected Yin Qinshiu to attend. At that time, Fu Jin felt like an object on display as Lady Lin paraded her around, showcasing her to the guests. Before she managed to excuse herself to rest, before she could sit down, Chun Xing informed her that the cat was missing, and she rushed out to search for it. The Lin family was too preoccupied with entertaining Yin Chinxiu to notice her absence. When she finally found the cat, it lay on the ground, weak and bloodied, its once glossy fur completely stripped away. The maid who had tormented it smirked in delight upon seeing her, recounting how the cat had struggled and suffered during its abuse. In that moment, blood filled her vision, and she lost all sense of reason, snatching the whip Chun Xing had handed her and striking the maid. The wretched screams echoed throughout the Lin residence, drawing the attention of everyone within. Fu Jin remained oblivious to it all until a deep male voice rang out. Fu Jin. Chapter 8. He was injured. Fu Jin and Appo's eyelashes fluttered as she struggled to awaken from her slumber. The echo of his voice lingered in her ears, deep and husky. A powerful presence confronting her directly. Even to this day, she still felt a lingering fear. She closed her eyes briefly, lazily reclining on the couch, reluctant to move. Having returned late the previous night, she found herself waking at dawn, her body feeling limp and her spirit far from vibrant. After a moment of dullness, she realized something was amiss. Her nasal passages felt heavy, and her head was slightly dizzy, as if afflicted by a chill. The sound of her hoarse voice was parched and uncomfortable. Outside, Bao Zhu, upon hearing her, hurriedly entered the room, fetched water, and summoned the family doctor, who prescribed 2 doses of medicine. Mrs. only recently begun to regain her health. Why must you endure such toil? Just summon the servants if you need anything. Bao Zhu couldn't help but complain, though her concern was genuine. Fu Jin remained silent, allowing her to voice her thoughts. Since her near drowning at the age of 5, her health had been frail, plagued by various ailments. Only after years of strengthening her body had she achieved her current state. And she certainly hadn't Appo's. T anticipated that a single outing would lead her back to such a condition. Not long after taking the medicine, Fu Jin fell into a deep slumber. After 2 days of illness, she began to recover, yet her heart felt increasingly heavy with longing for that person. However, since he had taken residence at the inn, she had ceased to keep watch over him, leaving her unaware of his activities over the past 2 days. Daring not to peer through the window of the inn again, Fu Jin settled in a nearby tea stall, hoping to catch a glimpse of him as he exited. Fu sister, what a coincidence! Su Suiyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she sat down across from Fu Jin, acting as if they were already well acquainted. Fu Jin regarded her, gradually recalling who she was, and did not dismiss her, allowing her to remain. Bao Zhu beside her stifled a laugh. Indeed, it was a coincidence. She had been lurking outside the mansion for several days, and had just been following her around, thinking no one would notice. If not for her innocent intentions, they wouldn't be sitting face to face. Su Suiyu was an exuberant personality, especially with an underlying admiration for Fu Jin. In no time, she recounted all the amusing happenings in Nanjing City. Even though Fu Jin's demeanor was aloof, and she offered little in response, she found herself entertained. As Su Suiyu animatedly spoke, she raised a cup of tea, her words flowing naturally. The esteemed Lord Yan from the capital is truly formidable. He merely resides at the inn, yet he has stirred the merchants of Nanjing into a frenzy, leaving them quite unsettled. He is to visit our village tomorrow. As she spoke, noticing Fu Jin's gaze upon her, Su Suiyu suddenly felt a jolt of realization, recalling that Fu Jin seemed disinclined to discuss Lord Yan, and swiftly changed the subject. Our village boasts picturesque scenery, and there are plenty of amusements to be had in spring. Fu sister, if you have time, do come and enjoy. I shall extend my utmost hospitality. Why wait for an auspicious day when we can seize the moment? Let be tomorrow then. All right. Su Suiyu was taken aback by Fu Jin's affirmation, momentarily oblivious to the words she had spoken, only captivated by her melodious and cool voice. When she regained her senses, her eyes widened in delight. It's settled then. I shall send a carriage to fetch you tomorrow morning. I must return to make arrangements. Su Suiyu hurriedly rose to leave, as if fearing Fu Jin might retract her agreement. Fu Jin took a sip of tea, her mind now recalling who Su Suiyu was, the daughter of the wealthy Su family in Nanjing, cherished at home, with vast farmlands and fertile fields. had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances. Fu Jin spent the day without catching sight of the person she longed to see. Her mood was not so much gloomy. Knowing she would visit the same place tomorrow, a mere glance would suffice. The following morning, a carriage from the Su residence awaited her at the entrance. Clad in a dark-colored robe, her face untouched by makeup, her brows and eyes exuding an air of tranquility. Just gazing upon her inspired reverence, and the driver, not daring to be negligent, respectfully assisted her into the carriage, with Baozhu trailing behind, carrying prepared gifts. The Su family's estate lay on the outskirts, a considerable distance away, and it took nearly half an hour to arrive. In the balmy March, nature was awakening. The distant fields were lush and expansive, stretching as far as the eye could see. Su Suiyu had been waiting eagerly at the entrance and rushed to greet the arriving carriage. The driver led the carriage into the estate. As Fu Jin's gaze settled on the elongated figure in the fields, emotions surged within her. Su Suiyu, noticing Fu Jin's fixation, stifled her urge to speak. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, not far away, her father accompanied the formidable Lord Yin from the capital, a host of servants in tow, creating a grand spectacle, with her brother Su Hualin among them. Fu Jin lowered her lashes, concealing her emotions, unwilling to look longer lest she be detected, intending to enter the estate with Su Suiyu. But in an instant, an unexpected incident unfolded. A child approximately 5 or 6 years old suddenly emerged from the field, clutching a sharp twig, chasing after a rabbit with fervor, oblivious to the dangers ahead. In his eagerness, he stumbled and fell forward. The sharp twig seemed poised to pierce his throat, prompting gasps of alarm from onlookers. The nearest, Yin Chenxiu, furrowed his brow, his dark eyes intense. Striding forward to bend down, adopting an awkward posture as he grasped the child by the neck and hoisted him up. However, the twig grazed his arm, causing a sharp tearing sound as the thin fabric of his spring attire yielded, blood surging forth. Mr. Su, witnessing the scene, felt his heart nearly stop, hurriedly dispatching someone to fetch a doctor. The child, startled, began to wail, taken away by the servants. Fu Jin instinctively moved towards a commotion, the noise around her muffling the words of others. Just as she neared, Su Suiyu pulled her back, bringing her back to her senses. Fu sister, it doesn't seem to be anything serious. Shall we proceed to the estate and wait? Uncertain of Fu Jin's current emotions, Su Suiyu felt compelled to keep her from approaching further. With so many people present, especially the esteemed Lord Yin, they could not afford to intrude. Thankfully, the earlier chaos had drawn attention away from them. Fu Jin refrained from advancing, retrieving a small white porcelain bottle from her belongings, and handed it to Su Suiyu. High-quality wound medicine. It may be useful in an emergency. Su Suiyu beamed. That is truly perfect. I am eternally grateful, Fu sister. She entrusted the medicine to her most trusted maid, who proceeded ahead to find Su Hualin, merely informing him it was excellent medicine without elaborating further. Su Hualin recognized her, and though he was unaware of his sister's situation, it was undeniable that Yin Chenxiu had been injured here, and time was of the essence. The village doctor would take some time to arrive, so the timely delivery of medicine was indeed fortuitous. Hualin handed the medicine to Yin Chenxiu, instinctively glancing back. Yin Chenxiu did not take it, but instead followed his gaze. The slender figure of the young lady, her delicate silhouette disappearing behind the door, left an impression. That figure. Yin Chenxiu's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Chapter 9. What does he argue with a drunkard about? Qing Zhuai was responsible for Yin Chenxiu's safety and dared not allow him to use that medicine. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw his master sprinkle the powder onto the wound with swift urgency, causing his countenance to change. Young master. Yin Chenxiu cast a cold glance at him, and Qing Zhuai immediately fell silent, retreating a step back. The bone-repairing medicine from Xiantang. Mr. Su is quite considerate. Su Hualin remarked gracefully, smiling without further elaboration. Qing Zhuai's eyes flickered with surprise. Xiantang, renowned in the capital, was famous for its bone-repairing medicine, a treasure that was difficult to procure. How could Mr. Su have it on hand? The medicine lived up to its reputation, stopping the bleeding in merely 3 seconds. After cleaning the wound, it was not as grave as it appeared, which allowed Mr. Su to finally breathe a sigh of relief. By noon, Mr. Su arranged for a meal with Yin Shinxiu, who declined the invitation and soon left, as if merely wandering out of curiosity, leaving others perplexed about his thoughts. The doctor arrived late, having not seen him at all. Yin Shinxiu's injury caused Fu Jin to feel disturbed and dispirited, leaving her with little desire for amusement. Even with the knowledge that Yin Shinxiu was not in serious danger, she remained restless, delivering her gifts before departing swiftly. She did not exit through the front door, but chose the back. Before her, a father and son leaned on each other, the child sobbing uncontrollably as he confessed, "Father, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I want to be mischievous again." The man comforted the child with a gentle pat on the head, smiling as if leaving the village was no burden. Yet, in a place unseen by the child, his expression betrayed concern. Fu Suiyu furrowed her brow, exhaling softly. Uncle Zhang, devoted to his research, had ultimately departed. Fu Jin glanced at him, withdrew her gaze, and bid farewell to Fu Suiyu. The sound of the carriage echoed, and soon they left the estate. Upon returning to her residence, Fu Jin whispered a few instructions to Baozhu before entering her room. Baozhu did not even enter the estate before leaving again. With her heart in turmoil, Fu Jin hesitated in her courtyard, then proceeded to the main hall. Along the way, green bamboos accompanied her, rustling softly in the breeze, bringing a refreshing chill. Upon entering the room and passing through the beaded curtain, she spotted a figure by the 8 Immortals table. The woman, dressed in a cyan-colored silk garment with cloud patterns, wore a cloud hairpin, and though over 30, her beauty rivaled that of a youthful maiden, her demeanor dignified. "Mother," Fu Jin softly called. The woman looked up, a smile brightening her eyes as she gestured for her to sit. Zhao Mama promptly brought over a set of bowls and chopsticks. Seated together, Fu Jin and her mother bore a striking resemblance, one graceful and poised, the other cold and alluring, making it believable to say they were sisters. They dined in silence, the atmosphere serene. Fu Mother observed her daughter picking at her food with a slight motion of her brow, yet chose to remain silent. After the meal, Fu Jin took her leave. She returned to her room for a brief rest, though her brow remained tightly knitted, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Eventually, she lay there with her eyes wide open. The image of his bloodied figure invaded her mind, further agitating her spirit. Despite knowing it was merely a minor injury and that no harm would come to him, her heart remained restless, clamoring to see him. For 8 years, she had often sought news of him, suppressing her desire to glimpse him even once. Now that she had seen him, it felt like an addiction, intoxicating her. "Miss, may I come in?" Zhao Mama called from outside. With Baozhu absent, Fu Jin disliked the idea of having anyone in the courtyard, so she opened the door to welcome Zhao Mama inside. After entering, Zhao Mama set down the tray and revealed its contents, filling the room with a gentle fragrance. "Madam has nothing to do and sent me with this for you to try." The fragrant lotus seed soup was placed before her, and Fu Jin lowered her gaze, her emotions inexplicable. Zhao Mama had made this special trip, delivering the item before departing. Fu Jin took a sip, and immediate bitterness filled her mouth. Her expression remained unchanged as she soon finished the entire bowl. Unlike ordinary people who remove the cores from their lotus seeds before cooking, her soup was made with the cores intact, rendering it particularly bitter. After the evening meal, Baozhu returned from outside. Fu Jin sat on the couch, gazing out at the moon, sipping on a cup of peach blossom wine, lost in thought. The servant had arranged for Uncle Zhang and his son, as instructed, conveying her intentions, but Uncle Zhang seemed hesitant. He wished to see her. The peach blossom wine's subtle fragrance was not intoxicating, yet it tinted Fu Jin's fair skin with a rosy hue. Her thoughts were too numerous, and it took her a moment to recall who Uncle Zhang was, the man who had emerged from Su's estate during the day, someone useful. "Tomorrow the day after tomorrow," Fu Jin finally declared, rising from the couch, setting down her wine cup, and directly carrying the jar of wine outside. "Accompany me for a while." With that, she stepped outside, clad in a light black gauze, swaying gently with the wind, her bare feet revealing a hint of red at her ankles. Baozhu, alarmed, hastily grabbed her shoes and followed, not realizing whether her mistress was truly drunk until they reached the rooftop of the tavern. If she were indeed drunk, her shoes were relatively well placed. If not, she allowed Baozhu to follow but forbade her from getting too close. As Baozhu was lost in thought, she could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. She watched helplessly as her mistress, like a thief in the night, lifted a roof tile to peer inside. The occupant of the room was none other than Lord Yin from the capital. In the blink of an eye, as Fu Jin descended from the rooftop, Yin Chenxiu reacted swiftly. Rising from the bathtub, his clothing hastily donned, just as a tile fell from above. Simultaneously, Qingzhue emerged from the room, intent on capturing the intruder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Baozhu swiftly covered her face with a handkerchief and took the initiative to divert attention. Meanwhile, Fu Jin remained calm, casually replacing the displaced tile. Gradually realizing the implications, he was bathing. She removed the tile again, tossing down a small porcelain bottle tied with black gauze. Clad in his freshly donned attire, Yin Chenxiu glared at the tile above, noticing the white porcelain bottle land before him, trembling slightly, a clear indication of the impatience from the person above. His expression softened, his elongated eyes lifting slightly at the corners as a smirk graced his lips. He accepted the bottle, and as if sensing her presence, the rope was drawn back, a faint scent of wine wafting down. Yin Chenxiu halted his steps, pondering why he should argue with a drunken woman. Yet, she truly surprised him, inquiring about his preferences, sending him messages, providing him with medicine, and now, acting like a rooftop intruder. What on earth did she intend to achieve? Chapter 10. A midnight rendezvous on the rooftop. Fu Jin swayed slightly as she sipped her drink, lost in thought. Even if the wine was not intoxicating, too much of it could lead to a hazy state of mind. Reclining on the rooftop, she gazed up at the moon, feeling a bittersweet satisfaction in knowing he was nearby, reminiscent of their second encounter in a previous life when he called her name. During that day at the Lin family banquet, everyone witnessed the Lin family and Appo's, a second daughter who had been raised outside, viciously whipping her maid and, at times, cruelly tormenting a cat. Lord Lin did not even bother to inquire. He simply erupted in anger, ready to strike. Lady Lin spoke sweetly, but made it clear she wanted no association with the matter. Chunqing cried out, "Miss did not mean it. She was just too angry and hurt someone. She treats her servants exceptionally well, though she occasionally scolds them, but it's always for their own good. Please, master and madam, spare her this once." In her words, she inadvertently revealed the scars on her arm, only to hastily cover them up, as if trying to hide the truth. The crowd murmured, yet only he remained composed. The heart of a tormentor must be eradicated to avoid further calamity. Report it to the officials. Though he did not show favoritism, merely acting in accordance with duty, it was enough for Fu Jin. A man she had only seen twice trusted her more than her own father. As Fu Jin withdrew from her reverie, she shook the wine jar, finding it empty. The cold wind seemed to awaken her senses, and she paused at the sound of a door opening below. Yin Chenxiu ascended to the rooftop, only to find it deserted, the scent of wine lingering heavily in the air. He rubbed his temples and descended, stopping at the door as a figure swiftly entered the corridor, her movements hurried. Inside, Shen Nongxue was changing her clothes, a hint of frustration evident in her brow. Earlier that night, feeling parched and with no water in her room while her maid slept soundly, she had ventured downstairs. To her dismay, the innkeeper, in his drowsiness, had mistakenly handed her wine instead of water. Realizing the error, she hastily spilled the wine all over herself, the strong scent clinging to her. In her rush to return to her room, she unexpectedly encountered Yin Chenxiu, whose presence made her heart race. Now, with silence enveloping them, she wondered if he had misconstrued her haste. Typically well-behaved, Shen Nongxue felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing he might misunderstand her actions, while she simply sought water. Baozhu had finally managed to shake off Qingzhue, who had pursued her relentlessly like a mad dog, trailing her through several streets. Time was slipping away, and as she passed by her residence, she contemplated returning to the tavern if her mistress had not yet arrived. Fortunately, she found her mistress home, sprawled across the bed. Still clutching the wine jar, though her shoes were nowhere in sight, revealing her delicate ankles adorned with a prominent red string holding a small wooden tag, barely visible. Having ensured her mistress was settled, Baoju refrained from lingering and left. Instead of resting, she made her way to the main courtyard. The hour was late, yet the residents remained awake. Fu Mu had changed into a light sleeping gown, draping a cloak over her shoulders, with Granny Zhao by her side. Chunqing had already been sent to rest. Yongxue waited outside, and, upon seeing her, ushered her inside. "Madam," Fu Mu greeted softly, immediately inquiring, "What has Jinbao been up to today?" Her concern was understandable. Jinbao had always been obedient and sensible, though somewhat aloof. It was rare for her to become upset enough to seek solace in lotus seed soup. Baoju, head bowed, remained silent. Her mistress had never instructed them to conceal anything from her mother. In fact, there were times when she actively communicated her whereabouts to spare her mother from worry. However, Baoju sensed that Lord Yin held a special regard for her mistress, rendering her hesitant to speak freely. Yet, given that the madam had sought her out during the day and now awaited news, Baoju felt compelled to share something, lest her mother be kept awake all night. Thus, she carefully recounted Jinbao and Appo's activities of the day, withholding anything further. Fu Mu did not press her, waving her off before sending Yongxue away, leaving only herself and Granny Zhao in the room. 3 years ago, did something happen with this Lord Yin? Fu Mu mused aloud. Granny Zhao and Appo's eyes widened in surprise, her intended words of comfort faltering. It seemed so. 3 years prior, the young lady had mysteriously vanished for nearly a month, causing great distress to her mother. Upon her return, she merely stated she had been out of town, saying nothing more. Yet, since that day, she had taken to consuming lotus seed soup at every meal, almost to the point of nausea, as if competing with someone. Then, one day, she simply stopped, resuming her usual habits. No one knew what had transpired, despite their inquiries. They could only uncover that someone in the capital had sustained a leg injury, a rumor that circulated widely. They deemed it improbable and dismissed it, though it remained etched in their memories. Now, reflecting on Lord Yin, they realized he was indeed the one who had suffered that injury. Fu Mu sighed deeply. If that is the case, Jinbao may be heartbroken. Why should you think so, madam? With her stunning beauty and sharp intellect, any suitor would be fortunate to claim her. I believe they are indeed lucky, Granny Zhao replied, attempting to downplay the situation with a mix of laughter and words. Jinbao has been unhappy for some time, and as her mother, I feel powerless to help, becoming more of a burden to her. Now that she is grown, I cannot allow her to suffer in matters of marriage. Granny, please send a message to Anhui, but do not let Jinbao know for now. Upon hearing this, Granny Zhao paused, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded, unable to speak. Madam has come to terms with it. That is good. I will ensure this matter is handled well. When Fu Jin awoke, her head throbbed slightly. The wine was not intoxicating, but the evening breeze had left her feeling unwell. After a moment's respite, she would be fine. Baoju brought her a light breakfast, and upon seeing her mistress in good spirits, she recounted the previous day's inquiries from Madam. Fu Jin paused in her action of massaging her head, her expression shifting after a moment. It is of no consequence. Simply tell her whatever she wishes to know. After breakfast, Fu Jin attended to some household matters that had been delayed in recent days. Fortunately, only minor tasks remained, and once completed, she would have no further obligations. What she believed would be a swift resolution, however, became prolonged due to her frequent distractions, her mind lingering on the fleeting glimpse from the previous night. The room was enveloped in warmth, sunlight illuminating one side, as a figure rose from the bathing tub. Chapter 11. The first encounter after rebirth, though merely a fleeting glance, Fu Jin discerned that he possessed an exquisite physique, eliciting a faint blush upon her cheeks. She inhaled softly, feeling a twinge of irritation. In his absence, her heart was restless, yet upon seeing him, her disquiet only intensified. That night, 2 shadowy figures approached the Fu family residence, nervously tossing something onto the ground. A sudden gust of wind startled them, prompting their hasty retreat. The following morning, the household servants emerged to find a gruesome scene at the entrance, their eyes widening in shock, and they hurried inside to report. Chun Xing, who had not seen Fu Jin for several days, found herself in a rather idle position under the care of Madame Fu, but her status was clearly diminished. She had been contemplating how to better her own circumstances when unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. She intercepted a passerby, demanding to know the cause of their urgency. Recognizing her as Fu Jin and Oppos, as confidant, the individual recounted the grim incident. Numerous corpses of cats and dogs had been callously discarded at the gates, a sight so heinous that it reeked of moral depravity. Upon hearing this, Chun Xing instinctively covered her mouth and nose, feeling nauseated by the mere thought of it. First, send someone to clean up the area. We mustn't allow the young lady to see it and be tainted by this ill omen. I shall inform her of the situation and decide on our next steps. The messenger had intended to relay the news to Fu Jin, but hesitated upon hearing Chun Xing's command. After a few scoldings from her, he left without further protest. Chun Xing then sought to see Fu Jin, but was barred from entering the courtyard. If you have something to say, speak to me. Madam cannot be disturbed, and the young lady has entrusted you with this important matter. How could you be negligent? Bao Zhu intercepted her, his tone accusatory. Seeing the injustice in Chun Xing and Oppos' eyes, she twisted her handkerchief in distress. What a disgrace! A mere servant dares to reprimand me for merely seeking an audience with a young lady. I am not being negligent. I simply have urgent matters to discuss with the young lady. Chun Xing insisted, attempting to press forward. However, Bao Zhu remained resolute in her obstruction. Recognizing the disparity in their positions, Chun Xing cast a resentful glance at Bao Zhu before turning away in frustration, her heart growing ever more vindictive. If this continued, she might lose her standing entirely. With a malevolent glint in her eye, she resolved that she would not be blamed for her actions. Contemplating the discarded animal corpses, she silently vowed to care for Madame Fu exceptionally well. A carriage rattled as it departed through the back gate of the estate. Soon arriving at a secluded courtyard, Fu Jin alighted and proceeded directly inside. The courtyard was modest, containing 3 rooms, yet it boasted tranquility. A perfect retreat for Fu Jin when the need arose. Inside stood 2 figures, a man and a boy, the father and son who had recently emerged from the Su family estate. Esteemed young lady, I am deeply grateful for your kindness in taking us in. It is a profound favor, yet I fear my lack of skills may render me unworthy of your generosity. The elder man spoke humbly. The boy, Zhang Sheng, bowed his head, thanking Fu Jin profusely for her benevolence, his demeanor markedly subdued compared to his earlier playful self. Fu Jin glanced at Bao Zhu, who immediately understood and stepped forward to take Zhang Sheng out to play. The elder man cast a nervous glance, but refrained from speaking further, allowing his son to follow. Once the boy had left, Fu Jin addressed the elder directly. There is no need for modesty. I am not a saint. I am aware of your expertise in agriculture, and I encourage you to pursue your work without concern for risk. I will bear any losses. Zhang Sheng is of the appropriate age for schooling, and I will ensure he is enrolled in a suitable institution. My only request is that, within 2 years, the grain yield from the estate doubles. Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback by Fu Jin's assertiveness, unsure of how to respond. He had enjoyed a comfortable life under the Su family, who had been considerate of their needs. Following a series of misfortunes that befell the Su family, he had felt guilty and offered his resignation, never anticipating that such a young lady would place such importance on him. Please consider this matter carefully before giving me your answer. The estate is short on labor. If you are unwilling, you may work as a common laborer instead. Despite her casual tone, Fu Jin hoped he would agree. In her previous life, the region near Nanjiang City had suffered from drought and food shortages, with the government failing to provide timely assistance, leading to widespread suffering. Even a kind-hearted Su family, despite their generosity in distributing rice, could not contend with the influx of refugees. It was during this period that the remarkable grain yield of the Su family and Oppos' land came to light, a discovery attributed to Zhang Shu and Oppos' research. Tragically, after resigning from the Su estate, he had met with an accident that claimed both his and his son's lives. Had Fu Jin not encountered the man outside the estate, she would not have recalled this history. Aware of the impending drought, she could not remain passive. Otherwise, her journey would have been in vain. Just then, Zhang Sheng stumbled in, his face etched with concern. Miss, Bao Zhu is in danger. Several people have surrounded her. Fu Jin was taken aback, unable to fathom who would dare disturb the peace in broad daylight. A smile graced her lips as she responded, Do not worry. If there is danger, stay here and do not move. Bao Zhu will escort you home shortly. Maintaining her composure, Fu Jin remained seated, unperturbed. Zhang Sheng, on the verge of tears, instinctively gravitated toward his father's side, his expression twisted in anxiety. But the young master who saved me is also here. A sudden gust of wind swept through, leaving Zhang Sheng in a state of bewilderment. The words Bao Zhu asked me to inform you caught his throat, prompting him to shrink further into his father's embrace. Where has the young lady gone? Zhang Shu was at a loss, struggling to explain the unfolding events to his son. Meanwhile, Fu Jin, now absent from the courtyard, wore a fierce expression as she heard the commotion. With swift determination, she climbed onto the wall and leaped down, not bothering to exit through the gate. In the alley, approximately 20 individuals encircled Yan Qinxiu, while Bao Zhu and Qingzhui defended him on either side, repelling the advancing foes. He remained calm, his narrow eyes slightly lowered, leaning casually against the wall while occasionally offering advice. Fu Jin positioned herself atop the wall, locking eyes with him below, her expression fierce and unyielding. Clenching her hands at her sides, she gradually tempered her fury, adopting an impassive demeanor. Inside, however, her emotions churned tumultuously, wishing desperately to conceal herself within the wall's crevices. She had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion in this new life, most often picturing herself standing gracefully beneath a blooming peach tree, like a refined young lady, bowing to him and introducing herself as Fu Jin. Even without the peach blossoms, anything would be preferable to the current situation, a chaotic scene akin to that of bandits. Chapter 12, I am utterly terrified. Terrified? Fu Jin blinked, feigning calmness as she cleared her throat softly, then spoke in a gentle tone, Bao Zhu, it's too high here. I'm so scared. Scared. The wind swept through, surrounding them in an eerie silence. Bao Zhu was dodging the enemy's blade when she stumbled slightly, nearly failing to evade. She looked up at Fu Jin with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Seeing her mistress's composed facade, coupled with her fidgety hands, one might be led to believe she was truly frightened. Confused by her mistress's peculiar behavior, Bao Zhu swiftly kicked the opponent in front of her, leapt onto the wall, and seized the Oppos, scared and Oppos, young lady, bringing her down. Fu Jin dared not glance at Yan Qinxiu and Oppos' expression once they landed. She hastily instructed Bao Zhu to escort Uncle Zhang and his son back, while she herself returned without a moment's pause. Once home, she sat on the couch, hugging her knees, resting her chin upon them, her face revealing deep despondency. How utterly embarrassing. She had never anticipated avoiding him, especially knowing they would inevitably meet upon arriving in the capital. She wished to present her best self to him, yet it always seemed to elude her. Taking a deep breath, she fiddled with the red string around her ankle, silently whispering his name in her heart. Yan Qinxiu. Yan Qinxiu. My husband. Her husband. Her lips curled into a slight smile, and her mood visibly improved. In both past and present, their initial acquaintance had not been ideal, but that was of little consequence. In this life, as long as he remained safe, she would eliminate all dangers, granting them a beautiful future. He would always be hers. When Bao Zhu returned, she found her mistress composedly managing affairs, showing no trace of the frightened girl from before. Miss, have you identified those people? It's Lu Run. Lord, Yin has begun to take action. Each inquiry reveals the truth, disrupting many of their plans. They are growing anxious, unaware of how much Lord Yin still requires. They sent someone over to test the waters and to eradicate the threat. Bao Zhu, understanding her mistress and Oppos' intent, refrained from mentioning the incident in the alley. She knew those people were of no concern, and she had only wanted her mistress to witness the esteemed Lord Yin. A more straightforward approach compared to covertly sneaking on her rooftops. Yet, she realized her good intentions had backfired, recalling her mistress's fearful demeanor. Perhaps it would have been better to confront the rooftop instead. Fu Jin's gaze turned icy. If there are too many people, lend him a hand, but ensure Yin Chinxiu remains oblivious. Bao Zhu nodded, acknowledging her command before departing. As she left the courtyard, she spotted Chun Xing walking away from her. Recalling the morning in Appo's events, she decided to visit the main courtyard and sought out Yong Shui, offering a few reminders. As night deepened, silence enveloped the estate. With only a single lantern flickering on the eaves of the main courtyard, its dim light swaying in the wind, casting shadows indistinctly. Chun Xing discreetly disposed of the corpses of cats and dogs from her bag, a foul stench immediately wafting through the air. Her brow furrowed deeper as she hastily completed the task and turned to leave, still grumbling within. All of this was Fu Jin's fault, which had led her to such a repugnant task, leaving her reeking. She hoped that concubine Fu would not be too pleased upon discovering these remains tomorrow. Chun Xing's expression darkened, yet as she walked, a sly smile crept onto her lips, her gaze venomous. In the pitch-black night, it was particularly chilling. During the day, she had subtly insinuated bizarre matters to concubine Fu, and when she beheld the corpses tomorrow, it would undoubtedly frighten her. In time, she would casually mention the incident again, and as days passed, concubine Fu would find herself ensnared in fear. The troubles that concubine Fu had brought upon herself were of no concern to her. In this manner, she would fulfill her lady's instructions and simultaneously return to Fu Jin's side, regaining control. Truly a perfect plan. Chun Xing returned to cleanse herself of the stench. Yet the odor lingered, pervading her room. She lit incense, extinguished the lamp, but still felt uneasy, repeatedly sniffing herself, convinced the scent was overpowering. As she lay beneath the covers, a chilling sensation enveloped her, and the odor intensified exponentially. She froze, feeling a wave of dread wash over her. Panicking, she scrambled up, trembling hands igniting the lamp. Her scream echoed through the estate, rousing the inhabitants. Grandma Zhao quietly entered the room, soothing Madame Fu back to sleep. At the same moment, Yong Shui arrived at Fu Jin's door to explain the situation. I intended to frighten the madam, returning the favor, but unexpectedly, she fainted in fear. Fu Jin tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Do not concern yourself with her. Just ensure the room is cleaned thoroughly, as if unaware of the incident. Additionally, investigate who is responsible for the morning and Appo's actions. Yong Shui nodded in agreement, then departed. The stench in Chun Xing and Appo's room was overwhelming, and those nearby hesitated to approach. Witnessing the grim scene, eventually, Yong Shui dispatched 2 individuals to clean it up, and with her instructions, no one dared to utter a word. By dawn, Chun Xing awoke, still in a daze, and upon seeing her bed, instinctively leapt up. Yet, nothing was amiss. The surroundings were spotless, and the foul odor had vanished, as if it had all been a dream. Her expression was blank, unable to comprehend what had transpired. She wished to understand, but her previously idle time had now filled with busyness, leaving her to forget the events entirely. Bao Zhu had been busy all night, only returning in the morning to report hastily before retreating to rest. Grandma Zhang had been lingering in the back courtyard, occasionally reminding Bao Zhu to return to the capital for the miss, but otherwise remaining unremarkable, to the point where Fu Jin nearly forgot her existence. Having stayed for nearly half a month, Grandma Zhang could no longer sit idly and finally approached Fu Jin to persuade her. Fu Jin set a date and dismissed her. Today, she was supposed to visit Yin Chinxiu, but after their unexpected meeting yesterday, she decided to venture out instead. Previously, she had not intended to see Yin Chinxiu, but rather to seek out Su Suiyu. This cheerful young lady had been quite likable, and as Fu Jin had utilized her assistance, she felt compelled to pay a visit before Su Suiyu departed the capital. Debts of money can be repaid, but debts of feelings cannot. As Fu Jin left the estate in a carriage, another carriage approached the Fu residence. Soon, the 2 carriages passed each other. Inside Su Suiyu's carriage, she recognized the other vehicle and deduced that it could only belong to the Fu family. She immediately suspected that Fu Jin was inside and instructed the driver to turn around and pursue. Even if she was mistaken, she could always return. Su Suiyu simply feared missing her chance. thinking it was straightforward, unaware that this change of course would nearly cost her life. Chapter 13. The crazed one sees before the governor's residence. Lu Shan emerged with a scowl, making her way to the marketplace. What is he, really? Just some dignitary. I can't fathom my father's thoughts. Why is he so fearful, compelling me to leave? Lu Shan's expression darkened, and she hesitated to even utter his surname. Feeling a familiar pain returned to her body, which had only just begun to heal. The maid trailed behind her, wary of her potential ire, and hastily sought a distraction, catching sight of someone in the distance. Miss, it's young Master Su. Before she could finish, she wished to sew her mouth shut, but it was too late. Following the maid's gaze, Lu Shan indeed beheld the elegant Su Hualin, her cheeks instantly flushing with a mixture of shyness and joy. Her body instinctively moved towards him. Just as she lifted her foot, she noticed a young lady alighting from the carriage before Su Hualin. The two engaged in conversation, clearly acquainted. The smile on her face froze, her eyes widened, and her body trembled uncontrollably, every part of her aching. That woman, she would never forget her. Noticing the gaze, Fu Jin turned her head, offering a fleeting glance before averting her eyes, disregarding Lu Shan entirely. It seems Miss Su has perhaps gone to my residence. If young Master Su is in a hurry, he may return with me. Thank you, Miss Fu, Su Hualin replied without hesitation, bowing in gratitude. Fu Jin then entered the carriage, while Su Hualin, maintaining his decorum, sat beside the coachman, and the carriage set off toward the Fu residence. Lu Shan watched helplessly as Su Hualin conversed with that woman before they departed together, her eyes reddening with urgency. She had expressed her concern for him countless times, yet he had never once looked back. Now, he was following a woman who had harmed her. Enraged, Lu Shan's expression twisted as she turned to return home, but suddenly remembered she could not. In her fury, she kicked the ground, only to catch sight of her elder brother, who seemed preoccupied and rushed past her without a glance. Each instance of being overlooked deepened her resentment, prompting her to follow Lu Peng. Before the Fu residence, Fu Jin returned, and the guards promptly approached. Has any young lady from the Su family come looking for me? Replying to the young lady, no one has come seeking you today. The unexpected answer made Fu Jin furrow her brow. Is there no one lingering at the entrance? The guard shook his head. None at all. Hearing this, Su Hualin sensed something amiss. Though my sister may be playful, she is fond of Miss Fu. She would not simply not come. Perhaps she has been delayed. I shall search for her once more. Fu Jin instructed the coachman to take him back, while she continued her search. Unexpectedly, the coachman recalled their previous conversation. Not long after the young lady departed, indeed, a carriage passed directly by, ordinary in style, much like ours. Fu Jin's expression shifted. Su Suiyu had indeed come this way, but she had not arrived at the residence. Something must have gone awry. If Su Suiyu encountered trouble elsewhere, she would not ponder it. Yet, it was particularly concerning that something had occurred while she was en route to find her, inevitably linking the incident to her. The thought of the corpses of the cats and dogs from the previous day flashed through her mind. Provocation, a warning, or perhaps a game. She dispatched some to search the area while urging Yongxue to expedite the investigation into the individuals behind this. Su Hualin would search again. Perhaps Su Suiyu had merely returned for some reason. Weighing her options, Fu Jin ultimately decided to accompany him, instructing Yongxue to contact her immediately upon receiving any news. As the carriage made its way back to the Su residence, it was suddenly intercepted. Lu Shan nervously clutched her dress, striving to steady her voice. Brother Hualin, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Fearing rejection, she quickly lowered her voice. It concerns Su Suiyu. Su Hualin, initially disinclined to engage, became fixated on Lu Shan due to the gravity of her words, his usually gentle demeanor now tinged with anger. What do you know? Or have you done something to sway you? Drawing back the curtain, Fu Jin alighted from the carriage, her piercing gaze directed at Lu Shan. In an instant, Lu Shan's anxiety transformed into fear, quickly shifting to a smug audacity, though she lowered her voice due to the passers-by. I have not harmed her. I love you. If I marry you, she will be my sister. I just happen to know where she is. If Brother Hualin were to announce to the marketplace that he intends to marry me, I would immediately lead you to her. If you delay, I cannot guarantee her condition will hold. As she spoke, Lu Shan's heart quivered. She had evidently reached a point of desperation. No matter her actions, he had refused to acknowledge her. Now, with that vixen before him, he treated her with such gentility, while he consistently overlooked Lu Shan. Why should she endure this? She had cherished him since childhood, striving to become the woman he desired. Why did he not return her affections? Yet it mattered not. Regardless of his feelings, he would marry her. Once they were wed, he would inevitably come to love her. Lu Shan concealed her threatening demeanor, adopting a tender expression. Brother Hualin, will you truly forsake your sister? Su Hualin's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with rage, yet he remained unfooled. How could I know if you truly possess such knowledge? Enough. Fu Jin impatiently interrupted Su Hualin, directly seizing Lu Shan by the neck and pressing her against the nearby carriage. With a swift motion, she plucked a hairpin from Lu Shan's head, driving it into her face. In an instant, a crimson line appeared across Lu Shan's cheek. Ah, you madwoman! Cease this at once! Lu Shan gasped, her face aflame with pain, tears spilling from her eyes in fear. Where is Lu Peng? Fu Jin's expression grew increasingly impatient, her grip tightening. Lu Shan's eyes widened, disbelief evident. Observing her reaction, Fu Jin's suspicion solidified, yet her demeanor remained composed. He has taken Su Suiyu before my door. His intentions are clearly aimed at me. Sooner or later, he will send word. I can afford to wait. No matter. We shall take our time. First, let us mar your pretty face. Your incessant chatter is insufferable. If you cannot utter a single good word, then I shall methodically cut you, piece by piece, to feed the dogs. Chapter 14. Yet you still must cower before me. Fu Jin laughed coldly, her hairpin sliding down to rest perilously close to Lu Shan's lips. Lu Shan, already terrified of Fu Jin, felt as if she had been transported back to that alley where she had been beaten, her body aching and wounds hidden from view. The icy gaze of Fu Jin left no doubt about the veracity of her words. The pain blooming at the corners of Lu Shan's mouth elicited a scream, her voice laced with panic as tears streamed down her face. I'll tell you. The back door of the governor. The courtyard. Almost as soon as the words left her lips, Fu Jin tossed her to the carriage driver, untied the horse, and leaped onto it, galloping away in haste. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Hualin stood in stunned silence, unable to match Fu Jin and Appo's speed. Fearing for Fu Jin, a lone girl braving danger, he immediately took Lu Shan to seek assistance from the governor. Before they could even near the courtyard, Fu Jin suddenly heard a piercing scream that turned her expression grim. It was no surprise that there were guards outside the courtyard. Given the commotion, yet no one emerged. Dismounting, Fu Jin let her horse dash past the entrance, drawing their attention. In the blink of an eye, she had felled 2 guards against the wall, leaping over it and heading straight towards the source of the sound. Inside the pitch-black room, only a small window in the door let in a sliver of light, illuminating a circle on the floor. Within it, a woman was drenched in sweat, blood seeping from multiple bite marks on her lips, her clothing marred by countless whip scars, each one oozing crimson droplets. A sharp blade was slowly grinding against a whip mark on her arm, as if burrowing into her very bones. The pain forced Su Suiyu to cry out, overwhelmed by agony, her consciousness beginning to fade. Yet, watching her contorted expression and incessant cries, the burly Lu Peng smiled with glee, his eyes gleaming with excitement as his grip on the blade tightened. You wretches, do you look down on me? You still need to beg before me. He taunted. If you plead for mercy and lure that wretched woman Fu Jin here, I shall spare you. After all, you were mistakenly captured. No one will know you are missing. If you refuse, I shall crush every bone in your body, and once I'm satisfied, I'll hand you over to my men to be disposed of, disfigured and silenced, sold into the brothel. Lu Peng and Appo's sinister smile hinted at a thought of Fu Jin, and he eased his grip. Suddenly, the heavy door was kicked open, sending a cloud of dust into the air, startling Lu Peng. Before he could react, a stone struck him squarely on the forehead, leaving him bloodied. Fu Jin stormed in, stepping forward to drape her outer garment over Su Suiyu. Dazed, Su Suiyu struggled to open her eyes and saw Fu Jin, but instead of joy, her face was etched with concern. Fu, sister, go. Her words were slurred, yet she remembered Lu Peng and Appo's sinister intentions, urging Fu Jin to flee. Everything will be fine, Fu Jin whispered soothingly, her fury igniting within her, but she focused on Su Suiyo's injuries, not lingering longer than necessary as she lifted her and departed. As she passed Lu Peng, she could not resist stamping her foot on his abdomen, stepping over him. Lu Peng winced in agony, unable to utter a sound. The guards arriving, witnessing the frail girl cradling another while stepping on their master, exchanged bewildered glances. Foolish, imbeciles, Lu Peng spat through clenched teeth, prompting the guards to rush forward. Fu Jin furrowed her brow, looking down at Su Suiyu. Hold on just a moment. Su Suiyo's eyes were closed, her face smeared with blood, appearing as if she were slipping into unconsciousness. Her hand clutched Fu Jin's garment weakly before falling still. Setting her aside, Fu Jin picked up a dagger from the ground and, in a swift motion, dispatched the remaining assailants with precision, though none were mortally wounded. Realizing the dire situation, Lu Peng staggered towards the exit. Fu Jin's gaze turned icy as she hurled the dagger, embedding it in Lu Peng's calf, eliciting another scream. She advanced, crushing his foot and breaking his wrist without uttering a single word, her eyes narrowing with determination. Then, with a final flick of her wrist, she plunged the knife into his groin before turning away, lifting Su Suiyu once more. Lu Peng, now crumpled on the ground, succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Just as Fu Jin took a few steps, the entrance stirred again, this time revealing Su Hualin, accompanied by Governor Lu and others. The sight of the chaotic room, filled with sprawled bodies, contrasted sharply with Fu Jin's unscathed and delicate form, leaving them momentarily speechless. Fu Jin entrusted Su Suiyu to Su Hualin, instructing him to have Yong Shui attend to her injuries and summon a doctor as soon as possible. Yong Shui, having arrived, brought Baizhu along, following Su Hualin to assist Su Suiyu, while Baizhu trailed behind Fu Jin. Initially skeptical of Su Hualin and Appo's claims, Governor Lu was now confronted with the unconscious Su Suiyu in the scene before him, his anger boiling as he ordered Lu Peng to be imprisoned. Fu Jin raised her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Governor Lu, there's no need to rush. Young Master Lu will inevitably face justice. There's no urgency. She paused, casting a knowing glance at Lu Peng, her smile growing warmer. I, Fu Jin, accuse Lu Peng of threats, intimidation, and abduction. I request the esteemed governor to preside over the court. Once imprisoned, Lu Peng would have the opportunity to suffer in silence without medical attention. Governor Lu's expression soured. As a father, he felt pain for his son, especially with his life hanging in the balance. Yet as a magistrate, he could not shield him from accountability. Before long, the court was in session. Fu Jin stood before the assembly, with Lu Peng still sprawled on the ground, yet to regain consciousness. Behind her sat Yin Shinxiu, who had initially come to discuss matters with Governor Lu. Upon hearing the commotion, he had requested to remain, and Governor Lu had no choice but to comply. News of Lu Peng and Appo's trial spread like wildfire, with the populace declaring that evil deeds beget retribution, and he deserved his fate. Soon, the courtyard was thronged with onlookers. Fetch a doctor to examine him. Rouse him, Governor Lu instructed, pointing at Lu Peng. The injured party cannot see a doctor while the accuser is present. If you wish for him to awaken, allow me to assist. With that, Fu Jin strode over to Lu Peng, crouching down to grasp his hair, forcefully slamming his head against the ground. The sound echoed, and a lump formed instantly. Lu Peng awoke with a jolt, his expression twisted in rage upon seeing Fu Jin. You vile woman, he began, but before he could finish, Fu Jin struck his head again, rendering him mute from pain. Releasing her grip, she stood upright, wiping her hands clean and straightening her back. Those in the court shall not act with impunity, Governor Lu barked, slamming his fist on the table in frustration. Fu Jin feigned innocence, a light laugh escaping her. I am merely assisting the esteemed governor. See, he is awake now. If you wish for my help to cease, I could always knock him unconscious again, and you may handle him yourself. Chapter 15. Mistaken Identity. As Fu Jin prepared to strike again, The governor Lu hastily instructed the officers to restrain him, refraining from further discussion on the matter, while he glared at Lu Peng, who remained on the ground. Seething with anger, those present in the court rise to respond. At that moment, Lu Peng finally grasped the situation around him. His fierce expression softened into one of profound grievance, and he began to wail, "Father, I am in pain. It was that witch. She severed my tendons and the more he spoke, the more rage surged within him, intensifying the pain in his body, which he feared might be irreparable, rendering him reluctant to articulate his suffering. Fu Jin maintained a calm demeanor and addressed Governor Lu, in my eagerness to save a life. My grip may have been a touch too forceful. The crowd watched in silence as Lu Peng lay on the ground, resembling a broken man. What kind of strength must one possess to inflict such injuries? From the back, Yin Qinxiu listened to the seemingly trivial yet piercing remarks, a slight smile gracing his lips. The cool voice of Fu Jin echoed in his ears. Fu Jin from the Fu family of Nanjing City. He turned to his companion, Qing Zhuwei, and inquired, "Are there prominent Fu families in Nanjing City? Such a surname is rare. I recall no such families in Nanjing, only in Anhui." Qing Zhuwei paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Yin Qinxiu seemed to ask out of casual curiosity. The court proceedings continued as Lu Peng vehemently denied the accusations. Yet Su Suiyu had indeed been discovered in his courtyard, battered and bruised. He claimed she had enticed him. Fortunately, Fu Jin had only mentioned that the victim was from her household, preventing landowner Su from intervening. The onlookers were oblivious to the identity of the injured party, thus preserving the young lady's reputation. This inadvertently bolstered Lu Peng's confidence, as the absence of a witness worked to his advantage, and he had no intention of revealing that the victim was Su Suiyu. Nonetheless, Fu Jin had never intended for this matter to lead to Lu Peng's imprisonment. When I rescued someone from your household, I overheard him bragging about past misdeeds, how he inflicted harm upon those around him. His mentality had clearly deteriorated, and I cannot discern the truth of his claims. Perhaps Governor Lu should send someone to search the back courtyard. If the allegations are true, they will undoubtedly uncover 2 mutilated corpses. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Governor Lu, the magistrate of Nanjing City, had a son who had taken lives, with the bodies allegedly hidden in his own courtyard. Such actions were lamentable. Indeed, the most perilous places often proved the most secure. Who would dare to search the governor and Oppos? As backyard? Governor Lu trembled as he sat in court, realizing with horror the extent of his son's misdeeds, subconsciously beginning to accept the veracity of the situation. He rose and approached Yin Qinxiu, bowing respectfully. "My son has committed numerous atrocities. I am ashamed to wear this official robe, unworthy to continue the inquiry. I beseech you, Sir Yin, to take my place and ensure justice for the people." "Governor Lu, you are the people's official. I have other matters to attend to," Yin Qinxiu replied, firmly declining the offer. Seeing this, Governor Lu could not press further. He steeled himself and returned to the front, ordering a thorough search of the entire residence, rather than just the back courtyard. Fu Jin and Oppos' brow furrowed slightly as her gaze fixated on the back of Governor Lu, sensing something amiss. She was unaware of his actions, but felt the presence of someone, Yin Qinxiu. Lowering her lashes, she silently reassured herself. This was not the first time she had encountered troublesome circumstances. This time merely seemed more intense. They had not formally met. He might not even know who she was. It doesn't Amp, Oppos, team matter. It doesn't team matter at all, she thought, feeling the weight of her actions. She had inadvertently injured someone and had now exposed her own identity. Even if he was unaware now, once they officially met, and she mentioned Fu Jin, what would he associate her with? The thought left her breathless. Could she still change her name now? Perhaps she was overthinking. He likely had more pressing matters to attend to. Fu Jin felt disoriented by Governor Lu's actions, losing interest even in the prospect of uncovering bodies in the governor's residence, despite the grim tally reaching over a dozen. Lu Peng had always drawn attention for his appearance and physique, leading to a twisted psyche as he grew older. His fear of others made him increasingly deranged, developing an obsession with those he deemed perfect, relishing in their fear and pleas for mercy. Over time, his madness escalated. When in good spirits, he would merely torment, disfigure, and bury his victims. When in a foul mood, he would inflict even greater cruelty. From the start, Lady Lu had been unable to dissuade him, her maternal instinct leading her to indulge him, ultimately aiding him in concealing his wrongdoings. However, upon encountering Fu Jin, she had no opportunity to intervene, and the situation had spiraled beyond control. With irrefutable evidence and numerous witnesses, Lu Peng could not escape his fate. Fu Jin was unconcerned with the outcome. Lu Peng was destined for ruin. Even as he was dragged away, he continued to scream about how he would torment Fu Jin, his words increasingly intolerable. Fu Jin cast a cold glance at him, a slight smile playing on her lips, imbued with a hint of malevolence. The moment their gazes met, Lu Peng found himself silenced, as if a hand had gripped his throat. The innate fear of the weak before the strong could not be masked. By the time he regained his composure, it was too late. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Governor Lu and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, uncertain whether they were for his son or the innocent souls who had suffered. Fu Jin's gaze lingered until a voice broke the air, "Miss Fu." In that instant, she felt as though her mind had short-circuited, instinctively responding, "I am not. You have mistaken the person." Her tone was earnest and pleading, as if she believed her own words. Yet both were aware of the truth, and she could not evade it. Reluctantly, she lifted her gaze. Just 2 steps away stood a man of striking elegance, clad in dark robes, with a jade crown and ink-black hair. Sharp brows framing a handsome face that shone like the moon, Yin Chinxiu. With that single glance, Fu Jin found herself ensnared, her breath instinctively softening, her eyes slightly reddening. In their previous encounters, she had only seen him from the side, too timid to stare. Now, with him in front of her, she could gaze freely. Yet sorrow clouded her heart. Memories of his last moments in her past life replayed in her mind, causing her spirit to waver. She had endured countless agonies just to see him look at her once. Surely, he must hate her now. "Miss Fu?" Yin Chinxiu's brow furrowed slightly, his keen eyes narrowing as he called her name again. He was puzzled by her reaction. Was she truly moved by a mere utterance of his name? His gaze shifted, revealing an array of complex emotions, as if he had known her before. Chapter 16. Are you free? Fu Jin instinctively reached out to touch him. But midway through her motion, she instead tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her eyelashes, her voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Yes, I'm here." The girl's voice was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the arrogant demeanor she had displayed moments earlier in the hall. The atmosphere turned somewhat peculiar. Yin Chinxiu, his gaze profound, quietly observed, intending to inquire about Nanjing City. But before he could utter his question, he noticed the girl slightly nodding before turning to leave. Her back straightened, her slender figure emanating an air of coolness, shrouded in an aura of melancholy. This Miss Fu Jin was rather enigmatic. Bao Zhu had been waiting outside, and initially thought it a good sign when she saw the esteemed gentleman conversing with her young lady. However, in the blink of an eye, she noticed her mistress and Appo's spirits had plummeted. She felt a twinge of concern, wondering if perhaps the gentleman found her mistress too fierce. Inside the Su residence, Su Suiyu lay wounded, blood seeping from her injuries, some already congealed and stuck to her clothing. Yong Shui, unable to do anything else, carefully used scissors to cut away the fabric before slowly tearing off the remaining pieces. Although Su Suiyu was usually a playful and pampered young lady, she had never endured such pain before, unable to even cry out, her body trembling from the agony. Each movement exacerbated her wounds, causing more blood to flow. With no other option, Yong Shui had to hold her down with the help of 2 maids, stuffing cloth into her mouth to stifle her cries. Nevertheless, soft whimpers continued to escape her lips. Outside, Su Hualin and the Su patriarch wore grim expressions, their anxiety palpable. With Su's mother having passed away early, there remained only this precious daughter, now suffering such torment, causing them great heartache. From now on, sever all ties with the Lu family and send 2 people to the prison to deal with that scoundrel. Under no circumstances should he have it easy. The Su patriarch, A businessman by nature, though not overly kind, at least had a conscience. Refraining from earning ill-gotten gains and often performing acts of charity for the sake of his children as virtue. Now, he was genuinely furious. His orders coming out in a torrent, his anger only intensifying. After Yong Shui had tended to Su Suyo's wounds as best as she could, she stepped outside, leaving the rest to the doctor. At that moment, Fu Jin had just arrived at the Su residence, and a household was leading her in. Spotting her, Yong Shui bypassed the Su patriarch and Su Hualin to approach her. "Miss," she called. "How is Miss Su?" Miss Su has multiple lash wounds, the deepest on her arm. They have been treated with bone repair medicine, but the doctor still needs to examine her carefully to see if there is damage to the tendons. These scars are deep. It's likely she will bear marks for life. For a young lady yet to be wed, having such scars may affect her prospects. Fu Jin furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of pity for Lu Peng. The household had already sent over some healing ointment, and they would send someone to find more for the scars. Yong Shui nodded in agreement and, noticing Bao Zhu's presence, took her leave from the Su residence. Fu Jin had come to see Su Suiyu, and since she had not yet met her, she had no intention of departing just yet. The Su patriarch expressed profound gratitude for Fu Jin and Appo's assistance, treating her with utmost courtesy, though his thoughts remained with Su Suiyu. So he arranged for tea to be served in the courtyard and attended to her personally. "Miss Fu has saved my daughter on several occasions. I am exceedingly grateful. Gold, silver, jewels, good land, shops, whatever I can offer, I will do so wholeheartedly." Before Fu Jin could respond, Su Hualin, dissatisfied, interjected, "Father," while the words appeared to convey gratitude. The reference to gold and jewels seemed to imply that Miss Fu had ulterior motives, though she was clearly not that kind of person. Fu Jin remained unfazed. Were she in the same situation and her daughter had suffered because of another, she too would harbor doubts about the other's true intentions. "Sir, you're being too harsh. I owe Miss Su." Yet, having said that, she boldly added, "There is an abandoned mountain outside the Su farm, rumored to belong to you. I wonder if you might consider selling it?" Both the Su patriarch and Su Hualin were momentarily taken aback. Did she mean to buy that mountain? The front half of the mountain was barren, with only a few weeds, and no trees grew there at all. The back half, although forested, appeared withered. In stark contrast, the neighboring mountain thrived, lush and vibrant. This land had been passed down through generations, left unused due to its desolate state. And by the time it reached the current patriarch, he had long ceased to care about it, having no intention of selling it. However, if Miss Fu desired it, then he would gladly offer it to her, implying that their relationship would be cleared of any debts. Just then, the doctor emerged, interrupting their conversation. The lash wounds were not severe, but the deep lacerations had exposed white bone, ground down by Lu Peng's knife, injuring the bone itself. Although it was not broken, it was rendered nearly useless. She must avoid heavy lifting and any further injury to the area. Fu Jin lowered her gaze, her eyes icy, her fingertips trembling slightly. Bao Zhu sensed something was amiss, and, as the doctor mentioned that Su Suiyu had yet to regain consciousness, whispered to Su Hualin, "In that case, my lady will return another day to visit Miss Su." Lost in her thoughts of her sister, Su Hualin was momentarily oblivious, only snapping to attention when she realized Fu Jin had already departed. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, bringing with it waves of heat. Fu Jin clenched her fists, her fingertips turning pale. She took several deep breaths to suppress the images flooding her mind. Bao Zhu let out a sigh of relief, just as a young servant rushed over, his face glistening with sweat. "I'm glad I caught up," he panted, then handed a land deed to Bao Zhu. "This is our master's intent. He specially sent me to deliver it." He said to thank Miss Fu for her assistance. The deed pertained to the very mountain Fu Jin had mentioned, as if the patriarch were eager to sever any lingering ties. Fu Jin glanced at Bao Zhu, who stepped forward to accept the deed before following Fu Jin without uttering a word. The next day, Bao Zhu returned to the Su residence, delivering 4,000 taels of silver to the patriarch. According to market value, such a sum was more than sufficient to purchase the barren mountain. Upon learning of this, Su Hualin's expression soured as she insisted on returning the money. "Father, I warned you yesterday that Miss Fu is not that kind of person. Why are you still? You are aware of this matter. How could I not be? The patriarch glared at her in disdain. Startled by his tone, Su Hualin's anger dissipated somewhat, and she looked at her father in confusion. Miss Fu exuded an extraordinary aura. Her attire, seemingly simple, was made of fine materials. Not to mention her audacity in taking such bold actions yesterday. The Su patriarch had never feared others coveting his wealth, as he had plenty. But he was wary of others harboring ulterior motives. Thus he had intended to distance himself from Fu Jin. However, upon receiving the silver, the patriarch realized that his concerns were unfounded. You've been reading too much. You should refrain from the examinations this year. Spend more time with me and look after your sister, he said, recalling Su Suiyu, his expression darkening once more. He did not refuse, but also did not bring up the matter of returning the money. At the Fu residence, the household bustled with activity. Servants frequently consulting Bao Zhu on various matters. The usually taciturn Granny Zhang could no longer contain herself, emerging to mock them. There is no need to bother with such useless things. The capital is bustling and lively, filled with all sorts of treasures. Once you reach the capital and have seen for yourselves, you'll realize these items aren't worth keeping. Truly, what a narrow-minded perspective from someone who has seen so little. Chapter 17. He actually went to the brothel. Madame Zhang chattered incessantly, her tone imbued with an air of superiority. The crowd, however, paid her no heed, engrossed in their own tasks. After a lengthy monologue with no response, Madame Zhang rolled her eyes and retreated to her quarters. Preparations for the journey to the capital the following day kept the household bustling. Fu Jin stood by the window, issuing instructions one by one. The desolate mountain requested by Uncle Zhang, the fragrant balm intended for Su Suiyu, who had now awakened, remained unvisited by Fu Jin, who pondered for a moment but decided against it. Su Suiyu was a simple and kind-hearted girl, raised under the indulgence of her father and brothers, with dreams of heroism to alleviate suffering. She and Fu Jin were two individuals of stark contrasts. The whirlwind of activity filled the day, and as night fell, Fu Jin lay in bed, oblivious to the absence of Bao Zhu, who had been silent since dusk. Meanwhile, Bao Zhu entered the inn and ascended the second-floor corridor, unexpectedly spotting a figure clad in purple ahead, her expression betraying a sense of recognition as she approached. "Miss, I knew it would be you." But as she drew closer and discerned the person's features, her pupils widened in surprise, and she stepped back, realizing she had mistaken someone. Just as she uttered her thoughts, a familiar sound echoed from behind. The person looked vaguely familiar. In an instant, Bao Zhu leaped out through the corridor window. Shen Nongxue was startled by this sudden action, nearly stumbling as her maid assisted her into the room. A voice trailed behind them. "That was the person who led me away." Qingxue frowned in frustration, glancing ahead to find no one in sight. Why is Miss Shen with her? A moment's reflection on the phrase he had overheard. Miss brought a knowing expression to Qingxue and Appo's face, his demeanor turning serious. "Young master, it seems this Miss Shen harbors feelings for you." Upon saying this, he felt his words were somewhat superfluous. After all, who in the capital, from the highest nobility to the common folk, did not admire his esteemed master? However, it was indeed a first for someone like Miss Shen. Yin Chunxiu paused mid-step, recalling the previous silhouette, the drunken man on the rooftop, and his peculiar inclinations. The information and evidence he had previously found perplexing, if driven by admiration, could be deemed reasonable. Yet, as he considered Shen Nongxue's visage, he realized he held no remarkable impression of her. Her demeanor did not seem to align with such behavior. Instead, he smirked lightly, dismissing the thought and quickly departing. Qingxue, unaware of his movements, hastily followed as Yin Chinxiu left. Bao Zhu, hidden away, could not hear their exchange, yet decided to follow nonetheless. She understood that her mistress was to journey to the capital the next day, and this Lord Yin was of particular significance to her. Uncertain if her mistress would stealthily visit that night, she chose to arrive early. If her mistress came, she would lead the guard away. If not, she could relay her observations, perhaps uplifting her mistress's spirits. To her dismay, her mission was thwarted, nearly leading to her discovery. Bao Zhu covered her face with a veil, mindful of her usual caution while accompanying her mistress. Little did she anticipate that she would follow them to the brothel. Watching as the figure entered and not re-emerging, Bao Zhu and Apos, S eyes widened in indignation as she turned to leave, muttering angrily to herself. How detestable! Truly, those with striking appearances are seldom virtuous. My mistress must have been deceived by this man in damp. Apos, S handsome facade, coming here is restless. Who knows how many concubines and mistresses await in the capital. That night, Fu Jin found herself unable to sleep, instead sitting at the entrance to the courtyard, admiring the moon and allowing the cool breeze to soothe her spirit. She sat on the steps in darkness, unnoticed, when Bao Zhu returned, visibly agitated and muttering to herself. Listening closely, Fu Jin caught a fragment of her words. What if the young lady feels sorrow? A look of confusion crossed her face. What could possibly cause me sorrow? Prompting such hesitation from you? Bao Zhu entered the courtyard, lowering her guard and lost in thought when she heard Fu Jin's voice, startling her to the point of nearly losing her wits. Upon seeing her mistress rise from the steps, her expression fell, her head drooping. Miss, you look as if you were about to elope with a lover, fearing I would be heartbroken. Fu Jin chuckled softly, relishing the rare opportunity to tease her maid. Not at all. No one could ever compare to you, Mississippi. No one could deceive me. Bao Zhu spoke earnestly, and she remained steadfast in this belief. At that moment, she observed her mistress and felt it best to sever ties early, to avoid the heartbreak of witnessing the multitude of concubines and courtesans in the capital. I just saw Lord Yin enter the brothel. Bao Zhu presumed her mistress would be disheartened, if not unhappy, and was prepared to offer consolation. Instead, she was met with a perplexed expression from Fu Jin. Was it possible her mistress was too naive to comprehend such matters? She proceeded to explain, in such places, there are many. What business do you have keeping an eye on him? Bao Zhu was taken aback. It was not a lack of understanding, but rather a misinterpretation of the focus. She simply conveyed her thoughts and cautioned her mistress once more. I saw him enter with my own eyes, and he is yet to come out, miss. Watching her mistress in Apos' countenance shift, Bao Zhu was surprised to find her expression not one of anger or sorrow, but rather concern and seriousness. Fu Jin hastily retreated to her chamber, donning a fitted black outfit and securing her hair back with a pin. You will accompany my mother on the journey to the capital tomorrow. Do not let anyone know of my absence. Follow the previous plan and await me at Lianshan Port. Absolutely not. Miss, even if you intend to catch him in the act, you must bring me along. It is too perilous for you to go alone. Bao Zhu grasped Fu Jin and Apos' sleeve, her expression pleading. Fu Jin was momentarily taken aback by the phrase catch him in the act, and reproached softly, enough of this nonsense. Do not mention it again. You will stay here tonight and find a way to handle tomorrow and Apos' affairs. In a moment of distraction, Bao Zhu and Apos' grasp on her sleeve slipped away, leaving her with a distressed expression, her mind racing with a singular thought. It's over. That handsome scoundrel has ensnared my mistress. Had Fu Jin known her thoughts, she would have likely found it amusing. Under the bright moonlight, the streets were desolate, save for a single light source at the alley and Apos' end. As she approached, it seemed to unveil an entirely different realm. The lights flickered and laughter echoed, the sounds of flirtation from women filling the air. Wealthy young masters flaunted their affluence, embracing beautiful courtesans. Middle-aged men, languid and indulgent, captured the delicate maidens beside them. Impoverished scholars, cheeks flushed, protested shyly, yet found themselves drawn into the throngs of flower girls. The laughter resounded joyously, reminiscent of an earthly paradise. Inside, the atmosphere was even more decadent. The flower girls on stage swayed sensuously, music filling the air, drowning out the more sordid realities beneath. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the revelry as tables and chairs were overturned, drawing the attention of all present, plunging the scene into silence. The crowd beheld a young master clad in luxurious garments, reclining against a chair with a loosely fitted collar that revealed a hint of skin. His elongated eyes were slightly upturned, a wicked smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of menace. commonplace trappings. His flippant tone, combined with his current posture, painted him as a celestial being fallen into debauchery, indulging in excess. It was none other than Yin Chenxiu. Chapter 18. There is indeed one who is suitable, and it is her. The young servant standing beside him furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased as he urged, "Young master, it is time to return. You ventured out alone, and with no one at home, the second master might be concerned." Before the servant could finish his words, he received a kick from the young master, his expression growing increasingly fierce. "Foolish wretch, when did it become your place to meddle in my affairs? Leave." The young master, evidently irritated, averted his gaze from the servant, tossing his purse onto the ground in a fit of rage. "Bring forth the finest for me to see." The purse loosened, revealing glimmers of gold within. The matron, having heard the commotion, initially thought it was a disturbance, but upon seeing the gold, her eyes lit up with excitement. She hurriedly approached to gather the purse, her eyes nearly disappearing in delight. After some soothing words, she quickly summoned the girls from the upper floor to form a line. The young master casually adjusted his robe and sat down with an air of nonchalance, still displeased as he glared at the unseemly servant before him, barking, "Leave." The servant remained rooted to the spot, prompting the matron to intervene. "Your young master is in a foul mood. You are quite stubborn. Why not wait in the back courtyard? Once the young master has had his fun and is in a better spirit, he will naturally take you back with him." At her words, the servant's eyes flickered, seemingly swayed. The matron exchanged glances, and soon someone led the servant away. With the servant's departure, the young master's displeasure lifted somewhat, his critical gaze now scrutinizing the girls flaunting their charms before him. He frowned, feeling disheartened and tapping the table beside him. "I have heard that the girls here are unparalleled in beauty, which is why I travel alone from Anhui, leaving behind a mess at home. Yet, to my disappointment, I find only these misfits." Upon hearing this, the matron's expression turned a shade of green and white. She was pleased that someone had come from afar, indicating her establishment and oppose as prosperity, yet displeased by his dismissive remark about her girls. Though they may not be absolute beauties, they were indeed exceptional. Noticing his lavish spending, the matron promptly summoned the courtesan, only to find that the young master's expression soured further, revealing his critical nature. After sipping tea and tasting pastries, he spat them out in disgust. "Even pig food cannot be this vile. Ugh." Not only that, he complained about the discomfort of the chair and the unpleasant odor in the room. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all present, his harsh criticism ignited the matron's temper. With annoyance flashing in her eyes, the matron quickly thought of a solution and smiled. "Do not be angry, young master. It is my oversight in hosting you. There are private chambers upstairs that are sure to meet your satisfaction. I would not let you leave empty-handed." With her coaxing, the young master's demeanor softened slightly as he stood and ascended the stairs. However, after taking just a few steps, he stopped, turning to look at a seemingly inconspicuous young maid who stood with her head lowered, appearing dazed and immobile. The young master narrowed his eyes, a spark of interest igniting within him. Approaching the maid, he lifted her chin with one hand and chuckled. "Indeed, there is one who is suitable, and it is her." Fu Jin was forced to look up at the brazen face before her, her expression remaining unchanged, though her trembling fingertips betrayed her emotions. She had never known he possessed such a demeanor, not the gallant general defending the homeland, nor the composed Lord Yan, but rather a debonair young master whose allure captivated her, causing her heart to tremble. Yin Shinshio grasped the young girl in oppose, hand through his sleeve, and led her upstairs. Fu Jin kept her head bowed, allowing him to lead her, fully prepared to assist him in whatever he desired. The matron, trailing behind, was at a loss. When had such an exceptional maid arrived in her establishment? The attire suggested she was a servant, yet she had no recollection of her. Puzzled, she followed them upstairs, only to be met with a resounding slam of the door. "Leave. Do not disturb me." The matron, nearly colliding with the door, cursed inwardly in such a hurry. Doesn't he fear losing out? She quickly summoned someone to inquire about the identity of the maid, as she had no recollection of her presence, which was indeed suspicious. After some inquiry, it was revealed that she was under Tao Lian's care. "How was I unaware of your company?" possessing such a striking appearance. The matron's skepticism lingered. Tao Yin appeared troubled and spoke softly, "Madam, you must have forgotten. On the day she arrived, she was covered in mud and had injuries on her face. It is only recently that she has recovered. She is still weak and untrained. Please allow her to take a break. Let me serve the young master instead." With tears threatening to spill, she looked at the matron with pleading eyes. Upon hearing this, the matron recalled the incident. Indeed, there had been such a girl, but she had been too preoccupied to notice her clean appearance later, likely hidden away by Tao Yin. As they conversed, a loud ruckus erupted from within the room, shaking the very walls and startling those nearby. What in the world? Is the building being torn down? The matron's face paled. She had sensed the young master's difficult nature earlier, and now, with such commotion, it was disturbing the peace of others. Casting a glance at those around her, she ordered someone to knock on the door. Unsurprisingly, they were met with angry shouts, and one could vaguely hear the young master cursing about preferring fiery personalities, which explained the ruckus. The crowd outside persisted, offering well-meaning advice. The girl lacks decorum. "Do not be angry, young master. Some wine and delicacies will surely enhance the mood. After a drink, that is when true enjoyment begins." The implication was clear to all. The noise within diminished slightly, and before long, the door cracked open. A hand emerged, carrying wine and food inside. Observant eyes noted a fresh wound on the back of that hand, an unmistakable sign of a spirited nature. As the noise subsided, the matron went out to reassure the crowd. Upon returning, she found her people still lingering at the door, a notable silence from within. She inquired, "What is happening? Has it been resolved?" "Yes," came the response, and, as the door swung open, the scene revealed chaos inside. The floor littered with torn fabric, indicating a struggle had occurred. Upon entering, she saw two individuals sprawled on a table, one of whom was the young maid, her hair disheveled and clothing askew, while the young master lay without his outer garment. The matron had her people search the young master, and they discovered several silver notes and gold coins, which she held aloft, pleased. The maid's beauty was undeniable. She would keep her, while the young man and the one in the back were to be disposed of. Reflecting on the man and Apos, as earlier arrogance and critical nature, seeing him now in such a state, the matron Kuden and Apos, to help but scoff, "Bah, what a disgrace. Hurry and remove him." Chapter 19. Husband, the robust man who had previously delivered food and wine, called to his two subordinates behind him, intending to carry the girl away. To his surprise, she moved as well. Everyone present noticed that the young master's hand was tightly gripping the girl's, with such force that even the servant could not separate them despite his efforts. Truly a lecherous old man, even in a daze. He could not forget to hold on to her. The mother scoffed, contemplating the absence of personnel in that area. They should just send them over. The sound of hooves echoed through the night as two carriages slowly departed from the back entrance of the brothel, unnoticed by those around. Before long, the carriages exited the city. Inside the carriage, Fu Jin and Yin Chinxiu both feigned unconsciousness, the mingled scents filling the compartment indicating the presence of others. As the carriage jolted, Fu Jin quietly inched closer to Yin Chinxiu, distancing herself from the other occupant nearby. Being close to him, she was immediately enveloped by the aroma of sandalwood, a scent that calmed her and was pleasing to the senses. Her heart raced, and she found it impossible to quiet its tumult. It had been so long since she had been this close to him. Fortunately, she had come tonight. Otherwise, such an opportunity would have slipped away. Upon hearing of his presence at the brothel, she sensed something was amiss. He was not the type to frequent such places. The matters he had investigated previously had no connection to the brothel, unless he had uncovered something new and was putting himself at risk. Fearing for his safety and concerned about interfering with his affairs, she quietly played the role of a maid. In retrospect, her intuition proved correct. Lost in thought, the carriage gradually came to a halt, indicating they had arrived. Fu Jin steadied her mind. Why were more people being sent? She wondered who it might be in Nanjing City, if discovered. But what was there to fear? He was preoccupied with Lu Run and Apos, as troubles, and would not notice. They were short on manpower. This was the last batch. Rest assured, they were merely beggars and orphans. No one would pay attention to them. The two conversed casually, seemingly unconcerned that the occupants of the carriage could overhear them or that they might flee. The usual practice was to starve them for 2 days. The initially displeased man seemed to relent, and soon the carriage began to move again. Not long after, the compartment was opened, and 2 individuals unceremoniously tossed the passengers inside, as if they were mere objects. Yin Chinchio's hand remained firmly clasped around Fu Jin's, and they were both thrown together into the confined space. Fu Jin opened her eyes slightly, surveying her surroundings. The room was pitch dark and airless, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the door's crack. Besides the 2 of them, there were several others piled together, the small room nearly filled to capacity. Yet silence prevailed, as they had likely been rendered unconscious before being brought in. Yin Chinchio remained motionless beside her, prompting Fu Jin to stay still as well. Uncertain of the captor's intentions, she opted for a strategy of stillness, closing her eyes to rest. However, the oppressive darkness made sleep elusive, and she was plagued by nightmares, her emotions roiling within her. After an indeterminate amount of time, the clamor of voices roused her. The other occupants were gradually waking up, their panic, confusion, fear, and cries mingling into a chaotic chorus as they surged towards the door, desperate to escape. Fu Jin opened her eyes fully and turned her head, locking gazes with a pair of profound eyes. Her pupils dilated in shock, her fingertips digging into her palms, drawing blood. The memory of the way he had looked at her before his death flooded her mind, overlapping with the present moment. She nearly called out, "Husband." The grip around her wrist suddenly loosened, causing her to instinctively recoil as if burned, the pain in her palm momentarily grounding her. Slowly, she turned her head away, no longer looking at him. "My lord, what now?" Qing Zhui inched closer to Yin Chinchio, speaking softly amid the din. "Let us wait for 2 days and observe the situation," he replied, and silence fell thereafter. Fu Jin furrowed her brow, her heart sinking. If someone was waiting outside for them, 2 days without any sign of movement would likely incite chaos. His words implied that there was no help to be found outside. The first light of dawn began to filter through the door crack, illuminating the room slightly, dispelling some of the darkness, though the light remained scant. After a while, the commotion among the others subsided as they grew weary and sought places to sit. Fu Jin positioned herself in a corner. Beside her sat a burly man who, unable to tolerate the noise, bellowed, "What are you all shouting for?" People tended to fear the strong, and his imposing presence silenced many, though some remained defiant, as the uncertainty of their situation amplified their fears. "I just peeked through the crack in the door. There are people outside. If you keep making noise, they'll hear nothing and it'll be futile. Wait until nightfall, feign illness, and then use some good bribes to lure them in, and we can seize the chance to escape." His reasoning was sound, and with no other options available, the room quieted down. Some questioned why they weren't acting immediately, but before the burly man could respond, another mocked, "It's daytime. Who knows how many are outside? Even if we manage to escape, we might still meet death. It's better to wait until night." With that, the group settled into silence, some beginning to converse, seemingly shedding their fears. After a while, hunger struck, but they had been thoroughly searched, leaving them with nothing to eat, and they could only endure. When night finally fell, the burly man's prediction came true. As the guard was knocked unconscious and the door swung open, a throng of people surged forward, seeking escape. Fu Jin was unexpectedly shoved from behind, propelling her into the crowd. She quickly turned to find Yin Chinchio, spotting him in his original position. In the next moment, she saw a glint of cold steel aimed at him, her heart leaping into her throat as she couldn't suppress a cry. "Husband!" Yin Chinchio paused momentarily, sidestepping the dagger that flew at him, seizing the assailant's wrist and forcing him to drop the weapon before delivering a swift kick. Qing Zhui deftly moved in to restrain the attacker. Seeing him unharmed, Fu Jin's heart finally eased. She mentally chided herself for overreacting. She knew his skills well enough to trust he wouldn't end Amp. Amp, Oppos, TB easily injured. The brooding man stepped closer to Fu Jin, fixing her with an intense gaze, and asked, "What did you just say?" At his words, Fu Jin's heart raced. What should she do? He seemed to have grown suspicious of her. Chapter 20. Manipulating her. Deceiving her, Fu Jin collected her thoughts, casting a blank glance at him before turning to leave. "Be careful," the woman's voice was cold, resonating with clarity in the stillness of the moment. Yin Qinxiu observed her retreating figure, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Qingzhui, puzzled, looked at him and muttered, "Isin and Oppos. Tiet and Oppos. Be careful and Oppos. Could it possibly be husband?" Yin Qinxiu glanced back at him, prompting Qingzhui to grin. Outside, Fu Jin awaited their emergence, a sheen of cold sweat adorning her brow. In her anxious state, she blurted out that her soul nearly fled, relieved that moments ago, amidst the clamor and chaos, the two pronunciations bore a striking resemblance. Indeed capable of creating confusion. She surveyed her surroundings. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only the solitary building behind them. The man captured was the burly figure who had previously plotted an escape, yet he displayed no anger, merely calm acceptance. "Why did you target him?" Fu Jin confronted the man coldly. "Amidst so many, why did you choose Yin Qinxiu? What do you know about him? You cannot escape. If you know what is good for you, release me now, and I may spare your lives." With a sharp crack, the man and Oppo's jaw was dislocated, and Fu Jin disdainfully wiped her hands with a cloth. "If you can and Oppo's, provide answers and remain a nuisance. It and Oppo's. Best you stay silent." Qingzhui remained unfazed, not even twitching an eyebrow as Yin Qinxiu surveyed the area and declared, "This is futile. Let him go. We must leave." The burly man, rendered mute, wore an expression of smug satisfaction, as if to say they had yielded. In search of something to bind him, Qingzhui unfastened the man and Oppo's belt, securing him to the door. Soon after, the trio departed. Once they were out of sight, the burly man struggled free from his bindings and hastened to the right. After about a quarter of an hour, they encountered a large pit, illuminated by bright lights and filled with the sounds of dust and cries for mercy. A lanky, sharp-featured man wielded a whip, mercilessly striking those before him, those who had attempted to escape moments earlier. Upon seeing the burly man approach, the thin man casually tossed the whip to him. "You certainly took your time. These fools are waiting for your rescue. Hurry and save them." The lean man was the one who had previously remarked on the inconvenience of daytime. Evidently, he was in cahoots with the burly man, infiltrating this group to orchestrate their downfall. He provided them with a glimmer of hope only to shatter it, instilling the belief that escape was futile and no one would come to their aid. The burly man gestured toward his mouth, producing muffled sounds, unable to articulate due to his dislocated jaw. The thin man, noticing the issue, advanced to help him, and with a sickening crack, the jaw was reset. "What happened?" "The three of them were peculiar. I tested them and was surprised to find they possessed some martial skills. Realizing I was not divulging anything, they bound me. I barely managed to escape, but I doubt I can run far. I and Oppos, gather men to pursue them." Fury flared in the burly man's eyes as he lashed out with the whip toward the surrounding crowd, venting his anger. The instinctive reactions of the people only infuriated him further, prompting two more lashes that sent anguished cries echoing through the air. "Enough! They're still nearby. We must search quickly. If they get away, we are doomed." The thin man, slightly exasperated, received the whip thrown at him by the burly man, who then stormed off with his men to search. The thin man led the group forward. They found themselves in a pit, surrounded by steep walls. Climbing out would require two people to form a makeshift ladder, though there was one steep slope, heavily guarded. Beneath the bright lights, the sounds of whip cracks, shouts, and the clattering of carts filled the air as the emaciated figures of the oppressed continued to shuffle back and forth under the guards and Oppo's relentless blows. The newly arrived group was herded into the pit like sheep, unguarded at the entrance, yet swarming with their captors once inside. Perched on a tree branch on the pit and Oppo's edge, Fu Jin and Yin Qinxiu observed the scene unfold, their expressions grave. The prisoners were intentionally released. Qingzhui was sent to scout for help, and if escape proved impossible, distracting a portion of their captors would suffice. There was no need for speculation. It was evident that these individuals were engaged in illicit mining. The ambitions of the mastermind behind this operation were glaringly apparent. A wave of nostalgia washed over Fu Jin. Her heart, turbulent as memories of her past life, surged forth. She recalled how Yin Chenxiu had become the left envoy of the censorate that year, tasked by the emperor to investigate the salt tax in Nanjing. Within a month, he had uncovered the corruption orchestrated by Governor Liu and Appo's elder brother, Liu Run, apprehending him and rescuing a group of citizens. This act rekindled the people's support for him, reinstating his glory and earning him the emperor's favor. To this day, she could not fathom why such a magnificent censor faced repeated treachery, ultimately compelled to marry her. After their marriage, she had witnessed his injuries, all stemming from assassination attempts. At the time, she had been oblivious, believing his position had simply offended many. In retrospect, she chastised herself for her naivety. His brilliance had surely led him to uncover the illegal mining operations in this life, yet he had kept it secret, attracting danger. The mastermind had harbored sinister ambitions from the outset. Even without her, he would not have been spared, yet he had so shamelessly exploited and deceived her. What is the matter? Noticing her emotional turmoil, Yin Chenxiu inquired softly. The gravity of the situation had escalated, and he could not afford to remain silent. However, when no response came, he hesitantly called Fu Jin. He recalled their first meeting, where she had ignored his calls more than once. A wry smile crept onto his lips as he considered the folly of minding a young girl and Appo's reactions. A sharp pain pierced her heart as she heard him call her name, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Yin Chenxiu's expression tightened. He did not miss the glimmer of moonlight reflecting in her eyes. "Do not forget your promise, young Master Qingyan." Fu Jin turned her head, refusing to wipe away the tears, pretending nothing had occurred. Her voice trembled with a hint of hoarseness, revealing her struggle to maintain composure. Qingyan was his courtesy name. He wished to conceal his identity behind this moniker, and she was well aware. In the brothel, her sudden appearance had been suspicious, prompting her to mention Su Suiyu. The establishment possessed unique ointments to treat scars, making her presence there somewhat justifiable. She had aided him in the ruse, earning the trust of the brothel's patrons while he provided her with the ointment. Initially, they intended to part ways after the charade, yet for precaution, he had grasped her hand through his sleeve. Upon hearing those words, he tightened his grip, ensuring their connection remained unbroken, driven by concern for her safety. Perhaps he had not anticipated that the danger had only intensified. Fu Jin heard his low response, yes. Yin Chenxiu had intended to offer her a handkerchief to dry her tears, yet upon seeing her indifferent facade, he silently tucked the cloth back into his sleeve. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck, and Yin Chenxiu and Appo's expression hardened as he sidestepped, descending from the tree. The commotion attracted the attention of the nearby guards, who shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 21. Save them, only to let them come to kill me? A few individuals sensed something amiss and approached this way. Seizing the moment, Fu Jin tossed a firebrand down from the branches above, and Yin Chenxiu hurriedly caught it, nearly laughing in exasperation. She actually intended for him to draw attention away, leaving herself to face danger alone. However, the guards on that side had already arrived, and he could only retreat for the time being. Several people pursued Yin Chenxiu as he departed, while Fu Jin leapt down from the branches. Upon exiting the building, she discarded the flamboyant attire from the flower tower, revealing the black attire she had worn prior to her arrival, her long hair flowing gracefully in the moonlight with each movement. Not far away, plumes of smoke began to rise, accompanied by the sounds of guards shouting. It was on fire. The commotion was significant enough that those in the pit could hear it, prompting a portion of the guards to rush toward the flames, while the elderly and young men in the pit were forced to abandon their tasks and retreat into the cave under the guards' urging. Fu Jin casually picked up 2 pebbles and hurled them, causing a fire pit within the pit to crash to the ground with a loud bang, sending sparks flying and drawing the attention of the crowd. Seizing this opportunity, a figure leapt toward the guard holding a whip, drawing a dagger and swiftly striking at the throat, blood gushing forth. "Find a place to hide," Fu Jin called out, seizing the whip from the guard and Appo's hand and, turning, swung it to create a barrier. The crowd finally regained their senses, huddling together in a corner, with some capable individuals standing in front to shield against the guards. Under the flickering lights, their cold faces were tinged with a hint of red. Fu Jin, disinterested in lingering combat, cleared a path through the crowd, and headed directly into the cave. The tall, thin man was clearly the leader, facing overwhelming odds, especially with hostages involved. He was at a disadvantage. Capture the leader first, he thought, but that tall figure was somewhat clever, remaining inside despite the chaos. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a disheveled figure filled with rage emerged at the cave entrance. It wasn't that he hadn't heard the commotion. He was merely caught up in his own business and delayed by a moment. Kill for me. Before he could finish, a whip lashed out, startling him into retreat. The guards surged forward again. Fu Jin kicked one away, discarded the whip, and brandished her dagger as she advanced. In a moment of panic, the tall man grabbed a nearby child to shield himself. Fu Jin furrowed her brow, quickly retracting her strike, seizing the child instead and kicking the man away. Having set the fire, Yin Chinxiu rushed toward this direction, dealing with those outside the cave. At that moment, Fu Jin had advanced to within a meter of the cave entrance, where numerous guards were pouring out. She swiftly engaged, seizing the thin man who had been lying on the ground, pressing her dagger against his neck. With a grunt, the blade pierced his body, the sound of tearing fabric accompanying it. Fu Jin felt a sharp pain at her waist and turned to see the child she had saved earlier, his dark face shadowed, yet his eyes filled with malice, wielding a long knife, blood streaming down its blade. The thin man managed to break free, revealing a sinister smile. Before he could utter a word, a knife flew through the air and pierced his shoulder blade, pinning him against the stone wall behind him. Yin Chinxiu's expression was as cold as a demon, his brows furrowed, unable to contain the rage within. The boy, eyes wide with terror, stumbled back and fell to the ground. The long knife was somewhat oversized, and the child, frail and emaciated, struggled to hold it steady. The blade had not sunk deeply into his abdomen, and Fu Jin grasped the knife's back and pulled it out. A dark silk handkerchief caught her eye. She paused briefly, lowering her eyes to accept it, pressing it against her wound, tucking it into her belt, a makeshift bandage. Yin Chinxiu's brow twitched, his gaze shifting away, ultimately saying nothing. The thin man was pinned in place, unable to escape unless he broke free, yet he remained arrogant. Capturing these two will earn me a hefty reward. He foolishly believed that just two individuals would not stand against many, especially with hostages involved. If they resist, I'll kill them one by one. Fu Jin scolded, tightening her grip on the bloody blade. Save them, only to let them come and kill me? Her eyes narrowed, a hint of crimson glimmering at their corners. And with that declaration, she surged forward. Her figure moved with such swiftness that it left others momentarily stunned. When they regained their focus, numerous corpses lay strewn across the ground, as if she had become entranced by bloodshed. Who would believe she had come to save them? The slaves in the cave instinctively huddled together, while the guards stood frozen in shock. Yin Chinxiu advanced, and together with Fu Jin, they subdued the captives from both sides. Fools! Kill them! The tall man shouted in a mix of urgency and fury. The guards suddenly snapped back to reality. Though Fu Jin and Yin Chinxiu acted swiftly, they were merely two against many, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining guards began to threaten the hostages. Suddenly, a group surged into the cave, arrows flying in unison, striking true, and those who followed rushed in to assist. Qing Jie, at the back, threw the burly man to the ground. He was bound, battered, and one eye was blinded. Upon seeing their compatriots captured, the tall man finally felt fear, but it was too late. In the dead of night, those still awake could vaguely see thick smoke rising from the mountains, flickering flames hidden within. Yet when they blinked, it vanished as if an illusion. Little did they know, a brutal massacre was underway inside. The reinforcements Qing Jue had brought arrived just in time, and Fu Jin was no longer needed. Yin Chinxiu methodically handled the aftermath, but when he turned, that figure had already vanished. Outside the cave, Fu Jin coldly regarded the child who stood in her way, his face smeared and indistinct. Yet those treacherous eyes now appeared innocent, glistening with unshed tears, as if the one who had nearly taken her life was not him at all. I'm sorry, sister. I was just so scared. I'm sorry, the child stammered, sobbing pitifully, his voice hoarse, evoking sympathy from anyone who might witness it. Yet Fu Jin merely gazed at him with icy indifference, attempting to step away. The child, despite his fear, stepped forward once more, blocking her path, lifting his chin defiantly, revealing the ferocity he had shown moments earlier, no longer the weak and innocent figure. I just want to live. You are alone. If we are to die, what difference does it make if it is by their hands or yours? If I survive, I will ensure you receive a proper burial. He had not anticipated her strength or the assistance she had, and now he found himself precariously standing on the edge of a blade. I was wrong. If you can take me with you, let me live. I will do anything you ask. Please, sister. The ferocity in his eyes faded, replaced by innocence, and ultimately, a plea. Fu Jin's smile vanished, yet her gaze was filled with lethal intent. He wished to live, but did that mean she must die? Chapter 22. I only wish to live, yet you stand alone. She had saved him. But did he acknowledge his wrongdoing? No. His pleas, his displays of weakness, and his fierce demeanor were merely tactics employed to exploit her for his own survival, much like that other person. Given the known outcome, Fu Jin should have eliminated all threats without leaving any future complications. However, she restrained the murderous intent in her eyes as thoughts of Qing Jiu surfaced. The youngest of Yin Qinxiu's shadow guards, a child who once confided in her. Had someone lent me a hand back then, revealing the kindness of this world, it would not have been in vain to come to this life. He had spoken with a smile, yet his eyes were devoid of light, and an air of resignation clung to him. Fu Jin cast a pouch of money she carried towards the child before her. Regardless of his actions, she would not take him back, as she had stated. Sparing his life was already a form of grace. Do not follow me any longer. A commoner bears no sin, yet possesses a treasure. If he were wise, he could survive with this money. If not, it would simply be his fate. Yet Fu Jin had not anticipated the child's cleverness. Her fleeting compassion led him to seek out Yin Qinxiu with her pouch. But that was a matter for another time. In the present, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Yin Qinxiu and his entourage, Fu Jin hastily returned. Within the inn, she waited 5 days, ultimately receiving news of Yin Qinxiu's return to the capital. She procured a vessel identical to theirs, departing ahead of them. Once outside Nanjiang City, she instructed the boatman to display the character Yin at the bow. Meanwhile, Yin Qinxiu returned to the capital, accompanied by Shen Nongxue. Shen Nongxue had waited a fortnight, hoping to journey back with Yin Qinxiu for mutual support. Yet, he was often preoccupied, and she had almost resolved to set forth alone when fate intervened, allowing their paths to align perfectly. The ship was spacious, equipped with private cabins, rendering it impossible for Shen Nongxue to find an opportunity to express her gratitude to Yin Qinxiu, as he had remained sequestered within the cabin since boarding. Attended to by Qing Jue, the journey from Nanjiang City to the capital was lengthy. The water route was swifter but necessitated passage through Lianshan Ridge. This region, with its narrow terrain and towering mountains on either side, was best navigated by day, for at night it was easy to lose one into Oppo's way and encounter peril. Thus, it became customary to anchor there, leading to the establishment of taverns catering to those seeking merriment. Some patrons took up residence to enjoy music, drink, and indulge in games of chance. The Yin family vessel, encountering Lianshan Ridge, did not pause but continued onward, shortly followed by several others. In the cover of night, Fu Jin rose, donning a gauzy hat, and made her way to the bow. Her fingers brushed the silken handkerchief concealed in her sleeve, her expression frigid. In her previous life, Yin Qinxiu had been ambushed on his return to the capital, plunging into the river. Although he had emerged unscathed, the inherent dangers were apparent. Ultimately, the matter was hushed, as incidents at Lianshan Ridge had occurred multiple times prior to his arrival, typically involving thieves seeking wealth. Nevertheless, once Yin Qinxiu and Oppo's incident transpired, the court dispatched investigators, yet the outcome was predictable. Fu Jin summoned Bao Zhu to alert her of the situation at Lianshan Ridge. Should it be a robbery? The opulence of the Fu family's vessel, coupled with Bao Zhu's tendency to attract attention, would be hard to overlook. Moreover, her mother had already departed in a smaller boat, leaving only the Fu family and Oppo's vessel anchored, which had remained for several days without incident. By displaying the character Yin at the bow, she inevitably attracted a crowd. This could only indicate that their true intentions lay beyond mere revelry. They were after Yin Chenxiu. An arrow whizzed through the air, striking the hull with a resounding clang. Following the sound, the other vessels swiftly closed in, revealing something lurking beneath the moonlit waters. Fu Jin's brow arched slightly as she bent to retrieve a bow and arrow. Her arm instinctively drawing back, the bowstring taut, yet her demeanor remained relaxed, as if engaging in a commonplace activity. She aimed at the trajectory of the earlier arrow, releasing her grip, and the arrow flew forth with unyielding force. She quickly notched 2 more arrows, directing them toward the surrounding boats. Once 3 arrows had been loosed, she discarded her bow as the adversaries closed in. The following boats surged forward, led by Bao Zhu and several others, who swiftly boarded to assist Fu Jin in confronting the relentless assailants lurking beneath the water. These individuals were determined to see Yin Chenxiu dead, their blades aimed with lethal intent. One person maneuvered around Fu Jin, making directly for the cabin. The assailant was a woman, who presumed Yin Chenxiu would be inside, only to find it empty. Realizing her error, she hurriedly exited the cabin. Having been deceived, she turned to flee, but before she could utter a word, Fu Jin regained her focus and hurled a dagger, swiftly severing the woman's throat, blood gushing forth. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched her neck, a look of defiance in her gaze before collapsing. Though Fu Jin had taken a life, the sound carried forth. The remaining black-clad figures attempted to retreat, but found themselves trapped. Fu Jin pressed forward relentlessly, with Bao Zhu leading the charge, the silent battle continuing. Had it been daylight, the river would have been awash with blood. As the witching hour approached its end, this brutal conflict, lasting nearly half an hour, finally subsided. Bao Zhu and her team began clearing the bodies, attempting to retrieve those from the river, with the dawn expected to wash away the blood. Fu Jin remained at the bow, the character Yin now absent, her clothing stained in multiple hues of blood, both her own and that of others. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, inducing nausea, and her hand trembled slightly with the dagger. Yet she did not depart until Bao Zhu had ensured everything was in order, including the destruction of a ship. Only then did she board the vessel that Bao Zhu had used to arrive, and they returned together. The stench of blood from the altercation weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving everyone unsettled, and Bao Zhu remained silent. "We must afford them more time to recuperate and regain their strength," Fu Jin suggested. "Arrangements have already been made, rest assured." "Miss," Bao Zhu replied. Fu Jin nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. As Fu Jin and Appo's vessel anchored at Lianshan Ridge, she sought refuge in an inn. As she passed through, a figure brushed past her, glancing back inquisitively. "How peculiar! Why does that woman carry the scent of blood?" he mused, shaking his head in confusion before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Yin Chenxiu's ship docked at Lianshan Ridge as well. Shen Nongxue disembarked with her maid, standing by the shore, initially assuming Yin Chenxiu would remain in the cabin, but soon the sounds of movement reached her ears. Indeed, he emerged. As he approached, she bit her lip, offering a greeting before speaking. "Young Master Yin, thank you." Yin Chenxiu and Appo's expression remained as cold as ever. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued on his way, offering no further pleasantries. Shen Nongxue watched his retreating figure, her gaze somewhat dazed. Previously, he had afforded her more attention at the inn, yet now he seemed as distant as a stranger. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye not far away, and upon investigation, she gasped in shock. In broad daylight, someone was wielding a knife, poised to strike at Yin Chenxiu. "Young Master Yin, be careful." The moment the words escaped her lips, she lunged forward. Chapter 23. The character Yin, a sudden blade struck the outstretched arm, yet Yin Chenxiu had already evaded the attack, delivering a swift kick to the assailant clad in black. Qingzhue swiftly advanced to subdue the individual, but in the next heartbeat, the man succumbed to poison. In midair, Shen Nongxue watched helplessly as he was about to crash to the ground. Finally, Yin Chenxiu stirred, retracting his hand within his sleeve and through 2 layers of fabric. He grasped the collar of Shen Nongxue's garment, barely managing to steady her before withdrawing his hand. As Shen Nongxue regained her balance, she nearly lost her footing again, but she had no time to dwell on it. Her arm throbbed painfully, and upon inspection, she saw blood seeping out. Tears welled in her eyes. Yet she held them back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you, young Master Yin. I have caused you trouble." It was evident to all that Yin Shenxiu had dodged the attack in the nick of time. The assailant posed no threat to him. However, Shen Nongxue had lunged forward and was now left with a wound, while the man lay dead. "Qingxue, take Miss Shen to find a doctor for her bandages," Yin Shenxiu instructed coldly. Shen Nongxue, already flustered, wished to linger no longer. After a hasty bow, she departed. While bathing, Fu Jin discovered that the wooden token on her red string bracelet had mysteriously vanished. Hastily dressing, she intended to step outside in search of it when she overheard Yin Shenxiu's voice. She could vaguely discern something about medicine, but the rest was indistinct. In the corridor, Yin Shenxiu's keen eyes caught sight of an object on the ground. He narrowed his gaze and, after a moment, picked it up and returned to his room. Qingxue followed closely behind, curious about what he held, but saw nothing and scratched his head in puzzlement as he entered the room. The subordinate has already investigated. This individual has been lingering here for about a month, frequenting the local gambling dens. He has lost more often than not, becoming increasingly addicted. Recently, he lost several games and had a quarrel before stepping outside. His motive for attacking you remains unclear. Given his behavior, it seems he lost his money and, seeing your wealth, might have thought to rob you. Yet, the fact that he poisoned himself suggests the actions of a certain kind of dark guard. It is uncertain who aimed to harm you, or if they underestimated you to send just one assassin. Is this a child in Appos? S-game? Little did they know, the man was indeed a gambler caught in a frenzy, failing to heed his companions and Appos' warnings. Upon exiting, he fortuitously encountered Yin Shenxiu, the closest target, and seized the unexpected opportunity to strike without hesitation. He even contemplated sending a message to his companions to launch an attack. Unfortunately, his companions had departed ahead of him. Further inquiries are necessary, including investigating the robbery aspect. Yin Shenxiu felt an inexplicable connection between these two occurrences, but had to concede to Qingxue's assessment. To send only one assassin suggested either the mastermind's arrogance or that the individual was merely there to provoke. The likelihood of a sudden, opportunistic robbery was slim. The methodical and lethal nature of the poisoning was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mere thief. Meanwhile, Fu Jin, having searched in vain, sat quietly on her bed, hugging her knees. Habitually, she reached for her ankle, only to find it empty, devoid of the token. A soft sigh escaped her lips. "Never mind. I shall seek another at the temple upon reaching the capital." Her despondent mood dissipated shortly, replaced by the comforting presence of Yin Shenxiu in the adjacent room. The layout of the inn was similar throughout, particularly between their two rooms. With this thought, she adjusted her bed against the wall, feeling a sense of peace in knowing he slept just a wall away. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Shenxiu had just completed his evening routine and was preparing to rest when an irritating scratching sound from next door reached his ears, piercing the tranquility. Frowning, he listened as the noise ceased before he could voice his irritation, and soon silence enveloped the space, allowing him to drift into slumber. While he slept, Fu Jin found it difficult to do so due to the wound on her lower back. Although it had been scabbing and was on the verge of healing, today and Appos' altercation caused it to reopen. Despite having treated it earlier, she had been sleeping on her side to face him, inadvertently pressing against the injury. Realizing blood was seeping through, she could no longer endure the discomfort. She rose to tend to her wound once more, and by the time she settled down again, dawn was approaching. The following morning, Yin Shenxiu and his party prepared to depart once more. Regardless of the assassin and Appos' intentions, lingering here posed undeniable risks, and it was prudent to leave as soon as possible. Qingxue, having hardly slept, had been discreetly investigating the matter, hoping for results before their departure, and he was not disappointed. His subordinates uncovered remnants of what appeared to be arrows from a ship, yet no bodies were found. However, numerous bloodstains indicated a serious situation. After a pause, Qing Zhuai presented the last of his findings to Yin Qinxiu. The damaged lantern frame was unrecognizable, but the blurred inscription on the lantern's surface vaguely revealed the character Yin. Qing Zhuai was genuinely perplexed, unable to piece together the events. Yin Qinxiu did not permit further investigation. Instead, after Qing Zhuai withdrew, he recalled something. Moments later, he rubbed his waist and retrieved a small wooden token, which bore the same character Yin. Chapter 24. The heir of the Duke of Anbei. The consecutive occurrences associated with the Yin family inevitably stirred a sense of vigilance within Yin Qinxiu, leading him to speculate on the nature of the impending conspiracy. There were countless individuals fixated on the Yin family, akin to a multitude of fish swimming across a river. Meanwhile, Fu Jin followed Yin Qinxiu's vessel at a leisurely pace. As they passed by the site from the previous night, she noticed areas that had not been thoroughly cleaned due to the darkness. After they had moved on, she instructed Bao Zhu to return and tidy up the remnants. The night had been too dark, and even with the lanterns, some spots had been overlooked, though they were not conspicuous. Fortunately, they were now rectified, ensuring that no one would discover the oversight. At the end of April, after several days of incessant rain, the capital finally welcomed the sun. The sky was clear and bright, albeit a touch warm, yet it brought a sense of comfort to the heart. The once desolate wharf, now vibrant, was filled with activity. Vessels arrived continuously, disembarking a steady stream of passengers. Nearby, several individuals clad in matching gray attire stood at the docking point, yet no boats were anchored there. Surely, these must be the people from the Duke of Anbei's residence. Who are they waiting for? Someone curious inquired. The only one capable of drawing a crowd of young ladies on Chong and Apos and Street, eagerly anticipating his return, could only be the heir of the Duke of Anbei. Recalling the heir's temperament, the individual chuckled and remarked on the unfortunate nature of the situation before departing. When discussing the heir of the Duke of Anbei, the young men of the capital could only express their grievances. Yin Qinxiu, the heir, was born into a lineage of distinguished military generals, with ancestors whose contributions were countless. Had it not been for the dwindling of descendants, the realm might have belonged to the Yin family. From birth, Yin Qinxiu held the title of heir, cherished by his parents, and occasionally favored by the emperor with gifts and honors, privileges that even royal princes could scarcely match. In his youth, the citizens spoke of Yin Qinxiu with trepidation. This little tyrant feared neither heaven nor earth, preferring meddling in others' affairs over playful pursuits. If he encountered someone struggling with their tasks, he would apprehend them for a thorough education, showcasing his talent for instigating chaos. There was an incident where, in pursuit of a lost cat for a young girl, he pursued it across 3 streets, inadvertently demolishing a wall in the process. Ultimately, he did catch the cat, but the young girl was nowhere to be found. Such escapades were innumerable, yet the once prominent little tyrant gradually faded from the public eye. Yin Qinxiu joined the army at the tender age of 8, personally sent by the Duke of Anbei. He began as a soldier, having trained in martial arts from a young age, demonstrating remarkable talent. After 4 years, at the age of 12, he shone on the battlefield, earning fame in Anbei. However, such glory lasted only a year. At 13, he fell ill and returned to the capital, seldom leaving his residence. Consequently, the citizens of the capital began to forget the once renowned heir of the Duke of Anbei. That was until this year. During the imperial examination, he dazzled all with a single essay, claiming the top position and delighting the emperor, who immediately appointed him as the left imperial censor of the Deziyuan at the unprecedented age of 16. Shortly after assuming office, he journeyed south and, within a month, achieved notable accomplishments, returning in glory. Those fortunate enough to have encountered him described the heir of the Duke of Anbei as a brilliant moon, radiant yet unattainable. Despite this, the young ladies of the capital were utterly enamored, their infatuation spiraling uncontrollably. As Yin Qinxiu disembarked from the ship, he appeared striking, with clear features and a regal bearing. The steward, who had been waiting, hurried forward with a bow. "My lord, this old servant comes at the command of the lady to escort you home." Not far away, Fu Jin and Apos' vessel had also docked. Clad in understated attire, With her face concealed by a veil, she descended the ship and blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. Following the gaze of the onlookers, she turned her eyes towards the figure standing there, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. ISN and Oppos. T. the heir of the Duke of Anbei, still unmarried? Who was that lady? She wondered. Could it be that he found a match during his journey south? They do appear quite well suited. Her smile faltered as she overheard the chatter around her and looked up. A young woman in a light purple garment descended from the ship behind Yen Xinxiu. He was engaged in conversation with the steward when he seemingly heard the commotion and turned around to speak with her. The girl, though veiled, could not hide her extraordinary beauty. Her every movement was graceful. Whatever Yen Xinxiu said elicited an unmistakable smile from her. When they stood together, as passers-by remarked, they were indeed a perfect match, while others were oblivious to the young woman in Amp, Oppos, this identity. Fu Jin recognized her. Shen Nongxiu, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister in Amp, Oppos, as household. Born into nobility, she embodied the essence of a true lady of high birth. Her eloquence, intellect, and status made her a genuine counterpart to Yen Xinxiu. In a previous life, had it not been for that scheme, Yen Xinxiu would have wed this very Shen lady. She had long prepared herself for this moment. Yet she was unaware that Shen Nongxiu had accompanied him south and returned alongside him. Did she feel resentment? Yes. Shen Nongxiu stood side by side with him, sharing a boat, openly and without pretense, while she could only trail behind discreetly, not daring to approach him even now. Yet that was all. Everything was her choice. Willingly accepted. In this life, they were not yet wed, and she had no intention of repeating the disgraceful fate of her previous existence, being manipulated into marrying him. She did not believe in fate or the notion of being destined for one another. She believed in him. A gentle breeze swept past, lifting the edge of her veil and revealing her serene visage. Bao Zhu, who had been about to speak, swallowed her words and followed her as they departed. Yen Xinxiu caught a glimpse of a familiar face from the corner of his eye. When he turned to look, he could only see a figure disappearing into the crowd, a trace of familiarity lingering. Shen Nongxiu pursed her lips, gazing towards the now-turned Yen Xinxiu, seemingly searching for someone. She felt perplexed but dared not inquire. He truly was rather cold. Throughout their journey, she had seen him only twice, once on the hill and now, where she once thought he might harbor some interest in her. She now felt it was merely her delusion. Whether she expressed gratitude or concern, he remained indifferent, offering only the briefest of responses, leaving the bulk of the conversation to Qingzhui, who was sparing with his words. She wondered if she had done something wrong to warrant such treatment. Yen Xinxiu retracted his gaze, casting a glance at Qingzhui before riding off alone. Please, Miss Shen. Qingzhui smiled as he escorted Shen Nongxiu back, while the steward brought an empty carriage for their return. The carriage, ordered by the Duchess, bore the insignia of the Duke of Anbei. As Shen Nongxiu settled inside, it was evident that her family had not come to fetch her, which necessitated Qingzhui and Amp, Oppos, as assistants. Otherwise, they would have parted ways immediately upon disembarking. Fu Jin was met by Qingmu, who drove a simple, understated carriage as they made their way to her residence. The air inside was stifling, prompting Fu Jin to lift the curtain and peer outside through her veil. Familiar scenery materialized before her, and just as she was about to take in more, a horse galloped by, its rider clad in dark attire. With a single glance, she recognized Yen Xinxiu. Instinctively, she leaned out for a better view, only to be startled, causing Bao Zhu to jump. Miss, be careful. The horse sped away, leaving no trace behind. She lowered the curtain and removed her veil. Outside, Qingmu, hearing the commotion, slowed the carriage and remarked, Miss, your timing is fortuitous. Had you delayed further, I fear the Lin family would have sent someone to force their way in. Chapter 25. What business do you have here, you wretched maid? Madame Fu returned to the capital ahead of schedule, but Fu Jin was absent, unbeknownst to others. Madame Fu, citing Fu Jin's frail health and the severity of her illness during the journey, refrained from visiting the Lin residence and instead went to a house that Fu Jin had arranged long before. Upon her return to the capital, Zhang Mama went directly to the Lin residence to lament her grievances. Although she did not encounter Fu Jin, she dared not assume she was absent. Nevertheless, Madame Lin sent several messengers to summon them back. Madame Fu's repeated refusals incited Madame Lin's ire, leading her to genuinely send someone to invite and oppose them today. The Fu residence was rather modest, a two-entry courtyard situated in a somewhat secluded area, and the house itself was far from impressive, appearing rather shabby and dilapidated. Today, the visitor was none other than the familiar Zhang Mama. At this moment, she carried her slightly plump waist with an air of superiority, her head held high, followed by several maidservants and young men, some shielding her from the wind, others fanning her, and even one holding her skirts. An observer might mistakenly believe she was a lady of high status given such pomp. In Nanjiang City, Zhang Mama had indeed been humbled and had enjoyed a period of tranquility. Now, back in the capital on her home turf, she seized this opportunity to assert herself against these people. Observing the dilapidated courtyard, she noted that it was even inferior to the quarters of the Lin residents and Oppos as servants. The Fu residence in Nanjiang was still somewhat acceptable. One wondered how it came to be this way. Zhang Mama composed herself, seated in the living room and sipping the tea presented by a servant. She spat the tea out, soaking the maidservant who was caught unawares. "What kind of astringent tea do you dare serve me? Is this how you treat your guests, Madame Fu?" Zhang Mama glared, raising her hand to strike the maid. These ungrateful wretches, especially that vile Fu Jin, who, relying on her status as a young lady, dared to look down upon her. She was merely a concubine's daughter. Let us see what capabilities she possesses. As Zhang Mama arrived, it was indeed an oversight on their part for not properly hosting her, causing her distress. Yongxue smiled, glancing at the maid, who understood the cue and retreated. Yongxue sat opposite Zhang Mama. "I hope you can forgive us, Mama. The journey to the capital is long and costly, and with the young lady's illness, we truly have little to offer in terms of hospitality. If this old tea does not suit your palate, we have some fresh tea, which I hope you will accept." As Yongxue spoke, another maid stepped forward to serve Zhang Mama the tea. Although it was claimed to be fresh, it was the lowest grade, even inferior to the previous old tea. Zhang Mama felt increasingly insulted, her face reddening with indignation. Yet she maintained her composure. "No need for that. I am here on the mistress's orders to invite Madame Fu back to the residence. This house is small and drafty, and the second young lady's health cannot withstand such conditions. Once back at the residence, a physician can treat her. The longer we delay, the more serious her condition may become. Worry for the second young lady compels me to take this step." Zhang Mama smiled, and the young men behind her made their way toward the backyard. It was inappropriate to invade the backyard, where Madame Fu and Fu Jin resided. Yongxue stepped forward to block their path. "The young lady is unwell, and the doctor has advised against moving her. We appreciate your kindness, Mama, and once the young lady feels better, she will certainly return to the residence to avoid exacerbating her illness. After all, the second young lady belongs to the Lin residence. It would be unseemly for Madame Fu and the second young lady to stay outside the residence, as it might lead to unwarranted gossip. Those unaware might think the second young lady is hiding someone in this house, which could tarnish her reputation and provoke the master's anger. It would be best for the second young lady to return with you. Be cautious with your words, for the young lady's condition is serious. If she returns to the residence and exacerbates her illness, it would truly be a grave matter." The two exchanged words, both invoking the name of the Lin official, neither willing to yield an inch. Seeing Yongshue's stubbornness, Zhang Mama's suspicion grew, her expression shifting dramatically, and her tone became more forceful. "I am a servant close to the mistress, and I come here on her orders. What business do you have here, you wretched maid?" Such disregard for the mistress by Madame Fu and the second young lady is truly unacceptable. Could it be that Fu Jin is feigning illness to meet her lover, which is why this wretched maid has repeatedly obstructed me? Recalling that she had not seen Fu Jin at all during her journey, Zhang Mama's doubts intensified. "Go fetch the second young lady and Madame Fu back to the residence." Determined to see them, she commanded, and the young men and maids no longer hesitated, heading straight inside. Yongxue restrained herself from taking action. There were naturally people outside the residence, but the young lady had specifically instructed that unless necessary, no one should be discovered, especially by those from the Lin residence. If Zhang Mama overstepped her bounds, she could not be blamed. A group entered the backyard, where Madame Fu remained indoors, and no one was on guard outside. Meanwhile, at the door to Fu Jin's room, Chunxing glanced around nervously, her expression betraying her anxiety. Confirming that no one was present, she pushed the door and, to her surprise, it opened. Swiftly, she slipped inside, treading cautiously. She had long harbored suspicions that Fu Jin was feigning illness. Even if she were unwell, she should not be immobile, and there was not a sound to be heard within the room. Thus, taking advantage of the visitors, she decided to investigate. If Fu Jin truly was absent, she could expose her. Deceiving the master and mistress about her illness and staying out could ruin the girl. This presented an opportunity for her to ascend to the position of the mistress and oppos, as foremost maid. The more Chunxing thought about it, the more excited she became, quickening her pace. Her heart racing in her throat, and she caught sight of a corner of the bed. There was no one there. That wretched Fu Jin was indeed absent from the room. Splendid. She would go tell the mistress immediately. Chapter 26. Putting oneself first. What are you doing? Chunxing was filled with excitement when a voice suddenly startled her, causing her to scream in terror. She nearly cried out in fright, clutching her chest as she fell to the ground, almost exclaiming that she had seen a ghost, only to realize that it was the insufferable Fu Jin. Mississippi. How could it be? Had she misjudged? No. Why was that troublesome girl behind her? Miss, you frightened me to death. Why are you sneaking up on me? The room felt stifling, so I came out for a walk. What are you doing, lurking around? Fu Jin smiled, her gaze scrutinizing Chunxing from head to toe. At that moment, Chunxing and Appo's heart raced, but it quickly morphed into a worried and sorrowful expression. I have been by the Lady S side, caring for her diligently. Seeing that you have not been well for several days, I worried that Baiju was overburdened taking care of you alone. I have been unable to eat or sleep well, constantly worrying about you. I wanted to see you, but feared disturbing you, which is why I came sneakily. Now that she saw the miss was well, Chunxing felt immense joy. I know it was wrong of me to leave the Lady S side without permission. As long as you are well, I am willing to accept any punishment. Fu Jin, seemingly oblivious, had always received sympathy when she expressed her grievances in the past, and she would not be punished but rewarded. Since the girl was well, she could afford to delay returning to the lady's side for now. Now I understand. Fu Jin and Appo's eyes glimmered with realization. Chunxing and Appo's joy was hard to conceal, but she became dumbfounded the very next moment. You have indeed been neglectful, and I shall impose a penalty of 2 months' salary upon you. We have just arrived in the capital, and times are difficult. Chunxing, having treated me so well, you must understand my intentions. I know I have wronged you, and I will compensate you in the future. For now, return and serve me. Fu Jin and Appo's continuous statements left Chunxing somewhat dazed. Although her words sounded gentle, she sensed a hint of threat if she did not respond. Would this insufferable girl send her to serve in Fu Yinyang and Appo's quarters instead? Though Fu Yinyang and Appo's quarters were less demanding, they were still fraught with Zhao Momo and Yongshue's presence, making it impossible for her to get close. How could she then earn merit for the lady? It seemed that the foolish girl had grown somewhat clever lately, likely influenced by that troublesome Baiju who spoke ill of her. Fu Jin, both foolish and dim-witted, had no idea how she would deal with them. Upon contemplating this, Chunxing and Appo's expression brightened with delight. To serve by the Miss and Appo's side is a great fortune for me. Even if it means sacrificing 2 months' salary, I would gladly do so, as long as it is for the Miss's sake. Fu Jin smirked, taken aback by Chunxing and Appo's unexpected loyalty. Since you are so devoted, I shall deduct your salary for half a year. What? Chunxing was once again dumbfounded. She had merely spoken without thinking. Surely they should recognize her loyalty? How could this foolish girl focus on her wages instead? Without money, how could she curry favor with those in the Lin residence? After arriving in the capital, their finances were tight. Chunxing, knowing you can endure so much brings me great comfort. I knew you were devoted to me. Fu Jin said cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with trust and innocence. This comment caused Chuanxing to swallow back her urge to protest. If she were to refuse, this foolish girl might start doubting her sincerity. Just then, Baizhu entered from outside. Miss, Zhang Momo has arrived and is causing a commotion in the Lady and Appo's courtyard. Upon hearing this, Fu Jin stepped away, her once innocent gaze now steely and cold. Chuanxing, relieved that the situation had been interrupted, planned to find an excuse to protect her wages. Little did she know Fu Jin would not forget. Chuanxing, your voluntary penalty of 6 months in Appo's salary brings me great comfort. Do not forget this earnest intention. Baizhu was taken aback, then stifled a laugh. Yes. Fuming, Chuanxing trembled with anger as she withdrew, fearing she might not be able to restrain herself from striking that foolish girl. How dire had their circumstances become? To even consider docking her salary? Useless. The courtyard was not large, and soon she reached the scene. Zhang Momo and Appo's arrogance subdued slightly upon seeing Fu Yinyang. Yet the disdain and mockery in her eyes could not be hidden. She was merely a concubine, not favored, with an unfortunate second miss. If it were not for the master insisting on bringing people back, she would likely have spent her life in that small town of Nanjing. What a pitiful sight. The lady is deeply worried, and Fu Yinyang's health is fragile. We cannot afford to offend her. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and her tone lacked respect, especially as she attempted to have the maidservants escort Fu Yinyang away. It was more akin to abduction than an invitation. Zhang Momo's people were held back by Yongxue, with Zhao Momo assisting. Seeing this, Zhang Momo took matters into her own hands, only to have her sleeve torn in the struggle. This was a gift from the lady. Zhang Momo was furious, having chosen this fine garment to flaunt her authority, only to have it ruined. In her rage, she raised her hand and slapped Yongxue, who had been blocking the maidservants. Zhao Momo, heartbroken, pushed Zhang Momo away, pulling Yongxue to her side, not daring to touch her. Enraged, she pointed at Zhang Momo and scolded, "You think you can wield power over the lady's courtyard? Have you lost your mind? Go back and tell your mistress that if she wishes to avoid embarrassing herself, she should refrain from sending you old fools to cause trouble. I spit on you. What are you?" Zhao Momo's spirited reprimand left Zhang Momo and her companion stunned, their faces flushed with anger. You. Zhang Momo was speechless with fury. In her mind, Fu Yinyang and her entourage should have been groveling to curry favor with the lady, yet they were acting so arrogantly. With their pitiful appearance, they should not have had the audacity to act wealthy and powerful. Zhao Momo rolled her eyes. You all are as foolish as can be. It was your Lin family that invited them back. Don't come here, try to flaunt your authority over the lady. It won't work. If you say you want to leave, then you want to leave. Get out of here. Zhang Momo and her entourage were powerless against Zhao Momo and Yongxue, and with Baiju's presence, they ultimately had to retreat in failure. Fu Yinyang remained composed throughout, saying nothing or showing any emotion, until she saw Fu Jin and pulled her back inside. Her expression softened, as if she could exude warmth, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Even Fu Jin couldn't and Appo's help but laugh. Baizhu often claimed that my mood swings were a rare talent, and now I understand where this talent comes from. It is inherited from my mother. However, Fu mother did not give her the chance to change the subject, pouring her a cup of tea and surveying her. Speak, where have you been? Fu Jin awkwardly set down her cup, not expecting to be awaited, not wishing to lie. She opted for silence. Seeing her silent, Fu mother understood that she did not wish to disclose her whereabouts, likely feeling it was connected to that Yin Chenxiu. Feigning illness to leave was certainly part of it. Fu mother, though worried and confused, had never questioned Fu Jin. However, ever since learning about Yin Chenxiu, she had been increasingly concerned, sensing that everything concerning Jean Bauer lately revolved around him. Jean Bauer falling headlong into this situation was undoubtedly not a good sign. Fu mother grasped Fu Jin's hand, her expression serious. Whatever you wish to do, I will not oppose, but the premise is that you must put yourself first. Upon hearing this, Fu Jin raised her gaze to her mother, sensing for a moment that her mother had discerned something. Could it be that she is aware of Yin Chenxiu? Chapter 27 Direct Proposal. Fu Jin parted her lips, intending to clarify her thoughts, but ultimately opted for a different approach. As for her mother, Was she longing to return to the Lin residence, or was she in pursuit of freedom? After speaking, she pressed her lips together. She had forgotten that her mother did not wish to return because of her. In her past life, when Granny Zhang arrived, her mother had opposed it, and in this life, she remained resistant. Yet because she wished to come back, driven by important matters, her mother reluctantly accompanied her. They initially resided in the estate not only because she had tasks to attend to, but also because she had not yet deliberated whether to keep her mother here or send her back to the Lin residence. Returning to the Lin residence would entail numerous troubles. Today's predicament would only multiply. Staying outside, although it posed challenges in gaining the Lin family as consent, was not entirely impossible. However, Fu Lanxiu had no qualms. Naturally, I shall follow my beloved Jin Bao. You may rest assured to pursue your endeavors. Those few cannot overshadow me. Fu Lanxiu was acutely aware of the Lin family and Appo's intentions and would never allow anyone to harm her precious Jin Bao. As the night grew cool like water, 2 lanterns flickered within the Anbei Marquis' residence. Yin Qinxiu returned under the cover of night, unnoticed by others. He sent Qingjue back to rest and proceeded towards the main courtyard. The people in the main courtyard were not surprised at his arrival. They greeted him respectfully, served him tea and snacks, and then withdrew. At the tea table sat a woman, her posture relaxed. Though her features were quite ordinary, even somewhat masculine, she possessed a unique charm that made her pleasing to the eye. Merely observing her exuded a sense of nonchalance. "Mother, I have returned," Yin Qinxiu said, bowing respectfully. The Marquis' wife, somewhat weary, placed her hand on her forehead. "After all these years, you still haven't changed. Why adhere to so many formalities? If you're tired from the journey, just rest. I have no riches for you to covet." Her voice was brisk, tinged with helplessness. In his youth, her son had been lively and mischievous, but as he grew older, he became increasingly aloof. Yet, upon returning from outside, he would always come to her first, sometimes looking so fatigued he could barely stand. Despite her many admonitions, he seemed to ignore them, stubborn as ever. Yin Qinxiu stood silently, listening without retort, genuinely fatigued. He had arrived in the capital and immediately gone to court, sitting there for an entire day without respite. The Marquis' wife, exasperated, asked him a couple of questions before allowing him to rest. Just as he was about to leave, she called him back. "You are not young anymore. It is time to marry. If you have someone you fancy, I will personally propose on your behalf." Yin Qinxiu paused momentarily, then understood. There were no hidden motives, merely a convenient opportunity. If there is someone, I would not keep it a secret. Hearing this, the Marquis' wife suppressed a smile and sent him on his way. Once he departed, she laughed, though her joy was short-lived as worry soon followed. Her son had reached an age where he should be betrothed, yet there was no young lady by his side. The girl from the Shun family was quiet and dignified. Although she was not her favorite, if her son liked her, it would indeed be a delightful match. Currently, if he claimed not to be interested, then it truly was the case. She felt hopeful that her son's preferences would align with hers, leading to a satisfactory daughter-in-law. But then she pondered, given his disposition, how long would that take? Unaware of her thoughts, Yin Qinxiu had completed his grooming by midnight when Qingjue entered with precise timing. Miss Fu has arrived in the capital, but has not entered the Lin residence. She is residing in an external courtyard. The Lin family members visited her today and then returned. I am unaware of the specifics. Yin Qinxiu remained silent, gesturing for him to leave. After Fu Jin had hastily departed with injuries, he had instructed Qingjue to investigate, keen to discover her identity as the Lin family's second daughter, which was no difficult task. Now that she was safe and present, he chose not to dwell further. Qingjue had followed his orders, confirming her arrival but neglecting to ascertain the timing. Had he delved deeper, he would not have overlooked so much. The following morning, Lady Lin sat before a bronze mirror while a maid styled her hair. The woman in the mirror had ordinary features, but her eyes stood out, narrow and elongated, complementing her slightly pointed face, exuding a distinct elegance. Granny Zhang recounted the events of the previous day with embellishments. She should have informed Lady Lin upon her return, but due to Lady Lin's absence from the residence, she had not found the opportunity and thus arrived early that day. "Aunt Fu, taking advantage of the master's invitation, was quite audacious, driving me out without regard for the lady's standing. Lady Lin paused, her hands stilling as she adjusted her jewelry. I had good intentions, yet it caused you distress. Very well, since the master has his heart set on Aunt Fu, I shall send someone to invite her back again. Do not fret, Granny. With a smile, Lady Lin bestowed a hairpin upon Granny Zhang. Receiving the pin softened Granny Zhang's demeanor, and she departed with less ire. Lady Lin selected a more exquisite hairpin for herself, one tenfold more valuable than the one given to Granny Zhang. This old woman has aged, no longer as competent as in her youth. I cannot let her take the lead. She must consider the timing, regardless of Aunt Fu's status. She has now arrived in the capital. The master is concerned for her, and I must put forth a good front to avoid creating rifts in their relationship. Utilizing this old woman to manage Aunt Fu was a clever strategy. Lady Lin promptly dispatched another stable messenger to invite Aunt Fu and her entourage back to the residence. This time, she chose someone discreet, who, though lacking the airs of Granny Zhang, could not hide the disdain in her eyes. Having tacitly allowed Granny Zhao to expel the others, Fu Lanchu anticipated yet another visit, and this time returned to the Lin residence without incident. The Lin residence was slightly askew, separated from the East Market by a gate, yet the estate was sizable, albeit the servants were quick to cater to their own interests. Observing that neither the master inquired about Aunt Fu nor the second daughter's return, one could tell they were still unvalued. Their clothing was shabby, yet they maintained an air of superiority, requiring the lady to invite them back multiple times. The originally prepared courtyard was close to the main courtyard, well-positioned and spacious. But suddenly the roof had collapsed, necessitating a last-minute relocation to a smaller, neglected area at the far end, which was dusty and unkempt, and the furnishings were outdated. The servants escorted them to their new quarters without a word of cleaning, hurrying away as if pursued. Chunxing was exceedingly dissatisfied, nearly in a fit. Miss, they are truly overstepping. You are the second daughter. How can they assign you a room worse than that of a servant? This cannot stand. I must seek justice for you. Chunxing could not bear the filthy and dilapidated space. The master's quarters were tolerable, yet the servants' rooms were even smaller and narrower, clearly an attempt to provoke discord. Hoping to arrange a private meeting with the lady, Fu Jin cast a glance at her, understanding her thoughts, but choosing to ignore her. Retreating to her room to organize her belongings, Bao Zhu halted her, insisting they clean the courtyard. The miss has just returned and has yet to settle. Are you foolish or simply unwilling to see her well? Get to cleaning. Chunxing was silenced by this retort, and with Bao Zhu watching closely, she found herself unable to break free, growing increasingly anxious and frustrated, eager to escape this place. As dinner approached, someone arrived from the main courtyard while Fu Jin was accompanying her mother. Hearing the commotion, she stepped out to see. Good day, Second Mississippi. The maid, a servant of Lord Lin, delivered her greeting in a perfunctory manner. Dinner is nearly ready. It would be impolite to keep the master waiting. Second Miss and Aunt Fu, please come with me. In the Lin residence, each concubine-esque courtyard had its own kitchen, typically dining separately from the main courtyard, except for Fu Jin, whose impoverished quarters had nothing. Returning on her first day, it was customary for her to dine in the main courtyard. Fu Jin had anticipated this and did not allow her mother to accompany her. Instead, she sent Bao Zhu outside to procure some items. Once the small kitchen was arranged in the next couple of days, there would be no need to purchase anything from outside. After taking a few steps, she noticed no one was following her and turned back to look. Aren't you coming? The maid remained rooted in place, smiling as she replied. The master wishes to see the second young lady and Aunt Fu. Chapter 28. The inability to attend my mother is ill, hence I cannot come, Fu Jinyin stated succinctly, her gaze unwavering as she looked at the maid. The maid, initially taken aback by the intensity of her stare, quickly dismissed her unease, thinking her just a mere girl, not particularly formidable. Yet, her heart brimmed with discontent. After waiting several days, she had finally anticipated a chance to indulge the master, only to be rebuffed and assigned to summon these two who had just returned. Elders of the household had spoken of how beautiful concubine Fu was, and she could not help but fret that the master might once again shower her with affection. The more she thought, the more anxious she became. With the second Miss newly returned to the capital, she was likely unaware of many household rules. The master was to see someone. Even if the concubine were in poor spirits, she must be taken forth. Since the concubine was unwell, the maid resolved to fetch 2 individuals to assist her. Unbeknownst to the maid, she had crossed Fu Jin's threshold of tolerance. Stepping closer, she stood before Fu Jin, still smiling. Rest assured, second miss. The concubine still possesses her charm. The master will be pleased to see her. I will ensure that no harm comes to her. The initial murmurs were soft, but her latter words were spoken louder, inviting misinterpretation from the unknowing. Fu Jin scoffed, a glint of frost in her gaze. She raised her arm and swiftly struck. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, a testament to the force behind it. The maid and Anbei's head jerked to the side, a drop of blood visible on the ground, her dizziness rendering her unstable. In the next moment, a wave of pain surged through her scalp, eliciting a startled cry. Outside the courtyard, several individuals stood, curiosity piqued by the commotion. Fu Jin grasped the maid by the hair, nearly dragging her out, causing the onlookers to instinctively part, fear evident in their expressions. What extraordinary strength the second miss possesses. Spring Apricot was equally stunned, her mind racing with indignation. Fool! How dare she strike someone associated with the master? Did she truly consider herself significant? It was merely a few exchanged words, nothing of consequence. Yet, she feared that upon returning, she might soon be cast out of the household. Seething with frustration, she glanced around, then decided to seize her opportunity. She would first speak to the mistress. Should the mistress erroneously believe Fu Jin's actions to be her doing, even if Fu Jin were expelled, the credit would still belong to her. The woman and Anbei's shrieks echoed through the halls, causing nearly all in the residence to take notice of the newly returned second miss dragging the maid as though she were a lifeless object toward the dining hall. At that moment, Lin Zhengru, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, had just entered the dining hall. Upon witnessing the scene, he felt a pounding in his head, memories of past chaos within the household flooding back. In a fit of anger, he slammed his hand down. "You wretched child, what are you doing?" The porcelain on the table trembled, producing a cacophony of sounds, nearly toppling over. The maid, sensing a glimmer of hope, shielded her head and cried out, tears streaming down her face. "Master, I am in so much pain. I was merely following your orders to invite the second miss and concubine Fu for a meal, yet the second miss suddenly resorted to violence against me. I truly do not understand what I did wrong. Master, please save me." Hearing this, Lin Zhengru's fury intensified, his expression a bitter mockery. "Release her at once. Go to the ancestral hall and kneel in penance." Fu Jin refused to relent, tightening her grip, compelling the maid to meet her gaze. She plucked the hairpin from the maid's head and, under Lin Zhengru's watchful eyes, plunged it into the side of the maid's cheek with force. "Ah! MMM." The maid writhed in pain, cold sweat pouring down, unable to even scream. Lin Zhengru was further incensed by the sight. Fu Jin, seemingly indifferent to the chaos, released her hold, even dismissively wiping her hands, her gaze coldly directed at the man standing before her. Lin Zhengru, with an air of scholarly demeanor, though aged, bore the weight of his years with dignity. Yet all these qualities vanished in the presence of Fu Jin, leaving behind a flustered facade, a far cry from the composed gentleman he typically portrayed. "Lord Lin, with such authority in the house, you demand attendance as if we were in the palace. I cannot come simply because my mother is ill. What will you do? Behead me or parade me through the streets? Must I be present?" Fu Jin's mockery was palpable, her rebellious spirit enough to infuriate him further. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the court for years, Lin Zhengru discerned the implications of her words. It was as if she had nearly branded him a tyrant. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the gravity of the situation. If this were to leak, the Lin household would be utterly ruined. However, the maid, oblivious to the gravity of her predicament, cried out, "Master, you must stand up for me." Regrettably, Lin Zhengru was not one to show mercy. He commanded her to be dragged away, his eyes fierce, making it abundantly clear that her fate was grim. Turning to Fu Jin, he remained displeased. You, a young lady of the Lin household, behaved so rudely. What kind of behavior is this? I am of the Fu family, not the Lin, she retorted defiantly. You. Lin Jingru was left speechless, his anger reigniting. At that moment, Lady Lin approached, her smile warm and inviting, as if to take Fu Jin's hand affectionately, only to be evaded. Lady Lin's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. Master, the second miss has only just returned and is but a child. Must you be so irate with her? Hearing that concubine Fu is unwell, I shall go see her. No need. Your presence might only exacerbate my mother's condition. With a sharp retort, Fu Jin aimed to infuriate further. Yet the more she pushed, the more Lady Lin seemed to delight in the unfolding drama. In her eyes, Fu Jin was merely a foolish country girl, her emotions laid bare, devoid of guile. Lin Jingru, however, was infuriated by Fu Jin and Appo's words. How dare you speak so? This is your mother. Fu is merely your concubine. Should you continue with such disrespect, I shall cast you out of the Lin family. Chapter 29. Spare me the disgust. As Lin Jingru's words fell, a nearby table collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering dishes and scattering porcelain everywhere. Both Lady Lin and Lin Jingru, positioned closely, were splattered with debris. The assailant was none other than Fu Jin, catching everyone off guard and leaving them in a state of astonishment. In esteemed households, it is customary for the matriarch to hold a prominent position, even if she is a stepmother. Yet such decorum did not apply to Fu Jin. At that moment, she was genuinely enraged, her expression as cold as ice, her words resonating with authority. Do not disgust me with your talk of madams and legitimate daughters. My mother neither desires nor respects such titles. However, should I hear another word, I shall reveal the past of the Lin family for all to hear. It is better for everyone to share in the joy than to keep it to oneself. This declaration not only unsettled Lin Jingru, but also stripped Lady Lin of her gentle demeanor, exposing her embarrassment. Zhang Momo stepped forward with a troubled expression. Oh, second miss, why must you act this way? The master and mistress only wish for your well-being. You and concubine Fu have returned. Surely, the master and mistress will not mistreat you. Such defiance undermines propriety, and others will label you a rude, uncouth girl from the countryside. This will bring shame upon you and the Lin family. Though her words seemed like counsel, they subtly chastised Fu Jin for her lack of decorum, even outright insulting her. Fu Jin pressed her lips together, her eyes momentarily reddening, and her fists clenched at her sides. Lin Jingru's anger simmered. Recalling her temperament, he feared she would only exacerbate matters. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he noticed the once defiant girl now looked hurt, stubbornly refusing to voice her grievances. Suddenly, he glimpsed in her a hint of the Fu Lanchu he once knew. Huh. After years in Nanjing City, I have always been treated this way. Do you not find it laughable that you now accuse me of lacking propriety? Pausing, Fu Jin shifted her gaze to Lin Jingru. I believed you wished for my mother and me to return because you had a change of heart. Instead, knowing my mother and Appo's frailties, you relegated her to a dilapidated courtyard where she fell ill. Your maid curses her, and yet you come to reprimand me for my lack of manners. If this is the case, I no longer wish to dwell in the Lin residence. With that, Fu Jin turned and departed. The onlookers were taken aback, having witnessed her transformation from defiance to quiet resilience, prompting Lin Jingru to reflect deeply. This is your home. Where else would you go? I am unaware of the courtyard's condition, but I will arrange for another. The stark contrast in his attitude made Lady Lin's heart tighten as she reassessed Fu Jin. From the moment she arrived, Fu Jin had embodied the rebellious daughter returning after years of abandonment, yet she still bore an undeniable yearning for paternal affection. If this were true, Fu Jin would never accept such an arrangement. Should she acquiesce, she would be a cunning and calculating individual. Fu Jin, seemingly at her limit, cast a fierce glare back at him. Why the pretense? When my mother and I were starving in Nanjing City, where were you? Even our journey to the capital was sustained by our own efforts. We rented a home using our last coins. Why did you not come then? Since you were absent before, You need not concern yourself now. Even if I starve on the streets, I shall not seek you out again." With each word, her eyes grew redder, and after a final glance at Lin Jingru, she strode away. The dining hall fell silent, with even Zhang Momo instinctively retreating. Lady Lin, not wishing to be misunderstood, quickly began to weep. "It is my fault. I had intended for you to stay beside the main courtyard, thinking it would allow the master to see you often. However, the house appears to have been targeted by swallows. The roof is riddled with holes and uninhabitable. The empty courtyards are few, and since concubine Fu has toiled outside for many years, if she does not mind, let us share a courtyard." Lin Jingru appeared oblivious to her pleas, casting her not a glance as he surveyed the chaos, his face darkening as he stormed away. Meanwhile, Fu Jin returned to her quarters, her expression resolute as she ordered water for a bath, discarding her soiled garments with disdain. Just being in the same space as them made her feel ill. The repulsive words of Lin Jingru echoed in her mind. Had she not suppressed her anger, blood would have been shed. Lowering her head, she gazed into the water, her reflection revealing her reddened eyes. Not from tears of sorrow, but from a simmering desire for vengeance. The hatred she had long suppressed surged to the surface upon encountering them. The sound of knocking jolted Fu Jin from her thoughts. She raised a hand to her eyes, her voice husky. "Speak. The Lin family has sent 50 taels of silver." A derisive laugh escaped Fu Jin as she gripped the wooden tub, its creaking echoing her disdain. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, attempting to convince him that her current circumstances stemmed from Ndapos, victimhood and Ndapos, and a yearning for paternal affection, all while maintaining a semblance of control. Having recounted her sufferings and mentioned her empty pockets multiple times, he was not entirely foolish. He recognized the need to offer silver in compensation. Yet, was it truly only 50 taels? Lin Wanin's monthly allowance exceeded that. This paltry sum felt utterly devaluing, a waste of her emotions. It was merely a superficial gesture, too lenient for him. She would allow him to believe he was one step closer to his desires, all the while harboring her own bitterness. But that was not all. She had many intriguing experiments to conduct at his expense. A smile crept across Fu Jin and Ndapos' lips. "Dispose of it. It matters not how many times, simply cast it away." She instructed Chunxing to take the cheapest trinkets and sell them. This pawn should be utilized wisely. Afterward, Fu Jin released her grip, quickly freshened up, and comfortably settled onto the couch. Almost instinctively, she reached down to touch her ankle, only to find emptiness. Frowning, her agitation mounted, prompting her to visit her mother. Fu Lanxu, having heard of the earlier events, did not pry further into the situation, remaining steadfast in her unconditional support. Noticing Fu Jin's distress, she embraced her, soothing her back like in their childhood. Fu Jin closed her eyes, memories of her past life flooding her mind. In her previous existence, she had genuinely harbored affection for Lin Jingru, especially after losing her mother and returning to the capital. How could she not fantasize about her only blood relative? She even considered whether he had his own burdens, enduring hardships to remain within the Lin household, until the schemes to frame her unfolded, revealing the truth of her and her mother's expulsion back to Nanjing City, until the vile rumors about her mother surfaced. They claimed her mother had dalliances with men, that she had sustained Fu Jin through unspeakable means in Nanjing City. Such crude and despicable rumors spread by that vile woman. Zhang Runyang, Lady Lin, while Lin Jingru remained indifferent, even tacitly approving. The most repulsive moment came when, in a drunken stupor, he spoke of her mother's indiscretions with others, further poisoning her spirit with his vile words. Fu Jin clenched her teeth, her voice low and strained. "Mother, I long to kill them." Chapter 30. Shall I take you back? Fu Lanxu and Ndapos' hand, which had been patting, suddenly halted, her face betraying her astonishment. She had sensed Jean Bayer and Ndapos' attitude towards the Lin family, yet she never anticipated it had escalated to such a severe extent. The pressure on her back eased, and Fu Jin's taut heart was subsequently soothed. "Did I not say to prioritize oneself?" Fu Jin replied sullenly, her irritable emotions considerably alleviated. However, once the others departed, Fu Lanxu could not conceal her worry. She was uncertain of the origins of Jean Bayer's murderous intent towards them, but it was evident that this group of wretches had done something reprehensible. Zhao Mama, who had been outside and was unaware of the conversation within, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her mistress and Appo's words. "Madam, are we truly sending the jade pendant along with the letter? Lin Mansion is rather perilous, for now. Do not let Jean Bayer know. We must act swiftly. If there is a reply, notify me at the earliest opportunity." Zhao Mama had been by her side for many years and was acutely aware of her mistress and aunt Appo's expressions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she did not dare to delay. Grasping the treasured jade, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she let out a heavy sigh, sending the jade pendant and letter to Anhui again. With no response from the previous attempt, if there is still no reply this time, Fu Jin and Appo's recent antic had instilled a sense of caution among the servants of the Lin Mansion. Although some still held disdain, at least they maintained a facade of respect. Furthermore, Lin Jingru had thrown the silver money back 3 times, and her fiery temperament had become known to all. No one wished to invite misfortune upon themselves. Initially, Lin Madam thought her to be cunning, but upon witnessing the thrice-rejected silver and hearing of the sale of jewelry, she realized she had overestimated her. She lacked the discernment to seize opportunities and was merely stubborn, clinging to her pride, ultimately revealing her rustic origins, rendering her insignificant. Lin Jingru was preoccupied, leaving him no time to regard her, leading to several days of tranquility for Fu Jin. On the 8th day of the 4th month, the sun shone brightly. Fu Jin donned a light purple silk dress and left the residence unaccompanied. She traversed the Tianqing Gate and arrived at the bustling East Market Street. The lively atmosphere felt like a world apart from her, her gaze fixated solely on a cat beneath a wall. A filthy cat, its color indiscernible, was licking the blood from its injured leg. Its brown eyes darted around, and upon sensing her gaze, the cat's fur bristled, yet it did not retreat. Instead, crouching and assuming an aggressive posture, Fu Jin knelt down, placing a chicken leg on a plate and nudging it forward, softly murmuring, "Shura." Unfortunately, there was no response. She felt no disappointment, standing back a couple of steps to maintain a safe distance. Not far away, a ragged beggar addressed her. "Miss, please show us some mercy." After a few futile attempts at persuasion, the beggar grew frustrated upon seeing her indifference. "Let that little beast starve. It might allow me to have a few meals. You heartless wretch, you would spare it, but not me. You and Appo's, do best take that creature away, or I shall roast it tonight." Fu Jin frowned, finding the man and Appo's incessant prattling bothersome. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed movement from the corner. The cat limped toward her, its eyes fixated on the chicken leg on the plate. Seeing this, Fu Jin Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle, momentarily dismissing the beggar. She squatted down, watching the cat in the distance. Such a greedy little thing, favoring chicken legs over fish. Seemingly famished, the cat pressed a paw down, lowered its head, and tore into the meat, stuffing its cheeks until it was full, quickly devouring the chicken leg, leaving only the bone behind. One might easily mistake it for a dog consuming its meal. Having brought sufficient chicken legs, she took another step forward, retrieving another from her food box and placing it on the plate. The cat hesitated, stepping back at her approach, but upon noticing the chicken leg, it cautiously advanced. "Shura, shall I take you back?" Fu Jin spoke softly, her concern lingering. She had sent someone previously, but the cat had seemingly hidden away. Today marked the day she had met Yin Shinxiu in her past life. She was certain Shura would be present, so she came, hoping to see him. Reflecting on Yin Shinxiu, she glanced around, noting the absence of anyone nearby. Perhaps he had yet to arrive. Not only had she brought chicken legs, but she had also brought milk, the favorite of Shura in the past, placing it before him. Unfamiliar with milk, the cat sniffed it curiously, tentatively tasting a drop before eagerly drinking. Once the little creature had its fill, Fu Jin cautiously extended her hand. To her surprise, the little one did not shy away and even nudged her palm. Fu Jin gently stroked its fur. "You remember me, don't you?" Meow in her past life, it had not been so obedient. After many attempts to feed it, it had scratched her hand. The adage that all things possess a spirit proved true. She lifted the cat, but her legs momentarily numbed, making her unsteady, nearly causing her to fall. She steadied herself with a little help from behind, turning to express her gratitude. "Thank you." A familiar scent of sandalwood wafted to her, and she looked up in surprise. Yan Chinxiu stood there, his gaze fixed on her and the cat in her arms, somewhat astonished that the cat rested so peacefully in her hold, and that she did not mind its dirtiness. Quite the contrast from the day she had cleaned her fingers after handling it. "The medicine has been delivered to the Su residence." Fu Jin nodded, aware of this matter. She had been in a poor mood that day and left early. It had been difficult to meet him afterward. During their stay at the inn, she had not ventured outside. However, the innkeeper had inadvertently mentioned it to her. An awkward silence settled between them, as aside from that one encounter, it seemed they had little else in common. Though Fu Jin wished to linger longer in his presence, she did not want to reveal her feelings, especially with Shura's injury requiring urgent attention. Just as she was about to bid farewell, she heard his voice. "Yan Chinxiu, should Fu girl have any matters, she may seek me at the Anbei Ho residence." His expression remained impassive as he introduced himself simply. The mining affair was no trivial matter. He had suppressed it, but there were lingering suspicions regarding the assassins from Lianshan Hill. While he knew of her abilities and believed she would be safe, he felt it necessary to mention it out of moral obligation. Fu Jin, who had initially been tense, regained her composure upon meeting his gaze. "All right, no flattery, no avoidance, just a single word." Yan Chinxiu studied her intently, but before he could speak, a voice called out. Young Master Yan, a young lady, clad in a water-blue dress, approached, her maid shielding her from the sun with an umbrella. As she moved, the sound of her hairpins chimed melodiously. In stark contrast, Fu Jin, with her hair bound by a black cloth, appeared rather simple. Yet, due to her striking features, she possessed a certain allure, making them evenly matched. The words young master Yin originated from Shun Nongshua's lips. As she reached them, Shun Nongshua stood beside Yan Chinxiu, facing Fu Jin directly, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. "Who is this young lady?" she inquired, tilting her head to glance at Yan Chinxiu. The distinction of familiarity was evident at a glance. Yan Chinxiu and Shun Nongshua, were they together? Chapter 31. My cat fears strangers. Fu Jin appeared lost in thought. Her gaze lowered as she absent-mindedly stroked the fur of the cat, Xiao Luo, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. The brief silence left Shun Nongshua at a loss, prompting her to instinctively reach out to the cat in an attempt to dispel the awkwardness that hung in the air. The cat seemed injured. "Don't move. Don't move." The two voices echoed in unison, as Fu Jin instinctively raised her hand to shield the cat. Its claws glided across her hand, leaving vivid crimson marks on her pale skin, droplets of blood welling up. "I'm sorry, you're hurt. I'll take you to see the doctor." Concern etched on her features. Shen Nongshua dared not reach out again, remembering her earlier impulsiveness. "It's nothing, my cat is just timid." Fu Jin shook her head, withdrawing her hand silently. She bent down to pick up the food box, cradling the cat in one arm while holding the box in the other, and turned to leave. Xiao Luo nestled obediently in her embrace, letting out a soft mew. Meow, its round, glistening eyes gazed at her, as if seeking forgiveness. "It's not your fault. But remember that man from earlier. You mustn't harm him," she murmured to herself, indifferent to whether the cat understood her words. Watching Fu Jin depart, Shen Nongshua felt an overwhelming urge to apologize, but her words faltered, redirecting her gaze to the man beside her. "Young Master Yan." Before she could finish, she was interrupted. "What business does Miss Shen have with me?" For some reason, Shun Nongshua sensed a chill in his demeanor, colder than before. Yet, she had not intended any offense. Had he misunderstood her? She wished to explain, but his expression rendered her speechless. "My father is aware of your assistance on our return to the capital and has prepared a banquet to express his gratitude. Knowing you dislike such gatherings, I declined on your behalf, yet I remain appreciative, hence this small token." In her hands lay a wooden box, emanating a faint fragrance reminiscent of incense from a temple. However, to those familiar, it was the scent of Bodhi sandalwood, a favorite of Yan Chinxiu. Shen Nongshua had not sought him out intentionally. Aware of his aversion to close company, and thus had refrained from visiting. Instead, she ventured out each day with a token, hoping for an accidental encounter. Today's meeting had inadvertently led to the earlier misunderstanding. Pausing briefly, she continued, "The young lady I mentioned earlier was unfamiliar to me and caused her injury. I feel quite remorseful. Do you happen to know her name? I wish to visit and apologize." "The gift is unnecessary. It is merely a chance encounter," Yin Chinxiu replied, nodding before taking a few steps, only to halt once more. "I do not know." His words left Shun Nongxue stunned, rooted in place. The phrase "a chance encounter" cut deeper than a mere courtesy. Confusion swirled within her. Why had young Master Yin engaged in conversation with someone he did not know? Why linger here? Did he even recognize her cat? Upon returning, Fu Jin tended to show Luo's wounds and cleaned its fur, revealing the originally white coat beneath. The cat was so frail, resembling little more than skin and bones, leaving her to ponder how this delicate creature had survived thus far. The injury on her hand went unnoticed until she paused, realizing it mirrored a wound from her past life, identical in location and appearance, causing her complexion to darken further. As the saying goes, there is a destiny in the unseen. Was this also fate? In an instant, she leaned back against the couch, lazily stroking the cat's fur. Her expression languid. Her rebirth might be a twist of fate, yet certain aspects of her nature remained unchangeable. With that thought, she meticulously recalled recent events, assuring herself that no major troubles loomed, and felt a slight sense of relief. However, the banquet hosted by the Lin family under her name was merely half a month away. In her previous life, Yin Chinxiu had attended, and Xiu Luo had suffered horrifically, ultimately leading to its demise. This time, she would ensure that history did not repeat itself. But why had Yin Chinxiu sought her out in her past life? Pondering this, Fu Jin could not arrive at an answer and chose to dismiss it. She would know in half a month's time. In the main courtyard, Lin Jingru returned and took a seat in his study, nursing a slight headache after consuming some wine. Suddenly, he recalled Fu Jin. What has the second young lady been up to lately? He instructed a servant to provide her with silver, yet did not inquire further. He believed Fu Jin's dissatisfaction stemmed from grievances, and that a bit of financial support would smooth things over, leading her to obediently follow his plans in the future. However, after waiting a considerable time without a response, he looked up to see the servant hesitating, his brow furrowing. "Why aren't you speaking?" The servant steeled himself, kneeling before him. "No matter how much silver you give her, the second young lady, she simply throws it away. She says she doesn't care for it, and suggests you should keep your meager fortune for yourself." In recent days, the second young lady had privately sold some jewelry to furnish the courtyard with a few essentials, and had even brought home a stray cat. Aside from that, there was nothing else to report. Lin Jingru's anger boiled over upon hearing this, and he began devising plans on how to use Fu Lan Shu to bring Fu Jin to heel. Yet, as the latter part of the servant's report continued, his fury subsided. A child who had been away for years, returning with resentment and expressing her emotions openly, only indicated her innocence and naivety. With a bit of guidance, she could be made compliant and fulfill her role. However, if she persisted in her disobedience, it would indeed become a nuisance. Her decision to sell jewelry to support the household was a promising sign. If concubine Fu's health remained poor, a doctor should be sent to check on her, and the second young lady could send some silver, jewelry, and clothing as well. The servant grew increasingly bewildered. How had the situation shifted so dramatically? Could it be that the people in the household had spoken truthfully, that concubine Fu was so captivating that the master could not forget her, resulting in his special treatment of the second young lady? But he had not mentioned her in years. The servant's mind raced, unsure of his master's intentions, and proceeded with utmost caution. When Fu Jin received the news, she was not surprised. Lin Jingru was a beast, arrogant and self-serving. Compared to a disobedient piece on the chessboard, everyone preferred a docile and sensible one, for such a piece would not disrupt their plans. A minor loss in exchange for a stable and obedient pawn was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Alas, he was blind to the fact that he, too, was merely someone else's piece on the board. Such commotion might compel Zhang Ruliang to stir. The curtain of the grand play was about to rise. Chapter 32. Devotion for one within the courtyard, Madame Lin and Amp. Appo's expression soured upon hearing from the servants that the master had once again bestowed silver and jewelry upon Fujin. Whether her intentions were innocent or cunning, this person frequently flitted before her eyes and was undeniably irksome. She understood the master and Amp, Appo's intentions. Otherwise, he would not have compromised to allow the mother and daughter to come to the capital, having already put forth enough effort on the surface. As long as it did not disrupt the master and Amp, Appo's affairs, she could hardly believe that she could not deal with a mere child who had yet to shed her innocence. Yin Jia accompanied Madame Zheng to the temple to offer incense. Yet when would they return? It was only a matter of days. As night deepened, a figure stealthily departed from the Lin residence through the back gate, unnoticed by others. Upon exiting the alley, a horse awaited silently by a tree. Fujin nimbly mounted, clad in black, her head covered with a veil, swiftly crossing the Tiancheng gate and heading out of the city. Before long, the city gates would close, and she would be unable to leave, prompting her to hasten her pace. The night was late, and few pedestrians traversed the road. She evaded the patrolling guards and managed to exit the city just before the gates closed, then quickly made her way southward. In the south, a temple named Fawa Temple stood halfway up a mountainside. This ancient temple was renowned for its flourishing incense offerings, especially favored by the residents of the capital, often chosen for significant royal ceremonies. Arriving at the mountain's base, it was already midnight, and startled birds took flight amidst the stillness of the night. Alone, before the countless steps, she knelt thrice and bowed 9 times, her heart filled with sincerity, all for one person. By the time she reached the temple entrance, nearly 2 hours had passed. The sound of 2 knocks echoed, and the temple doors swung open to welcome her inside. Having previously made arrangements, she was permitted to enter at night due to the special circumstances. Fortunately, the temple staff were accommodating and did not refuse her. Fujin wiped her hands with a handkerchief before accepting the incense to light it, reverently presenting it and then kneeling in prayer. "O deities of the heavens, the believer Fujin, have committed countless transgressions and do not dare to make frivolous requests. I sincerely beseech the deities to discern my actions, for they are my own and bear no relation to him. I shall bear the weight of all grievances. May the deities protect him from calamities and grant him joy throughout his life." Since her rebirth, her hands had been stained with blood. Yet she feared not the sins that might befall her, only the potential repercussions on him. She fervently hoped that her pleas would be heard and that justice would be served. With many kowtows, her forehead became bruised and tender, blood seeping from the delicate skin. Ba, the young monk, clasped his hands together and then retrieved a sandalwood box from the offering table to present to Fujin. Upon opening the box, her eyes brightened with relief. Inside lay a small wooden token, prominently engraved with the character yen, featuring a circular hole identical to the one she had lost from her ankle. However, this was not an ordinary token. It was polished from Bodhi wood. "Thank you, Master. May the donor and Appo's heart be inclined towards goodness, and may her wishes be fulfilled soon, without losing her essence." Fujin nodded, refraining from further response, and turned to leave. The path down the mountain was far easier than the ascent. She bent down to remove the red string, threading the wooden token through it before fastening it back onto her ankle. As her fingers brushed the token, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. As dawn approached, Fujin rode back, passing through the city gates. Just as the morning light began to break, she suddenly tightened the reins, her heart swelling at the sight of a figure not far ahead. Dressed in a dark blue official and Amp, Appo's robe, Yin Shinshio sat astride his horse, facing her from a distance. Through the veil, Fujin smiled at him, squeezing her legs to urge her horse forward. The wind lifted a corner of her veil, revealing a hint of red on her forehead, while the rich scent of Bodhi sandalwood, which had enveloped her since her departure, lingered long after she left. Yin Shinshio's calm gaze momentarily deepened before returning to its usual tranquility as he continued onward, the two gradually drifting apart. Upon her return, Baozhu stood guard outside. Seeing Fujin in disarray, her face displayed concern. Startled by the smile on Fujin's lips despite her injuries, She could not help but voice her bewilderment. Miss, have you encountered good fortune? How can you be so happy when you are hurt? Hearing this, Fu Jin tempered her smile, shaking her head as she entered to freshen up. The mark on her forehead from the kowtow was not severe, merely unsightly, with a bit of ointment. It would heal quickly. Having spent much time by Fu Jin's side, Bao Zhu could not comprehend her reasons, feeling only pity. Yet Fu Jin felt little need for others' opinions. After 2 days indoors, the mark on her forehead was no longer visible. The individuals at the courtyard could no longer remain idle and sent someone over. This urgency to seek the wooden token was one reason Fu Jin was eager to leave. But more so, she had too many matters to attend to and sought a sense of peace. Now, Granny Zhang had become somewhat of a familiar acquaintance. Compared to last time, she had restrained herself. Old servant, on the mistress and Appo's orders, has come to teach the second young lady some of the household and Appo's rules. Regardless of how things were in Nanjing City, upon arriving in the capital, one must adhere to the established decorum. The mistress only wishes the best for the second young lady. Coming from the countryside, one lacked refinement. It was the master's kindness, recalling that slight blood relation, that had allowed this girl to be so pleased for a few days. Yet, the second young lady must still comply with her lessons. Fu Jin languidly leaned against the chair, listening until her ears nearly developed calluses. Granny Zhang, despite being the mistress's mouthpiece, seemed to lack memory, repeating her criticisms time and again. Her gaze flickered towards the blazing sun outside, and in a softened tone, she said, "My mother is unwell. Since you are here on orders, I cannot make it difficult for you. Let's teach outside the courtyard where it is quieter." Though soft, her tone carried an undeniable firmness. Granny Zhang regarded her with suspicion, yet seeing her bright demeanor and gentle speech, she assumed Fu Jin had learned her lesson. "As you wish, second young lady." How could an old servant refuse? With lowered eyes and a compliant demeanor, her words, however, were less than agreeable. How can the second young lady walk so ungracefully? It appears unbecoming. An observer might mistake her for a courtesan. Today, the second young lady has not even styled her hair, and her attire is also quite improper. Such a lack of modesty is simply vulgar. Granny Zhang and Appo's tirade continued, relentlessly critiquing Fu Jin from head to toe, likening her to a woman of ill repute. In truth, Fu Jin was dressed as usual, in simple attire with a single silver hairpin. Though her garment was loose, it was appropriately modest, covering all that needed to be concealed, her hands tucked within the sleeves. However, her understated appearance did little to hide her innate beauty. Following Fu Jin was Chun Xing, who held her gaze in approval, almost as if trying to console Fu Jin. "Miss, though Granny Zhang's words are harsh, if you can learn a bit of etiquette, it would prevent others from mocking you. It is worth enduring." Fleetingly, Fu Jin glanced at her, appearing as if she were swallowing her anger, remaining silent. Chun Xing's words were not light, and Granny Zhang had certainly heard them all. Straightening her back, she pressed on with renewed vigor. "After all, you are the second young lady, representing the Lin family's dignity. I'm only looking out for you. You have been in the household for several days and have yet to pay your respects to the mistress. This is a mistake. Today, you shall kneel here for an hour to practice standing tall." Chapter 33. Fond of the brothel style without warning. Fu Jin seized Granny Zhang and Appo's hand and delivered a swift kick to her knee joint. Instantly, Granny Zhang crumpled to the ground, kneeling in pain. This sudden action took everyone by surprise. It was only when Granny Zhang cried out in agony that the onlookers regained their senses. Chun Xing maintained an outward calm, yet internally she was in turmoil. Was this foolish girl out of her mind? Granny Zhang, after all, was acting under the orders of the lady of the house, and for Fu Jin and Appo's own good. Even if the master were present, he would find no fault in her actions. Fu Jin was courting disaster. Since her return, she had stirred up trouble repeatedly, and if she wished for her own demise, she should not drag others down with her. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, Granny Zhang had intended to embarrass Fu Jin, but she ended up being the one humiliated. The servants passing by were divided in their reactions. Some eagerly awaited the spectacle, while others remained quiet, and a few even sought out Lady Lin and Lin Zhengru to gossip about the commotion. Fu Jin remained unfazed, releasing her grip as Granny Zhang attempted to rise. She then spoke lightly. Isn't it 2 hours of kneeling? 1 second less, and I shall dismember your limbs. Granny Zhang's eyes rolled back in shock, nearly fainting. What do you mean, second miss? I am merely instructing you in the rules, not kneeling myself. And I said 1 hour. Fu Jin ignored her and turned her gaze to Chun Xing, kneel for 1 hour. The look she gave carried an implicit pressure, compelling Chun Xing to drop to her knees almost instinctively, only to later realize with wide eyes that she had no idea why she was kneeling. What was this impudent girl doing? Chun Xing had yet to comprehend that she had begun to submit to Fu Jin and Appo's as authority. Stepping into a shaded area, Fu Jin scoffed. You dare to teach me the rules without even looking in the mirror to assess your own worth? My maid understands that her master's words must be heeded. Yet you, Granny Zhang, seem to have forgotten your place. Do you fancy yourself a master? I would not dare, Granny Zhang muttered, lowering her head with trepidation, secretly lamenting Fu Jin's silver-tongued cunning, capable of twisting black into white. Dare? I find you far too audacious, Fu Jin retorted coldly. Just then, Lady Lin arrived, her expression shifting as she surveyed the scene. What is happening here? She demanded, her tone stern. Since Fu Jin has just returned to the capital and knows little of the ways here, with concubine Lin unwell and no one to assist her. You're not bullying her, are you? This statement was far more intriguing. Anyone with understanding could grasp the underlying meaning. Granny Zhang had initially intended to plead her case to Lady Lin, but now she swallowed her words. She was not foolish. She recognized that Lady Lin intended to support Fu Jin. In the past, she would have cooperated, but given her deteriorating position in recent years, she now felt uncertain. If Fu Jin and Appo's words turned against her, she would be sealing her own fate. Thus, when Lin Jingru arrived, he found Granny Zhang kneeling of her own accord, taking the initiative to apologize. It was my loose tongue that angered the second Mississippi Lady Lin's expression darkened. Yet with Lin Jingru present, she strove to maintain her composure. With the banquet approaching, they feared causing a spectacle, unaware of Fu Jin's boldness. Rest assured, everyone, my mother taught me well. Lin Jingru's demeanor noticeably improved. Indeed, Fu Jin's mother had been graceful and well-versed in etiquette. Regretting her mention of her mother, Fu Jin adjusted her sleeves and regarded Lady Lin with a look of curiosity. I previously did not understand why Lord Lin favored Lady Lin. It seems he is fond of courtesans instead. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Jingru roared, raising a hand to strike. Fu Jin, however, recoiled in disdain, stepping back to avoid his blow, which missed entirely, nearly causing him to lose his balance. It was only thanks to Lady Lin and Appo's quick reflexes that he steadied himself. I'm not speaking nonsense. Granny Zhang accused me of dressing immodestly, likening me to a common courtesan, yet Lady Lin used to wear even less than I do. And Lord Lin favored her. Am I wrong? Fu Jin laughed scornfully. The former Lady Lin, known as Zhang Ru, had once donned disheveled hair and sheer garments, presenting herself as a fragile willow in the wind, evoking pity from Lin Jingru. Clearly, she had captivated him to the point of losing his own identity. Now, with wealth and status, Zhang Ru adorned herself with golden hairpins and jade crowns, projecting an air of dignity that few had witnessed in her past form. The revelation astonished all who heard. Zhang Ru and Appo's face flushed with shame, while Lin Jingru and Appo's face turned crimson with rage. Uncertain whether to reprimand Fu Jin or to hold his tongue, both lost face thoroughly, and Granny Zhang, terrified, turned pale and fainted. Punish her severely, and expel her. Lin Jingru trembled with fury. Zhang Ru, though displeased, recognized that Granny Zhang had been her loyal attendant since childhood. Casting her out would reflect poorly on herself and portray her as cruel. My lord, Granny Zhang is old and may have misspoken. She has served me diligently for many years, and though she may not have merit, she has endured hardships. For my sake, please forgive her this once. Lin Jingru, feeling humiliated, turned on his heel and left, with Zhang Ru hastening to follow. TSK, Fu Jin observed the scene, shaking her head with a smile. Finding it increasingly uninteresting, she turned and walked back to her courtyard. The outside was indeed warm. It was much better to embrace the coolness of bamboo and enjoy the ice prepared earlier, for the room was refreshingly cool. Should someone else arrive, they would surely be astonished. Even in the main courtyard of the Lin residence, ice was a rarity, and during the sweltering summer months, there would be only a little. None could compare to Fu Jin's lavishness, which seemed as if it were free. Chun Xing, watching Fu Jin depart, felt a pang of longing as she realized Fu Jin had not looked back, let alone remembered her. She recalled Fu Jin's words that the master's commands must be followed, yet she remained frozen in place. It wasn't until the hour had passed that she rose, eagerly heading towards Fu Jin's room. Unaware if it was simply her prolonged kneeling, she felt the room was as cool as an ice house. Glancing around, nothing seemed amiss, and she chastised herself for being overly sensitive. Little did she know, the ice had nearly melted, and the bamboo had completely concealed the evidence. If she were to discover this, it would be quite the surprise. "Miss," Chunxing called out, her voice filled with grievance. Fu Jin, cradling the Shura, lazily raised her eyes, surprised to see Chunxing's expression. "Ah, I had forgotten you. I was quite angered by them. You weren't kneeling there the entire time, were you?" She spoke almost to herself. Who would be foolish enough to do that? Chunxing, about to voice her grievances and seek praise, found herself rendered speechless by Fu Jin's remark. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Bamboo," Fu Jin called, and Bamboo promptly rushed over, efficiently dragging Chunxing away. Contemplating for a moment, Fu Jin seemed to recall something amusing and smirked, saying, "Give her 2 items from what Lin Jingru brought." Bamboo, puzzled, asked, "Why would you give her something from Lin Jingru? Do you intend for Chunxing to become Lin Jingru and Appo's concubine?" Chapter 34. Casting someone out, Bao Zhu was perplexed and chose to dismiss her thoughts, bowing her head in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Lin Jingru was seething with anger, momentarily unable to recall any decorum, while Madame Lin felt a pang of distress at the mention of Zhang Mama, sensing that the household servants were regarding her with unusual scrutiny, which only exacerbated her headache. In her frustration, she decided against reprimanding Fu Jin for her behavior, inadvertently granting Fu Jin a respite. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Wan Yin had instructed someone to announce her arrival, intending for her presence to be acknowledged. However, to her surprise, the house was eerily quiet upon her return. Entering with trepidation, she made her way to the Ryuan courtyard and encountered the troubled Madame Lin, who enlightened her about recent events in the household. While Lin Wan Yin was aware of Fu Jin and Appo's return, she had not anticipated the chaos that would ensue. She assumed that someone from small background would naturally exhibit timidity and insecurity, yet Fu Jin and Appo's boldness was utterly unexpected. "Why must you be so distressed, mother? Ultimately, her stay in this household is temporary, and once she is married off, with Aunt Fu around, what is there to fear? After all, she is still young and naive," which emboldens her to act out. Lin Wan Yin reassured her mother, who felt a flicker of calm wash over her upon hearing these words. Not lingering any longer, Lin Wan Yin redirected her path towards Fu Jin. She was eager to ascertain what sort of person her younger sister was. As she stepped into the courtyard, a creature suddenly darted out, startling her into a shriek. With a backward stumble, she collided with the threshold and fell clumsily to the ground. A maid hastily extended her hand to assist her, glancing forward to offer comfort. "Miss, it's just a cat." Following the maid's gaze, Lin Wan Yin beheld a pristine white cat standing a short distance away, baring its teeth and puffing up its fur in a menacing posture, which startled her. A pair of delicate, fair hands effortlessly scooped up the cat, which nestled obediently in its owner and Appo's embrace, rendering the previous scene a mere illusion. Lin Wan Yin's gaze ascended from the cat to its owner, and her breath caught in her throat. With perfectly arched brows and a complexion that seemed to glow under the sunlight, her lips were strikingly red yet refined, creating a breathtaking beauty. Standing there with the cat, her eyes lifted slightly, exuding an air of coldness that only enhanced her elegance, making her seem naturally destined for higher realms, as if all present were beneath her. Lin Wan Yin tightened her grip, a sense of foreboding creeping in. She detested this visage and was even less fond of the gaze directed at her. Greetings, second sister. It has been years since we last met, and you have blossomed into a fine young lady. I have been eagerly awaiting your return for days, but alas, I was summoned to accompany Madame Zheng to the temple. What a stroke of misfortune. Nevertheless, I'm glad to finally see you. Lin Wanyin smiled, adjusting her attire with grace as she stepped closer, engaging Fu Jin in conversation with an air of familiarity. Even when Fu Jin remained aloof, she paid it no mind and gestured for the maid to bring forth the items she had prepared. As you have just returned, it is only natural that you lack certain necessities. I am unsure of what you may require, so I took the liberty of preparing a few things for you. I hope you do not find them lacking. Her words lacked the barbed undertones of Zhang Mama and were devoid of the duplicity exhibited by Zhang Runyan. Lin Wan's eyes shimmered with sincerity, her demeanor warm and inviting, and the items she presented were indeed of fine quality, leaving no trace of malice in her actions. Fu Jin, cradling the cat, leaned against a nearby pillar and raised her gaze, regarding Lin Wanyin with a nonchalant expression. Are you certain you wish to refer to me as sister? Lin Wanyin maintained her composure, her voice melodious. What a curious remark, second sister. Are we to remain estranged? We are family. There should be no barriers between us. If you dislike being called an Appos, sister, and Appos, I shall refrain. Perhaps an Appos, Jean Eyre and Appos, would feel more affectionate. In the realm of insincerity, Lin Wanyin excelled. Fu Jin had not anticipated that such a remark would deter Lin Wanyin. If she were truly that fragile, she would not be Lin Wanyin. Disinterested in indirectness, Fu Jin preferred a more straightforward approach. Baozhu. At Fu Jin and Appos, as call, Baozhu stepped forward, unceremoniously tossing aside the garments from the maid's grasp and, before Lin Wanyin could react, seized her collar and hurled her out of the courtyard. Hey you! The maid gasped in shock, her words cut short as she found herself next in line for expulsion. Both women stood outside, watching the courtyard door slam shut, accompanied by Bao Zhu's nonchalant warning. I advise Miss Lin to speak more courteously in the future. If you continue to irritate our young lady, you shall face far worse consequences. Such words were undeniably audacious. Outside, Lin Wanyin struggled to maintain her facade of kindness. Fu Jin had far exceeded her expectations, inciting a vexation that gnawed at her insides, and it was no wonder her mother was troubled. With a calculated glance, Lin Wanyin forced a couple of tears to spill forth. The maid, witnessing this, became frantic, akin to ants on a hot pan. Miss, you were kind enough to bring them gifts, yet they treated you so poorly. This is intolerable. We must inform Master. He will ensure they face repercussions. Lin Wanyin shook her head, her voice trembling. Let's not stir up trouble. Perhaps I have inadvertently offended her. No, I cannot refer to her as second sister. It may be that I unintentionally angered her. With reddened eyes, Lin Wanyin began to retrieve the items she had brought, one by one, before departing with her maid. Such an act did not go unnoticed by the servants, who embellished the tale as it spread throughout the estate, eventually reaching Lin Zhengru's ears. Remembering the chaos that had erupted since this troublesome daughter's return, his anger surged uncontrollably. Indeed, she is a harbinger of misfortune. Everything has gone awry since she returned. I should never have allowed her back. Lock this wretched girl in the ancestral hall. She shall remain until she learns her lesson. No food shall be given to her. His furious outburst reverberated through the air, the sound of him slamming his hand on the table echoing ominously. The steward, trembling in fear, wasted no time and promptly gathered several men to apprehend her. With a loud crash, a group of them forcefully kicked open the courtyard door. The steward bowed slightly. Second miss, we apologize for the intrusion. With a wave of his hand, his companions surged forward. Bao Zhu attempted to block their path, but Fu Jin halted her, directing her gaze towards the intruders. What is the meaning of this? The men, confronted by Fu Jin's seemingly effortless yet piercing gaze, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, recalling the rumors circulating in the estate, and hesitated to act. I have come at the behest of the master to escort the second miss to the ancestral hall for introspection. Chapter 35. The second miss is so pitiful. Fu Jin's laughter unexpectedly resonated in the air like an enchanting jest. This sudden outburst, although occurring under the bright daylight, sent a shiver down one's spine. She suppressed her mirth, maintaining a calm demeanor, yet her eyes flickered with concealed fury. I shall visit him on my own. There is no need for your interference. Be wise and do not obstruct me. The surrounding individuals instinctively parted ways, and the steward said nothing, merely trailing behind with others, as if to ensure she did not escape. Thus, they witnessed how the second miss forcefully kicked open the main gate, which trembled on its hinges, creaking ominously. The household servants within the main courtyard, mistaking the commotion for an assassination attempt, hurried out only to find Fu Jin's furious countenance, accompanied by the bewildered steward and others. Is the second miss about to revolt? They mused, gazing at her with a mixture of awe and concern, fearing she had overstepped her bounds with the master. At that moment, Lin Huanin was also present, her eyes swollen from weeping, giving the impression that she had lost a parent, so profound was her sorrow. Fu Jin's wrath seemed to dissipate momentarily as she glanced at Lin Huanin and then at Lin Jingru, adopting an expression of realization. So this is why I am being punished, because someone is weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. I now understand that it is those who intrude and flaunt their power who are truly in the wrong. I accept this punishment, but you must cherish your father-daughter bond for eternity. Do not let it fray. With a light chuckle, Fu Jin turned toward the ancestral hall. Bao Zhu hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Why has the young lady quarreled with the master again? Did you not just purchase fabric with your own money to make him a coat? Who said it was for him?" "It's for the cat," Fu Jin replied without looking back. She and Bao Zhu understood the truth of the matter, but the onlookers, unaware, began to imagine a tale of the fierce second miss secretly laboring during the night to craft a coat for her father, while neglecting her own needs, only to end up confined to the ancestral hall. The thought alone stirred pity for the second. Mississippi Lin Huanin sensed something amiss. Remaining silent as Fu Jin departed felt even more inappropriate. Therefore, she tentatively spoke up, "Father, the second sister is not at fault." Previously, such words would have incited Lin Zhengru's fury, but now he merely waved his hand for Lin Huanin to leave. Once she exited, he called her back. "Your second sister's temperament is unstable. You must be kind to her, visit her occasionally, and ensure she does not go hungry." His words bore the semblance of a caring father, yet he felt an increasing headache. Since Fu Jin still had potential for redemption, he instructed others to guide her, temper her disposition, and mold her into a more compliant asset, hoping to avoid further disturbances that exacerbated his troubles. Unaware of his thoughts, Lin Huanin tightened her handkerchief, maintaining a gentle demeanor. As she reached the courtyard gate, the tremulous door could no longer bear its weight and crashed down with a resounding thud. Although it did not harm her, it startled her, causing her to stumble to the ground, her mind in disarray. She felt increasingly uneasy about Fu Jin, convinced she was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Having just returned home, her mere presence had already led to consecutive shocks. After some contemplation, Lin Huanin resolved to avoid confrontation with Fu Jin for the time being. After all, she was destined for marriage and posed no immediate threat to her. Meanwhile, Fu Jin entered the Lin family and Appo's ancestral hall. Upon her arrival, the servants outside locked the door, leaving the interior devoid of any company. The ancestral hall, situated in a shadowy area, lacked sunlight even at noon, rendering it somewhat eerie. Yet Fu Jin felt no fear. She even wandered about, taking a bite of the offerings on the altar. The Lin family, represented by Lin Jingru, had a dubious lineage. Even his current position was a result of ill-gotten gains from tumultuous times, a circumstance passed down through generations. It was a pity that her mother had fallen for Lin Jingru's refined facade, leading to such a dismal fate. Perhaps the Lin family's treachery had persisted for too long, resulting in a lack of heirs in Lin Jingru's generation, despite numerous concubines, ultimately leaving Fu Jin to bear the burden. A smile crept across Fu Jin's lips as she leaned against the altar table, lazily biting into a fruit. "You must ensure Lin Jingru, that wretched creature, lives long enough to witness the demise of your family. Dying too soon would render this tale rather uninteresting. After all, your family is not far from extinguishing its lineage." Reflecting on Lin Zhengru's sparse progeny at his age, she mused, could it be that child is not even his? Speaking to herself in the dim room, the servants outside could only hear her murmurs, unable to discern her words, which only deepened their fear of the ominous second miss, prompting them to distance themselves. Hearing the commotion, Fu Jin disinterestedly discarded the unpalatable fruit. The offerings were of poor quality. She scoffed at the notion of their dutiful descendants. Turning, she noticed a familiar spirit tablet, picking it up carelessly before letting it fall to the ground. With a derisive laugh, she stepped over it and found a chair to sit, closing her eyes to rest. It was merely a performance. By nightfall, this dilapidated abode could not confine her. Su He and Qing Mu, who had not entered the manor with her, were busy outside. She had arranged their tasks, and soon they could find a moment to visit. On the first night of confinement, Lin Huanin came by, following Lin Zhengru's instructions to deliver some items. Fu Jin securely shut the inner door, refusing to even show her face. After Lin Huanin left, she sneaked out, but fearing Lin Huanin's persistence, she had Bao Zhu bring Shura over the following evening. The servants had not been forbidden from bringing a cat into the ancestral hall, and thus they dared not offend her, allowing it inside. Consequently, although Lin Huanin entered, she was nearly tackled by the cat, which came dangerously close to marring her face, leaving her too frightened to return. On the third night, Fu Jin ventured out as usual, while Bao Zhu remained inside on her behalf. The ancestral hall was dark, the candlelight dim. Unless someone approached from outside bearing a lantern, it was difficult to see clearly. With most matters outside settled, Fu Jin intended to finalize her observations of the tavern's location. It was not particularly conspicuous, but as the saying goes, the fragrance of wine hides deep in the alley. She did not plan to make a grand entrance initially, preferring to take a gradual approach. However, frequent outings were becoming inconvenient, and she would need to devise a better strategy. Upon assessing that her reconnaissance was sufficient, Fu Jin returned, while at that moment, Chunxing stealthily went to meet Madame Lin. Chapter 36. A hole in the roof. You claim she is not in the ancestral hall, yet who has witnessed her absence? How can you ascertain the truth? Lady Lin scrutinized Chunxing with a hint of suspicion. Of course it is true. I have seen it with my own eyes. Chunxing replied earnestly, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. She had not actually seen anything, only observed that Baizhu disappeared at the same time every day, returning after a while. Once, she had glimpsed a figure resembling Fu Jin emerging from the back window of the hall. Previously, Lady Lin had been eager to assert her authority, but after facing a setback and receiving a reminder from her own daughter, she was now less aggressive. Regardless of Fu Jin's audacity, the master would not yield on the matter of marriage. As long as she maintained her composure, this little wretch would have no recourse but to suffer in silence. Yet, the thought of losing face because of Fu Jin left her feeling unsettled. Since it is indeed true, why do you remain here? Do you require me to instruct you on what to say and what to conceal? Chunxing and Appo's expression soured the unexpected reprimand, but she dared not meet Lady Lin and Appo's gaze, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Fu Jin. Exiting from Ryuan, she made her way directly to the main courtyard to see Master Lin. Meanwhile, Fu Jin had just returned to the ancestral hall, and Baizhu had left through the back window without exchanging a word. However, shortly after Baizhu and Appo's departure, a commotion arose from the roof, as if someone were traversing its surface. Fu Jin opened her eyes, torn between the allure of the spectacle and the tranquility of silence. Suddenly, another footstep echoed above, and it seemed the two individuals were engaged in a struggle. Out of nowhere, one person fell through the roof, creating a large hole. The drowsy servants outside finally awakened to the noise. "Second miss, what is happening?" Receiving no reply, they hesitated for a moment before approaching to unlock the door. Faint sounds filtering through. Fu Jin was preoccupied, as a man clad in black, face obscured, descended from the roof. Assuming her to be a defenseless woman, he attempted to seize her. In a swift motion, she kicked him, causing him to crash into a row of ancestral tablets. Just as she was about to discern his identity, another figure fell through the hole. She looked up, her gaze momentarily pausing in astonishment. "You, Yin Chenxiu, what brings you here?" Before they could exchange further words, the black-clad man recognized Fu Jin as a formidable opponent and grabbed nearby drapes, igniting them in the candlelight. The air was already stifling, and his actions quickly set several areas ablaze. The two servants who had just unlocked the door, upon seeing the flames, abandoned thoughts of Fu Jin and hurried to fetch water. The ancestral hall is on fire. The ancestral hall is ablaze. Their shouts roused everyone in the estate. Chuanxing had deliberately been vague, only mentioning the second miss in a tone of urgency, hoping to draw Lin Jingru over for a chance to catch her red-handed. Little did she know that the ancestral hall would actually catch fire along the way, leaving Lin Jingru momentarily staggered. A fleeting doubt crept into his mind. With the hall ablaze in just a few days, could this calamity truly assist him? Inside the hall, as the fire drew the household's attention, the black-clad man sought to make his escape. Fu Jin decisively moved towards the door and shut it. Yan Chenxiu acted swiftly, capturing the man in 2 strides. The man had carelessly found himself on Lin's roof and was now reeling from Yan Chenxiu's kick, with his body aching all over. He had no chance to retaliate. Yan Chenxiu held on to him without leaving, glancing at the scattered tablets and the resolute Fu Jin by the door. "This matter will not implicate you, as I am from the censorate," he assured. Understanding his words, Fu Jin shook her head. "It is of no concern. You may leave." The fire within the hall grew more ferocious, and the smoke thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fu Jin pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Will this incident be made public?" Yan Chenxiu, though initially puzzled, replied, "This man is a thief. An announcement will be made tomorrow. Then go quickly. If seen, it will be difficult to explain. I will manage this situation." With the flames encroaching, Yan Chenxiu took no further time, departing through the hole with the black-clad man. Just in time, for as he exited, the servants arrived with buckets of water, but found themselves unable to enter. What was happening with this door? Second miss. Second miss. Ignoring the calls from outside, Fu Jin stood firm by the door, half her sleeve covering her nose, maintaining clarity of mind. Once the tablets had burned significantly, and as the servants outside began to batter the door, she shifted aside, lifted her sleeve and hem, and when they burst through, she swiftly extended her hand outside. "Ghost!" Her sudden movement startled the servant, causing the water he carried to spill and him to fall to the ground. "Truly, I might as well be a ghost." Fu Jin scoffed lightly, rising to exit. Only after she had left did the servant realize that it was not a ghost, but the second miss herself. The flames licked outward, and the two had no time to ponder further as they hurried to extinguish the fire. Lin and Appos, as household staff, soon joined, forming a line to combat the blaze. As Fu Jin stood in the courtyard, Lin Zhengru approached with the group. Upon seeing her, his expression darkened, and a throbbing ache filled his head. "What have you done this time?" Fu Jin pursed her lips, remaining silent for a long while, casting a glance at him before lowering her gaze. Unlike her previous anger or reckless defiance, her current demeanor softened Lin Zhengru and Appos' expression. What mischief is she up to now? The mere thought sent his heart racing, as he contemplated the possibility of seeking a foster daughter. Silence enveloped the moment, with Chuanxing trailing behind, now hesitant to speak. Fearing missteps, she merely reflected on Fu Jin's unexpected fortune in finding herself amidst this chaos. In less than half an hour, the fire was extinguished, having consumed all that it could. Not a single tablet remained, inciting Lin Zhengru's ire to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet he still queried Fu Jin about the cause of the fire. The two servants recounted their observations, but the origin of the flames remained a mystery. Fu Jin, still silent and bearing the marks of burning, seemed as if startled. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. "From the roof, a person fell down, and upon seeing me, charged forward. In his clumsiness, he knocked over a candle, igniting the fire. I was hiding behind, and as he attempted to approach, the servants came to knock, and the fire spread, prompting his escape. I wanted to leave, but the door wouldn't budge, and no one responded to my calls." As the crowd listened to Fu Jin's account, it felt as though they were immersed in a tale, bewildered by how a person could simply fall from the roof. Chapter 37. Deception. Upon finishing her statement, Fu Jin ceased to speak. Lin Jingru instructed someone to investigate, and indeed, upon inspecting the pitch-black ceiling, they discovered a large, shattered hole that appeared as though a person had fallen through it. Coupled with the household servant's account of the fire and the locked door, the half-truths were most convincing, especially as Fu Jin seemed genuinely frightened, her demeanor softened. Lin Jingru found himself at a loss, torn between reproaching himself for punishing Fu Jin to reflect in the ancestral hall and blaming the unidentified figure who had descended from above. However, when asked for a description, Fu Jin could only shake her head. The individual was masked and clad in dark attire, rendering identification impossible. This certainly sounded like a malicious intruder, prompting Lin Jingru to refrain from further inquiries. The fire was extinguished, and upon entering the charred remnants, he nearly swooned at the sight. Nothing remained but ash. Fu Jin approached, glancing at his position, and blinked as if to gently remind him. The ash beneath is likely the remnants of our ancestors' tablets. Outside, the commotion escalated. Lady Lin, believing they had apprehended Fu Jin for venturing out, ordered the doors closed to avoid further misfortune. Only when Zhang Mama rushed in with urgency did she learn of the ancestral hall's destruction, prompting her to rise hastily to investigate. Lin Jingru, flustered with anger, turned to find Fu Jin had vanished, and upon spotting the late-arriving Lady Lin, he could not suppress his irritation, rebuking her for her tardiness amidst such calamity. Lady Lin felt unjustly accused, but knew she must placate him to prevent any further outburst. Fu Jin later learned of the incident from Bao Zhu, and while she washed away the grime, she conversed with her mother before returning to her quarters, humming a tune. Sitting at her desk, she perused the account books, her earlier buoyancy dissipating as she recalled the day's events, her brow furrowing in contemplation. The Daziyuan was tasked with investigating corrupt officials, and matters concerning petty thieves like the flower thief fell well outside their jurisdiction, particularly regarding someone like Yin Qinxiu, whose talents were far too grand for such trivial pursuits. Following the sudden death of the previous Daziyuan inspector, the position had been temporarily filled by the Minister of Dali, who had been managing it for some time. With the recent division of responsibilities, Dali could hardly maintain stability, and with ongoing collaboration, the apprehension of thieves was likely just a means for personal gain. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to these intricacies, aware only of his incessant busyness. Now, she perceived the pressures from above and challenges from colleagues below. The esteemed position of Daziyuan inspector appeared to be fraught with difficulties. As she flipped through the account books, her gaze sharpened upon the names listed, particularly one that stood out, Jiangda. A native of Sioux City, this man was related to the Minister Dali. The records indicated he began gifting loquats to acquaintances every May, a specialty of Sioux City. She found it hard to believe such gestures were as innocent as they seemed. Otherwise, why would they appear in the ledger? The loquats likely concealed ulterior motives. Moreover, she recalled Jiangda's penchant for gambling, which left a lasting impression. His debts had become so overwhelming that the Minister of Dali refused to lend him further funds. In desperation, he had contemplated selling his wife, only to be caught by the minister, resulting in his imprisonment. The outcome of that debacle remained shrouded in mystery. The scandal culminated when the minister took Jiangda's wife, his sister-in-law, as a concubine, leading to the two sisters sharing one husband, a situation that, while shocking, was hardly novel. However, Jiangda's vices extended beyond gambling. He was also seduced by beauty, leading to an affair with the minister's wife, culminating in the birth of a child that was undeniably Jiangda's. The complexity of these relationships was widely known, yet they were not uncovered through investigation, but rather revealed by the minister's wife herself, seemingly in a fit of madness. Ironically, it was Yin Qinxiu who reaped the benefits from this scandal, inciting suspicion and veiled ridicule that she had endured repeatedly, leaving her infuriated and unable to eat. Though to no avail, with the minister's wife deceased, there was no one left to contest the claims. Such fortunes do not simply fall from the heavens. They are the machinations of those with intent. In this lifetime, she was determined to ensure he faced empty hands, witnessing the gradual unraveling of all he desired. Fu Jin's emotions surged, her fingers crumpling the paper in her grip before she took a breath, smoothing it out as a plan began to form in her mind. Yin Xinxiu returned to his residence under the veil of night after visiting the main courtyard, heading back to his own quarters. Pausing briefly before entering, he contemplated investigating the Lin family situation. "Qingxue, who is it?" he pondered. Before he could inquire further, he was met with a closed door, compelling him to proceed to the Lin estate, where he recalled the presence of Miss Fu. Surely, the heir had tasked him with gathering information about her. Thus, in the dead of night, Yin Xinxiu sat at his desk, his hair still dripping, listening to Qingxue's report, veins throbbing at his temples. Upon Fu Jin's return, she had faced scorn. Her courtyard was in disarray, and she was in a pitiable state. Fu Yinyang had even fallen ill. "Why must I hear this?" he questioned, bewildered. Lin Jingru was being excessively harsh. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. Yin Xinxiu and Appo's expression shifted, his displeasure evident as he felt Qingxue was leading him astray. His face tightening, he pressed for details about the ancestral hall incident. Finally sensing something amiss, Qingxue solemnly recounted the events surrounding the hall. Once Yin Xinxiu was assured of Fu Jin's safety, he dismissed Qingxue, not knowing if it was the latter and Appo's incessant chatter or his grim expression that led Yin Xinxiu to experience an unusual dream. In the dream, a young girl appeared in tattered clothing, her face smeared with dirt, emaciated to the bone, yet her eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness, reminiscent of a stray cat. The scene swiftly transformed, showing the grown girl wielding a knife, blood splattering as she coldly dispatched her victims. Ultimately, the vision shifted to her retreating silhouette after an encirclement in the mountains, a sight that stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Awakening from this lengthy and exhausting dream, Yin Xinxiu felt unusually fatigued, as if caught in a state of half-awareness, which was quite vexing. He let out a derisive chuckle, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Despite the girl and Appo's seemingly humble attire, it was crafted from the finest woven silk. Poor, unappreciated, living poorly? Such claims were nothing but deception. "Achu!" Fu Jin woke early, sneezing. Rubbing her nose, she mused, could it be that Yin Xinxiu is thinking of me? A light laugh escaped her as she dismissed the notion, believing she was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. After all, he had never shown any sign of missing her even after their marriage. Why would he now? Chapter 38. Calling you. Little beast Bao Zhu entered with a bamboo comb, preparing to groom Fu Jin while casually mentioning the announcement outside. It pertained to the notorious flower thief, a villain who had committed numerous atrocities, harming countless young women. Ultimately, he was apprehended only after the demise of one such girl. However, it was perplexing that the Dali Temple merely stated his capture without revealing any details of his punishment. Bao Zhu's concerns were not on this matter. Her face was etched with indignation. Those gossips were eager for any misfortune to befall you. Was it not just the incident involving the flower thief? They insisted on dragging you into it, as if you had not emerged from it unscathed. Were your eyes blinded by the scandal? Last night, that flower thief ought to have been castrated. With a sharp crack, the hairpin in Fu Jin's hand shattered. Her expression darkened with fury. "Leave." Bao Zhu instinctively stepped back, lowering her head in fear. Yet, as she exited, she could not resist a quick glance over her shoulder, only to see the lady's eyes reddened, barely concealing a murderous intent, her face contorted with rage, no longer the serene demeanor she usually bore. What had she said wrong? Inside, Fu Jin slowly raised her head, gazing into the mirror at her own bloodshot eyes, her palm grazed by the broken pin, a sharp sting that paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. Bao Zhu and Appo's words invoked memories of that day in her past life. Seeing Lin Wan Yin and Appo's smug face, relishing in the misfortune of others. He was skinned alive here, the first cut landing on his vital point. TSK. The entire city watched. He was once the most celebrated heir. How could someone of his stature be subjected to such treatment? A tidal wave of hatred surged within her, momentarily obscured by Bao Zhu and Appo's voice from outside. "Miss, Lin Wan Yin has come to see you." At the sound, Fu Jin and Appo's lips curled into a wicked smile. The hatred in her eyes momentarily dulled. She wiped the blood from her palm, bending down to lift the sleeping Shura. Suddenly airborne, Shura's fur bristled in alarm, baring its fangs, but upon catching the familiar scent, it relaxed into her embrace. In the parlor, the maidservant served tea and retreated to the side. Lin Wan Yin sat gracefully, her expression calm despite the lengthy wait, not showing an ounce of impatience. Yet, deep down, she had no desire to be there, compelled by her father's insistence to make this visit. Hearing a sound, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Fu Jin. The hatred in Fu Jin's dark eyes sent a chill down her spine. Just a fleeting glance, and she felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. But in the blink of an eye, that hatred vanished, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. Fu Jin maintained her languid demeanor, sitting indiscriminately, like a rude country girl, exuding an air of defiance. Lin Wan Yin's suspicion grew, and she wished to leave even more. Seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease. Father worried about your well-being and sent some items for you, just to ease his worries. Lin Wan Yin, eager to depart, did not even bother with formalities. The box on the table was opened, revealing a modest sum of silver and some jewelry befitting a young lady. Lin Jingru had deliberated on this for quite some time before deciding to give it. The ancestral shrine had been burnt, Fu Jin had been punished, and fortunately, his attitude had softened. He believed that by showing some care during her vulnerable moments, everything would return to normal, and she would follow his lead henceforth. Money, after all, is never unwelcome. Fu Jin nodded, allowing the maid to collect it. She had no aversion to money, but she found Lin Jingru's funds distasteful. Yet, they could be used for equally loathsome individuals, making a fitting use. Seeing this, Lin Wan Yin sighed in relief, having expected a lengthy dispute. She took a few sips of the tea, finding it bitter, furrowing her brow before setting it down. Fu Jin, petting Shura, smiled slyly. How is the tea? A bit bitter. I shall have someone bring you a better batch another day. Lin Wan Yin maintained her smile, but yearned to leave. Before she could speak, Fu Jin continued, It's nothing of good quality, merely a round tea cake. Shura loves to play with it, so I'll let it entertain itself, inadvertently adding a little extra. Rest assured, it's not what you are drinking now. Confused, Lin Wan Yin heard Fu Jin call Shura. Meow, ugh, in an instant. Lin Wan Yin could no longer contain herself, turning aside to dry heave. Fu Jin's words were not meant to be taken literally, but she felt certain the tea had been tampered with. She had even consumed it. As a legitimate daughter, accustomed to the finest foods and drinks, she had never endured such treatment. After several heaves, it seemed she might genuinely vomit. If you are unwell, then you should return, Fu Jin remarked with a smile. Be cautious on your way home. Oh, and do remember to secure your doors and windows at night. Bao Zhu, see her off. Throughout, Fu Jin's tone remained light and even gentle. As she spoke, she lowered her head, soothing Shura, remaining calm and composed. Lin Wan Yin was hastened out by Bao Zhu. Casting one last look back, her stomach churned, the urge to vomit intensifying, and a cold sweat broke out on her back, overwhelmed with fear. What did she mean by that? What was her intention? What did sending her off even entail? Lin Wan Yin felt a surge of panic, her stomach in turmoil, pushing away the maid beside her and leaning against a tree. Ugh! This time, she truly retched. Bao Zhu returned, obediently standing in the corner. Aware that the lady's mood today would be far from pleasant, she kept her distance. Observing Lin Wan Yin's distress, she wondered why the tea had caused such a reaction. Two simple remarks had frightened her so thoroughly. Later, she fell ill for 2 days, rumored to have caught a chill from restless nights spent checking the doors and windows. Lin Jingru inquired briefly, but since the matter was linked to Fu Jin, it was dismissed and the tea incident was easily forgotten. Upon entering the courtyard, he unexpectedly recalled Fu Lan Shu. In her youth, she had been a remarkable beauty, graceful and gentle, but after giving birth to Fu Jin, she had grown increasingly stubborn and obstinate. It had been quite some time since they had seen each other. Perhaps it was best to stay here today. Lin Jingru reminisced about the past, his gaze revealing a hint of desire. Where is your mother? Is she still unwell? He began to head towards Fu Lan Shu's quarters. Fu Jin's expression darkened as she called out, "Little beast, come back." The surrounding area fell into a profound silence. The servants gaped, instinctively lowering their heads, afraid to breathe a word. Had the second miss lost her mind? What had they just heard? She had called the master little beast? Lin Jingru turned back in disbelief, questioning his own hearing, his face flushed with confusion as she shouted again, her voice resonating even louder. I'm calling you little beast. Chapter 39. All matters are silver and gold, ungrateful wretch. Lin Jingru bellowed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Fu Jin. His gaze swept around, searching for something suitable, but finding none, he swung his arm forward. Fu Jin deftly sidestepped, causing Lin Jingru to miss entirely, and he stumbled forward, nearly cracking his skull. Luckily, a servant behind him was quick enough to catch him. Fu Jin felt a twinge of regret as she lowered her gaze, noticing the uneven ground where he had stood, contemplating the possibility of tripping him, but ultimately deciding against it. She estimated that he was already quite enraged, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Composing herself, she lifted her head and furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "Why are you hitting me?" Her words rang out with authority, silencing the surrounding crowd. The whispers of the onlookers echoed in the air, and one could not help but wonder if a second young lady truly believed that feigning innocence would absolve her of consequences. How foolish that would be. How dare you ask? What did you just say? Lin Jingru's frustrated tirade was interrupted by Fu Jin, who turned her head to glance at the wall. Come down, she commanded. The crowd, puzzled, followed her gaze to discover a snow-white cat perched atop the wall. At her words, the cat leaped gracefully from the wall to a nearby tree and swiftly bounded into Fu Jin's arms. She gently stroked its fur before turning her attention back to Lin Jingru. What do you mean? The simplicity of her 3 words rendered Lin Jingru speechless. He had spoken with such righteous indignation moments ago, yet now he was filled with doubt. Was she referring to him? Ignoring the varied expressions of the onlookers, Fu Jin continued to pet the cat, her voice cool and seemingly layered with deeper meaning. This little creature is quite mischievous, refusing to listen, nearly causing itself to fall to its demise. The crowd was left in confusion, wondering if she was referring to the cat or to Lin Jingru himself. Fu Jin paused in her ministrations, a look of realization crossing her face. Surely you don't think. Lin Jingru's eyes twitched violently, half of his face contorting in a comical manner that drew silent laughter from those present. His voice, louder than Fu Jin's, sought to interrupt her. A young lady should not speak in such an unbecoming manner. I shall have someone teach you proper decorum on another day. After his furious outburst, Lin Jingru stormed away, eager to escape the scene, completely forgetting his earlier intention to visit concubine Fu. Internally, he fumed. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Coincidentally, the appearance of the cat had left him with nothing to say. He feared that continuing the conversation would only further infuriate him. This girl was not as brainless as she often appeared. She possessed a degree of cunning that was commendable, though her arrogance was excessive. She dared to flaunt her wits before him, as if she were displaying her skills in front of a master craftsman. Her haughty nature needed to be tempered. Fu Jin, however, was indifferent to his thoughts. Cradling the cat, she returned to her quarters, leisurely grooming its fur and even treating it to an extra meal as a form of praise. She had deliberately called out to Lin Jingru, chastising him without directly naming Xiao Luo, allowing him to vent his frustration without recourse. Regardless of whether Xiao Luo chose to descend, she had ensured that Lin Jingru would be left speechless. Yet, the thought of Lin Jingru's eyes when he had intended to enter the courtyard made her feel nauseous. Such a beast aspired to involve her mother in his ambitions, dreaming a grandiose dream. She narrowed her eyes and summoned Bao Zhu inside. Have the guards in the main courtyard been informed? She inquired. 2 shifts of guards rotate every 2 hours. There are 2 visible in the bedroom and 4 hidden. While their skills are not exceptional, breaking through would pose a challenge. The difficulty lies not in defeat, but in causing a commotion that could spiral out of control. She was well aware that the young lady had other schemes in mind, which was why she did not act recklessly. Moreover, she had played her role exceptionally well. Had she not been privy to the young lady's animosity towards Lin Jingru, she might have believed it was all a misunderstanding. Fu Jin smiled faintly. Prepare some supplies. Having been idle for too long, I wish to seek some amusement." Upon hearing this, Bao Zhu's eyes lit up, growing increasingly delighted with each word Fu Jin spoke. Chun Xing, witnessing this, could only think how foolish they all were. Did they truly believe that the master would not recognize her veiled insults? Now, he was coming to settle the score, and they couldn't understand what there was to be happy about. "Miss, the master has sent someone to say that he wishes to reclaim the items previously given to you. The household is preparing a banquet for you, but funds are tight. As a member of the Lin family, you should contribute to the Li family's expenses, and you shall be compensated later." Hearing this, Fu Jin could not help but laugh. She understood that Lin Jingru was not so easily fooled, yet this aligned perfectly with his intentions. He was neither foolish nor wise. Such a person was most manageable, making him an ideal pawn. She had anticipated that Lin Jingru would pick apart her words in terms of propriety, seeking to undermine her. Instead, what was this? In her past life, her mother had sacrificed her eyesight through tireless embroidery, her hands cracked and swollen from washing clothes in the bitter cold. Lin Jingru had never once acknowledged her suffering, and after her mother's passing, he had not even mentioned her burial. Now, he thought that a mere matter of silver could bring her down? How laughable! The Lin family's purchased title had inflated Lin Jingru's ego, leading him to believe that everything revolved around wealth. Huh! Fu Jin scoffed coldly, realizing this was yet another avenue through which he could suffer, beginning with his financial woes. Even in her past life, she had endured her share of hardships. Her mother's suffering could not be in vain. "Give it to him," Fu Jin said calmly, causing Chun Xing to panic. "Miss, it's the height of the season now. You've rewarded us with those gifts, and I've used them to add 2 new outfits. What shall we do?" In truth, she had used the gifts to curry favor and gain influence. For nearly half a year, she had received no monthly allowance, and losing this, some would leave her without even the means to eat. How could Fu Jin, so miserly, reward generosity only to demand it back? If she knew she had to rely on a master, she ought to have ingratiated herself instead of acting so brazenly, as if she were of great importance. "Miss, given that you and the concubine have only just reconciled, how could you cause another rift? You ought to soften your stance with the master. After all, you are bound by blood, father and daughter. So speak kindly, and the relationship will naturally improve." Chun Xing, desperate to persuade Fu Jin, was making her first attempt to speak for her benefit, but unfortunately, she had struck a nerve. Fu Jin had not even considered the matter until it was brought up. Now that it was mentioned, she wished to return everything. Any loss would be deducted from her monthly allowance, and once it was returned, she would repay Chun Xing in full. There was no question of that. With finality, Chun Xing realized there was no room for negotiation. Not only had she endured so much suffering, but she would also be out half a year's worth of silver. How was she to survive now? Grumbling internally, Chun Xing left, already contemplating other plans. As night fell, Bao Zhu entered with a joyful expression. "Miss, everything is prepared. Let's go." Chapter 40. A bump on the head this evening. The moonlight illuminated every blade of grass and tree in the courtyard, casting shadows on the figures beneath the eaves. A couple of guards leaned against the pillars, lost in slumber, their faces adorned with smiles, while one near the door wore an expression of anger, each displaying a range of emotions. Fu Jin, clad in black gauze with a veil obscuring her face, revealed only her luminous eyes. Bao Zhu mirrored her attire, but held a small box in her hand. The two entered Lin Jingru and Anbei's room as if they were in a realm untouched by others. On the bed, Lin Jingru lay under a thin blanket, peacefully asleep. Upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes with a hint of fatigue, struggling to rise in the darkness. "Who?" he queried, his voice soft and weak. As he stepped onto the floor, his unsteady form swayed, as if intoxicated, caught between dreams and reality, unaware of his circumstances. Bao Zhu placed the small box on the table with a thud before igniting a candle in the room. The sights before Lin Jingru suddenly came into focus, and upon seeing two figures clad in black, his face turned pale, and he instinctively prepared to scream. Bao Zhu, swift in her movements, shoved a prepared cloth into his mouth, expertly binding his limbs, rendering him in a star shape against the wall. Lin Jingru struggled, but the cloth muffled his cries, his expression fraught with terror. What alarmed him further was the absence of anyone entering the room despite the prolonged silence. Fu Jin remained unhurried, observing Lin Jingru's panicked gaze from across the table. The room and the outside were both infused with a peculiar drug, differing only in dosage. The exterior was more potent, plunging one into a deep dream, while the interior was milder, leaving the person in a haze of confusion, teetering on the brink of clarity and delirium, evoking primal emotions that would linger as a vivid memory once the effects faded, a memory that would feel all too real, yet painful. Such substances were favored in the brothels for entertaining guests. Fu Jin had acquired some out of curiosity long ago, never anticipating their practical application in this moment. Regrettably, Lin Jingru, aside from grunting like a pig, offered little amusement. Thankfully, she had brought along more entertaining items. Turning to the small box on the table, she revealed an array of instruments within, sharp blades gleaming in the light, ranging from slender silver needles to sizable throwing darts and palm-sized knives. Fu Jin toyed with a throwing knife, aiming carefully before casually tossing it. With a thud, the knife severed a strand of hair from Lin Jingru's head, grazing his scalp before clattering against the wall. Pale with fright, Lin Jingru's face drained of color as he attempted to shout. He yearned to break free but found himself helpless, unable to call for aid, reduced to witnessing the growing nonchalance with which his assailants hurled knives and darts. The appearance of silver needles sent a chill down his spine. Should one pierce him, would he survive? Layers of dread enveloped his mind, his body drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen, and his eyes beginning to glaze over. Bao Zhu intermittently collected the knives, while Fu Jin's aim remained precise, leaving a trail of marks on the wall. Observing Lin Jingru's demeanor shift, she feigned a few miscalculations, lightly grazing his skin, which sent him into a state of heightened anxiety, rendering him motionless, terrified that even the slightest movement would result in a fatal strike. After several rounds of this torment, Lin Jingru resembled someone pulled from the depths of water, devoid of even the strength to plead for mercy, his clothing tattered, and his wounds superficial yet pitiable. Fu Jin methodically gathered her needles and knives, noting that the time was nearly upon them. She glanced at Bao Zhu, who was practically glowing with excitement, and released Lin Jingru from his binding, albeit keeping his hands restrained behind him. Having waited all night for this moment, Bao Zhu was eager to commence their fun. Just as Lin Jingru exhaled a sigh of relief, believing his ordeal had come to an end, he was startled by a sudden noise. Crack! His nerves instinctively tightened as he beheld the dual-section staff in the hand of the woman before him. His expression changed, and instinctively, he attempted to flee. Bao Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips curling under her veil like a cat spotting a mouse, relishing in a game as she allowed him a few steps ahead. As he approached the door, she swiftly blocked his path, striking him sharply on the shoulder with her weapon. Lin Jingru's face flushed crimson as he let out a muffled roar, turning to flee once more. Bao Zhu pursued him, seizing every opportunity to deliver a strike. Though each blow appeared light, they compelled Lin Jingru to hasten his escape, as if capture would spell his doom. Meanwhile, Fu Jin finished organizing the small box, leaning casually against the doorframe, a smile gracing her features as she observed Lin Jingru's frantic attempts to evade Bao Zhu, concerned that Bao Zhu might become too engrossed in her play. Fu Jin waited a moment before rapping on the doorframe to remind her of the time. Lin Jingru, drenched in sweat, halted when he noticed her pause, exhaling heavily. However, before he could catch his breath, she appeared before him like a specter, raising her staff high. His eyes widened in horror as he felt a sharp pain at his neck, followed by a cacophony of cracking sounds, before darkness enveloped him. Perfect! Bao Zhu elegantly stowed away her staff, surveying the scattered fragments of teacups on the floor, quietly congratulating herself. Fu Jin chuckled softly, urging her to hasten with the cleanup. Bao Zhu moved swiftly, tying up loose ends and concealing any evidence of their presence, finishing the task in mere moments as the duo slipped away under the moonlight. Silent as shadows, they seemed as though they had never existed. Meanwhile, The guards outside began to awaken from their slumber upon hearing the commotion, their expressions momentarily blank as they exchanged glances. Gradually, they realized they had dozed off, and the noise had emanated from the master's quarters. A few of them quickly entered the room, discovering the master sprawled amidst the shattered teacup fragments, his body marred by various wounds as if struck by the shards. "Master? Master!" One of them rushed to assist, calling out twice, but receiving no response. Panic-stricken, he hurried to fetch a doctor. The sudden uproar in the main courtyard stirred the residents of the nearby courtyard, and upon hearing that Lin Jingru was in distress, Lady Lin could no longer remain at ease, hastening to his side. At that moment, Lin Jingru had just regained consciousness, still engulfed in pain, his nerves taut, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Lady Lin's expression hardened as she glanced towards the doctor. "Has he bumped his head?" "Bumped his head," Lin Jingru retorted, recalling the figures in black, his anger flaring. "Two men in black attacked me. Where are they? You must find them," he vehemently insisted, preferring the reality of his predicament over the absurdity of his imagined injuries. Lady Lin's countenance darkened further, realizing he truly had sustained a blow to the head. Caught in a delusion. Chapter 41. Eating simple fare. Upon witnessing the expression on Madame Lin's face, Lin Jingru understood her disbelief. Summon the guards. Madame Lin, seeing his determination, did not attempt to dissuade him. Several guards entered, forming a straight line. "Did you hear any commotion? Did you see two men in black, one carrying a small box? Speak the truth." The guards, baffled by Lin Laoi's inquiry, exchanged glances. They had previously agreed to feign exhaustion to avoid punishment. Upon hearing the noise, we entered and found the master lying on the ground, alongside shattered teacups. We did not see any men in black, nor did we notice anything unusual. We remained vigilant and found no suspicious behavior. They insisted, each sounding utterly confident, devoid of any hint of guilt. Lin Jingru's expression twisted further. If these were not his trustworthy subordinates, he might have suspected them of collusion to harm him. He had been ensconced in the room for so long. Yet the commotion caused by the men in black had been quite significant. Could it be that he had merely dreamt it? Observing his demeanor, Madame Lin sensed he was not injured in the head and offered gentle consolation. "My dear, you have been burdened with too many matters lately. Perhaps I should accompany you for the next few days to tend to your needs. Should you feel hungry or thirsty, I would be there to assist." Logically, there should have been someone in attendance within Lin Laoi's chamber to serve him during the night. Yet due to his deep-seated fears from past experiences, he had insisted on keeping watch outside. As the room quieted, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. He looked around, feeling as if he were surrounded by lurking dangers. His mind beginning to drift, he pondered Madame Lin's words, suspecting that perhaps he had indeed experienced a nightmare. It was possible that while attempting to pour tea in a daze, he had stumbled and struck the table, resulting in the broken teacup and his injuries. Perhaps it was merely a nightmare. "You may remain here," he concluded. Madame Lin smiled, instructing the doctor to examine him again to ensure he was unharmed, only sustaining minor injuries, and then send him on his way. As dawn approached, Lin Jingru, who had struggled to sleep due to his tense state, finally succumbed to slumber. Yet, he dreamt of being pursued, waking with a start and inadvertently kicking Madame Lin. She cried out in pain, shaking him awake. "My lord, you have had another nightmare." Lin Jingru, dazed, gradually recognized the situation and embraced Madame Lin, realizing he had indeed been lost in a dream. Injie went to offer incense a few days ago and purchased some calming incense from the abbot. She prepared a portion for you, though the servants may have overlooked it. Tomorrow night, let us burn the incense. It will help you sleep more soundly. Injie is thoughtful. I will heed your advice. However, do keep a close watch on the Zhao household. I have already sent them an invitation. We cannot afford any mishaps. Very well. They conversed for a while before Lin Jingru drifted back to sleep, while Madame Lin remained preoccupied with matters concerning the Zhao family, only falling into a light slumber after some time. As the sun rose high, Chunqing paced in front of the closed door, feeling increasingly agitated by the heat. It's already this late, and he is still asleep. Has he turned into a ghost? Offending the master now leaves us with no options. That wretched girl has nothing left, yet she acts so ferociously. She deserves her fate. Chunxing cursed inwardly, hesitant to step inside. Recalling previous encounters, she still felt the sting of embarrassment. Disagreements often led to harsh words and blows. That girl was becoming increasingly fierce. By noon, the aroma of food wafted from outside. Yet all remained quiet within. Unable to wait any longer, Chunxing knocked on the door. "Miss, are you awake?" Inside, on a simple bed, a beauty clad in plain garments lay beneath a thin blanket. Her long hair spilled over the pillow, revealing a strikingly pale face. With a slight furrow in her brow, she slowly opened her eyes. Her dark pupils sparkled, and her expression was fully alert, as if she had just awakened. She sat up gradually, her thoughts coalescing. After having taught Lin Jingru a lesson the previous night, her spirits were notably lifted, allowing her a rare, restful sleep. Chunxing called out again from outside, to which she lazily leaned back and replied, "What is it?" Her voice, still tinged with sleep, held an inexplicable allure. Chunxing hesitated to respond, but the familiar cat, Xiao Luo, crept in and leapt into Fu Jin's arms. She instinctively caressed it. Chunxing contemplated entering, but paused, awaiting permission. The food from the small kitchen was running low, leaving only some vegetable leaves and taro. What would they do for lunch? Lin Jingru, intent on making things difficult, had left little more than bland and unpalatable fare, hoping to force Fu Jin into submission. He would claim it was all for the household's benefit. Fu Jin chuckled softly. Lin Jingru truly surprised her at every turn. Even Zhang Rulian would not resort to such petty tactics. If that were the case, he would surely present it more gracefully, leaving no grounds for criticism. If not for Lin wanting support, the Lin family might have vanished long ago. "Eat whatever is available. We will deal with it as it comes," Fu Jin ordered coldly. Chunxing's eyes widened in shock. This paltry fare was unworthy even for the poorest in Nanjing City. How had conditions worsened so dramatically upon arriving in the capital? It was all that wretched girl Fu Jin's fault. Frustrated, Chunxing half-heartedly prepared the meal, serving overcooked vegetables that were simply boiled. Fu Jin observed, but said nothing, picking up her chopsticks to sample each dish before instructing Chunxing to clear the table. Chunxing watched Fu Jin eat without a change in expression, her lips moving slightly. But no words were spoken. She retreated to the side room to eat, taking a bite and promptly spitting it out. Ugh, tasteless and bitter, impossible to chew. Is this meant for human consumption? Even animals would refuse it. Exasperated, she discarded the food, momentarily satisfied, forgetting that these were the only rations available to her. With no money and no food, she would soon be left starving, with no one to voice her complaints to. Meanwhile, every time Fu Jin was served, she would take a few bites, which would inevitably reach Lin Jingru's ears, leading him to believe she was someone who could endure hardship, prompting him to keep a close watch on her. In truth, Fu Jin ensured that her maid, Bao Zhu, would buy food from outside daily, never allowing herself or Fu Yinyang to go hungry. Her few bites were merely for show, while Chunxing, the traitorous maid, remained oblivious to the truth. Ultimately left with no choice but to eat whatever was served, occasionally mentioning her shared struggles with Fu Jin in hopes of garnering favor. Annoyed by Chunxing's incessant chatter, Fu Jin eventually opted to divide the meals, avoiding contact altogether, which simplified many matters. "My lady, there is news." Chapter 42. Do you know young Master Yin? Previously, upon noticing Jiangda in the account books, Fu Jin realized that it was May, a time when Jiangda would customarily send loquats. She instructed someone to gather information, hoping to negotiate a trade for the fruit. This matter was currently under the charge of Bao Zhu, who had arranged a meeting for the following day at a tavern. Early the next morning, Fu Jin set out with Bao Zhu, but as soon as she stepped beyond the threshold, she was tugged back. Looking down, she saw Xiao Luo, struggling to grasp the hem of her garment, as if attempting to climb up but lacking leverage, which made her chuckle. "Today, I shall take you for a stroll," she said, bending down to lift the cat into her arms before stepping outside. Having been raised in the estate, Xiao Luo had yet to explore the outside world, and it likely felt monotonous to remain cooped up. Now, it was considerably healthier than before, with shiny fur, healed legs, and a glint of intelligence in its eyes. The marketplace was bustling, filled with people. They had arrived early, and since their meeting time had not yet come, Fu Jin chose to meander through the stalls instead of taking a carriage. Spotting a vendor selling small bells that jingled sweetly, she entertained Xiao Luo with one, and upon noticing its fondness, she purchased it. The vendor, a middle-aged man, observed her generosity and striking appearance, and thus kindly cautioned, "Miss, you ought to be cautious when out and about. This veil is rather rudimentary. It was merely a makeshift gift. I hope you won't take offense." The offered veil was a simple white, clearly of inferior quality, suggesting it was an experimental piece from the vendor. Although Fu Jin was perplexed, she accepted it without wearing it, handing it to Bao Zhu instead, and left a bit more silver before departing. The vendor had no time to protest as she walked away. After the vendor's remark, Fu Jin surveyed the lively market. Despite the crowd, only a few young ladies were present, accompanied by their maids or adorned with veils. A thought struck her. She recalled hearing about a flower thief who had previously lurked among the market crowd, targeting young women. And it seemed the recent absence of young ladies was due to some new trouble involving this thief, causing distress among the populace. The reason Bao Zhu neglected to bring a veil was clear. Her mistress had no need for it. Furrowing her brow, Fu Jin had thought the flower thief troubles were behind them. Could it be that Yin Chinxiu had encountered some issues? She halted and turned to Bao Zhu. "Investigate this flower thief. Gather as much information as you can, but do not overexert yourself. Return to the estate afterward." Surprised, Bao Zhu did not inquire further and promptly departed. Fu Jin continued on her way, her mind preoccupied with thoughts, losing interest in shopping. Suddenly, a figure dashed out in front of her, nearly grasping her garment. She instinctively stepped back, avoiding the encounter. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a beggar. "Please, kind lady, have mercy," he implored. His filthy appearance and disheveled hair belied a surprisingly clear and spirited voice. Fu Jin chose to ignore him and attempted to walk past. But the beggar hastily stepped in front of her again, kneeling to beg. "Please, kind lady, I haven't eaten in days. You are so kind to care for your cat. Surely, you can spare a little for me." Fu Jin scrutinized him. Since her arrival in the capital, she had encountered only two beggars. The one who had asked her to share her chicken leg the day she found Xiao Luo, and now this one. It was unfortunate that they were the same person. She paused, not rushing to leave, observing the beggar as if pondering something. Seizing the moment, the beggar swiftly rose and snatched her coin pouch before darting into an alley. Fu Jin, both amused and exasperated, thought in broad daylight in the capital. He dares to rob? She leisurely followed him, unhurried and without shouting, allowing her steps to match her thoughts. The beggar, puzzled by her calm demeanor, wondered if she was simple-minded or perhaps had some hidden advantage that made her fearless. As he hesitated and slowed his pace, he noticed she had already entered the alley and decided not to linger, whistling a tune. At that moment, Shen Nongxue, who had just passed by, recognized the young lady and Appo's profile and found herself inexplicably drawn to follow. "Miss." Fu Jin hesitated, stopping to look back. Upon seeing Shen Nongxue, she was taken aback. Shen Nongxue approached, her expression revealing recognition. "I truly did not expect to see you again. I owe you an apology for my previous actions. You left in such haste that I did not even learn your name. It seems fate has brought us together once more. There's no need for concern. The injury was minor and has healed completely," Fu Jin replied calmly. Indeed, it had healed well, leaving no trace after the finest ointment was applied. Fu Jin glanced at the alley behind her. "This path is blocked. You should take another route." Shen Nongxue hesitated, but then shook her head. "I will not. My surname is Shun, and my name is Nongxue. May I know your name, miss?" "Fu Jin," she replied. As the two conversed, the beggar hiding nearby observed them. Noting that the lady remained stationary and there was another person with her, he felt increasingly uneasy about the situation, signaling to a man positioned slightly ahead. The man, having not seen the lady's face, felt a pang of regret, having heard she was extraordinarily beautiful. Driven by curiosity, he advanced a few steps to glimpse her features, wanted to verify the beggar and Appo's claims. The beggar, sensing danger, grew anxious and whistled again. Upon hearing the sound, Fu Jin turned her gaze to the man, their eyes locking. Her brow furrowed as she stepped forward to pursue him, but the man fled in fright, vanishing like a ghost. The beggar, intending to regroup with him, realized his companion had disappeared and fled in haste, convinced that the young lady was not to be trifled with. As Fu Jin took a step forward, she was halted once more. "Miss Fu, what is the matter?" Shen Nongxue asked, following Fu Jin and Amp. Oppo's gaze but seeing nothing amiss. With the man gone, Fu Jin ceased her pursuit, quietly reclaiming her sleeve from Shen Nongxue's grasp, and replied coolly, "It is nothing. Let us go." Shen Nongxue walked alongside her, only regaining her composure after a few moments. "There is something quite peculiar about Miss Fu's aura. I find myself compelled to follow." Pondering, she could not recall any family named Fu in the capital. Recollecting the image of Fu Jin standing alongside young Master Yin, a flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Upon exiting the alley, Fu Jin intended to part ways, for Shen Nongxue was not alone. She had her servants and did not require Fu Jin's concern. "Do you know young Master Yin?" Chapter 43. Dislike for sweets. The sudden inquiry left Fu Jin astonished, yet her expression remained impassive. Her voice as cold and clear as the moon. "I do not know him." The three words rang out with a resonant clarity. Suddenly, the cat in her arms leaped down, and Fu Jin, taken aback, hastily called out, "Xiao Luo." However, the cat, heedless of her call, dashed over to another person in Amp Oppo's feet. As if sensing something, craning its neck and nuzzling against the hem of that individual's dark blue robe, displaying an unmistakable affection. A pang of unease struck Fu Jin, and she followed the fabric upward, only to be met with the familiar, strikingly handsome face of Yin Chenxiu. She couldn't help but want a facepalm. Just a moment ago, she had claimed not to know him, yet now her cat was displaying such intimacy. The slap of reality came unexpectedly. Typically, she would scent herself with the sandalwood that Yin Chenxiu favored, hoping to familiarize Xiao Luo with him to prevent any accidental scratches. Little did she anticipate the effect would be so pronounced. This was not merely a case of unfamiliarity. It was an evident familiarity. Was it too late to reclaim her cat now? At this moment, an awkward air enveloped her. Shen Nongxue, equally surprised by the unexpected guest, observed the interaction between the cat and Miss Fu, sensing that she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Both individuals had asserted their lack of acquaintance, yet their demeanor suggested otherwise. Were they truly strangers, or was there a hidden connection? "Miss, the hour grows late," a maid beside her gently reminded. Shen Nongxue, as if awakening from a dream, ceased to ponder the matter of recognition, hastily bidding farewell to the two before departing. Fu Jin, wishing to escape the situation, found herself tethered by her cat still in another's grasp. "Xiao Luo, return," she softly urged, attempting to summon the traitorous cat back to her. Yet, it was clear that the cat had mistaken its allegiance, persistently pawing at the hem of the stranger's attire. Reluctantly, Fu Jin approached, bending down to scoop the cat into her embrace. Fortunately, the cat exhibited some sense and refrained from scratching her true owner. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been overwhelming. Yin Chenxiu cast a glance at the cat before redirecting his attention to Fu Jin, his expression serene. "I wish to inquire something of Miss Fu. May I know if you have a moment to spare?" His calm demeanor suggested he had not heard her earlier declaration, and Fu Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her, though curiosity stirred within her regarding his inquiry. Standing in the bustling marketplace made their presence remarkably conspicuous, drawing occasional glances from passers-by. Thus, Yin Chenxiu proposed a retreat to a nearby tea house, not far from his own tavern, as she was unaware of his line of questioning and harbored a desire to spend more time with him. Fu Jin pursed her lips and suggested, "My tavern is nearby. If young Master Yin does not mind, we could proceed there." A flicker of surprise passed through Yin Chenxiu's eyes. Was this girl sincere or simply unguarded? "I would be grateful for your guidance." With that, they set off, Fu Jin leading the way with the cat in her arms, while Yin Chenxiu followed at a respectful distance, neither too near nor too far. As they traversed through the bustling market and entered a quieter alleyway, the atmosphere became significantly more tranquil. Yin Chenxiu, observing her retreating figure, seemed to recall something and posed a question. "Miss Fu, during your time in Nanjing City, have you ever visited the ancient inn?" Fu Jin tightened her grip around the cat for a fleeting moment, wondering if he had discerned something. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had never revealed her face to him during her clandestine visits, and they had never truly crossed paths in direct confrontation. She relaxed, her demeanor becoming leisurely and calm, her voice imbued with a hint of ease. I have been there several times. Their bamboo chicken is unparalleled. Missing out on it would be a regrettable affair. It was clear that her visits were solely for the purpose of indulging in the culinary delights. Indeed, having spent numerous years in Nanjing City, it would raise suspicion if she claimed to have never visited. Yin Xinxiu had not anticipated such a response, yet he refrained from probing further. Once the topic was broached, the earlier tension dissipated, and Fu Jin seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. His deep, resonant voice was undeniably captivating. Did young master Yin ever have the chance to sample the offerings at the inn during your time in Nanjing City? Furthermore, the city possesses other unique delights not found in the capital. Never, he replied curtly, his low voice indicating a desire to conclude the discussion. This provoked a chuckle from Fu Jin, who recalled that in a past life, he had often expressed a wish to taste the bamboo chicken she made. He had once mentioned enjoying it during a visit to Nanjing City, yet now he claimed otherwise. What was the purpose of deceiving her? She halted, turning to face him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What about the glutinous rice balls? They are also a specialty of Nanjing City. Her tone was bright and cheerful, as if she were merely sharing the unique offerings of her hometown. But only she knew the underlying tension, her grip on the cat tightening with each passing moment. She seemed somewhat insistent, her gaze unwavering as she awaited his response. The atmosphere grew taut, akin to a standoff. It was broken by the plaintive meow of the cat. Meow Fu Jin's embrace had been too tight, causing Xiao Luo discomfort. After a few futile struggles, it mewed plaintively. She lowered her lashes, loosening her hold, and absent-mindedly stroked the cat, realizing she had let her emotions get the better of her. Without pressing further, she turned and resumed her walk. Yin Xinxiu made no comment, but followed her pace. Before long, they arrived at the tavern, which remained shuttered, devoid of sign. Fu Jin knocked on the door, and it was promptly opened by someone within. Mississippi. Qing Mu's words faltered upon seeing the man accompanying her. He was aware of her visit today, but hadn't anticipated her bringing a gentleman along. Who is this? Please serve a pot of tea to the table by the window. Fu Jin instructed, and Qing Mu snapped back to attention, quickly ushering them inside, as per her request. Previously, this establishment had been a tea house, and little had changed in its decor. The first floor featured screens that divided the space, with a stage at the center where performances were once held. Fu Jin had left it intact, but had yet to decide how to utilize the area, so it remained untouched for the time being. While the upstairs offered private rooms, it felt inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to occupy one together. She guided him to a seat, placing Xiao Luo beside her, and spoke with an air of familiarity. The specialties of Nanjing City are rare here, so I intend to feature them in my tavern. Today, we have bamboo chicken and glutinous rice balls. If young master Yin is not in a hurry, you will be able to savor the authentic flavors. Yin Xinxiu's gaze wandered around the room before settling on Fu Jin's face. Qing Mu was quick to serve the tea. In the spirit of hospitality, Fu Jin poured tea for him. Yin Xinxiu spoke slowly. I have heard your palate leans towards a sweet. I do not favor sweets, hence I have never tried them. I fear I may disappoint Miss Fu. With a crack, the teapot slipped from her grasp, tilting over and shattering on the floor. Chapter 44. A heartfelt concern. Fu Jin hastily rose to her feet, and Yin Xinxiu followed suit. The tea was freshly brewed, still steaming, but fortunately, there were tables and chairs, and their garments provided some protection, sparing them from burns. My apologies, did I hurt you, young Master Yin? Fu Jin endeavored to calm herself, not daring to meet his gaze, her voice trembling slightly. No harm done. Yin Xinxiu scrutinized her, puzzled by the events of the day. Qing Mu had just been nearby, and now approached to assist. Fu Jin nodded, instructing Qing Mu to attend to their guest while she discreetly tended to her slightly soiled garment. Upon returning to the room she had prepared on the upper floor, she closed the door and leaned against it, feeling somewhat lost in thought, unable to regain her composure. He had claimed he did not favor sweetness. Yet, In her previous life, he had never mentioned this. Every time she reminisced about the bamboo chicken from Nanjing City, he had consumed it with an unchanging countenance, sometimes even eating more than she did. She had just suspected he was deceiving her, yet it seemed implausible. Such a trivial preference was hardly worth fabricating. Now that she sought clarity, her heart was even more tumultuous. Had he truly never liked sweetness? Or had his tastes simply evolved? Her thoughts spiraled chaotically, lacking coherence. Fu Jin took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the unrealistic notions swirling in her mind. Fearing she might linger too long in her reverie, and hurried downstairs. Thus, when Yin Chinxiu saw her return, she appeared unchanged, her attire still as before. Qingmu had tidied up and replenished the tea. As Fu Jin took her seat, she noticed the cat had vanished, only to turn and find the little creature resting quietly beside Yin Chinxiu, feigning sleep. The sight of the pair, a man and his feline companion, provided her with a sense of comfort. Uncertain of what inquiries Yin Chinxiu wished to pose, the conversation circled back to the matter at hand. Yin Chinxiu, straightforward as ever, directly inquired, "Did Miss Fu encounter a beggar while interacting with the cat on the street? Can you recall his appearance?" Fu Jin was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle, beginning to grasp the essence of Yin Chinxiu's inquiry. Had she not been in the past, she would not have remembered, but now the memory surfaced vividly. Coincidentally, she had just seen that beggar moments ago, and now Yin Chinxiu was questioning her about it. Understanding the implications, Yin Chinxiu poured her a cup of tea. "I would like to hear the details. That indeed requires Lord Yin and Appo's assistance in locating my lost purse." Fu Jin replied with a smile, recounting the recent events in detail. If she was not mistaken, the man accompanying the beggar was the very flower thief. The thief's predatory gaze had a repugnant quality reminiscent of Lin Jingru's. On that fateful night, the thief had been clad in black, obscured except for his piercing eyes. With a shifty glance, he certainly appeared to be of ill repute, akin to the beggar she had just encountered. Piecing together what Baiju had mentioned, she had begun to discern the unfolding situation. The beggar, with his watchful eyes, scouted for young women to lure into the shadows, only to be interrupted by Shen Nongxiu. Yet, the precise sequence of events eluded her comprehension. However, the crucial question remained. How had the flower thief, previously detained by Yin Chinxiu, managed to escape? This inquiry ventured too far, and Fu Jin refrained from voicing it. Yin Chinxiu observed the expression on her face and could likely surmise her thoughts, his gaze darkening slightly. The officials at the Dali Temple had foolishly released him, believing they could ensnare a greater target, only to find themselves ensnared instead, ultimately leaving the matter for the censorate to resolve. Whether it was sheer folly or a calculated release will be determined upon further investigation. Please, Miss Fu, sketch the likenesses of those two individuals. Once this case is resolved, you shall receive your due reward. Fu Jin instructed Qingmu to fetch ink and paper, momentarily bewildered before realizing that she was to assist in apprehending the thief for the bounty offered by the court. "There's no need for that," she began, but then rephrased. "When the time comes, I shall trouble young Master Yin to deliver the silver here as a token of gratitude for your generosity. An opportunity not to be missed." Her eyes sparkled with delight, her spirits unrestrained. Yin Chinxiu remained silent, increasingly perplexed by the situation. As their conversation continued, Qingmu returned, leaning closer to Fu Jin to whisper, "Miss, someone has been waiting for quite some time." Fu Jin was taken aback, not expecting Jiangda to arrive at this hour. She glanced at Yin Chinxiu and set down her brush. "Young Master Yin, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Yin Chinxiu nodded, not pressing her to hurry. Fu Jin made her way to the back courtyard, reminding Qingmu to serve tea and snacks to their guest, ensuring they were not sweetened. As Qingmu departed, his curiosity about the distinct treatment Fu Jin afforded Yin Chinxiu grew. In the back courtyard, baskets overflowed, nearly filling the space. Each basket brimmed with golden loquats, their fragrance wafting through the air. A man sat on a chair, placed among the fruit. Before she approached, the sheer amount of gold adornments he wore almost blinded her. A golden crown atop his head, golden threads woven into his attire, a golden belt cinched at his waist. and even gold ingots as accents, with a gold ring adorning his thumb. His originally handsome features were overshadowed by the ostentation of his wealth, exuding the aura of a provincial magnate. Fu Jin halted a few steps away, maintaining her composure. "I am the proprietor here. My surname is Fu. Is there something that displeases you, sir?" Qingmu had efficiently arranged the meeting, settling the price and quantity. But it appeared Jiangdo insisted on meeting the tavern owner in person. Otherwise, he would refuse to sell. Fu Jin had no particular desire to purchase loquats, but since he sought a meeting, she obliged. Upon spotting the ethereal beauty of Fu Jin approaching, Jiangdo initially thought he had mistaken the location. After hearing her introduction, his eyes lit up with interest. He closed his fan, cleared his throat, and feigned nonchalance, shaking off his earlier displeasure. "Ah, so this is the esteemed manager Fu. Meeting you is akin to encountering a celestial being," he exclaimed, his smile more radiant than any flower, his voice dripping with insincerity. "Manager Fu, you are youthful and beautiful. Managing this tavern must be exhausting, which is quite distressing." Yet, Jiangda's character was far from admirable. He was both a gambler and a lecher. His gaze fixated on Fu Jin, scrutinizing her from head to toe with a predatory intensity that was distinctly unsettling. He wore a self-satisfied expression, casting her flirtatious glances. "A young lady like you ought to enjoy a life of leisure. If not, one should seek a reliable partner, wealthy and considerate, someone who knows how to treat a lady well. Though the criteria may be stringent, they are not entirely unattainable." His insinuations were so blatant they made one feel nauseous. Fu Jin's eyes sparkled as she stepped closer, a playful smile gracing her lips as she pointed at the fan in his hand. "That fan looks quite exquisite." Jianda, caught off guard yet brimming with misplaced confidence, tousled his hair and nonchalantly offered her the fan. "You like it?" Before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 45. The iron tree is about to bloom. Fu Jin, with a nonchalant demeanor, held a fan in one hand, casually striking it against her palm. With just 2 gentle taps, the fan snapped in half, leaving the onlookers astonished, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Unaware of how she accomplished the feat, "My apologies," it broke. "I shall procure another for you, young master," Fu Jin stated calmly, tossing the broken fan aside as if discarding refuse. Jiangda instinctively took a couple steps back, his reason still intact. While she appeared charming, she did not seem venomous, yet her strength was formidable. "No need," he replied, clearing his throat, considerably more restrained now, unwilling to underestimate Fu Jin any longer, and shifted the conversation to business. "Manager Fu possesses a discerning eye. These loquats I offer are the finest from Sioux City. However, I only provide them to my own people, and it seems you are well informed," Jiangda noted. Fu Jin's purchase was substantial, and the price was reasonable, which piqued Jiangda and Appo's interest. Nevertheless, he possessed no illusions about miraculous windfalls, prompting him to come in person to oversee the transaction. "The loquats from Sioux City are renowned for their tenderness, juiciness, and delightful sweetness. My restaurant is soon to open, and I require some. There are not many available in the capital, and my servant fortuitously stumbled upon them. If you harbor doubts, there is no need to force it. I can seek alternatives." The implication was clear. "I am not entirely dependent on your goods." Fu Jin's straightforwardness made Jiang to seem rather petty and overly suspicious. The goods had already been transported. A sale was inevitable, and he only asked a couple of questions. He personally oversaw the transaction, knowing his wife had a brother-in-law who served as the Minister of Justice, rendering this young manager incapable of any clever tricks. "Manager Fu, do not be anxious. It is merely 2 baskets of loquats, hardly significant," he remarked while glancing at the oblivious attendant behind him. "Hurry and assist Manager Fu with the goods." Upon hearing this, the servant commenced their labor, marking the completion of the transaction. With the matter resolved, Jiang Da's thoughts began to stir once more. A spirited young lady, though her temperament was fiery, was not entirely unwelcome. It was invigorating. Perhaps she had taken a liking to him, employing a strategy of allure and retreat. Jiangda and Appo's eyes glinted with inappropriate thoughts as he moved closer to Fu Jin. However, she paid him no mind, offering a polite nod before turning to depart. Rather than squander time here, she preferred to return and check on Yin Chinxiu to refresh her eyes. Fearing others might grow impatient, she quickened her pace. This did not sit well with Jiangda, who interpreted it as a withdrawal, a dismantling of bridges. Yet, considering the long stretch of time ahead, he refrained from hastily pursuing her. After taking only a few steps, Fu Jin noticed a man standing in the courtyard, his presence unknown until now. Perhaps having grown anxious and stepped out for a stroll. "I shall be quick. I have delayed too long," she softly said, striding toward her intended position. Yin Chinxiu nodded, trailing behind her without uttering a word. This time, no one interrupted. Fu Jin quickly sketched the likenesses of the two individuals, not in intricate detail. Yet their general characteristics were discernible. "If young Master Yin requires further assistance, feel free to send someone to the restaurant," she said, handing him the drawing. As he reached out to take it, she leaned closer. Yin Chinxiu inclined his body slightly backward, avoiding her proximity. Fu Jin naturally lifted him into her arms. The Azura, in the midst of slumber, stirred slightly as he caught the familiar scent, half awakening, only to settle back into tranquility when comforted. A smile danced in Fu Jin's eyes as she momentarily found the slumbering Azura reminiscent of Yin Chinxiu. Upon her approach, he exhibited signs of discomfort. Yet upon realizing the misunderstanding, he relaxed. If, in the future, he could be so easily appeased upon learning of her actions, it would be a fortunate circumstance. Once the affairs at the restaurant were concluded, Fu Jin escorted Yin Chinxiu outside, departing together. Unlike their earlier entrance, where they walked one before the other, they now moved side by side, with enough space between them to accommodate another person. Silence enveloped them as they ventured away from the restaurant. Not far down a side alley, two young men concealed their faces with fans, casting suspicious glances at the retreating figures. "Is that Qingyan, emerging from that establishment with a lady?" One, dressed in a stone-blue robe, inquired, tapping the other on the head with his closed fan. "Speak respectfully. Do you wish for Qing and to hear your slanderous words about him and the lady? Just wait and see how he deals with you," the one chastised replied, rubbing his head in silence. Moments later, both nodded in unison, speaking in harmony. "It is indeed Qingyan," the young man in white chuckled. "It appears Qingyan's iron tree is about to bloom, walking alongside a lady. It is regrettable we could not glimpse her beauty. It would have aided our friend." The stone blue-clad young man, upon hearing this, reopened his fan, smirking enigmatically. "I have heard a restaurant is to be opened here." The young man in white paused, then exchanged a knowing smile with his companion. "The restaurant is yet to open, but with the lady emerging from within, she must possess some connection to it. When it does, we shall surely see for ourselves." Upon returning to the Lin residence, Fu Jin reclined on a soft couch. Listening to Bao Zhu recount news she was already aware of, her mind drifting. As soon as they exited the alley, she had suggested departing. Although she yearned for more time with him, propriety must not be forsaken. Moreover, their current association was due to official matters. Once resolved, they would revert to their usual distance. Yet, humans are inherently greedy. In the past, she could endure months of separation to see him, managing to maintain a distance, refraining from approaching. Since their initial conversation and developing rapport, she found herself gradually layering her desires, longing to draw nearer, to spend more time together. Yet, the time was not right. Fu Jin admonished herself inwardly, suppressing all burgeoning desires. Perhaps absence would yield a sense of relief. Returning to the present, she listened as Bao Zhu finished speaking. "Let us see if we can locate that beggar. If found, discreetly bring him to the restaurant, taking care not to overextend ourselves." Bao Zhu nodded before departing. At mealtime, Chun Xing entered with an array of dishes, a stark contrast to the previous sparse offerings. Now filled with a variety of hearty foods, an abundant spread that could hardly fit on the table. Seated in her place, Fu Jin turned to Chun Xing. The moment their eyes met, Chun Xing knelt, her countenance immediately shifting to one of guilt, tears streaming down her cheeks before uttering a word. Her sobs were so intense that an outsider might mistake it for a deluge. Fu Jin felt a headache coming on as she tapped the table. "Why are you crying? Where did all this food come from?" Chun Xing stifled her sobs, biting her lip wearing an expression of difficulty. Under Fu Jin's watchful gaze, she finally managed to articulate her thoughts through her sniffles. "Miss, I notice you only ate a couple of bites each day and were growing increasingly thin, which worried me about your health. I spoke to the master about it. The master and you are father and daughter. There should be no lingering grievances," she added, her tone softening. The master, too, was concerned for you and promptly sent these over, stating that you had been lacking in decorum. "Miss, he cares for you dearly. It is only that concubine Fu is unkind, taking you far away to Nanjiang City, resulting in this separation between father and daughter. Please, speak kindly with the master. He is fond of you." Chapter 46. Burned alive. Fu Jin was unaware that Chun Xing possessed the qualities to be a double agent. She adeptly shifted blame onto her mother while incessantly addressing others as master. The notion that Lin Jingru was a good man was truly laughable. However, with the impending banquet, the situation had grown awkward and difficult to manage. Fu Jin maintained a calm demeanor, yet she could sense Chun Xing's anxiety. She hoped that the silver she had just acquired would not slip away. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Fu Jin spoke, "I understand your feelings. I have little appetite, so you may keep all of this." With that, Fu Jin rose to leave, and Chun Xing's face brightened, realizing that she was indeed a foolish girl. How could she be so indignant? The master was dignified and generous, far superior to concubine Fu. She truly did not understand whom to be kind to, yet now it seemed that all the benefits would fall to her. At the end of May, the Lin family held a flower banquet, inviting various estates to admire the blossoms. Invitations had been sent out 2 weeks prior, and prestigious families had all contributed in some way. Regardless of whether the nobility could attend, sending an invitation provided an opportunity. They might be interested in attending. The news of a daughter returning to the Lin family had circulated, and it was known that she had come from the chaotic region of Nanjiang City, where her temperament lacked decorum, causing Lin and Madame Lin considerable distress. Today's banquet was ostensibly for flower viewing, but many were acutely aware that it also served as an opportunity for the second Miss Lin to make her debut. Curiosity compelled them to witness the spectacle. The flow of guests into the Lin estate was incessant, creating a lively atmosphere. After days of confinement, Lin Wan appeared in a pink dress, engaging in cheerful banter with her companions. They were equally curious about the second Miss Lin and could not help but ask, "Sister Yin, where is the second miss of the house? Have you not come out these days because she has bullied you?" With her rustic background and lack of refinement, it was only fitting that the wild girl be expelled. You are gentle-hearted, so do not let her take advantage of you. Show her the difference between a legitimate daughter and a concubine. If she misbehaves, do not be angered. Just have someone restrain her and prick her with a silver needle a couple of times. She will surely become obedient. As she spoke, the gathering fell silent. They were in a small pavilion by the lake, with no one else around. Otherwise, her words would have caused quite a stir. Yet, the girl was unperturbed. She was Yu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. No one in attendance held a position as esteemed as that of Yu's father, so they naturally deferred to her, eager to curry favor. Their eyes discreetly observed the maidservant beside Yu Xn, the third daughter of the minister's household. Upon sensing the gazes upon her, Yu Xn lowered her head almost to the ground, her eyes slightly reddening. Yet, Yu remained unsatisfied, sharply twisting Yu Xn's arm, her expression one of impatience. "Are you dead? Can't you see my tea is empty?" Utterly useless. Yu Xin, stung by the twist, did not dare to touch the sore spot. She hurried to pour tea, returning to her place with her head bowed, not daring to lift it even once. The onlookers feigned ignorance of the scene. Lin Wan shifted the topic, choosing not to mention Fu Jin again. Not far away, Fu Jin continued her path towards the front courtyard, while Baozhu watched, nearly exasperated, murmuring under her breath, "Why doesn't the young lady help the third Miss Yu? That Yu is too much. Should I break Yu's arm or dislocate her leg?" Fu Jin, seemingly indifferent, paid no mind. Baozhu, realizing her folly, gradually calmed down. Regardless of what the young lady might do, upon returning to the Yu residence, Yu Yin and Appo's fate would not be pleasant. It was beyond anyone and Appo's help. And Yu's status as the minister's daughter meant that Lin Jingru would not let the matter rest easily. Noticing her silence, Fu Jin halted, turned, and lightly tapped her forehead, indicating the creature she held. Today your task is it. Take good care of it. Rest assured, miss, you have reminded me several times. And I will hold it tightly, not letting it out of my sight, Bao Zhu assured, bewildered by her young lady and Appo's unusual anxiety over the creature. The little beast nestled quietly in her embrace, seemingly more comfortable than she was. Fu Jin raised an eyebrow and continued towards the front courtyard, choosing not to elaborate further. In her previous life, today marked the day her beloved creature had been plucked of its fur, left in a state of despair. Yan Xinxiu's intervention had altered her circumstances, but it did not change the inevitable. Following that incident, she was punished to kneel at the ancestral hall for an entire month, clinging to her feline companion, unable to let go, yet it had already perished, and she could not even bury it properly. By May, the heat had intensified, and within days, the creature began to emit a foul odor. A maid had colluded with the servants, using the pretense of delivering meals to flaunt her authority before her. Seizing the moment, Fu Jin charged at the maid's abdomen, wielding a token to strike her head repeatedly, blood splattering as her eyes turned crimson. In a fit of rage, she ignited the ancestral hall, flames engulfing the structure amid the cacophony of screams. She watched as the maid, engulfed in flames, struggled to crawl, pleading for help, but Fu Jin ignored her cries, escaping only after witnessing the maid perish in the fire. Lin Jingru would not allow her to perish, for she was of value, and the maid had no place there. She claimed that the maid had sought revenge by setting the hall ablaze. Though Lin Jingru harbored doubts, he chose not to investigate further. The creature had turned to ash, while the maid had faced her deserved fate. The past was the past. However, if that maid remained oblivious to the consequences and sought to harm her creature in this life, she could not blame Fu Jin for her actions. A smile curled upon Fu Jin's lips as she gazed at a maid named Xiao Tao, who was serving tea beside Madame Lin. Xiao Tao was not part of Madame Lin's household, but she was working in the outer courtyard and had the opportunity to present herself at the banquet. Thus, following the events of the past, no one would suspect her involvement with Madame Lin. Madame Lin was aware that Lin Jingru wished for Fu Jin to marry into a respectable family, which would aid in his rise to power and wealth. Yet, she could not allow Fu Jin to secure a favorable match. Given Fu Jin's appearance, if she were to marry well and manipulate her husband, the outcomes could be unpredictable. It was essential that her suitor come from a good lineage but lack virtue. Such a combination was challenging to find, yet not impossible. The Minister of the Interior was a prime candidate, being older and having a cherished son, who would ensure his child faced no hardships. The Minister and Appo's family was of considerable standing, and with few concubines in the household, it was not due to a lack of interest, but rather a matter of cruelty. There were not many alive in the family. Today, he was in attendance. Chapter 47. Tail-wagging pleasantries. Madame Lin understood that if she were to directly propose to Lord Lin regarding marrying Fu Jin to the minister's son, he would undoubtedly refuse. Lord Lin had set his sights on Zhao Qian, the son of the minister. Madame Lin had tarnished Fu Jin's reputation, branding her as a wicked woman, and had ensured that Zhao Qian witnessed that disgraceful scene, thus nurturing his aversion to Fu Jin, rendering him unwilling to marry her. Although Fu Jin's reputation was sullied and Zhao Qian shunned her, the whispers of their family's interactions had already spread. When the time came for her to propose Fu Jin's marriage to the minister, it would likely be a foregone conclusion. Once Fu Jin was wed, regardless of her beauty, the minister would never allow his son to suffer indignities for her sake. Consequently, Fu Jin's life would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Alas, Madame Lin's meticulous scheming had been overshadowed by the unforeseen variable of Yan Xinxiu. Presently, both Madame Lin and Xiao Tao observed Fu Jin's smile with a sense of foreboding, inexplicably troubled. After pouring the tea, Xiao Tao retreated, and Madame Lin beckoned Fu Jin over. As Fu Jin approached, the chill in her gaze dissipated. Clad in a simple azure robe, the young lady bore a gentle smile, exuding grace and poise. Her elongated phoenix eyes sparkled, and her vibrant lips lent her an alluring charm. The harmony of grace and allure typically incompatible, found a rare balance within her, captivating all who beheld her. This was the second young lady of our household, named Lin Jean. Initially, her return had left her somewhat disoriented, but Madame Lin guided her through introductions to the other ladies. She turned her attention back to Fu Jean, seemingly waiting for her to greet the assembled company, yet neglecting to disclose the backgrounds of the other ladies. Fu Jean inclined her body slightly, her voice soft and soothing. She acknowledged the gathered ladies, wishing them perpetual joy and success. Her every gesture radiated the elegance befitting a refined young lady, further accentuated by her sincere blessings. Everyone relished kind words. At first glance, one would hardly suspect that such a well-mannered and elegantly attired young woman hailed from a humble background. The notion of her being wild, akin to a mischievous monkey, was indeed a gross misrepresentation. Some ladies, intrigued by her self-reference, recalled Madame Lin's earlier mention of Lin Jean, igniting their curiosity. Why did the second young lady of Lin not bear the Lin surname, but rather that of Fu? One lady, unable to contain her thoughts, voiced her inquiry. Fu Jean remained silent, while Madame Lin's expression subtly shifted, choosing to disregard the question and redirecting the conversation. However, the spotlight of the gathering was undeniably on Fu Jean, and she was the subject of most discussions. Throughout the day, Fu Jean maintained an air of gentle dignity, never revealing a hint of harshness. She responded to Madame Lin's queries, ensuring no one felt slighted, leading to a favorable impression of her among the attendees. In contrast, Madame Lin's demeanor grew increasingly displeased. Present among the gathering were not only ladies, but also dignitaries from the official circles. Lin Jingru was busy hosting the guests, as the matchmaking discussions necessitated the mingling of men and women. As the guest list neared completion, Madame Lin sent for Lin Wanin and the other young ladies. She awaited the arrival of Lin Jingru's guests. The ladies conversed in small clusters, momentarily sparing Fu Jean from their attention. Suddenly, an unexpected sound erupted, drawing the gaze of all present. Fu Jean immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, clutching her abdomen, portraying an image of discomfort. Alarm bells rang in Madame Lin's mind. She sensed that Fu Jean was up to no good, for her unusually subdued demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual boisterous and unruly self. Just as Madame Lin was about to suggest Fu Jean take her leave, other ladies intervened, urging her not to neglect her nourishment. One lady, offering pastries, directed them toward Fu Jean. Blushing, Fu Jean raised her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and gently shook her head. "Thank you, madam, but I am still under punishment and cannot accept your kindness." As if inadvertently revealing too much, Fu Jean glanced at Madame Lin and added, "It is my fault." With that, she clutched her abdomen even tighter, as if to stifle any further sounds. This display evoked sympathy from all, as she appeared to be bearing an unjust burden. The ladies exchanged glances, caught between concern for Fu Jean and their bewilderment at the unfolding situation. Madame Lin, struggling to maintain her composure, feigned affection. "My dear child, you mustn't suffer in silence. Who has punished you in our household?" She pushed the pastries closer to Fu Jean, feigning concern. Fu Jean, seemingly miffed, lost her smile, her expression turning stubborn. "The lack of food is the fault of the servants. I have endured it." The implication was clear to all present. There were many grievances within the households, yet no one would dare to voice them openly. While some ladies might have considered Fu Jean's punishment trivial, they cast reproachful glances at Madame Lin, unwilling to let the matter be perceived as a blemish on her reputation. Before Madame Lin could respond, another voice arose. "What pretense of innocence? Who knows if you are merely starving yourself? You rejected the garments and adornments offered by Wanin and even discarded them. With such a temper, who would dare to bully you? If you are being punished, it is well deserved." This remark came from Yu, who had been let in by a maid. Unable to tolerate Fu Jean's facade of weakness, she had gathered sufficient information about Fu Jean's past misdeeds. And now Fu Jean's act of playing the victim struck her as insincere. Madame Yu, noticing her daughter's outburst, felt a surge of anger but refrained from reprimanding her in front of the assembly. Instead, she shot her a warning glance, urging her to temper her remarks. Yet Yu, filled with disdain for Fu Jin, would not relent. In the absence of the ladies, she might have resorted to physical confrontation rather than engage in idle chatter. With her chin held high, Fu Jin appeared to be on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening. A young lady, accustomed to luxury, suddenly facing the harshness of life after years of comfort, would surely find herself yearning for the gifts of fine garments and jewelry offered by others. The audience absorbed the implications of her words, but only Yu erupted, her fury ignited by the mention of rough cloth and tattered garments and the notion of tail-wagging pleasantries. She burned with indignation, itching to silence Fu Jin. Be quiet. How dare you compare yourself to me, a mere wretch? Is this how the Lin family raises their daughters? Yu's anger flared, and she stepped forward, poised to strike Fu Jin. Madame Yu, incensed, grappled with her emotions. Could she truly allow her daughter to be disgraced for the sake of an outsider? Yet she also knew that the guests gathered were not of the highest social standing, and she would not risk her daughter's reputation over Fu Jin. Stop. Chapter 48. Rest assured, I shall assist you. The sharp reprimand pierced the air, yet Yu remained unwilling to relent, continuing to exert considerable force. Fu Jin deftly sidestepped, seizing her wrist in the process. Onlookers perceived Fu Jin's grip as gentle, devoid of aggression. However, Yu grimaced in pain, her voice shrill with indignation. How dare you? Release me. She forcefully flung her arm away, prompting Fu Jin to release her grip and stagger back, colliding with Lady Lin behind her. The spectators noted that Fu Jin barely managed to steady herself against the table, while Lady Lin, lacking any support, toppled to the ground, striking her forehead and drawing blood. Lin Wan-in hurried forward to assist Lady Lin, wiping the blood from her brow, utterly bewildered by how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Yu, equally stunned, recognized the disparity between injuring a matron and a natural daughter. She quickly composed herself, furiously pointing at Fu Jin. Did you do this on purpose? Before she could advance again, the earlier reprimand echoed once more. Is there no sense of justice or law? You, a young lady, visiting another's home, not only insult the host's daughter, but also resort to violence. Now, having injured someone, you dare to turn the tables? Whence do you hail? I have never encountered such a person. Today has truly opened my eyes. A young lady clad in lotus pink approached with a stern expression, sharply admonishing Yu. In a few swift strides, she reached Fu Jin, affectionately grasping her hand and scrutinizing it for injuries. Upon confirming Fu Jin was unharmed, she exhaled in relief, then turned her icy gaze upon Yu and the other matronly figures, her anger still palpable. The assembly looked on in surprise, with some recognizing the gravity of the situation. Miss Shun, we are honored by your presence. Please take a seat. Yu, unfamiliar with Shin Nongxue, felt a surge of resentment at her fierce glare. However, she was restrained by Lady Yu, who whispered sharply in her ear, "This is the daughter of Minister Shun. Behave yourself and apologize to the second young lady at once." In the rare occasions they attended significant banquets, they had glimpsed the esteemed minister's daughter, Shun Nongxue, who now appeared to be standing up for Fu Jin. While Lady Yu might disregard a mere daughter of the Lin family, she could not afford to offend Shun Nongxue. Maintaining peace was the wisest course of action. Hearing this, Yu felt a lump in her throat, reluctant to yield an apology. Having disdained Fu Jin in front of everyone, how could she now bow her head? She hesitated, glancing at the injured Lady Lin. Lady Lin, I was reckless earlier. I apologize. Since Lady Lin was the one injured, it seemed fitting for Yu to extend her apology to her. Although Lady Lin harbored resentment, she understood the weight of the situation and chose not to retaliate, yet she felt the need to assert her authority as an elder, which was not unreasonable. However, since Shin Nongxue had already spoken, she would not allow Lady Lin the opportunity to respond, preemptively addressing Fu Jin instead. Such brutishness and lack of decorum should be avoided in the future, lest it tarnish your reputation and lead others to mistakenly believe the fault lies with you. In due time, I shall introduce you to more refined company. You will discover that such uncouth individuals are singularly unique in the capital and deserve to be observed with caution. Shin Nongxue, typically not one to engage in gossip, was genuinely incensed and made her remarks solely in defense of Fu Jin. Fu Jin was taken aback by Shen Nongshue's unexpected arrival and her protective stance, her emotions a whirlpool of complexity. The most discomfited individual present was undoubtedly Lady Yu, as this incident reflected poorly on the Yu family. Although a deeper examination would reveal more faults lay with them, Lady Lin found herself in a dilemma, unable to cast blame in either direction. She turned to Fu Jin, recognizing that the situation stemmed from her actions, and it was her responsibility to rectify it. Fu Jin ignored Lady Lin, believing this matter should not involve Shen Nongxue. I regret that you have witnessed such a scene. It is my inadequate hosting that has led to this. She gestured for Shen Nongxue to take a seat. The servants swiftly tidied up the remnants of the earlier commotion, ensuring the surroundings appeared unscathed. Yu remained obstinate, refusing to apologize, and Shen Nongxue paid her no heed. However, the atmosphere had shifted, and Yu glowered at Fu Jin, plotting her revenge. Lady Yu's brows knitted tightly as she forcibly guided Yu to a seat. The other matrons, choosing to disregard the earlier incident, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Shen Nongxue. Fu Jin, still grasped by Shen Nongxue, could not escape the scrutiny of the ladies, while Lady Lin, nursing her minor injury, had no choice but to remain present at the Lin family gathering. Lin Wanyin tended to her mother, grateful that the wound was superficial and no longer bleeding. Lin Zhengru arrived late, accompanied by the esteemed Zhong Shulang, a man of middle age yet possessing an air of vitality, his neatly trimmed beard lending him an air of scholarly composure. Following them was his son, Zhao Qian, who bore a resemblance to his father, with a fair complexion and dressed in indigo attire adorned with a blue jade belt, presenting himself as a refined young gentleman, provided he did not carry an air of arrogance. Lin Zhengru introduced his daughters. This is my eldest daughter, Lin Wanyin, and my second daughter, Lin Jin. He mentioned Fu Jin separately. My youngest daughter has just returned from Nanjing, lacking in education, if Master Zhao has the opportunity. I hope he can impart some wisdom to her regarding propriety. Both Fu Jin and Shen Nongxue were left momentarily stunned by his words. What sort of statement is this? Shen Nongxue thought, considering the impropriety of linking his daughters to young men in such a public setting. Fu Jin, observing Shen Nongxue's expression, could surmise her thoughts and leaned closer, whispering, "The Lin family rules may amuse Miss Shen, and upon your return, you may recount it among your friends as a humorous anecdote." Her earlier comment echoed in Shen Nongxue's mind, suggesting that the capital should witness the Lin family's folly. Shen Nongxue, taken aback, realized Fu Jin was serious, and if the Lin family suffered disgrace, Fu Jin's reputation would inevitably be tarnished as well. She glanced at the individuals across from her, suddenly understanding, and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall assist you." Chapter 49. Delivering the reward. Fu Jin was taken aback. She had merely spoken in jest, yet the girl seemed to have taken her words to heart. Nevertheless, it was not entirely unwelcome. "Thank you, Miss Shen," she said with a gentle smile, selecting a relatively clean fruit to hand over to Shen Nongxue. Shen Nongxue had intended to downplay her gesture, thinking it merely an act of kindness, but recalling the feelings that arose whenever young Master Yin uttered similar sentiments, she decided against it and accepted the fruit instead. "I keep my promises. In a few days, I shall take you out for a little adventure. We can consider ourselves friends, so there is no need for the formalities of an oppose, miss, and oppose." Fu Jin was even more astonished. Was this truly the aloof and noble daughter of the Chancellor, Shen Nongxue? How was she so familiar? Before she could respond, the atmosphere at the banquet had already turned quiet. Zhao Qian, with an air of pretentious superiority, feigned indifference and remarked, "If Miss Lin Heir is willing, I could spare some time to assist." He anticipated expressions of gratitude or adoration in return, but was met with silence. Only then did Zhao Qian truly observe the so-called Miss Lin Heir from Nanjing City. His gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful girl, clad in a pale lotus hue, her complexion fair, resembling a celestial being. As soon as Shen Nongxue noticed Fu Jin leave, she caught sight of a certain Zhao Qian staring at her intently, which immediately stirred a wave of discomfort within her. The maid beside her swiftly stepped forward to shield her from his gaze, spitting out a disdainful remark. What an uncouth individual. Zhao Qian's expression shifted dramatically. This Miss Lin heir was entirely ungrateful. On the other side, Lin Jingru, noticing Fu Jin and Appo's lack of response and her subsequent departure, felt a surge of frustration. He hastily instructed someone to retrieve her and, upon turning around, saw the girl sitting with Fu Jin disrespecting Zhao Qian, nearly causing him to choke on his indignation. He immediately chastised her. Lady Lin attempted to intervene, but it was too late. How outrageous! Which family has such a lack of decorum? Young Master Zhao is a distinguished guest of our household. The maid shot back with fiery eyes. Our young lady is the Chancellor's daughter. Master Lin invited her as a guest. This person's gaze is disrespectful. Yet she dares to accuse our young lady of rudeness. Your esteemed household truly deserves our admiration. This unexpected verbal onslaught left Lin Jingru stunned. He had not anticipated the Chancellor's daughter would visit his household. Zhao Qian had never encountered Shen Nongxue before. Upon hearing this, he realized that the girl before him was not Miss Lin heir, but the Chancellor's daughter, causing him to temper his demeanor. Calmly, Shen Nongxue munched on the fruit Fu Jin had given her. She had initially planned to leave, but reconsidered, pondering what might happen to Fu Jin if she returned to find herself distressed after the banquet concluded. Thus, she chose to remain for the time being. Fu Jin, upon seeing Bao Zhu frantically waving at her with an anxious expression, felt her mood darken. She quickly exchanged greetings with Shen Nongxue before departing. She deliberately scanned her surroundings, but did not spot the maid named Xiao Tao, which only heightened her urgency. Once outside the courtyard, she paused, questioning what has happened. Where is Xiao Luo? Her voice was laced with anxiety. Bao Zhu was adept, and she had always entrusted her with the task at hand. Moreover, she had specifically instructed Bao Zhu to prepare the chicken legs that Xiao Luo favored. However, to her dismay, Xiao Luo was still nowhere to be found. Bao Zhu, equally distressed, appeared flustered. I kept it in my arms, watching it closely as it mewed while I fed it chicken legs in the garden. Everything was fine until it suddenly turned and darted away, vanishing in an instant. I have no idea where it could have gone. What had transpired was now of little consequence. The fact remained that Xiao Luo was missing. Bao Zhu had rushed to inform Fu Jin and had also sent others to search the premises. Fu Jin and Bao Zhu separated to look for Xiao Luo, with Fu Jin heading first to the location where Xiao Luo had encountered trouble in its previous life, following that path diligently. Xiao Luo, she called out, faintly hearing the distant mewing of a cat, prompting her to turn toward the sound. Before long, she arrived at a garden where vibrant blossoms flourished, spotting a tuft of white fur, remarkably conspicuous amidst the colors. Xiao Luo, she exclaimed, rushing toward the source only to find the slightly plump white cat blissfully devouring a chicken leg, entirely oblivious to her presence. Before the cat, a man knelt, seemingly feeding it. Upon hearing her voice, he lifted his gaze, his elongated eyes glinting as if he could see into her very soul. Lost in her quest for the cat, she only then noticed the enchanting scent of sandalwood lingering in the air, a fragrance she had failed to recognize until now. He was supposed to come today. Fu Jin had been preoccupied with various matters, and it was only now that she recalled why he had come in her past life, because that beggar had died. In her previous existence, when that beggar perished, he had come as the overseer, as she was the last person to see him. He had simply come to inquire, unaware that such events would unfold. She had brushed him off in haste, claiming she didn't remember. Snapped back to the present, she noticed the man standing, an imposing presence emanating from him. How could young Master Yin be here? She composed herself, softly calling out, and then bent down to scoop up the still munching cat, applying a slightly firm hand to its fur as a warning. You were so engrossed in your meal that you ignored me, causing me worry. You deserve a little punishment. Xiao Luo, suddenly deprived of its food and sensing its owner's authority, affectionately nudged her hand and let out a meow. Today, I passed by to deliver the reward. Upon entering the residence, I encountered it, and it insisted on dragging me over. Yin Shenxiu wore a hint of helplessness on his face, his clothing now marked with greasy paw prints as the cat clung to him, demanding to be fed. It was amusing that, despite having formerly roamed the streets. When he offered it food, it had only dared to keep its distance, sometimes refusing to eat. Now, having been adopted, it was exceptionally affectionate. Perhaps those previous refusals were due to its preference for fish rather than chicken legs. In this world, it seemed there existed a cat that favored chicken legs over fish. Xiao Luo was undoubtedly unique. Hearing the commotion, Fu Jin reached out to pet the cat's head. Recalling how it had previously leaped from her arms to seek the comfort of Yin Chenxiu. Was it possible that her cat had grown so close to him due to the scent he carried? Yet, he had come to deliver the reward? Had they captured the culprit? Thanks to Miss Fu's painting, the perpetrator has been apprehended and is currently being interrogated at the Duzhaven. Yin Chenxiu replied, handing her a pouch of coins. It was a deep indigo hue, distinct from Fu Jin's, but closely resembling the color of Yin Chenxiu's attire. Miss Fu's pouch was lost and cannot be recovered. You may keep the silver and store it safely. Please return the pouch to me. It was evident that this pouch belonged to Yin Chenxiu. However, Fu Jin found it increasingly puzzling that he had come by to give her his pouch, suggesting he had the reward on him at all times. Moreover, why had he not entered through the front, seeking announcement? This area was close to the back door. Had he approached through the front, it would have surely attracted attention. Fu Jin refrained from overthinking it, fearing that the more she pondered, the more questions would arise. The important thing was that the person was not dead, and they had captured him, which would be beneficial to him as well. However, she gazed at the pouch with a sense of difficulty. Chapter 50. Not even a chance for little one, I find myself with little to carry. May I borrow the purse of young Master Yin? It matters not whether the contents are silver or not. It is the purse that has captured my interest. Since he has offered it, it would be ungracious to send her back with merely the coins. Upon observing her attire, Yin Chenxiu lowered his gaze, realizing she indeed possessed nothing to carry. With no maidservant accompanying her, he contemplated suggesting a future meeting, but it seemed inappropriate. As if struck by an idea, he extended the purse toward her, nodding in acquiescence. The transaction proceeded with an unexpected smoothness. Fu Jin, cradling a cat in one arm, received the weighty purse. Nearly losing her grip, just how much silver did he bestow upon her? Silently, she tucked the purse into her sleeve. Moments earlier, although Lin Zhengru had diffused the situation, Zhao Qian remained discontent, and a maid had inadvertently spilled wine on him. Seizing the moment, he excused himself from the table, glancing back at the not-so-distant Granny Zhang, who promptly followed him to a prearranged location. However, Zhao Qian's demeanor was impatient, further irritated by the elderly Granny Zhang. He deftly evaded her gaze, taking a wrong turn and inadvertently encountering a couple engrossed in conversation not far off. Observing their attire, a man and a woman, he noted that the man departed just as he arrived. The young woman lingered, appearing reluctant to part ways. Judging by her clothing, she did not seem to be a maid, and with the guests gathered in the front courtyard, there were only 2 daughters in the Lin family, the legitimate daughter ahead, making this one likely a concubine. Recalling his displeasure at the banquet, he scoffed disdainfully. Which family is clandestinely meeting their lover here, utterly lacking in shame? Fu Jin, caught off guard by the remark, turned to see the hypocritical Zhao Qian, her expression cooling instantly. The cat in her arms, Shura, with its bright, gleaming eyes, leaped from her gentle caress and pounced toward Zhao Qian. The sudden attack startled him, causing him to retreat and collide with a flower stand, nearly tumbling over. The relentless cat extended its claws in pursuit. Shura, Fu Jin called lightly, and the agile creature sprang back into her embrace, nestling in her arms. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Qian before turning away, as if mocking him, Fu Jin, stroking its fur, offered it a chicken leg, finally raising her gaze to Zhao Qian. Even if she were meeting a clandestine lover, that is far more respectable than your eavesdropping antics. You, sir, are not even worthy of being compared to a lowly courtesan. With a light huff, she chose not to engage further, striding away. Zhao Qian, thrown off balance, stumbled into the flower bed, fortunate not to have injured himself, though his clothing was torn by thorns, leaving him looking quite disheveled. By the time he regained his composure, Fu Jin had vanished. Frustrated, he kicked the flower stand, grimacing in pain. Meanwhile, Yin Chenxiu, recalling the contents of the purse, returned and, unsurprisingly, overheard Fu Jin's words. It was not the right moment for him to intervene, and with her departure, he chose to withdraw. The banquet continued, and after several rounds of toasts, Lin Jingru, slightly intoxicated, reflected on the gathering. Not only had the Zhong Shulang attended, but also the Chancellor's legitimate daughter had graced the occasion. Upon conclusion, the Lin family would gain further recognition. Momentarily, he considered Fu Jin's qualities and contemplated providing her with a couple of dowry items. At that moment, Lin Huanin was not seated with her companions. Across from her, Yu was still fuming, unable to bear the sight of Shun Nongxue dominating the conversation. She concocted an excuse to take her leave. Today, Lady Lin had arranged for performances, and after a few toasts, the guests began to relax and engage in conversation. Observing that Lin Laoi seemed unwell, Lady Lin instructed a maid to assist him in resting before returning to host the guests. She also guided Lin Huanin to mingle with the other ladies, initially approaching Madame Yu to pay her respects, before moving on to Shin Nongxue. At that moment, Fu Jin reappeared. Spotting Fu Jin and the plump white cat in her arms, Lady Lin's heart sank, realizing something had gone awry. However, maintaining a calm exterior, she continued to speak kindly. When did the second young lady become acquainted with Miss Shun? We were remiss in our attentions to Miss Shun, who has only recently arrived in the capital. I hope she will not take offense. This is my eldest daughter, Enin. You are of similar age and likely have much to discuss. Lin Huanin politely greeted Shun Nongxue, who nodded in acknowledgement but showed little desire to engage further. Turning her attention back to Fu Jin. Ah, so you were out searching for a cat. It appears well-fed and adorable. I had thought it was a black cat. Upon their first encounter, the cat had been dirty and injured, and had it not been for its bright eyes, Shin Nongxue would not have recognized it as a feline. So dramatic had been its transformation. Just be careful it doesn't bite you. Fu Jin recalled the small bell she had purchased, summoning Zhu to bring it forth, so Shin Nongxue could play with Shura. Initially, Shura resisted, but after Fu Jin's gentle coaxing, it began to engage once given to Shin Nongxue. Shin Nongxue, thoroughly enjoying the interaction, forgot that Lady Lin and the others were still present. Lady Lin, noticing Shin Nongxue's disinterest in conversation, led her to mingle with other ladies, satisfied that they had acknowledged their acquaintance. Before long, a young servant arrived, slightly out of breath. Madam, young Master Yin was here just now. This revelation astonished the entire assembly. If Shin Nongxue was a noble, then young Master Yin was truly nobility among nobility. A presence rarely seen even at such gatherings. Where is he? Why was there no announcement for us to greet him? Lady Lin stammered, taken aback. Young Master Yin had come and swiftly departed. Those who had just risen in surprise now settled back into their seats. With his departure, what more was there to discuss? Lady Lin, still in shock, repeatedly inquired, confirming that it was not due to their inadequate hospitality, but rather that young Master Yin had indeed only come for a brief moment, which eased her mind. However, the guests began to whisper amongst themselves. Why did young Master Yin visit the Lin residence? What prompted such a fleeting appearance? It was rumored that he was a stunning figure, albeit somewhat eccentric, during his rise to fame. Countless young women had waited at the city gates merely to catch a glimpse of him, only to be disappointed. Isn't young Master Yin most closely associated with Miss Shin? With her here today, could it be? Chapter 51. An unpleasant sight. The gaze of the crowd inevitably fell upon Shin Nongxue, who felt a prickling discomfort under their scrutiny. Casting a sidelong glance at her companion, she noted that Fu Jin remained composed, sipping tea as if detached from the unfolding situation. Her suspicions were not unfounded. Fu Jin had returned not long ago, and shortly thereafter, young Master Yin had come and gone. Given that the two were acquainted, it was more plausible that Yan's visit was motivated by Fu Jin's presence rather than her own. Nevertheless, Shin Nongxue chose not to voice her doubts. With Yan's fleeting appearance and Fu Jin's apparent indifference, she felt no compulsion to clarify, knowing that any explanation would likely fall on deaf ears. It sufficed for her to be aware of the truth. As the chatter gradually waned, the crowd and Appo's attention shifted away from Shin Nongxue, who then engaged in conversation with Fu Jin in hushed tones. It's certainly ISN and AMP, Oppos, T the case, and AMP, Oppos. He only met him 3 times. She confided. Once in Nanjing City, once when you picked up a cat, and again in the alley. Not much conversation at all. Fu Jin merely nodded, refraining from elaboration. Of course not. My purse is still tucked away in my sleeve, she thought, quietly indulging in the meager offerings of the banquet, which, though visually appealing, were scarcely satisfying. Observing Fu Jin's demeanor, Shen Nongxue became increasingly convinced that her friend was enduring hardships within the household. Unsure of what to say, she silently shared what she deemed to be decent morsels from the banquet with Fu Jin. This exchange fostered the appearance of a blossoming camaraderie, prompting the other ladies and young women to contemplate strengthening their ties with the second daughter of the Lin family, in hopes of one day connecting with Shen Nongxue. Consequently, both Lady Lin and Lin Wanyin found themselves somewhat neglected, casting complex glances toward Fu Jin. After a few rounds of drinks, the guests proposed to witness the highlight of the floral banquet, the water orchid. Lady Lin dispatched someone to summon Old Master Lin to attend to the guests. Some adults, disinclined to move from their seats, remained engrossed in the lively performances, while others, primarily ladies and young women, took their leave. As the group conversed merrily, Shen Nongxue focused on speaking with Fu Jin, effectively shutting out the others. In truth, there was little to discuss beyond Fu Jin's cat, which she was reluctant to share with the rest. Lady Lin, slightly ahead, led the way into the garden. Upon entering, Shen Nongxue vaguely heard a commotion, but the chatter behind her drowned it out, causing her to pay it little mind. The water orchid was notoriously delicate, difficult to cultivate, requiring meticulous care over a prolonged period. Yet, as she began to elaborate, the words caught in her throat. Lady Lin's complexion turned pale, and she trembled in place. The guests turned their heads toward the source of a sudden scream. Fu Jin, having anticipated the chaos, swiftly covered Shen Nongxue's eyes, plunging her into darkness and leaving her bewildered as to the unfolding events. She instinctively attempted to remove Fu Jin's hand, but her maid intervened, cautioning her against tainting her vision. "Miss, you mustn't soil your eyes. The Lin household's morals have truly declined," the maid lamented in dismay. Lady Lin, unable to withstand the scene, fainted. In the garden, 2 figures hastily adjusted their clothing and fled the scene. Despite their attempts to evade notice, several individuals caught a glimpse of their hasty retreat, one of whom was Lin Jingru. Witnessing Lady Lin's collapse, the other ladies felt compelled to leave, grateful that the commotion had halted before their daughters could witness such an indecent display. Lin Wanyin's face drained of color, her body stiffened, and she remained rooted in place, her fingers digging into her flesh without her realization. Though Shen Nongxue's eyes were shielded, her ears remained unblocked, and snippets of the ladies' conversations infiltrated her awareness. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the situation, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It was only now that she realized the extent of chaos that could unfold within the household. The banquet ended on an unpleasant note, leaving the adults bewildered. Upon returning home, they would only hear their wives recount the incident, while Zhao Qian, having fallen into the flower bed, left the gathering in disgrace, feeling humiliated and regretting his decision not to stay and witness the events firsthand. The upper beam is crooked, and the lower beam is awry. That Lin Jin, clandestinely meeting her lover, is hardly a paragon of virtue. Such a girl is not worth my attention. At this juncture, Fu Jin escorted Shen Nongxue to the entrance. Her expression softened considerably. Today, Shen Nongxue had come to lend her support, yet she had witnessed much filth that had evidently shaken the young lady. After a moment's reflection, Fu Jin inquired, "Did you enjoy the food in Nanjing City?" Upon hearing this, Shen Nongxue's eyes brightened as she nodded. During her time in Nanjing, she had rarely ventured beyond the taverns, sampling various dishes, many of which pleased her palate. However, upon arriving in the capital, such delights were no longer available. Fu Jin provided her with the addresses of the taverns, informing her of their opening dates, though she refrained from elaborating further. "Thank you for today," Shen Nongxue said, waving her hand as she boarded her carriage and departed. After bidding farewell to Shen Nongxue, Fu Jin turned to return home, but was soon confronted. It was you, wasn't it? Lin Huanin stood before her. An expression of fury etched across her face, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Jin. Ever since Fu Jin's return, the household had been rife with unrest, and in the day's events, she alone had remained untouched. Yet Huanin could not fathom why Fu Jin, a member of the Lin family, would act in a manner that could harm them all. What was her aim in causing such discord? Fu Jin's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment, she feigned innocence. What have I done? The shift in her demeanor was seamless, and though she offered no direct answer, her expression conveyed a multitude of unspoken words. Lin Huanin felt a chill creep up her spine, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. They had all assumed Fu Jin, having come from the countryside, was naive and ignorant, thus capable of causing such turmoil. Yet now, they questioned whether they could continue to manipulate her as they had planned. Deeply skeptical, she found herself at a loss for how to untangle this predicament. Following the banquet, the Lin family's reputation lay in tatters. As the legitimate daughter, Huanin could not afford to be held accountable. You will not succeed, she declared, shaking her head as she turned to leave. Fu Jin appeared unfazed, but Huanin's unease marked the true beginning of their conflict. Surely, that individual would soon take notice. Thus, it would begin with the Dali Temple, where her influence would be methodically dismantled. With a smile gracing her lips, Fu Jin returned to the courtyard to dine with her mother. Fu Lanshu, aware of the day and Appo's events, had been unable to eat well, but seeing her daughter with a cheerful demeanor eased her worries. A letter sent to Anhui seemed to have encountered some delays, requiring further patience. The situation, while not dire, was manageable. Remembering something, she informed Fu Jin, I once had a close friend who is now the wife of the Minister of Justice. In due time, please pay her a visit on my behalf. Chapter 52. Searching every nook and cranny, Madame Fu remained secluded in her chambers, granting Fu Jin an opportunity. Moreover, in her current state, she had no desire to meet with friends, lest she shed more tears. Yet, having Jean Bauer outside, surrounded by familiar confidants, would be beneficial. Fu Jin nodded attentively, committing her mother's words to memory. After all these years, if her mother still mentioned those she trusted, it must signify a profoundly good relationship. She resolved to prepare a gift and pay a visit, as a means of maintaining contact. However, she furrowed her brow, glancing at her mother. You have not stepped outside the residence for several days. If there is nothing pressing, why not take a stroll? If that does not suit you, I can arrange for you to stay at the estate for a couple of days. There is no need to confine yourself like this. I assure you it will not hinder any matters, she urged. Whether her mother chose to leave the house did not affect Fu Jin. Rather, it was her mother's confinement that caused her concern. I prefer to remain here, at ease, Madame Fu replied with a shake of her head. I spend my days sipping tea, admiring flowers, practicing calligraphy, and occasionally engaging in a game of chess with Grandma Zhao. Time passes swiftly, and there is nothing of great importance to attend to. When the mood strikes me, I even sew a couple of new garments for you, my dear. Seeing her mother's genuine demeanor, Fu Jin relented, though she privately urged Grandma Zhao to persuade her mother. The tranquility of their days was soon interrupted by a summons from the main courtyard. The commotion in the main courtyard was palpable as Fu Jin arrived. Madame Lin had only just awakened when Mr. Lin began to interrogate her, expressing his ire at her for not waiting for him to accompany her to the flower viewing. Why must you rush to witness my embarrassment? He demanded, his face flushed with anger. Madame Lin, unable to contain herself, retorted, You were well aware that today was the water orchid flower banquet, yet you chose to cavort with that brazen vixen. How was I to know you would be so inconsiderate? Her words left Mr. Lin momentarily speechless. Having drunk, he was in a daze, oblivious to his surroundings. In a fit of rage, he seized the maid Xiao Tao. All of this is your doing, he shouted, delivering several resounding slaps that left Xiao Tao crying out in pain, her cheeks stained with blood. Madame Lin felt her blood boil at the sight. This shameless vixen, who is supposed to deal with Fu Jin, has instead entangled you in this mess. How infuriating. Master, I am wronged. I did not understand why I felt so warm. It was not my intention. I must have been framed. Xiao Dao wailed, clutching Lin Jingru's leg desperately, crying out her innocence. Lin Jingru, sensing the absurdity of the situation, looked to Madame Lin, who quickly insisted, "Speak the truth." I. Xiao Tao stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It wasn't that she lacked words. She simply did not comprehend the situation herself. To protect herself, she resorted to fabricating a tale, mixing truth with lies to avoid consequence. I was merely chasing after the second Miss S. cat when I stumbled upon her speaking with young Master Zhao. Upon realizing I was there, the second Miss pursued me. Having lost her handkerchief, I picked it up for her and left, but shortly thereafter, I felt an overwhelming heat and became quite unwell. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Although she seemed to reveal little, her words pointed directly to Fu Jin. Yet, she was correct. This incident was indeed orchestrated by Fu Jin. Before the banquet, she had no intention of causing a significant disturbance, merely wishing to embarrass Madame Lin slightly, as time was on her side. However, the unexpected presence of Shen Nongxue and Yu escalated matters beyond her control. When she discovered Xiao Dao was still following Madame Lin's orders to confront Shura, she realized that with Bao Zhu guarding closely, she had lost her chance. After Fu Jin retrieved Shura, Bao Zhu informed her of the developments, prompting her to orchestrate this scene. Ultimately, it was all a matter of pride. A greater embarrassment was preferable to a lesser one. Meanwhile, Lin Jingru's focus had shifted considerably. The second Miss conversing with young Master Zhao, he pondered. Xiao Dao, believing Mr. Lin to be convinced of her innocence, nodded vigorously, provoking Madame Lin's ire once more. Fu Jin had remained silent until now, and at long last, Lin Jingru turned his gaze upon her, weighing the situation. Although he was embarrassed today, with the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter present and young Master Yin in attendance, along with Zhao Qian who seemed to harbor feelings for Fu Jin, it could not be deemed entirely disastrous. Yet, the humiliation gnawed at him, and he scrutinized Fu Jin. Did you orchestrate this? Fu Jin met his gaze with an unyielding expression. Everyone is asking me. Why not just declare it publicly that I am the culprit? Today, I was either with Zhao Qian or in the company of Miss Shen. Am I to possess divine powers to orchestrate other affairs as well? If so, you should be cautious. Her words were a blend of jest and intimidation, yet her expression was far from feigned, sending a shiver through those present. Lin Wanyin watched from the sidelines, her nails digging into her palms as she inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Since you claim innocence, then let us search your quarters. Surely, this will prove your purity. This is no trivial matter and cannot simply be dismissed. Yet, Lin Wanyin was agitated, convinced that Fu Jin was indeed responsible. In her current state of unpreparedness, a search of the premises might yield unexpected results. With a loud crash, Fu Jin kicked over a table, her eyes sweeping over the crowd with an air of authority. Search what? Just report me to the authorities and arrest me. I can conjure up things from thin air as easily as I can strike in silence. If I am innocent, why should I fear a search? Lin Wanyin pressed on, increasingly convinced that Fu Jin had not disposed of the evidence as she should have, causing her to deflect the topic. What is there to fear? But why should it be only my quarters that are searched? You question me at every turn, as if you have already convicted me. Why should I comply with your wishes? Do not involve my household in your inquiries. I fear that even the Yellow River would not cleanse my name. Let the authorities conduct the search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. It is imperative to present Mr. Lin with a clean slate. Her final statement dripped with sarcasm, causing Lin Jingru to feel a surge of indignation. Yet he recognized that his legitimate daughter's actions had crossed a line. Furthermore, the prospect of the authorities searching the premises was hardly a respectable notion. Madame Lin, trembling with fear, considered the implications. If only Fu Jin were to be searched, she would welcome it. However, should everyone be subjected to scrutiny, who among them was free of hidden secrets? Lin Wanyin shared her apprehension, hesitating to push further. In contrast, Fu Jin appeared entirely unfazed. If we are to search, then let us proceed. Why linger about? Report it to the authorities. Preposterous. Lin Jingru barked, though his ire was directed at Lin Wanyin rather than Fu Jin. He paused, redirecting his attention. I apologize, Fu Jin. This matter is not of your doing. At these words, Lin Wannin's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment. Chapter 53. Does she like me? Hurry up. Lin Jingru was already quite irritable, plagued by numerous vexations. With the early court session looming the next day, he was anxious about the ridicule he would face from his colleagues, particularly from his adversary, which only darkened his mood further. Lin Wannin bit her lip, her eyes reddened with unshed tears, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. In just a short span, Fu Jin had stirred such chaos within the Lin residence. It was truly remarkable. I was too impulsive, forgive me. Lin Wannin, ever adaptable, softly apologized, showing no hint of reluctance, at least far better than Yu. Madame Lin had not fared well today, either. Observing the scene, she lamented loudly to Lin Jingru. Sister Yin is doing this for your own good. How could you treat her so poorly, my unfortunate sister? Mother, enough. It was my fault for doubting Fu Jin based on hearsay. The two women, in their lamentations, inadvertently shifted the blame onto Fu Jin. Fu Jin had done all that was necessary and was now disinterested in their tirades. As she departed, her gaze fell upon the still kneeling Xiao Dao, whose face was swollen on one side, as if she were relishing the unfolding drama. Rather than dwell on their suspicions, it would be more prudent to consider how to salvage their dignity. The truth was that they had lost face. Probing further would serve no purpose, and remedying the situation was the only viable course of action. Lin Jingru, initially softened by sentiment, suddenly awakened to realization upon hearing Fu Jin's words. Following her gaze, he began to devise a plan. Xiao Dao flinched under his scrutiny, while both Madame Lin and Lin Wannin felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Lin Jingru declared, raise her to the status of a concubine and let it be known that I fell for her at first sight, which is why I found it difficult to restrain myself. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Madame Lin, who had been bravely holding on, fainted once more. The main courtyard descended into chaos. Xiao Dao, having narrowly escaped disaster, suddenly found herself elevated in status. Elated, she showered Lin Jingru with tender affections, leaving him utterly captivated. Thus, a delightful tale was born. Rumors spread that Lin Jingru had encountered a captivating maiden at a floral banquet, and the two, struck by love at first sight, instantly promoted her to concubine, indulging in passionate encounters within the flower house. Many witnessed the events of that day, yet none dared to scrutinize whether she was a concubine or merely a maid. For now, everyone knew of Lin Jingru's affection for this new concubine. For a considerable time, he lavished her with attention, openly displaying his fondness in front of his colleagues, which, under the circumstances, was not deemed particularly disgraceful. Xiao Dao's sudden ascent to concubine status made it clear to her that Madame Lin had indeed wished her harm that day, leading to a prolonged period of unrest in the backyard. Later that night, Yin Chinxiu returned home and made a trip to the main courtyard to visit his mother. However, this time he did not leave immediately after inquiring about her well-being. Instead, he lingered over a cup of tea, as if he intended to savor it for a while. Madame Yin found this peculiar and pressed him with questions. You seem preoccupied today. Is it related to a lady? Doing ligging me. At her words, Yin Chinxiu fell silent, taken aback. How did his mother know it was about a lady? Madame Yin sighed. In both trivial and significant matters, you handle everything with great finesse, leaving no cause for concern, yet you come here to drink tea. The only thing I can think of that you might find perplexing and unsolvable is a lady. But could it truly be a lady? Was it still that Miss Shen? No. He had said it was not her, so it surely wasn't he. What is her name? Where does she hail from? Is she betrothed? What is her temperament? Yin Chinxiu's single inquiry nearly overwhelmed Madame Yin, who felt a headache coming on from the implications. She quickly drained her cup and prepared to depart. Yet, seizing the opportunity, Madame Yin adeptly stopped him. Don't leave just yet. Tell me. I promise not to pry further. Besides, if you depart, who will I ask? After all, I am a woman too, and can understand a young lady in damp. Oppose has thoughts. With such a prompt, Yin Chinxiu decided to stay. He sat down, absent-mindedly toying with his teacup, and after a moment, finally spoke. I have encountered a lady. She possesses a free-spirited nature and is straightforward. As he began to speak, Madame Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid disposition. Such a character would make an excellent assistant. If she were a man, she would excel in a government office. However, her smile abruptly faltered, and she eyed her son with suspicion. Surely he is speaking of a lady. Isn't? Why does it sound as if he is seeking a subordinate? Suppressing her urge to interject, fearing he might leave if she did, she patiently listened on. Earlier, when her son sought her assistance, she had readily obliged and rendered him significant help, yet she found it odd. She willingly takes on risks, lowers her defenses against me, and inquires about my preferences. She even speaks of clandestine meetings with a lover. Does this imply she holds affection for you? No wonder Yin Xinxiu fell into deep contemplation. He still possessed the purse that Fu Jin had snatched from the beggar, which he had not returned, claiming it was lost. He did not intend to hoard the lady's purse, but he had noticed an embroidered character resembling Fu inside, as though it were sewn by hand. That character bore a striking resemblance to the character Yin on the wooden plaque he had discovered, suggesting the work of the same person. Yet, the references were too scant for him to ascertain the reason for his curiosity. He merely felt that the incident at the mountain was quite peculiar and instinctively sought clarity. He recalled how, in Nanjing City, Fu Jin had urged him down from a tree and into peril of the mines, and, subsequently, how she always seemed to let her guard down around him, even inquiring about his taste for sweets. Then today, she had mentioned a lover. With all these various elements, Yin Xinxiu began to suspect that Fu Jin might harbor feelings for him. Yet he was uncertain and wished to seek clarification. If so, he ought to maintain a respectful distance. He had no intention of marriage and should not burden others with his uncertainties. Understanding her son well, Madame Yin could read his expression and surmise that he was fond of a potential daughter-in-law with an admirable character. The words nearly escaped her lips, but were quickly retracted. Of course, it is not. Yin Xinxiu appeared taken aback, doubting his mother's assertion. Madame Yin countered swiftly. Could it be that you have taken a liking to this lady, leading you to believe she reciprocates your feelings? Certainly not. Yin Xinxiu firmly shook his head. Madame Yan's gaze conveyed a knowing look, and she cleared her throat before speaking seriously. Is this lady of marriageable age? Does she have suitors? Caught off guard by the question, Yin Xinxiu paused, but recalling Zhao Qian from earlier, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 54, Brothers. No worries, does that mean she does not fancy that suitor? Yin Xinxiu nodded again, having initially been skeptical. After these two questions, doubts began to creep in. Had he truly overthought? Madame Yin clapped her hands, revealing an expression of confirmation. Just as you said, this girl possesses a carefree nature and is straightforward in character. Hence, upon meeting you, she willingly offered her assistance, adhering to the principles of friendship, and naturally would come to your aid. Her inquiries about preferences stem from her being a woman, more meticulous than others and considerate of her friends. For instance, if that lad from a Shi family were in danger, would you rescue him? As for her admirer, it is evident she does not like him. If he were to persist, she would use you as an excuse to dismiss him. A series of statements led Yin Xinxiu to analyze, as if each one aligned perfectly. He recalled Miss Fu and Appo's disdainful remarks about Zhao Qian. Everything else seemed normal, without any transgressions. Yes, the son has understood. Yin Xinxiu nodded, no longer harboring doubts. Madame Yin and Appo's eyes twitched, barely suppressing a laugh. Maintaining a serious demeanor, she spoke. If she regards you as a friend, you must treat her likewise. In a few days, I intend to host a birthday banquet. You ought to invite her to our home for a visit. Mother, you are hosting a birthday banquet this year? You usually dislike fuss. Why the change? Yin Xinxiu was taken aback, focusing on this point. Madame Yin had indeed decided on a whim, wishing to meet this girl. Yet regrettably, Yin Xinxiu had concealed her identity too well. However, she had instilled many ideas about brotherly friendship in her son, and he appeared to genuinely believe her. As he prepared to leave, Yin Xinxiu hesitated, asking once more, is it inappropriate for me to regard her as a brother, considering she is a young lady? What is inappropriate about it? I have many brothers, and this is no different. Yin Xinxiu recalled how, during his childhood visits to his maternal grandfather's home, his father clung tightly to his mother, unwilling to part, all because she had so many brothers. Upon returning, there there would be quite a commotion. His thoughts began to clarify. With so many brothers, and given that he is not her future husband, there is nothing untoward. Should she excel in her role as a brother, he could introduce his friends to her. With this newfound clarity, Yan Xinxiu placed Miss Fu in a position equivalent to that of the lad from the Shi family. And thus, his concerns lessened, provided they got along well moving forward. After Yan Xinxiu departed, and once assured he was far away, Madame Yin closed the door and could not contain her laughter. Who would have imagined that her son, who manages everything so adeptly, remained oblivious when it came to matters of the heart? No wonder he had kept his distance from women all these years. Now, she felt she had seized an opportunity. Surely, her future daughter-in-law was not far off. Meanwhile, her future daughter-in-law was completely unaware of the significant shift in events and was troubled over what name to bestow upon her soon-to-open tavern. With the grand opening approaching, she still had not settled on a name nor written it down. She toyed with the deep ink-colored purse in her hands, its edges adorned with golden thread, but otherwise bare. Inside, heavy silver coins awaited. Having opened it before, she knew it contained a substantial 500 taels. She wondered whether this was truly a reward or if he had gifted her some of his own wealth. He always favored such deep hues, but she could not deny they suited him well. The only time he had differed was during that occasion in Nanjing City, when he had worn white undergarments, his open attire revealing a robust chest. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Fu Jin's mind. 3 days hence, the tavern would open. A large red embroidered ball hung at the center of the sign, accompanied by drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere that resonated even within the alley, as if it echoed throughout the capital. Earlier, Fu Jin had sent out news of the opening. The high-priced loquats she had acquired were not wasted. She instructed her servant to deliver baskets of loquats to affluent households near various entertainment venues, informing them of the tavern's opening. These loquats hailed from Sioux City and were the finest quality. In previous years, only Jiangda had supplied them, and they were rarely sold. Those officials who fortuitously encountered the gifts were aware of their significance. Some were cautious and refused the offerings, while others accepted them, only to consult their colleagues later. Consequently, it was not long before the number of loquats distributed increased, and more people learned of the tavern and Appo's opening. On this day, an extraordinary number of patrons arrived. Amidst the crowd, the red silk cloth was lifted, revealing the striking 3 characters, Nanjiang Tower. Everything originated from Nanjiang, beginning there, and she intended to bring Nanjiang to the capital, offering them a completely different outcome. The visiting officials soon realized this was not the establishment of Jiangda, yet it mattered little. The aroma of fine wine wafted through the air, and the lively atmosphere was an undeniable draw. At this moment, 2 young gentlemen stood before the sign, one clad in blue and the other in white, each holding a fan of the same color. They gazed at the vigorous strokes of the 3 characters, sharing a knowing smile before stepping into the tavern together. Inside, the tavern buzzed with life. Fu Jin sat alone in a private room, instinctively reaching to smooth her hair, only to realize she had not brought Xiao Luo along, so she abandoned that thought. The remaining matters would be handled by Qing Mu and Su He. Though she found herself with little to do, she chose to remain present on the tavern's opening day for oversight. With some idle time, she picked up needle and thread to sew the item she had brought. Sui entered and glanced at her work, noticing it was a wrist guard. She thought little of it, assuming her mistress was making it for herself. The color seemed a bit too dark for her. The young lady was better suited to crimson, which was more striking. Hearing this, Fu Jin looked at the deep red hue and smiled softly. Quite fitting indeed. Though unsuitable for her, it would suit someone else well. Sui casually inquired without taking it seriously and turned to leave. However, shortly after departing, she returned. Mistress, there are 2 guests in the private room who appear to be causing a ruckus. They have had their meals replaced several times, yet remain dissatisfied. And even after receiving a refund, they are unrelenting in their demands to see you. Should we expel them? It is entirely normal for patrons to create a stir. They had done their utmost to accommodate requests, but if they were truly rude, they should be shown the door. However, today being the first day, and given that those 2 did not seem to be merely troublemakers, Sui felt it necessary to inform Fu Jin, with nothing else to occupy her. Fu Jin decided to investigate, setting aside her sewing. She was no longer in the mood to hide. She let Suhi continue her work while she proceeded alone. A waiter stood guard outside the private room, where muffled shouts echoed. The waiter appeared troubled and, upon spotting Fu Jin approaching, hurried over. "Madam, they're insisting on seeing you." Fu Jin waved her hand dismissively, instructing him to attend to his duties, and then stepped inside. Chapter 55. The Prince of the Red Star moves. There is a true destiny upon hearing the commotion. Those present raised their heads and exchanged glances with the newly arrived Fu Jin, both parties scrutinizing one another. Fu Jin was somewhat taken aback to see these two individuals, whose appearances bore a three-part resemblance, yet were distinctly different. The one in white was pale-skinned, with prominent veins, appearing delicate and soft. The one in green had dark, phoenix-like eyes, exuding a lazy nonchalance. Coincidentally, she was acquainted with both. "What do the two gentlemen desire?" The young man in white pointed to the dishes on the table, specifically indicating the signature dish, the bamboo chicken. "Too sweet, too greasy." Though he spoke thus, his gaze lingered on Fu Jin as if he could perceive the essence of a flower. The young man in green gently tapped the white-clad gentleman's arm, his eyes conveying a silent warning. Fu Jin disregarded their antics and glanced at the bamboo chicken, its vibrant red hue and enticing aroma wafting with a subtle hint of bamboo fragrance. Without even tasting it, she knew this dish was executed flawlessly. "It is our establishment's oversight. We shall replace it for the two gentlemen. Today, we present our unique bamboo wine for your enjoyment, hoping it may soothe your tempers." Maintaining her composure, Fu Jin engaged in conversation with them and then instructed her staff. Shortly, the bamboo wine was served and the previous bamboo chicken was removed. "This wine is indeed exquisite. The proprietor possesses remarkable skill. May I be so bold as to inquire your esteemed surname?" The young man in white took a sip, his gaze fixed intently on Fu Jin. While this demeanor bordered on impolite, his eyes sparkled with curiosity and mirth, devoid of any lewd intentions typically found in others. Unfamiliar with their underlying motives, Fu Jin patiently replied, "My surname is Fu. I give a name Jin." Upon hearing this, the young man in green closed his fan and sat up straight. The white-clad gentleman also averted his gaze, their demeanor shifting as they gleaned valuable information. At that moment, the bamboo chicken Fu Jin had arranged was brought forth. Initially, the white-clad gentleman wore a smile, but it soon faded. The young attendants filed in and out, leaving the table laden with nearly 5 or 6 bamboo chickens. Fu Jin chuckled softly, gesturing toward the array of dishes. "Not sweet, slightly sweet. There is bound to be one that suits the gentleman's palate." They had presumed her to be accommodating, only to discover that she had been anticipating their arrival. This temperament is rather fiery. The days ahead for Qing and will certainly be lively. The proprietor is quite thoughtful. I admire it. I notice the characters outside are vigorous and powerful. I wonder who penned them? Fu Jin's gaze subtly dimmed as she recalled, prompted by his remark. In her previous life, she had studied calligraphy under Yan Chenyu. Though she had not mastered it completely, she had grasped a portion. Her characters lacked the sharpness of his strokes, which were as unstoppable as a raging torrent, whereas hers appeared more delicate. If one were familiar with her, they would surely perceive the nuances. However, she had grown accustomed to it and failed to notice. Yet, since the signboard had already been hung, it would be ill omen to remove it on the first day of business. I am unworthy. I hope the two gentlemen do not find it amusing. Rather than conceal the truth, it is better to acknowledge it openly, as they have no means to investigate this matter. At this revelation, both the young men in green and white were taken aback. Previously, they had assumed it was Qing and who had penned the sign, but now they were astonished that Qing and had grown so intimate with the maiden. Were they soon to attend a wedding feast? Reflecting on this, they could not help but straighten their expressions. The young man in green slightly inclined his body. "My younger brother is mischievous. He has caused trouble for Miss Fu. I am Shi Yuan, and this is my brother, Xin Yin." Fu Jin sensed the shift in their attitudes, but remained puzzled. These two shared a close bond with Yan Chenyu, having grown up together. They seemed frivolous, yet when faced with adversity, they would be the first to rush to Yan Chenyu's aid. Uncertain of their intentions, Fu Jin did not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, she regarded them with newfound interest. Raising an eyebrow and smiling lightly, "Pray tell, do the two gentlemen believe in divination?" Shi Yuan and Xin Yin exchanged bewildered glances. "I perceive that one among you has the red star stirring, positioned to the northwest, destined to encounter a true match in half a month in Appo's time," Fu Jin declared with utmost conviction. Hearing this, Shi Yuan and his brother were left in a stupor. Why does this Qing Yin's favored maiden speak in such an odd manner? Shi Yuan regarded her skeptically. "If what Miss Fu says holds true, I shall be grateful to her for playing matchmaker." Fu Jin's expression turned serious, her smile dissipating. "I did say there is a true match, but I did not guarantee a successful outcome. Hesitation leads to defeat. Once defeated, regret comes too late." With that, Fu Jin turned and departed without lingering. Shi Yuan lightly tapped Xin Yin and Appo's head with his fan. "Have you been courting maidens outside?" Xin Yin protested, cradling his head. "You Haven and Appo's, even married yet. Why should I be in a hurry? Older brother, do you truly believe her words? You ought to have a serious talk with Qing and about this bizarre and solemn talk." Shi Yuan dismissed him, knowing that if he dared to speak such things, Qing will be the first to discipline him. Leave. You ordered this, and there shall be no waste." He pointed to the bamboo chickens on the table, leaving Xin Yin dumbfounded at the sheer quantity. Surely he would be sick from overeating. Fu Jin had given instructions, and Qing Mu and the others dared not accept Shi Yuan and Xin Yin as coins. Xin Yin was not genuinely seeking trouble. They simply refused to take the money. When he attempted to argue, Shi Yuan pulled him away. "This girl likely suspects something. Troubling these attendants is futile. We shall compensate later. It has been years since I heard the surname Fu. Do not forget to inquire who has recently returned to the capital. You still scold me. I am with you in this. If Qing is to be reprimanded, we shall both face it together. The misdeeds are yours alone, and I am not accountable." As the two brothers passed by, Fu Jin occasionally caught snippets of their conversation, leading her to conclude that she had overthought the matter. Perhaps they were merely seeking amusement in their idle hours. In the following days, whenever she had a moment, Fu Jin would remain in her residence, diligently sewing the remaining protective wristbands, occasionally visiting the tavern to assess the situation. Once the wristbands were completed, Fu Jin finally recalled her intention to visit the Minister of Justice's wife on behalf of her mother. She dispatched an invitation card bearing her name, Fu Jin, the daughter of Fu Lanshu, and awaited a response. To her surprise, the reply arrived with remarkable swiftness. Having sent the card in the afternoon, she received a response before nightfall, requesting a meeting at the Minister of Justice's residence the following morning. Clearly, the lady still remembered her mother. Fu Jin took the letter to her mother, inquiring once more, "Mother, will you not accompany me? Madame Yang surely wishes to see you." Fu Mu shook her head resolutely, her stance unwavering. Fu Jin could not sway her, and ultimately, she did not insist. Though she had previously shown little interest in her mother and Appo's affairs, she now felt a twinge of curiosity. Early the next morning, she set out with a bundle of bamboo, only to discover that someone had stealthily followed her. Chapter 56. Like a doll, discarded when broken, Lin Huanin sat in the carriage, frequently gazing out, her eyes fixated on the carriage ahead. She pondered deeply, unable to fathom the extent of Fu Jin's capabilities, unless Fu Jin had some formidable backing. She was determined to uncover who Fu Jin's benefactor was to address the issue at its core. "Miss, what should we do about the situation behind us?" Bao Zhu, upon exiting, was aware that Lin Huanin was following closely, mistakenly believing she was being clever in evading detection. Leaning against the carriage wall, Fu Jin lightly tapped her fingers against her thigh. "Let me down at the street corner, concealed by the crowd. We'll take a leisurely tour around the capital before returning home when night falls." Suppressing a laugh, Bao Zhu slowed the carriage as they approached the street corner. Fu Jin swiftly leaped down beside the coachman, vanishing into the throng of people. The followers, oblivious to the fact that someone had exited the carriage, only noted its deceleration and continued to pursue, unaware that the person they sought to track had already eluded them. This was the most bustling area of the capital. After Fu Jin disembarked and watched the carriage disappear into the distance, She suddenly realized she had forgotten to take the gifts prepared inside. Feeling somewhat ill-equipped, she spotted a jewelry store nearby and decided to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, not due to the crowd, but because of a heated altercation between two individuals. As Fu Jin approached, she discerned that it was not merely a dispute. One individual was on the receiving end of vicious assault. Yu, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, tightly grasped Yu Xian's arm while attempting to snatch the jade pendant from her neck, which Yu Yun desperately defended. A crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, and Yu, fueled by indignation, abandoned her attempt to seize the jade and resorted to striking Yu Xian instead. After delivering 2 resounding slaps, she pushed Yu Xian to the ground and kicked her mercilessly, her mouth spewing vitriol. "You wretched creature! It's just a worthless piece of jade. Do you think our household is in need of your pittance? What is wrong with borrowing it in an emergency? Scum like you deserve to be beaten." With increasingly derogatory language, Yu continued her tirade. Yu Xian, desperately clinging to her jade pendant, pleaded in a weak and feeble voice, "It's all I have. It's my mother's keepsake. Please spare me. I will obey. Please spare me." Her pleas only hardened Yu's resolve, who retorted with even greater ferocity. "What is worth keeping? Like your mother. You are both worthless. I will not allow you to defy me. I will beat you to death." Among the onlookers, a girl, unable to stand by any longer, tentatively stepped forward. "You're going to kill her. That is her mother's keepsake. Why must you take it by force?" The girl's voice trembled, clinging to her maid, clearly fearful. Yu, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "I'm hitting my sister. What business is it of yours?" As the adage goes, a righteous official finds it hard to resolve family disputes, especially with someone as obstinate as Yu. The girl took a step back, feeling helpless despite her sympathy, and dared not speak further. Yu continued her assault on Yu Xian, drawing blood, yet still sought to wrest the jade from her neck. Fuji Neapos, esse brau farod. Though reluctant to intervene, she could not bear to witness the brutality any longer. She stepped forward, grasped Yu and Apos, heir, and forced her to look up, compelling her to cease her violent actions. "Who dares to pull my hair?" Yu, shielding her braid, turned in anger, only to see Fu Jin and Apos, eyes ablaze with fury. Yu and Apos. Words were cut short by the pain as Fu Jin gripped her hair tighter, leaving her unable to voice her indignation. Fu Jin's expression remained cold. "Your words are unpalatable wherever you go. What? You think you can flaunt your impudence in the capital? Unafraid of consequences? Let go of me." Yu whimpered, feeling her scalp tingle from the grip. Fu Jin, far from relenting, yanked her hair again. "Don't obstruct the view of others. Go back to where you came from. You are nothing, yet you dare to speak to me this way. I am H." Yu's protest was abruptly silenced when Fu Jin swiftly dislocated her arm. Pampered and accustomed to luxury, Yu was unprepared for such pain and let out a scream, causing the bystanders to instinctively recoil, while some fled in terror. In the capital, where nobility abounds, even the shopkeeper hesitated to intervene, especially since it was deemed a family matter. Yu, in agony, gazed at her lifeless arm, feeling utterly defeated. "How could you?" Her words faltered, as she had never anticipated Fu Jin would resort to such violence against her. Would she become a cripple? Fear struck her in that instant. Fu Jin's expression was one of impatience as she regarded Yu coldly. "I warned you to leave. If you fail to understand, there will be more than just this arm at stake." Seeing Yu on the brink of insanity, Fu Jin extended her hand once more. With a sharp crack, Yu's arm was restored to its rightful position. The dislocation had terrified Yu, who stared in disbelief, momentarily forgetting her anger. She tentatively moved her arm, and upon realizing the situation, her gaze toward Fu Jin was filled with dread, as if she were staring at a monster. On the ground, Yu Xian struggled to rise, her eyes devoid of light. Witnessing Yu Xian's state brought Yu back to reality. She dared not confront Fu Jin directly, but could not resist a mocking sneer. "You stand up for her? Does she even deserve it? When we return home, I will deal with her. You think you can be her savior, using others as stepping stones? How laughable. Ask her if she is grateful." Yu Xian remained silent, merely shifting behind Yu, her stance unmistakably clear. A triumphant smile spread across Yu Yu's face as she turned, brutally twisting Yu Xian's arm, leaving a visible bruise. Fu Jin maintained her calm demeanor. Why should I seek her gratitude? I'm not aiding her. I merely found you insufferable and felt the urge to strike, much like your own impulsive tendencies towards her. With a smirk, Fu Jin stepped closer, reaching out her hand. Yu Yu recoiled in fear, but was pinned by Fu Jin's grip on her shoulder, rendering her immobile. Yet, Fu Jin did not strike again. Instead, she adjusted Yu Yu's hairpin, chuckling softly. When I become displeased, none can stand in my way. I have no fondness for needles. They are too delicate to be effective. I prefer to inflict harm with brute force, like a doll, disassembled and reassembled at will, until the day comes when it is deemed irreparable, and then it is cast aside. Her light-hearted words sent a chill down the spine. Yu Yu and Appo's eyes widened as the mention of needles reminded her of a prior conversation in Lin and Appo's residence, realizing with horror that Fu Jin had overheard everything. Chapter 57. I no longer wish to live. Fu Jin gazed at Yu Yu's pallid complexion, her interest waning as she took 2 steps back, her voice icy. What you do with her is of no concern to me, but you must conceal your actions well. After all, we are bound to meet often. And should I discover your transgressions, even once, you shall pay with the dismemberment of your limbs. Do not let it come to a point where you are discarded after merely 3 transgressions. That would indeed be exceedingly dull. Yu Yu exclaimed in terror, instinctively clutching her previously injured arm, her pupils dilating involuntarily as the haunting pain threatened to resurface. She fled in a panic, while Yu Xian limped behind her, never once casting a glance at Fu Jin. Fu Jin remained unfazed, casually exploring the shop. The other young women, albeit somewhat fearful of her, dared not approach and kept their distance. However, the shopkeeper promptly presented the finest items for her perusal and even arranged a seat for her to sit and observe. Fu Jin, unpretentious, accepted the arrangement. In her past life, she had once aided Yu Xian, yet no one could be a savior for another. One must ultimately rely on oneself. Yu Xian had long been cowed and tormented by Yu Yu. Had she not witnessed others extend their hands in rescue? Had she not hoped for salvation? Indeed, she had. But having experienced such hopes only to encounter multiplied suffering, despair had taken root in her heart. She feared to take the gamble, to take that crucial step. Fu Jin's momentary intervention left Yu Yu frightened, at least for the time being. She would remember the agony of dismemberment and refrain from excess. If Yu Yun were wise, she would seize this fleeting opportunity to seek a chance for rebirth. If she could not rescue herself, she would be forever trapped by Yu Yu, praying daily for her mood to lighten, hoping she would not resort to violence against her. Each day would be a struggle of helplessness and despair until death. The shopkeeper's items were satisfactory, and Fu Jin selected 2 pieces to take with her, also eyeing a silver hairpin. The pin was elegantly simple, adorned with a single vine that gracefully spiraled upwards, culminating at the tip. Fu Jin twisted the top, revealing it to be hollow, much to her satisfaction, and she purchased it without hesitation. Miss, you have a discerning eye. This pin is considered rather common by others, lacking admiration, yet its simplicity accentuates beauty. The young lady just now was enamored with a red coral pin. Alas, she lacked sufficient funds and contemplated seizing that lady's jade to make up the difference. But to be frank, the red coral does not suit her at all. The shopkeeper sighed, lamenting the triviality over a mere hairpin. Fu Jin followed the shopkeeper's gaze, confirming its unremarkable design. Truly, it was rather garish, and only Yu Yu would take a liking to it. She paid it no further heed and set off towards the Yang residence. As fate would have it, although the Yang residence was somewhat distant from the Lin residence, it was quite close to the Anbei Marquis' estate. A mere 3 alleys would suffice to reach it. Fu Jin deliberately chose a path that took her past the Anbei Marquis' gates, slowing her pace, but regrettably, she did not encounter the person she sought. Noticing that time was slipping away, she continued past the Anbei Marquis' residence and hastened towards the Yang estate. Soon, she arrived, presented her visiting card, and handed her belongings to the steward before proceeding inside. However, as she traversed the interior, she noted that the servants wore solemn expressions, their demeanor rigid and devoid of levity. The atmosphere within the estate felt distinctly off, heightening Fu Jin's vigilance. Our lady is currently engaged with a guest. Please. Miss Fu, take a moment to sit here, the butler said respectfully, offering her tea and instructing someone to attend to her before departing to deliver the message. Fu Jin remained still, silently seated, neither scanning her surroundings nor engaging in idle chatter, merely counting the minutes. The maid beside her was equally silent, her head bowed, showing no inclination to converse with Fu Jin, which only intensified the bizarre atmosphere. Fu Jin mused that the Yang estate's protocol seemed even more stringent than those of the Anbei Marquis residence. At least there, Qing Shui dared to smile and speak. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without anyone arriving, and the maid still standing there, Fu Jin's patience wore thin, and she sighed, turning to the maid. Has something significant occurred in the estate? The lady responded to me so swiftly yesterday. I bear no enmity towards her, and it hardly warrants such difficulties. The household in Oppo's demeanor is unusually grave. Besides an incident, I can think of no other excuse. Of course, the most direct explanation would be that the lady was deliberately making things difficult for her. The maid merely shook her head, not daring to raise her gaze or utter a word. Just as Fu Jin contemplated leaving, the butler returned, somewhat flustered. The lady requests Miss Fu to join her in the back courtyard for a discussion. Please follow me. Fu Jin hesitated for a moment, but did not decline. Trailing behind him, with daggers concealed in her sleeves and a substantial supply of medicine prepared, she felt entirely at ease, her sense of security bolstered. These precautions had become second nature, greatly aiding her in navigating perilous situations. Before she could come closer, she heard a commotion nearby, punctuated by the sound of weeping. I no longer wish to live. I no longer wish to live. The voice belonged to a young girl, tinged with hysteria. Fu Jin, puzzled, noted that the butler remained silent, so she followed him closely. The closer she drew, the clearer the cries became, echoing a refrain of despair, accompanied by the murmurs of others attempting to console her, though their voices were drowned out by the girl's frantic wails. Upon nearing the scene, Fu Jin could finally discern the situation. A girl in blue stood atop a wall, tears streaming down her face as she intermittently screamed her lament. Below, a crowd had gathered. Some maids were attempting to persuade her, while house servants were poised to assist, though their ladder had yet to be set in place. Stymied by the girl's fierce declarations of intent to leap and end her life. Amidst the throng, a richly dressed woman appeared furious, her face flushed and her chest heaving in agitation. If you throw yourself down, I will never allow you to marry that scoundrel. You are as foolish as a pig, led astray by his deceit. Come down immediately. Fu Jin stood still, surmising that this must be the lady of the Yang household, though her demeanor was somewhat different from what she had anticipated. At the very least, she had never witnessed her mother react in such a manner. Perhaps this explained how the two had become friends. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, and her mood soured. After having walked slowly past his estate, she now found him here. What was he doing? Noticing Fu Jin's gaze, Yan Qinxiu approached and stood beside her. The spot where they stood was obscured from the wall by a nearby tree, and Yang's lady was wholly unaware of their presence. The butler, recognizing her agitation, dare not approach. Lord Yin, what brings you here? Fu Jin inquired skeptically, glancing at the wall before returning her gaze to him. Could it be that this girl was making a fuss about wanting to marry him? He was a scoundrel? Yan Qinxiu, relieved to see her, rubbed his temples, clearly exasperated by Yang Shu's incessant complaints. As he massaged his forehead, Fu Jin instinctively reached out her hand. Chapter 58. To marry Zhao Lang, even in death, I am no longer pure. Only Zhao Lang would not despise me. I shall marry no one but him. If you forbid me, then I might as well die. Fu Jin's outstretched hand was abruptly halted by the girl's loud outburst, awakening him from his stupor. He feigned calmness as he patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. Whether his actions appeared natural was inconsequential. What mattered was that Yan Qinxiu felt it was right to promptly bring Yang Shu down from her precarious position. Her noise was unbearable. Indeed, he was a good brother, rescuing him from turmoil once again. Meanwhile, Madame Yang, witnessing her daughter's intentions to leap, felt her heart leap to her throat and hurriedly coaxed her, "Do not jump." At the same time, Fu Jin learned the details from Yin Chenxiu. The girl perched on the wall was Yang Shu, and the Zhao Lang she mentioned was none other than Zhao Qian. Yang Shu had once been rescued by Zhao Qian, a mere gesture of steadying her arm to prevent her fall, after which she was entranced by his handsome visage and flattering words. Originally, Yang Shu was not the type to threaten Madame Yang with death. Yet misfortune struck when she ventured out alone to seek Zhao Qian and was targeted by a beggar, the very flower thief. This beggar, who lurked in the market, specifically preyed on young ladies of noble families. Recognizing Yang Shu, he seized the opportunity when she was alone and used his usual tactics against her. Yang Shu was not foolish. After losing her purse, she did not pursue but instead headed toward the Yang residence. However, the beggar had teamed up with the flower thief, cornering Yang Shu and abducting her. In broad daylight, they refrained from direct harm, instead taking her personal garments and threatening her to prepare jewelry and silver, instructing her to dismiss any guards or maids, with plans to return that night. If Yang Shu failed to comply, her garments would be publicly displayed throughout the capital the following day, tarnishing her reputation. Not wishing to lose her honor, Yang Shu acquiesced to their demands. Coincidentally, while the beggar was executing his plan, he was spotted by Yin Chenxiu and Appos as men. After all, they had two portraits of the culprits. Recognizing them was hardly a challenge. Yin Chenxiu promptly informed Lord Yang, who, along with Madame Yang, felt a wave of dread. Had Yin Chenxiu not intervened, the perpetrators would have come to collect both silver and Yang Shu's purity, a fate that had befallen many young women. In the end, the beggar and flower thief were apprehended. This experience left Yang Shu fearful, and under Madame Yang's admonitions to conceal the incident, she dared not speak much. When she unexpectedly encountered Zhao Qian, he inquired about her well-being. Yang Shu, feeling a deeper connection, eventually confided in him. Zhao Qian did not scorn her, but instead offered comfort with sweet words. Unbeknownst to them, Madame Yang learned of Yang Shu's association with Zhao Qian and disapproved of him, deeming him a smooth talker unworthy of her daughter. After a brief exchange, a quarrel ensued. When Madame Yang was entertaining Yin Chenxiu, Yang Shu climbed onto the wall, adamant about marrying Zhao Qian. Today, Yin Chenxiu perceived some ambiguity in the case and sought to verify details with Yang Shu, only to stumble upon this scene. He could intervene, but given the nature of the situation, it was inappropriate for him to act, especially since Yang Shu was merely using the threat of death to make her point. Yang Shu had been shouting for a while, and Madame Yang was delayed by her antics until the steward reminded Fu Jin, prompting Madame Yang to recollect the situation. Upon hearing Fu Jin and Appos' name, Yin Chenxiu requested him to come over. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. Fu Jin found himself reluctantly listening to a rather unfortunate tale while observing the girl atop the wall. He sensed that she might not need rescuing, but rather a deeper understanding of her thoughts. What could she possibly see in Zhao Qian, this hypocrite? You go back. If you have questions, I shall ask in your stead, he suggested, then added cautiously, it's inconvenient with a man present. In truth, she noticed he seemed uncomfortable and wanted him to rest. The latter statement was sincere. His presence was a distraction. Yin Chenxiu paused, recognizing that matters surrounding the case could not be discussed lightly, yet he was not one to shy away from adapting. Moreover, as Fu Jin had been the most helpful in this matter, any ulterior motives should have already surfaced. He intended to inquire if the two had mentioned what they needed the silver for, or if they had exchanged any other words, even if trivial. His suspicion was not unfounded, for this case was perplexing. The flower thief sought beauty, while the beggar sought wealth. Their collaboration was not unusual. Yet, the circumstances suggested they had amassed considerable silver, yet their attire, daily habits, and hideouts revealed no signs of excess wealth, let alone a dwelling. Furthermore, through their conversations, Yin Chenxiu discovered they intended to return for more silver after their initial success, until the victim could offer nothing further or succumb to despair. These two were utterly depraved. and it was unclear how many young ladies had suffered at their hands. Fu Jin nodded, promising to provide answers. Seeing that Madame Yang was still occupied, Yin Xinxiu took his leave, but paused to glance at Fu Jin's attire, his brow furrowing in thought. With a swift motion, he tore the deep-colored fabric, creating long strips, and without a hint of hesitation, tore the other side as well. He handed the 2 strips to Fu Jin, softly instructing, "Secure your clothing." A good brother had aided him, and a garment was worth it. Thus he departed, leaving Fu Jin wide-eyed, staring at the strips in her hands, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, wearing a dress was not an impediment. No, it was indeed a hindrance. She silently resolved to use the strips to secure her dress around her legs. Having torn the fabric, she deemed it wasteful not to utilize it. Today she wore a light purple dress, and the combination of deep and light hues complemented each other nicely. With her skirt secured, her figure appeared more poised. Fu Jin glanced at Yang Shu, still on the wall, attempting to negotiate with Madame Yang. She nimbly leaped to a tree, and before anyone could react, she vaulted onto the wall, effortlessly scooping Yang Shu into her arms and leaping down. The action startled the onlookers, and Yang Shu was no exception. Fu Jin began to understand Yin Qingming's feelings. The sound was indeed loud and piercing. Once they landed safely, she released Yang Shu, but maintained her grip on her hand to prevent any further attempts to climb back up. She tilted her head with a smile. Her voice clear and bright. "Sister, will you jump again?" Yang Shu, still wide-eyed from the earlier shock, instinctively retorted, Who are you calling sister?" Madame Yang, relieved, shot her a stern glance. "You are younger than a Jin by a month. Naturally, you are her sister. This is your Aunt Fu's daughter, Fu Jin. You should greet her properly." "So it is you." Chapter 59. A dog cannot change its nature. You have seduced my Zhaolang, and now you dare to dream of marrying him. Fu Jin. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the courtyard, silencing it instantly. Madame Yang stood frozen, her palm trembling. In a moment of anger, she struck out, something she had never done to Yang Shu in all her years. Clenching her fist, her expression was grave, yet she felt no remorse. "I have spoiled you to the point of lawlessness. As a young woman, it is one thing to clamor for another's hand in marriage. But how can you recklessly tarnish the reputation of others without a shred of evidence? You have been so indulged that it has led to this disgraceful behavior." Yang Shu covered her face, staring incredulously at her mother. A wave of grievance washed over her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Fu Jin, feeling helpless, realized she was now entangled in this conflict. Seeing the mother and daughter on the verge of a quarrel, Fu Jin stepped forward to intervene. "If you trust me, let me take Yang Shu for a walk. I assure you we will return before dinner." Upon hearing this, Madame Yang immediately acquiesced. "It is truly exhausting. This child has been quite disobedient, and I take full responsibility for her misbehavior. Do not let her mistreat you." Though she had lost contact with Fu Lanxu for years, she had never forgotten her. When she learned of Fu Jin and Appo's return, she was delighted, but knowing the circumstances, she refrained from visiting, fearing she might add to Lanxu and Appo's troubles. After receiving an invitation yesterday, she had been looking forward to rekindling their friendship, only to have this incident arise, further burdening Ajin. To think that Ajin would take her out was quite justified. Even a reprimand would be warranted. Fu Jin felt relieved. After all, taking a young lady out on their first meeting could lead to misunderstandings. And she was grateful that Madame Yang was not one to jump to conclusions. Yang Shu, feeling wronged and tearful, had no desire to remain in the courtyard. But at that moment, she preferred Fu Jin's company over her mother's, following silently behind her. However, as soon as they stepped outside the gate, her expression darkened. "Why did you meddle and pull me down, leading to me receiving a slap? Stay out of my affairs." Zhao Long ish mina. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. They had nearly reached an understanding, only for this person to appear and ruin everything. I could never fall for someone like him. Fu Jin waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor casual. Yang Shu's subs falteret. This was not how she had envisioned the situation. She glanced at Fu Jin with suspicion. "What do you mean? I wish to play a game with you." Yang Shu was puzzled. Wasn't he this person trying to steal Zhao Lang from her? Why was she suggesting a game? She hesitated before softly asking, "What kind of game? You wish to marry Zhao Qian, do you not? Let's play a marriage game. I promised Madame Yang that I would bring you back before dinner. If you firmly resolve to marry Zhao Qian before we return, I shall persuade Madame Yang to grant your wish. You're so kind-hearted. Moreover, how do you intend to convince my mother?" Yang Shu scoffed, clearly skeptical. "Regardless of how I persuade her, I assure you I can help you. If I fail, there's always young Master Yin. You have seen how familiar we are. He even tore his clothing for me." Fu Jin pointed to the fabric strip on her leg. Yang Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she not mentioned it, she would never have realized that the strip resembled clothing belonging to young Master Yin. Now that we are outside the gate, it is unnecessary. Fu Jin bent down to carefully untie the strip and concealed it. Yang Shu's expression shifted. Why did it seem as though Fu Jin was boasting? She hadn't even touched the hem of Zhao Lang's garments. Of course, the premise of this game is that you must obey my every command. Whatever I say, you must follow. Is it really that simple? You want to tell me to abandon the idea of marrying Zhao Lang, will you? Fu Jin was momentarily taken aback by the question, her smile not reaching her eyes. That is not a bad idea. Yang Shu, after careful consideration, it seemed the game was indeed in her favor. Her feelings for Zhao Lang were as steadfast as the heavens. Not even with the passage of time would they waver. As long as she could endure today, she would eventually marry Zhao Lang. This arrangement seemed advantageous. The more she pondered, the more delighted she became, as though her wedding were imminent. "I will agree to anything, as long as you do not ask me to abandon Zhao Lang." Fu Jin raised an eyebrow. "Naturally, if you do not change your mind, no one can alter your fate. What shall we do now?" Yang Shu was already immersed in the game, setting aside her prejudices against Fu Jin, eager to begin. Fu Jin turned to her. "Where does Zhao Qian usually go? To the tavern, the theater, or the tea house?" Yang Shu replied without hesitation, revealing her familiarity with Zhao Qian's haunts, yet she pondered how she had still fallen into this predicament. "What is the purpose of your questions?" "I intend to take you to find him." Fu Jin shook her head. It was evident that Yang Shu was quite infatuated. Upon hearing this, Yang Shu looked down at her attire and touched her swollen face, grimacing at the thought of going. Yet, as she had promised Fu Jin to follow her every instruction, she had no choice but to comply. They searched the tea house and theater, only to find no trace of him. Even Fu Jin began to feel perplexed. "Are you certain you truly know him? We cannot even locate him." Yang Shu, growing anxious, replied, "Zhao Lang frequents these places. Perhaps he has simply not come today." If Fu Jin had not been intent on extracting information from her, she would have lost patience. Eventually, she approached a waiter, offering a few coins, and after some time, she gathered the necessary information. Zhao Qian has recently changed locations. Coincidentally, it is now at Nanjiang Tower, which makes things much simpler. Fu Jin led Yang Shu toward Nanjiang Tower. Upon arrival, Qing Mu greeted her warmly. "Let us check which private room Zhao Qian is in and arrange for a room next door. Young Master Zhao has been a frequent visitor lately, often found in the second room upstairs. He has become quite the regular. Suhi is so troubled by his presence that she is on the verge of losing her temper." Qing Mu needed no further inquiry. The information came readily. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Even in a new location, Zhao Qian remains unchanged. Yet Yang Shu clearly did not believe this. Observing Fu Jin and Qing Mu's familiarity, she suspected they were conspiring to deceive her and remained silently skeptical. Fu Jin paid her no mind, leading Yang Shu upstairs to the private room, instructing Qing Mu to fetch Suhi. Today, there was no need for restraint. She would handle any matters that arose. Initially unwilling, Suhi's mood shifted entirely upon hearing this, and she cheerfully brought tea to the private room. At that moment, Fu Jin and Yang Shu sat by the window, opening it to allow the sounds from the adjacent room to filter in. Surrounding the house, the front was a hall, while the back consisted of a spacious courtyard, devoid of passers-by, unless someone deliberately sought to eavesdrop, rendering it a quiet space. Yang Shu truly heard Zhao Qian's voice, and while joy surged within her, a hint of apprehension followed. Meanwhile, so he had already entered the private room. Chapter 60. Can I have them both? Yang Shu refrained from asking any questions. With nothing to do, she casually observed her surroundings. Each person was engrossed in their own pursuits. Even when the tea stall was devoid of customers, the proprietor busily attended to the tea setup. Not far away, a woman selling wontons was accompanied by her 2 children, who, despite being drenched in sweat, were joyfully playing with their mother, insisting they were not hot. Across from them, a man selling jewelry wore a fierce expression, frequently scolding his wife, who sat beside him embroidering. I'm not a child. Why must you accompany me? Hurry back and don't irritate me by standing here. He barked. Get up and move to the back. You're blocking my view. As Yang Shu watched, she became entranced by the myriad of life unfolding before her. The diverse expressions of humanity revealed themselves in this small corner of the world. They remained there through noon, savoring the wontons from the neighboring stall. The constant flow of passers-by, each unique in their own right, gradually dulled her senses. As dusk approached, the 2 women finally returned to the city. Yang Shu quietly followed, unable to deny that her thoughts had shifted slightly. The hardships she once perceived were trivial compared to the lives of ordinary people. The seemingly fierce man was not devoid of tenderness. He cared for his wife, and when she chided him for his harsh tone, he would scratch his head sheepishly, sweetly coaxing her for some grace in public. Although Zhao Lang did not meet her expectations, he was not a bad man if a rogue chose to reform. Instead of marrying an unknown man as others suggested, she preferred Zhao Lang. At least he was handsome. You lost. I still wish to marry Zhao Lang. Yang Shu suddenly declared from behind. Fu Jin remained silent and continued walking ahead, prompting Yang Shu to follow. Night had fallen, and while some places were tranquil, others thrived with vibrancy. When they arrived at a brightly lit and bustling location, Yang Shu was momentarily stunned. You brought me to this kind of place, she exclaimed, still in shock. The gentle evening breeze carried a delicate fragrance, mingled with the scent of rouge. This was a place where both men and women frequented, an establishment known for its charm and allure. However, it was uncommon for respectable young women to visit such establishments, especially not 2 unaccompanied girls like them, boldly standing at the entrance and attracting many gazes, particularly given their striking appearances. A sharp-eyed courtesan attempted to approach Fu Jin, only to be deterred by a single glance from her. Fu Jin lifted her chin, gesturing toward the establishment with a cool demeanor. You have 2 choices. Either we go in and enjoy ourselves, and I will protect you, but you must never mention marrying Zhao Qian again, or we return, and I will arrange your marriage to Zhao Qian with Lady Yang. For Yang Shu, who longed to marry Zhao Qian, the second option was undeniably more appealing. Yet she stood in a place she had never ventured before. The novelty of the surroundings overwhelmed her senses, and her heartbeat quickened. She had heard tales of the exquisite beauty of the gentleman within, each more captivating than the last. Just the thought sent her blood racing, and she instinctively leaned forward. Fu Jin noticed her eagerness, her eyes sparkling with amusement, though her expression remained one of feigned regret. It seems you are quite devoted to Zhao Qian. In the future, when faced with his impatience and numerous concubines, you will maintain your composure and grace, one and oppose. To you. Let us return now. I keep my promises. Her words struck a chord with Yang Shu. The contrast was stark. On one side was Zhao Qian with his multitude of concubines, against whom she felt pitiable and sought his affection. On the other side were handsome suitors showering her with warmth and concern. Yang Shu felt a shameful flutter in her heart, her cheeks flushing as she saw Fu Jin preparing to leave. Hesitantly, she reached out to grasp her arm. Well, it's not entirely out of the question, is it? Can I have both? Her curiosity about the place was overwhelming, yet her feelings for Zhao Lang lingered. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so desperate to marry him. The warmth and care he provided, though perhaps superficial, were genuine. Hearing her, Fu Jin couldn't help but laugh. You wish to have both? This girl certainly dares to dream. She composed herself, her expression turning serious. Yang Shu, to love someone, even if they are utterly flawed, is not wrong, provided that person is worthy of your affection. Marriage is no trivial matter. Ask yourself honestly, do you truly wish to spend your life with Zhao Qian, bound together forever? Are you sincerely eager to marry him? You do have choices. You simply chose the worst one. If you were in the royal court, you would be sent far away for a marriage alliance, and even in death, your body would be carried there. If you were like me, living in a troubled household and unaware of how to fight for yourself, you might find yourself as a stepmother to children your age. Fu Jin's gravity and earnestness transformed her from a youthful maiden into a woman seasoned by hardship, leaving Yang Shu feeling heavy-hearted and unable to counter her words. Her parents' relationship was far from harmonious. Her father had multiple wives, yet he did not neglect her mother, maintaining her position without indulging the concubines. Though her mother was strict, Yang Shu had often resented the limited opportunities to venture out. Now that she was older, her mother allowed her more freedom, and she had the chance to be gently wooed by Zhao Lang. Little did she know that Zhao Qian was not a good man. Before this moment, Yang Shu had been resolute in her desire to marry Zhao Qian, but now she hesitated. How do you know that whoever I choose later will be better than Zhao Lang? What if they are worse? I hardly have a choice. They have already arranged for me to marry someone I don't know. Yang Shu pouted, growing increasingly agitated, her eyes reddening. If she had no alternatives, she wouldn't feel so trapped. Though I cannot predict who you may choose later, Zhao Qian is undoubtedly the worst option. This was indisputable. Zhao Qian was vain, self-important, and held a dismissive view of women. To him, they were less than even his garments. Such a man would make one suffer indignities, even without marriage, let alone if one were to wed him. As for the marriage arrangement, there seems to be a misunderstanding. You should inquire with Lady Yang. It is certainly not as you believe. I have only just met Lady Yang today and cannot claim to know her well. My certainty stems solely from my understanding of you, Yang Shu. You are a naive girl, unacquainted with the world. Naturally, you would be drawn to Zhao Qian. Your thoughts remain confined within a limited perspective, and you need someone to guide you. Lady Yang, who raised you, would not treat you poorly. It would be surprising if she arranged for you to marry against your will. Yang Shu, feeling skeptical, suddenly seized Fu Jin's hand and pulled her toward the entrance. Chapter 61. Marrying a pig rather than her in the side room, Zhao Qian led a small gathering of familiar friends. Upon the entrance of Su He, their gazes immediately turned to Zhao Qian, engaging in playful banter. Zhao, how fortunate you are. We hadn't encountered Miss Su until your arrival. Zhao Qian, upon hearing this, straightened his attire and waved dismissively, repeatedly saying, "Go away, go away." He then turned his attention to Su He. Do not take offense, Miss Su. They mean no harm. You must be weary from your efforts today. Your hands are quite red, which is truly heart-wrenching. This elicited laughter from the others. Zhao Qian, who took pride in his status and affected the demeanor of a cultured scholar, had little regard for the likes of Su He from the tavern. He merely sought amusement with his companions, testing whether he could win her affection. Thus began his feigned attentiveness. Yet his efforts were as futile as water spilled on the ground, leaving no trace. So he chose to ignore him, retreating instead. Irritated, he feigned indifference, surprised by her presence, and interpreted her retreat as a mere game of seduction. Should you hold any grievances, allow me to apologize. This hairpin compliments you splendidly. I cannot help but notice it. Do you not feel the same? He placed a modest hairpin before Su He, gazing at her with exaggerated affection, as if he were speaking of her rather than the ornament itself. Su He felt nauseated by his insincerity and set her teacup down. Though this teapot may not be worth a fortune, it could purchase a dozen of the hairpins you so cherish. Do be careful not to break it. Her remark not only shamed Zhao Qian, but also pointed out his miserly nature. In the adjacent room, Fu Jin chuckled at the scene, while Yang Shu's expression darkened. She understood all too well. She was familiar with such sadness. When Zhao Lang had comforted her, he had also been gentle, personally adorning her with a hairpin. Though she deemed it ordinary, the act filled her with joy. Yet now, the same words and gestures came from another, not meant for her. A sharp crack echoed as Zhao Qian, visibly vexed, shattered his teacup before Su He, dismissing it nonchalantly. It slipped from my hand. If it breaks, I shall compensate. The others, sensing his displeasure, followed suit, sending teacups crashing to the floor. Very well, I shall have the waiter bring more. It will be charged to my account. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. Su He remained unfazed. responding with poise before exiting, leaving the room in a state of silent tension. It felt as though they had vented their frustrations, yet remained unsatisfied. Zhao Qian, incensed, attempted to confront Su He, but his companions restrained him. To cause a scene over a teacup would tarnish the Zhao family's reputation, akin to the Lin family's disgrace. Moreover, many officials frequented the tavern. It would be foolish to assume they lacked connections. Observing Zhao Qian simmering, one friend spoke up, different strokes for different folks. Miss Lin, heir of the Lin family, has been quite taken with you, Zhao. Not only did she propose at the banquet, but she has sought you out privately as well. Hearing this, Zhao Qian's mood lightened, and he even laughed derisively. The Lin family is morally bankrupt. How could they be compared to me? Lin Jin, that shameless girl, even if all other maidens perished, and only she remained, I would never choose her. Such statements were indeed harsh against a lady. Yet to Zhao Qian's companions, it signaled his growing exasperation with Lin, heir, hinting at the depths of affection that must have led to such vitriol. As Zhao Qian's mood improved, they quickly diverted his attention to lighter matters, avoiding mention of the earlier incident. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yang Shu was initially upset, feeling deceived by Fu Jin. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, her anger simmered. Do not heed their nonsense, she murmured, her voice soft as she turned her head away from Fu Jin. Fu Jin chuckled lightly. Unconcerned. What does it matter? Zhao Qian has uttered such words before. Should I bark back like a dog? The word Zhao Qian had spoken would only embarrass him further in time to come. With that, she stood and patted Yang Shu's head. Unhappy, Yang Shu rose to follow her, unable to restrain her curiosity. Where are we going now? Are we still following him? If you no longer wish to marry him, then let us return home. Yang Shu pouted, refusing to go back. Zhao Lang's flattery was not without merit. She found herself drawn to it. As long as he continued to treat her kindly, she need only ignore how he interacted with others. Once married, he would still be good to her. Even if he took concubines, she would remain the principal wife. And that would make all the difference. Fu Jin was not surprised. In her previous life, she had paid little attention to the Yang family and did not know Yang Shu, not even by name. However, she was aware of a maiden who had taken her own life for Zhao Qian's sake. Few knew of this tragedy, and she had merely overheard hushed conversations. Those discussions did not dwell on the maiden's deep affection, but rather extolled Zhao Qian's elegance and charm, which captivated countless young ladies. That maiden was merely one among many, nameless in the eyes of others. Yet now, upon seeing Yang Shu, Fu Jin surmised that she was indeed that girl. Rather than trailing Zhao Qian, Fu Jin led Yang Shu out of Tianquan Gate to the West Market, a region predominantly inhabited by the impoverished, growing more destitute the further they ventured. They remained near the gate, finding a tea stall to sit down. What are we doing here? Just observe the people around you. Fu Jin settled comfortably, suggesting they would linger for a while. Yang Shu furrowed her brow, casting suspicious glances around. The bustling crowd offered no clarity. After a moment of searching, she turned to find Fu Jin feigning sleep with eyes closed. She frowned and, finding it mundane, took a sip of the tea, only to discover it was as insipid as water, served in shabby cups. Was Fu Jin intentionally tormenting her? Chapter 62. Do not stray from the path and hurt your eyes. Why the urgency? The night is still young. Fu Jin stumbled as she was pulled along by Yang Shu. No, I saw young Master Yan. Yang Shu hastily explained it. As they both stepped through the door, Fu Jin's expression froze for a moment, and she instinctively yanked her companion back, stepping out once more. You saw him and still want to go inside? Yang Shu protested. Hey, but suddenly fell silent, retreating behind Fu Jin. Yan Chinxiu stood 5 paces away, tall and composed, his gaze fixated on the ornate plaque of the tall building behind Fu Jin before shifting to her. Fu Jin stood rigidly, not daring to blink. It truly felt like a ghostly encounter. Seeing him twice in a single day was uncanny. If she had just stood still, she could have claimed to be merely passing by. But now that she had entered and exited, would he believe her? Yang Shu, hearing no further sounds, curiously peeked from behind Fu Jin. It was said that such places were not meant for her, yet she insisted on entering. Well, now it was painfully awkward, wasn't it? Wasn't it you who brought me here? She pouted in dissatisfaction, but upon meeting young Master Yan's gaze from a distance, she swallowed her retort. I realize my mistake. Fu Jin smiled gently, brushing Yang Shu's head and whispering, good girl. Then she guided her toward Yin Chinxiu, speaking softly in her ear as they walked. You've done well. One day, I shall introduce you to the world. Everything you desire shall be yours, and all attention will revolve around you. Yang Shu's eyes brightened, nodding subtly as she followed closely beside Fu Jin. Earlier, when Yin Chinxiu passed by, he had merely noticed a familiar silhouette, but now, having observed the two enter in haste, he turned back after a moment of contemplation, confirming his suspicions. Hearing their voices, he found it perplexing to want to leap from a building in the morning and then visit the Chu Pavilion in the evening. Young Master Yin, we meet again. Shall we join forces? Fu Jin feigned calmness while greeting Yin Chinxiu, attempting to lead Yang Shu away without mentioning the earlier incident. She had extended an invitation, and by rights, Yin Chinxiu should accompany her, yet he remained stationary, not moving an inch. Reluctantly, Fu Jin halted as well, noticing two figures not far behind him. One dressed in blue, the other in white, both wielding folding fans, their presence unmistakable. Upon seeing her glance over, the two approached, pretending not to recognize her. Qing, and do you know these two? Shi Yuan asked with a cheerful smile, folding his fan and gesturing toward Fu Jin. Xin Yin maintained a stern face, not out of displeasure, but to suppress his amusement, finding his elder brothers acting somewhat lacking, yet harmless for the moment. Yin Chinxiu nodded, introducing the parties. Fu Jin's acting was far superior to Shi Yuan's. She retained an aloof demeanor, not casting a glance their way, her focus solely on Yin Chinxiu. Yang Shu's eyes lit up upon seeing Shi Yuan and Xin Yin. The three of them stood together, overshadowing the grandeur of the Qin Lu and Chu Pavilion behind them. Young Master Yin wore a cold expression, causing Yang Shu to avert her gaze, while the other two young masters smiled warmly, making her unable to suppress her own smile. For a moment, she forgot about Zhao Qian and the Qin Lu and Chu Pavilion altogether. When they finally arrived at the tavern, Yang Shu realized several pairs of eyes were upon her, jolting her back to reality, sensing an odd tension. What are you looking at me for? Fu Jin chuckled softly, pushing a sweet rice ball toward her. Young Master Yin has some inquiries for you. If you cannot recall, it is of no consequence. It is not a grave matter. This should have been Fu Jin and Appo's as question, but since the opportunity arose and Yang Shu seemed more at ease, they proceeded together. Although Shi Yuan and Xin Yin were friendly with Yin Chinxiu, being gentlemen, and considering Yang Shu and Appo's reputation was at stake, Fu Jin suggested they occupy a separate private room, which they agreed to, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Yang Shu, unbothered by such formalities, insisted on keeping them there, whispering to Fu Jin that they were a feast for the eyes. Fu Jin smiled in amusement. This incident had become a success, and she felt she had satisfied Madame Yang's expectations. When the topic of the beggar arose, Yang Shu's expression shifted to one of discomfort, a hint of fear evident. As a sheltered young lady, she was easily swayed, having almost divulged her entire being but managed to salvage the situation in time. During the incident, she had been engulfed by terror, reluctant to recall the details, and could hardly remember what Yin Chinxiu had inquired about, only vaguely recalling one thing. The well-dressed individual had shown reluctance to partake in the matter, arguing with the beggar, expressing concerns about the dangers involved. Ultimately, he had chosen to withdraw, leaving the beggar to berate him as a coward, claiming he could not escape and that no one would let him go. The essence of the conversation was lost on her, though she found it peculiar enough to remember. Strangely, this conversation confirmed Yin Chinxiu's suspicions. The flower thief had previously been apprehended, yet the officials of the Dali Temple had foolishly released him to lure out the serpent. Consequently, it took considerable effort for his men to track down the beggar, who remained reclusive, refusing to socialize, and even while begging, he kept his head down, disguised well enough that no one knew his appearance. Fortuitously, Fu Jin had lent a hand. However, in the midst of a citywide manhunt, the beggar's audacious collaboration with the flower thief raised questions, whether they were overly confident or if something was amiss. after failing to locate any silver or money. The latter seemed more plausible. Clearly, there were hidden masters behind the beggar and the flower thief, who had already regarded these two as expendable pawns. Otherwise, they would not have allowed them to continue under such circumstances. It seemed that no useful clues could be drawn from these two, but Yin Shinxiu and Appo's gaze deepened, contemplation stirring within him. After Yang Shu responded, Fu Jin prepared to escort her back to the Yang residence, having promised Madame Yang to return her before dinner. The hour had grown late, and further delay might raise alarms. Yin Shinxiu rose to see them off, while Shi Yuan and Xin Yin, not in haste to follow, smiled and remarked, "We came to drink with you after all. This place is quite nice. We'll wait here for you. No need to rush." Their tone was as if they had never frequented the South River Pavilion. Fu Jin said nothing, waiting for Yin Shinxiu to descend the stairs. She instructed Yang Shu to wait outside for a moment, then intercepted him, speaking softly. "There is no need for you to make the trip back and forth. I shall see her home. There is nothing to worry about." She flexed her fists, reminding him of her capabilities. "I am not a frail maiden, and besides, Shi Yuan is waiting. We are not close enough for you to escort her. It is merely a matter of gratitude for your assistance, perhaps. A bit too much help." Yin Shinxiu nodded in agreement. "Very well. Do not stray from the path and hurt your eyes." Chapter 63. While still unfledged. Rooting out the weeds in a moment of confusion, Fu Jin recalled the Qin Lu Chu Guan. Her red lips parted slightly, her cheeks flushed as she contemplated an explanation, only to feel that such an attempt would render her even more awkward. Thus, she chose to feign ignorance, hastily turning on her heel and departing without a word of farewell. Yin Shinxiu watched her retreating figure, raised his hand to signal the shadow guard to follow, and then turned back toward the tavern. On the way to the Yang residence, Yang Shu eyed Fu Jin curiously, eager to inquire whether she was well acquainted with young Master Yin, and what their conversation had entailed. The cold demeanor of young Master Yin always left her feeling apprehensive, and she found herself admiring Fu Jin for being able to converse so easily with him. After a moment's thought, she decided against asking. As they approached the Yang residence, she finally spoke up. "Today, I concede defeat. Thank you for your help. If I initially agreed to the frivolity at the Qin Lu Chu Guan, I have genuinely changed my perspective now." Today, she had observed many things she had previously overlooked and encountered various individuals, which rendered her less inclined to regard Zhao Qian as particularly exceptional. In comparing the two sons of the Shi family, who were equally refined, she found them far superior to Zhao Qian. Their every gesture was pleasing to the eye, in stark contrast to Zhao Qian's hypocrisy and artifice. With such loving parents, she thought, her marriage should also heed her own preferences. Yet, a sliver of fear lingered in Yang Shu and Appo's heart, prompting her to timidly tug at Fu Jin and Appo's sleeve. "Sister Fu, if one day you hear of my marriage, you must come to see me. Come to see whether it is truly what I desire." Her eyes shimmered with trepidation, yet her actions were filled with reliance. In just a day, she had come to regard Fu Jin as one of her own, not merely because of her assistance in navigating her inner turmoil, but because Fu Jin approached her concerns with genuine understanding rather than the usual platitudes of "for your own good." Fu Jin turned to her, pausing for a moment before inquiring, "If I had not been here today, would you have truly considered ending your own life over Zhao Qian?" "Of course not," Yang Shu replied, shaking her head firmly. "I dared to create a scene because I knew my parents loved me. How could I genuinely seek to end my life? If one approach proved ineffective, I would simply seek another. There's so much I have yet to experience. I would never easily resort to such an act. It is precisely because I have seen so little that I cherish my life so dearly. Otherwise, I would not have caused such a ruckus without any real resolution." Fu Jin gently ruffled her hair. "Go inside and speak with Madame Yang. I shall come to find you for some leisure soon. I will not go back on my word." At her words, Yang Shu's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across her face as she nodded enthusiastically and turned to enter, her steps light and buoyant. However, a grave expression settled on Fu Jin's face. She silently cast a glance at the Yang residence before departing. Yin Shinxiu and Appo's inquiries had raised an alarm within her, Yang Shu was the daughter of the Minister of Justice, and not without favor. The fact that they had attacked the flower thief and beggar, knowing full well the consequences, could only imply one thing. The forces behind this were treating these two as expendables, and Yang Shu was their ultimate target. What then was their goal? Yang Shu would not die for Zhao Qian. She had not in her past life, either. So, how had she perished in her previous existence? After Yang Shu's death, the Yang residence had faded from prominence, and the news Fu Jin had received was scant. Yet now, she recalled a crucial detail. The former Minister of Justice had not borne the surname Yang. He was later replaced, and that individual had acted against the Anbei Marquis. Mississippi. A soft call brought Fu Jin back to her senses, realizing she had unknowingly returned to the Lin residence, where Bao Zhu awaited her at the entrance. The two entered together, and as they crossed the threshold, Fu Jin glanced back. Since leaving the Nanjiang building, she had sensed someone following her. The individual had refrained from making a move and maintained an appropriate distance, which had initially drawn little of her attention. However, having followed her all the way back to the Lin residence, she now understood the implications. Her demeanor visibly improved, a slight smile gracing her lips. Bao Zhu, quali polit, shared her excitement about the day's escapades, having led Lin Wan Yin on a merry chase around the capital, even to places she would typically avoid, until Lin Wan Yin returned home in a huff. Upon entering her courtyard, Fu Jin spoke, "Stay here tonight. I have matters to attend to." Although surprised, Bao Zhu nodded in agreement. Such occurrences had become commonplace, and she did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Ru Yuan, Lin Wan Yin's expression was far from pleasant. Since the banquet, the Lin residents had become the subject of ridicule. Even though tales of love at first sight had circulated, their reputation remained sullied. Several times, she had learned that her acquaintances had ventured out together, while she had not even received an invitation, discovering their plans only by chance. At that moment, her face burned with embarrassment, leaving her utterly humiliated. All of this was due to Fu Jin. Today, she had intended to catch Fu Jin in a misstep, only to find herself outmaneuvered. The more she observed Fu Jin, the less she understood her, and the more she felt apprehensive. "Mother, if this continues, trouble is bound to arise. I can no longer trust Fu Jin to adhere to our plans. I fear she may incite many unforeseen troubles. Rather than wait until we find ourselves in a passive position, we should eliminate the threat while we can. Fu Jin must not be allowed to remain a factor." Upon hearing this, Madame Lin's countenance darkened with concern. "Am I not aware of your thoughts? However, your father is currently enjoying the fruits of his labor. If you take action against her, it will be a thankless endeavor." Moreover, the mention of Xiao Tao ignited Madame Lin's fury. That wretched maid, having climbed the social ladder, dares to flaunt her authority before me and even supports Fu Jin. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Madame Lin, unwilling to let these matters tarnish Lin Wan Yin's ears, dismissed the subject and sent her away. Lin Wan Yin, displeased, stepped outside the courtyard, clutching her handkerchief tightly, casting a resentful glance toward Fu Jin's courtyard. Upon the return of the shadow guard, the private room was abuzz with merriment. The duo of Shi Yuan and Xin Yin had transformed the atmosphere as if 10 people were present, toasting and coaxing Yin Shenxiu to drink, seemingly intent on getting him intoxicated. Yet, despite their efforts, Yin Shenxiu remained composed, his expression unchanged, save for a slight reddening at the corners of his eyes. While the two of them appeared quite inebriated, Shi Yuan, recognizing the moment to cease, waved his hands dismissively. "No more drinking. Each time you remain unfazed, it becomes rather dull." "Indeed," Xin Yin added, leaning heavily on the table, still eager to agree. Yin Shenxiu relaxed his previously proper posture, his arms casually resting on the armrests, idly toying with his wine glass, his voice low and gravelly. "If you know this, why attempt to intoxicate me? Of course, we merely wish to inquire about that mysterious young lady you were conversing with earlier," Shi Yuan interjected, placing a hand over his mouth to stifle the word girl that nearly escaped. "You know, we saw everything from the second floor." Chapter 64. I came to find young Master Yin. Night stroll. Yin Shenxiu raised his brow slightly. Has Chang Qianli's vision really improved? Although they were on the upper floor, the front and back courtyards were expansive, making it challenging to see the entrance from here, even for someone with sharp sight. Shi Yuan awkwardly touched his nose. Indeed, Chang Qianli could not see. The two of them stood on the balcony, only able to glimpse two figures at the entrance. And their casual guess turned out to be correct. "When did you become acquainted with Miss Fu?" Yan Qinxiu inquired, observing their familiarity, suggesting they were not mere strangers. Implicitly, he urged honesty and warned against deception. The exchanges between Qingyan and Miss Fu, her actions of opening the window for ventilation after entering the room, and the gentle brush of her sleeve against Qingyan all seemed natural and habitual. Such subtle gestures, if not for their familiarity, would not appear so effortless. Yet, Miss Fu had long resided in Nanjing, while Qingyan was far away in the capital. Calculating their time together, it could only amount to a month in Nanjing. Could such intimacy be achieved in merely a month? This raised suspicion, prompting further inquiry into the mystery. Shi Yuan's teasing gaze caused Yin Chunxiu to frown, his expression turning serious. "Let's not jest. Our acquaintance is recent, merely a friendship." Now it was Shi Yuan's turn to be surprised. He noted Qingyan's rare display of warmth towards Miss Fu, suggesting a degree of concern. Although Miss Fu possessed remarkable beauty, her family background was less than ideal. Yet this did not hinder Shi Yuan's interest in her. He had not anticipated reaching such a conclusion. Was it possible that Miss Fu held no feelings for him, and Qingyan was merely maintaining appearances? Or perhaps the proximity of their friendship was a precursor to something deeper. The more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed. Shi Yuan chuckled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Fu is quite exceptional. Such words relaxed Yin Chunxiu's demeanor, further solidifying his conviction that his mother was correct. Even Shi Yuan regarded her as a rare friend. Under the cover of darkness, Fu Jin donned a black outfit and ventured out. Opting for the alleyways rather than the main road, her movements stealthy. Soon, she vanished from sight. The night was silent, almost eerily so, until suddenly, the sound of a watchman's bell echoed, breaking the stillness. Fu Jin paused, her gaze following a tall, slender figure. This individual appeared peculiar, despite the warmth of June. He was cloaked in a black cape, shrouding his form from head to toe. In an instant, Fu Jin recalled the tall, cloaked man she had encountered in the residence of Lu Run in Nanjing. She had intended to visit Zhao Qian's estate tonight, as the events surrounding Yang Shu's demise were inextricably linked to him. She yearned to uncover whether Zhao Qian had ties to the mastermind behind all. Investigating further would yield the best outcome. If not, it would not be a loss. However, her resolve shifted upon spotting the tall man. He must surely be a subordinate of that person. Such an encounter was rare. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed the figure was about to turn into a narrow alley, disappearing from view. Fu Jin furrowed her brows and hurriedly followed. The tall man moved briskly, traversing two alleys before suddenly halting in front of a residence. Fu Jin maintained her distance, observing as he entered. Just as she took a couple of steps closer, an ominous presence loomed, forcing her to retreat immediately. "Chase!" A harsh, grating voice, akin to a saw scraping against wood, pierced the night, reverberating in her ears. Fu Jin glanced back. The cloaked figure was concealed beneath his garment, flanked by guards approaching swiftly. She recognized the voice. This was indeed the tall man she had seen that night at Lu Ren's. The guards were agile, reaching her in mere strides, their cold blades menacingly close. Fu Jin dodged to the side, kicking out, but it was merely a feint. She pivoted and leapt away, seeking refuge in the shadows of the alley. The guards, undeterred, split into two groups, relentlessly pursuing her. They blocked both ends of the alley, trapping Fu Jin in the middle. She raised her hand, scattering a handful of powder from her sleeve, leaping onto a wall and tossing her throwing knives before turning to flee. One of the pursuers, quick-witted, randomly hurled a weapon amidst the chaos. Fu Jin, caught off guard, felt the blade graze her shoulder, leaving a painful mark. Hearing footsteps behind her indicated that more were closing in. Clutching her wound, she stumbled through the confusion, eventually arriving at the rear entrance of the Anbei Marquis and Appo's residence. As she saw figures approaching, she tore a piece of cloth to hastily wipe the blood from her shoulder, then tossed it in another direction before scaling the wall and entering the estate. Once inside, She pressed against a corner, remaining still. The guards of Anbei Marquis' estate were not to be trifled with, even though she was aware of their patrol routes and how to avoid detection. However, without cover, she feared she would be spotted at any moment, especially with her fresh injury and the scent of blood lingering. Rather than be captured as an assassin, she deemed it more dignified to remain motionless. The dark guards, initially seeing someone breach the estate, thought a reckless intruder had come to test their skills. Yet, upon observing her standing still, seemingly lost in contemplation, they hesitated. They dispatched someone to investigate, and soon the Marquis and Apos' guards surrounded Fujin, their lanterns casting bright light around her, as if trying to discern her features. Fortunately, Fujin and Apos' veil concealed her face, revealing only her bright eyes. Before the guards could utter a word, she produced the token Yin Shinshio had given her, speaking somewhat awkwardly. "I came to find young Master Yin for a night stroll." The surrounding area fell silent. Not only the guards, but even the dark guards were rendered mute. In a moment, the news spread throughout the entire estate. A young lady had dared to enter the Marquis' residence at night, wounded, seeking their young master for a clandestine rendezvous. It was said that she was so enamored with him that she risked everything for their love. At that moment, Fujin sat awkwardly in the guest chamber, while Yin Shinshio busied himself searching for medicine and bandages, which he then brought to her. His usually composed and stern countenance bore a hint of drowsiness, with a faint blush on either side, his narrow eyes slightly misty, resembling someone who had indulged in too much wine. Yin Shinshio sat across from Fujin, pinching the bridge of his nose. The effects of the alcohol from earlier had begun to take their toll, causing a slight headache. "I have no servants here. Will you be able to tend to your wounds yourself?" His voice was deep and husky, resonating as if whispered right in her ear, causing Fujin's cheeks to flush involuntarily as she touched them. "Yes," she replied softly, lowering her head. Seeing this, Yin Shinshio stood to leave, but after a few steps, he paused and returned unexpectedly. Suddenly, a flash of pale skin caught his eye. Chapter 65. Intoxicated, a glaring crimson mark marred the alabaster skin across her shoulder blade, oozing beads of blood in a particularly conspicuous manner. Startled by the sound, Fujin regained her composure, adjusting her garment over her arm, a deeper flush creeping onto her cheeks. Yin Shinshio turned away, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. "I apologize. My mother has maids, and your injury is rather inconvenient. I will send someone to fetch assistance. Please wait." Fujin was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. "It is late. It would be inappropriate to disturb her and risk misunderstanding. I shall tend to it myself shortly, and it will be of no consequence." "Yes, you. There will be no misunderstanding. Please wait." Fujin was left in confusion as she turned back, only to find him gone. She glanced at the medicine before her, attempting to apply it to her shoulder, but the injury being on the rear of her shoulder blade made it quite inaccessible, leaving her with little choice but to wait. As time passed, her mind wandered back to his words about misunderstandings. Was it because he was certain it was unrelated to her that he spoke so? After a while, she was surprised to see Yin Shinshio return alone, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he rubbed his nose. Indeed, there was no misunderstanding. It was merely that when his mother heard of a friend's injury requiring treatment, she had spoken with righteous indignation. "These are all from my courtyard. You have been given two before which you declined. Now, of course, there are none left. They are all asleep, so you'll have to manage on your own. You're friends with them. What is there to be shy about regarding such a trivial matter? If it truly weighs on your conscience, you can simply close your eyes. Back in the day, when I was friends with your father, I even helped him with some rather unsavory matters. It was simply a matter of circumstance." Yin Shinshio, of course, did not believe this, but the truth remained that there were no maids to assist. His earlier lapse had already been discourteous, and it was certainly not appropriate for him to administer the medicine himself. Hence, Fujin watched as Yin Shinshio secured one end of the bandage to a post, leaving a length of about half a meter, and then instructed her, after applying the powder, "Lean against this. Use your other hand to pull the bandage taut, and then cut it with scissors. You should wait a while before going back. I will be outside. Call for me if needed." Fujin was taken aback, hearing such an innovative method of bandaging for the first time. and it was also the first time he had spoken so extensively in one go. What was with his peculiar behavior today? After a moment, Fu Jin tried out his method, initially skeptical of its efficacy, only to find that his positioning was nearly perfect, allowing her to successfully bandage her wound. The slightly bitter scent of the medicine quickly masked the lingering aroma of sandalwood that had filled the room due to his presence. She silently rose and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Yin Chinxiu stood tall beneath the moonlight, a soft halo illuminating him as if cloaking him in an ethereal aura. The previously cold and aloof demeanor he possessed now resembled that of a celestial being, beautiful yet distant. Since her arrival, he had not inquired a single question, yet she surmised he must have guessed something, prompting him to ask her to wait before leaving, as that group might still be searching. Fu Jin did not wish to conceal the truth from him, but the moment was not right. She could not even begin to explain. "Thank you for your help today, young Master Yin," she said distantly, her gaze fixed upon him, filled with unspoken affection, before he turned. The familiar surroundings, the flora and furnishings, made her breath quicken. In her previous life, during the 2 years of marriage, although he never explicitly professed his love, and perhaps he did not love her at all, those were still some of the happiest moments of her life. She had forgotten everything, immersed in the harmony of family and the warmth of a loving partnership. As Yin Chinxiu turned, he noticed the white bandage peeking through the tear in her garment, and he quietly exhaled in relief. It seemed she had managed to tend to her injury. With him standing so close, Fu Jin scrutinized him and realized something was amiss. His cheeks were slightly flushed. His eyes glimmered with a soft sheen, and there was a faint scent of alcohol surrounding him. He appeared considerably more gentle and yielding than his usual composed self. Her heart raced unexpectedly as she softly inquired, "Did you drink?" "Yes," Yin Chinxiu nodded, an uncharacteristically obedient demeanor manifesting. A smile unconsciously graced Fu Jin's lips, her dark eyes sparkling with mirth. He must have overindulged with Shi Yuan and the others, she thought, finally understanding his peculiar behavior. Yin Chinxiu rarely drank, but when he did, he remained a dignified gentleman, making it difficult for others to discern his state. To unfamiliar eyes, he would merely seem in good spirits. Even knowing he was intoxicated, it was unlikely he would remember anything the following day. Fu Jin felt no need to act. She simply stood with him under the moonlight. She cherished him. This realization was clear and unwavering, transcending lifetimes. Though she longed to grow closer to him, she would not take advantage of his inebriation. Her affection was a sentiment she had nurtured for 2 lifetimes, not an excuse for reckless behavior. Turning to him, she smiled brightly. The distance between them, while gazing at the same moon, felt far more fulfilling than the prior cold separation, where he remained unaware of her feelings. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. Fu Jin exited through the back gate of the, with Yin Chinxiu following at a respectful distance. Though she wished him not to accompany her, he insisted. After much contention, Fu Jin finally relented, and it was only upon her arrival at the Lin residence that Yin Chinxiu turned to leave. Bao Zhu had been waiting in her room, and upon seeing her return, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and prepared to leave. But a sudden whiff of blood caught her attention, jolting her awake with concern. "Miss, you are injured? It was an unintentional mishap. Please fetch me some water." Despite the effectiveness of the bandaging method, the heat of the night left Fu Jin feeling sticky and unclean, necessitating a wash and reapplication of the medicine. Bao Zhu hurried off, mindful of making minimal noise to prevent alerting Madame Fu, her heart laden with worry. In the adjacent room, Chun Xing could hear the commotion. Rising with suspicion, she soon realized Fu Jin was bathing in the middle of the night. She was drawn into helping Bao Zhu with heating and fetching water. Inwardly cursing the situation, Chun Xing had been relatively quiet of late, and Fu Jin had little desire to engage with her. Soon enough, her usefulness would wane, and there would be no reason to keep her around. Once finished, Fu Jin spoke, turn left at the alley near the Yang residence's back gate and enter another alley. Continue straight through the intersection and to the right of the courtyard. Send someone to investigate who resides there. Be discreet and thorough, as there are guards in that courtyard. Do not alert the injured. Upon hearing this, Bao Zhu understood that her mistress had indeed been harmed by that group, nodding in acknowledgement and vowing to be extra cautious. After a long night and with her injury, Fu Jin was exhausted. As soon as she lay down, sleep quickly overtook her. However, not long after, the household erupted into a cacophony of noise, disturbing her peace and causing her a headache, prompting her to sit up in irritation. What is happening? Chapter 66. Whether or not there are courtesies, it is all the same. Bao Zhu lacked enthusiasm as she stepped outside to investigate the commotion, returning with an odd expression. Early in the morning, Zhang Runyang, under the pretense of greeting, sought to reprimand Tao Yinyang. When Tao Yinyang feigned illness and exhaustion, Zhang Runyang's ire flared, insisting that Tao Yinyang be dragged from her bed to the courtyard. Naturally, Tao Yinyang resisted, weeping and creating a scene that drew the attention of the master. The master, biased towards Tao Yinyang, scolded Zhang Runyang. While one might find joy in such a turn of events, Zhang Runyang unexpectedly mentioned Fu Yinyang, arguing that as the legitimate wife, she ought to consider the master's well-being, insisting that he should distribute his affections evenly. With her words subtly praising Lin Jingru, she encouraged him to take an interest in Fu Yinyang's health, prompting him to summon a doctor to examine her. The implication was clear. If Fu Yinyang were in good health, she could remain in the household. The preceding clamor had stemmed from the altercation between Zhang Runyang and Tao Yinyang, while the subsequent noise arose from Fu Lanchu's courtyard. Zhao Momo was no pushover. She initially coaxed the doctor to leave, claiming the mistress suffered from a chronic ailment that required no further examination. However, the steward from Lin Jingru's residence insisted that the doctor see for himself, igniting Zhao Momo's ire. When her gentle persuasion fell on deaf ears, she resorted to vehemently scolding them, yet the doctor was not deterred. The steward returned with a negative report, inciting Lin Jingru's anger, while Zhang Runyang continued to stoke the flames. Having skipped breakfast in his fury, Lin Jingru soon found himself back in the courtyard. Fu Jin, having not rested well, felt her irritation intensify. Upon hearing the disturbance, she rose impatiently, tying her hair back with a simple ribbon as she made her way outside. Meow the cat, Shura, followed closely behind, mewing. Fu Jin halted and picked it up. At that moment, Lin Jingru arrived at the courtyard entrance, and before he could see Fu Lanchu, he caught sight of Fu Jin holding a cat. The sight revived memories of a previous encounter, darkening his expression further, though he restrained himself this time, refraining from taking action against Fu Jin. Why haven't you gone out to meet the daughter of the chancellor? He chided. Her friendship is a privilege for you. Temper your disposition and do not forget your manners. The Lin family's reputation was well known, and respect was paramount, even if the nobility often forgot. Leaning lazily against a pillar, Fu Jin held the cat with an impassive expression, her voice frosty as her gaze rested on Lin Jingru's feet. It seemed that if he took one step closer, he would find himself in dire straits. Lin Jingru was filled with resentment, feeling that Fu Lanchu had become difficult since her return, and he had yet to see her. As his aunt, she should at least be amiable. Yet she dared to show discontent? However, Fu Jin's words somewhat quelled his anger. She had made a valid point. Rumors of his infatuation with Tao Yinyang had already spread, and now the notion of even distribution seemed utterly nonsensical. Such matters could only be resolved with time. Pondering this, Lin Jingru's expression softened. Your mother's prolonged illness is concerning. The doctor you sought has yet to arrive. Do encourage her to prioritize her health. Fu Jin, already irritable, grew colder still and turned away without a word. To Lin Jingru, her behavior resembled that of a petulant child, possibly recalling his past indifference towards them. He refrained from further comments, merely remarking as he approached the door. Young Master Zhao from the Ministry of Rites is quite the gentleman, handsome, charming, and talented. I shall send an invitation in a few days. You should present yourself well to him. With a resounding slam, the door was forcefully shut, rattling slightly. Whether Fu Jin had heard him or not, Lin Jingru was not anxious. After all, there were still 2 days left. He turned to leave. That evening, Lin Jingru spent the night with Tao Yinyang, inciting Mrs. Lin's furious ire. She had initially aimed to eliminate Tao Yinyang's influence, while simultaneously undermining Fu Yinyang's standing. No woman in the realm was as foolish as Fu Lanshu, allowing her husband to be so easily diverted and yet failing to curry favor. A well-laid plan had backfired, resulting in Lin Jingru returning to Tao Yinyang's quarters. The following day, she feared her reputation would suffer irreparably. Regrettably, she had but one opportunity to test the waters. Failure meant waiting for the next chance, for employing the same tactics twice might not yield success. In the days that followed, Fu Jin remained in the residence, recuperating, seldom venturing outside. After Yang Shu returned, she faced numerous reprimands from Madame Yang for her lack of decorum, failing to appreciate Fu Jin's significant assistance, and neglecting to invite anyone over for a proper meal as a gesture of gratitude. Yang Shu was indeed wronged. Initially, she had forgotten, but Fu Jin's continued absence left her with no options, causing their agreed plans to be repeatedly postponed. Approaching early June, Fu Jin finally left the estate, though she had intended to remain longer had it not been for pressing matters. The weather had grown increasingly oppressive, and even a single step left her drenched in perspiration, devoid of the cooling comfort of her home. Presently, she sat in a tea house, her gaze fixated on the gambling den across the way, her agitation mounting. When would he emerge? As if on cue, Bao Zhu's eyes brightened, pointing excitedly. He out. Fu Jin turned to look and, sure enough, saw a man being ejected from the gambling den by a burly bouncer, crashing heavily to the ground. The man, upon hitting the ground, began to curse at the establishment, clearly disgruntled after losing all his money and suspecting foul play. After venting, he began to plead for a loan, desperate to reclaim his losses. The onlookers were unfazed. Such incidents were commonplace at gambling houses. Fu Jin slammed her hand on the table, rising hastily to head in that direction. If she lingered any longer, she would surely succumb to the heat. As she approached, she hesitated, puzzled. The young man selling loquats? What loquats? Who are you? Ah, manager Fu? Jiang De exclaimed in frustration, but upon recognizing Fu Jin, his expression shifted to one of delight. What a coincidence to encounter you here. They say one should help in times of need. Do you happen to have any money on you? I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Fu Jin composed her demeanor, stepping back as if to conceal her purse at her side. What urgent matter do you have? Speak to me. If I can assist, I shall do my utmost. Her cautious attitude suggested a fear of being deceived, yet it was prudent. If she were to lend money without inquiry, it would raise suspicions. Jiang De's eyes filled with tears, displaying a woeful countenance. Chapter 67. In need of Silver Master Fu, I must admit my wife suffers from an incurable illness, and this silver was intended for her treatment. However, it was deceitfully taken away by a group of unscrupulous individuals. I merely find myself in a temporary predicament. Rest assured, in a couple of days, I shall repay you. Fu Jin displayed a sympathetic expression and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. Since it is for an urgent need, I do not mind lending you the silver, considering the favor you previously extended to me in my time of crisis. However, as we are not well acquainted, I would appreciate it if you could provide a written acknowledgement for the loan, ensuring both our peace of mind. Jiang Da's countenance shifted. It was rare for someone to request a written acknowledgement from him. Yet, at this moment, he was too exasperated by his losses to argue, yearning only to return to the gaming house for another chance to turn his fortunes. He turned away to borrow paper and ink from the gambling den, quickly penning the note before handing it over. Fu Jin accepted the acknowledgement, presenting Jiang De with precisely 2,000 taels of silver, no more, no less. While it was a substantial sum, for Jiang De, it was hardly excessive. Just before departing, Fu Jin kindly cautioned, "This is not a suitable place to linger. It will be wise for you to leave soon." Seemingly convinced by his words, Jiang De turned and exited. Once he was gone, Jiang De re-entered the gaming house, ready to slay the odds. On the second floor of a nearby tea house, a tall figure leaned against the window, clad in deep ink-colored attire, observing the retreating silhouette below. It was not until the fan on the other side closed that he withdrew his gaze. "Are you aware that Miss Fu is acquainted with Jiang De?" Shi Yuan inquired, lightly tapping the fan against his palm. Everyone knows of Jiang Da's close ties with the Dali Temple, which has been managing the inspection court. Currently, They are in opposition to Qing and Oppos. It seems that Miss Fu, upon her arrival in the capital, has established a connection with him, suggesting a deeper relationship. Furthermore, she appears to be well acquainted with Qingyan as well, the other replied. In the capital, no one relished the thought of making assumptions about others. Yet no one desired to be deceived either. Qingyan had finally experienced a rare stroke of fortune. Should they choose the wrong individual, the consequences could be dire. Do not investigate, was the succinct and decisive response. If Yin Shinshio had intended to investigate, he would have done so from the very beginning. Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. This is not your typical manner. Under normal circumstances, you would have thoroughly investigated the matter. If there were any doubts, you would have delved deep to uncover the truth. Yin Shinshio lowered his head, sipping tea in silence. A young lady, having lived in Nanjing for many years and possessing remarkable skills, would certainly not be devoid of secrets. In fact, she likely harbored far too many. If she had no ill intentions toward him from the outset, why bother investigating? Such scrutiny would only breed suspicion. When the time was right, her true intentions would inevitably be revealed. Unbeknownst to Fu Jin, this scene had not gone unnoticed. After handing Jiang to the silver, she returned home directly. The heat of the day, oppressive and stifling. Upon her arrival, barely settled, she heard Bao Zhu clicking away on the abacus. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Miss, we have run out of silver," Bao Zhu replied. Fu Jin was taken aback. "What you gave Jiangda was the last considerable sum we had. If there is anything left, it is merely that money pouch." Bao Zhu silently pointed beneath Fu Jin and Oppos, as pillow, where she knew a significant amount of silver was stashed, treated as a treasure possession, even kept under the pillow while sleeping. Fu Jin cleared her throat. "Before coming to the capital, we were supposed to last until October, and now it is only June. How could this be?" At this, Bao Zhu became animated. "That does not even account for the expenses. The house we purchased, while not in the best location, was still costly. The wine house was not overly expensive, but it required a considerable amount of space, along with expenses for renovations, stocking, and opening. These two alone consumed a large portion of our funds. We divided what was left into 3 portions. One for Uncle Zhang in Nanjing, who is still being supported, one for the guards, who returned after a brief respite, and the last was kept for daily expenses, most of which went to Aunt Fu. The final bit was lent to Jiang de listening to Bao Zhu. Fu Jin realized they were indeed in a tight spot. Your foresight was commendable. Deducting a year-end Oppos, as worth of monthly wages from Chunxing in advance. Otherwise, we would have faced even greater expenses. Fu Jin responded. In a month or so, the wine house should begin to yield profits. As for the current collections, they are only from that side. If they are insufficient, I shall have them seek me out again. The funds set aside for the guards were adequate for the time being, and her mother would not be lacking anything. Ultimately, it was just Fu Jin herself who found herself temporarily short of silver. However, the lack of immediate income still caused her distress, prompting her to contemplate solutions. The shop in Nanjing had been tallied before her departure, and the remaining amount was not substantial. It was merely a distant hope for immediate needs. "How much is left?" she asked. "Not even 1,000 taels," Bao Zhu responded, a hint of concern in her voice. Since Fu Jin had become aware of household matters, the family finances had never been lacking. Yet now, arriving in the capital, they found themselves in a tight situation. Truly, this place of wealth and splendor had money flowing like water. It is indeed a bit scarce, but with some adjustments, it should suffice. There are still some collectibles in the courtyard. Perhaps we can pawn a couple of items of little value. Find a shop near the eastern side of Tiancheng Gate. Nothing too remote. A 2-story establishment with a courtyard will suffice. Bring a few people to assist." Without hesitation, Bao Zhu set off to carry out the task. There was no doubt about Fu Jin and Oppos' ability to generate income. The silver seemed to arrive as if carried by the wind. Fu Jin had originally planned to take a few days of rest. Yet due to the pressing need for silver, she found herself with little free time. Whenever she had a moment, she ventured out, while Lin Wanin had accompanied her twice, both times returning empty-handed. It seemed she had come to terms with this and ceased following her. Yang Shu typically contacted her privately, But after several unsuccessful attempts to arrange outings, she realized Fu Jin was busy and decided to wait for the current tumult to pass. At that time, Fu Jin had just finished inspecting the shop. Contrary to her expectations, it was not quite suitable. Indeed, it was 2 stories. But the area was larger than anticipated, double what she had envisioned, leaving some excess space, and the price was considerably higher. However, this was the only suitable shop available, as the previous owner had relocated. Ultimately, after some negotiation, she managed to lower the price and secured it for 500 taels. After acquiring the shop, Fu Jin revised her plans, deciding to partition it into 2 adjacent spaces, a larger one for a money exchange and a smaller one for a pawn shop, perfectly complementing each other. If one were to speak of quick profits, nothing surpassed a money exchange. However, the pawn shop would take more time to yield returns. The renovation of the shop would take some time, and she conveyed her ideas to Bao Zhu, not inquiring further. Yet, the events of the past few days seemed to unfold in rapid succession, one after another, without respite. Miss, there has been an issue at the wine house. The officials have surrounded it. Chapter 68. The opulence of Nanjiang Tower recently. Nanjiang Tower has been exceptionally bustling, with a continuous stream of guests, even at night, when the alley remains brightly lit. This vibrant atmosphere has led to the emergence of various vendors in the vicinity. At this rate, it is certain that Nanjiang Tower will soon be renowned throughout the capital, which has inevitably stirred envy among some. Previously, things remained peaceful, largely due to Jiang Da's influence, prompting certain individuals to weigh their options carefully. However, as time passed and they became familiar with the situation, they were determined not to let its popularity continue unabated. The issue at hand was neither trivial nor overly significant. One diner had discovered a fly in the signature dish, the roasted bamboo chicken. Typically, a restaurant would acknowledge such complaints to protect its business, perhaps offering a complimentary meal or compensation. Yet, Nanjiang Tower was different. The presence of foreign objects in food is certainly not a trivial matter. Qingmu, the manager, offered the diner a discount and complimentary dishes, clearly stating that the food was clean and without issues, thus providing the patron an opportunity to retreat gracefully. However, the diner remained obstinate, loudly proclaiming the food's uncleanliness and labeling the establishment a den of iniquity, evidently seeking trouble. Ultimately, he reported the matter to the authorities, prompting soldiers to surround the premises. When Fu Jin arrived, the diner was still clamoring to the officers, exclaiming, "They are attempting to deceive me. Look at this enormous fly. It's utterly disgusting. Just the thought of it makes me. They are a filthy establishment with exorbitant prices and terrible food. You must investigate them thoroughly." Fu Jin's expression was icy as she stepped forward. An investigation must certainly be conducted. Her voice was calm and steady, cutting through the cacophony of voices, drawing the attention of the crowd. They beheld a young lady in purple attire, adorned with floral hairpins, her striking features exuding an air of elegance and authority. Qingmu swiftly approached her side, parting the crowd for her, whispering, "The manager." These simple words sufficed to convey her identity. Although Fu Jin rarely made public appearances, people knew only that the manager of Nanjiang Tower bore the surname Fu. They were unaware of her striking beauty. "I am the manager of Nanjiang Tower, and I have heard of this incident. The presence of foreign objects in food may arise from unfortunate circumstances. This establishment is willing to compensate the diner and maintain goodwill between both parties, but that does not imply acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Since the authorities have been alerted, let us ascertain whether Nanjiang Tower is truly at fault or if someone is deliberately causing trouble." The diner, initially taken aback by Fu Jin's beauty, scoffed at her words. "A mere girl has become the manager of Nanjiang Tower? She must not hail from a respectable family. If she possesses such beauty at a young age, she will surely find a place among the courtesans when she matures. The manager ought to open her eyes and see that the fly is right here. Everyone witnessed it." Fu Jin remained composed, her voice gentle yet firm. "Let's allow the witnesses to attest. If the fly originates from Nanjiang Tower, I shall consume it before all of you. However, if it does not, then it is you who harbors ill intentions and shall partake in it as well. And I will kindly request the presence of this esteemed official to accompany us." Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, leaving Qingmu speechless. On the second floor, Xiyuan dropped his fan in disbelief, turning to the person beside him. "This Miss Fu is truly a spirited woman. Aren't you going down to assist her? After all, she is still a lady, and consuming a fly is rather—" He found it difficult to continue. Others, too, were at a loss for words, let alone the diner himself. Clearly unprepared for Fu Jin's retort, he paled, momentarily rendered speechless, while Fu Jin remained relaxed, casting a casual glance his way, as if to say, "Are you frightened?" The diner pointed at the fly, still writhing in the roasted chicken, declaring, "This fly was found in your dish, and is still alive." Fu Jin suddenly laughed, unsure whether to label the diner foolish or simple-minded. She had anticipated some trouble, but seemed unnecessary now. The crowd, bewildered by her smile, found themselves captivated, as if witnessing a celestial being descending to earth. Indeed, the prices at Nanjiang Tower are high, but that is because the value surpasses the cost. Otherwise, we would not be enjoying such lively patronage today. In the sweltering heat of June, we have employed ice to keep the interiors cool, something not found elsewhere. To claim a fly was discovered in such conditions is quite astonishing. Her words prompted the crowd to reconsider. As she spoke, they noticed the subtle presence of ice in inconspicuous corners, and they felt no discomfort from the heat, but rather a pleasant ambience. It is essential to note that ice is a rapidly depleting commodity, and its mere presence here is a rarity. Observing the clean surroundings, devoid of dust or flies, they recognize that the ingredients at Nanjiang Tower are sourced fresh daily, with no leftovers, and the kitchen is maintained in pristine condition. "Today, I shall take you to see for yourselves." With that, Fu Jin led them to the kitchen, followed by a substantial crowd, including the diner, who felt compelled to join despite his reluctance. Upon entering, they found the kitchen even cooler than before, impeccably clean and organized, filled with the aroma of fresh vegetables and fruits. Even the refuse was neatly contained, and the diners noticed that there were no flies around the waste. "To speak frankly, I believe Nanjiang Tower is likely cleaner than your humble abode. Where could the fly have come from? I suspect you are far more aware of that than I." Those who had initially felt uneasy were now inexplicably comforted by the sight. The patrons of Nanjiang Tower were typically affluent and not lacking in funds. They frequented this establishment for comfort, enjoyment, and the camaraderie of friends, relishing in performances that added to their delight. Such are their reasons for patronage. Yet if the food were unclean, they would feel discomfort. Now, that concern has been entirely allayed. The evidence was irrefutable, and no matter how the diner protested, it was futile. Although the officers appeared inclined to side against the establishment, they could not pursue further trouble under these circumstances, and thus took the diner away. At that moment, someone called out to Fu Jin, "What is everyone doing here? Miss Fu is awaiting us." A cheerful voice rang out, revealing familiarity, and the crowd turned to see a young gentleman in a dark robe, his smile warm as he looked down at Fu Jin. As he spoke, a companion in deep indigo attire stood by his side. Chapter 69. A letter to Shi Yuan with a tall and elegant stature, adorned by a silver crown. His face was sharply defined, and his elongated eyes cast downwards towards the figure of Fu Jin below. His thin lips parted slightly, issuing a command. "Come up." The voice was cold, yet undeniably powerful. It was young Master Yin and Prince Shi. A chorus of astonished voices arose, and the crowd buzzed with speculation. Discussion surrounding Yin Shinshio naturally revolved around his youthful achievements and remarkable talents, while remarks about Shi Yuan often highlighted his noble lineage juxtaposed with his arrogant, flamboyant demeanor. Everyone recalled that on the day Prince Shi came of age, he had whimsically traversed all the pleasure houses in the capital, even leaving no room untouched, including the famed Qin Lu and Chuguan. Oh, that day, he had even drawn blood from the Grand Tutor's eldest son, all for the sake of a maiden. The crowd's gaze collectively shifted to Fu Jin. Given her growing rapport with the prince, and the familiarity she now shared with young Master Yin, could it be that she was the maiden in question? This thought crossed not only the minds of the patrons, but also the officials tasked with apprehending them, momentarily leaving them uncertain of Fu Jin's true identity. Under the watchful eyes of many, Fu Jin's demeanor remained composed, as she instructed Qing Mu to fetch the treasured jade liquor and personally deliver it to Yin Chinchio's private chamber. They had come to her aid. Surely, this modest offering of wine was insufficient. The remaining matters were well within Qing Mu's capabilities, and as a result of this incident, Nanjiang Tower not only weathered the storm, but thrived, thanks in part to the esteemed presence of Shi Yuan and Yin Chinchio. In addition to the usual gentlemen, many ladies had also arrived, all hoping for a chance encounter with the two. The reputation of Nanjiang Tower soared. Meanwhile, within the private room, Fu Jin sat facing the two, raising her glass with a decisive motion. "Thank you." This expression of gratitude, while appearing somewhat aloof, was genuine. "Miss Fu, do not think I am unaware. You feign gratitude to hold onto this exquisite liquor, but it will surely be consumed." Shi Yuan chuckled lightly, possessively taking the wine jug for himself, pouring a cup and displaying his appreciation. "Excellent wine." The atmosphere became lively, with Yin Chinchio seated quietly, rarely speaking, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward Fu Jin, only to be withdrawn moments later. Ultimately, most of the wine ended up in Shi Yuan's belly, as he was the one enlivening the mood, mindful of Fu Jin's status as a lady, and only permitting her a single drink at the outset. Now, clearly a bit tipsy, he began to ask nonsensical questions. "Miss Fu, your previous prediction was inaccurate. The half-month deadline is nearing, and my foolish brother has fallen ill without a glimpse of his destined partner." Fu Jin fell silent, realizing that was why she had not seen Xing Yin today. He was indeed unwell. This remark caught Yin Chinchio's attention, his gaze sweeping between her and Shi Yuan as though inquiring. Fu Jin thought to herself, this was not my statement, but rather Shi Yuan and Oppo's, as own words. Yet she understood that Shi Yuan likely wished to keep this from Yin Chinchio, deeming it inappropriate for him to know. Thus, she subtly leaned closer and deflected. "The last time we met, I merely spoke in jest. I didn't expect young Master Shi to remember." Yin Chinchio turned his head to regard her. Her words had convinced him. However, his gaze lingered momentarily, recalling that during their last meeting, Shi Yuan had not spoken to her privately. When had that occurred? Despite his doubts, Yin Chinchio refrained from voicing them. In silence, Fu Jin assumed he believed her, choosing not to broach the subject again, wary of what Shi Yuan might say. She left the room to allow them some respite. Shi Yuan, perhaps truly inebriated, slumped over the table after Fu Jin departed, his eyes remaining closed, lips slightly parted as if still murmuring something. Following that day, Fu Jin rarely ventured forth, finally finding a moment of respite. Yet she remained busy within the estate, daily toiling with her tools and instruments. Bao Zhu, preoccupied with the shop and Oppo's renovations, had barely crossed paths with her and had not had the chance to inquire. It was only midway through her errands that she remembered a design resembling a hairpin, though hadn't Miss Fu already acquired one? On the morning of the 4th day of the 6th month, Shi Yuan arrived at Nanjiang Tower, accompanied once more by Yin Chinchio. As per routine, Shi Yuan casually inquired about Fu Jin, as he usually did, only to be met with the usual headshake from the attendant indicating her absence. Today, however, was different. Qing Mu had not anticipated young Master Yan's presence. Yet when Miss Fu had instructed, she had not mentioned Yin Chinchio, so she directly handed the envelope to Shi Yuan. "Miss instructed me to deliver this to Prince Shi, saying you would understand upon reading it." Yin Chinchio paused in pouring tea, glancing over. Shi Yuan, startled, dropped his fan, casting a wary glance at the cool demeanor of Qing Mu. He leaned closer, whispering, "Are you certain it is for me? Not for young Master Yin, or someone else?" "It is indeed for Prince Shi," Qing Mu replied earnestly. "Miss requested that I ensure you open it before leaving." Qing Mu's serious demeanor prompted Shi Yuan to adopt a more solemn expression. He found it strange that Fu Jin sought him out instead of Qing'an. Could it be that his charm was simply too overwhelming? Shi Yuan's musings were abruptly halted as he focused on the letter, his expression turning grave. The sound of the teacup being set down broke the silence. In keeping with gentlemanly decorum, Yin Chinchio should not be curious about the letter addressed to Shi Yuan, nor should he read it. Yet, seeing the usual mirth absent from Shi Yuan's face piqued his curiosity, and he reached out. However, Shi Yuan swiftly snatched the letter away, reclining back with his characteristic smile. "This is a correspondence from a lady to me. Why are you so curious? Are you envious?" He intended to dispel Yin Chenxiu and Appo's as curiosity, but was met with an unexpected reply. Indeed, Yin Chenxiu retracted his hand, his gaze still fixed on the place where Shi Yuan had held the letter. Shi Yuan faltered momentarily. Had it not been for Yin Chenxiu's clear expression, devoid of jealousy, he might have genuinely believed it. "Ah, Qing has changed. To wish to see the letter, he speaks such words." Shi Yuan jested, letting the matter pass. The two had no pressing affairs that day, so they lingered in idle conversation. Xin Yin had caught a chill in the sweltering heat and had been bedridden with fever for the past 2 days. Shi Yuan, unable to remain idle, sought out Yin Chenxiu, who, fortunately, had recently received some time off due to the upcoming birthday banquet of the Duchess of Anbei, leaving him less occupied. As their conversation meandered, they began discussing other matters. "Has there been any news of Ruoa lately? Will she be able to return in time for Madame Yan's birthday?" Yin Chenxiu shook his head lightly. "The last letter I received was while still in Nanjiang City. She mentioned she would not make it." Shi Yuan tapped his fan thoughtfully, choosing not to inquire further and redirecting the conversation. "Have you delivered the invitation to Miss Fu? Madame Yan's birthday is quite grand this year. It should be quite the spectacle, though the Lin residence may not be of the highest standing." Inviting only Fu Jin was not entirely out of the question. Madame Yin had suddenly decided to host a grand birthday celebration, likely for the sake of Yin Chenxiu. And as such, all the young ladies were brimming with anticipation. In contrast, the subject of the festivities maintained a calm demeanor. There is nothing particularly festive. Invitations have been sent to all the families. Chapter 70. Multiple invitations indeed. The Lin residence also had invitations. When Fu Jin was summoned to the main courtyard and learned of the matter, her astonishment was palpable. Madame Yin was not fond of hosting banquets. The only occasion she did so was during their wedding. Yet now, a birthday celebration was being organized, and numerous families were invited. As Lin Jingru continued to prattle on, Fu Jin interjected abruptly, "I am unwell and not fit to attend." Lin Jingru regarded her with skepticism, noting her rosy complexion and the vitality in her voice, which belied any notion of illness. It was evident she simply did not wish to go. "With several days until the birthday banquet, I will arrange for the finest doctor to treat you." He was determined that she attend. Fu Jin's demeanor grew increasingly frosty. If it were any other event, she might acquiesce, but this was a rare birthday celebration hosted by Madame Yan. Zhang Ruan and Lin Wanin would be present, and if any disturbances arose at the banquet aimed at her, it would ruin Madame Yan's celebration, leaving her in a precarious position. The grandeur of the Countess's banquet was undeniable. If she were indeed ill, then not attending would be for the best. Yet if her health improved, it would seem improper. In an unusual turn, Zhang Ruan openly advised Fu Jin against attending. Hearing her voice snapped Fu Jin back to reality. She had been overly myopic. In such a social circumstance, Zhang Ruan and the others would not dare to act improperly. If any trouble were to arise, Lin Jingru would be the first to hold her accountable. The gathering would be bustling, with nearly all the prominent figures of the capital in attendance. It was no wonder Zhang Ruan was so anxious, dropping all pretense. Lin Jingru appeared hesitant. This was an excellent opportunity. Fu Jin had previously made the acquaintance of the Prime Minister and Appo's legitimate daughter, and with the young Master Yin present, this occasion could foster further connections. However, if she truly was ill, attending in a feeble state would indeed reflect poorly. He insisted on having a doctor examine her, but Fu Jin resolutely refused, leaving him with no recourse. With Zhang Ruan soothing him, Lin Jingru ultimately ceased mentioning the event. Little did Fu Jin anticipate that come evening, Bao Zhu would enter with an invitation. The maid encountered Miss Shun's attendant outside, who happened to be here looking for you, and brought this. Miss Shun had specifically requested an invitation for Fu Jin, fearing her family might neglect her. Miss Shun's sympathy for Fu Jin's pitiable state was unwavering, and she even thought to include her in the invitation. Fu Jin accepted the invitation, though whether she would attend remained uncertain. Unexpectedly, Bao Zhu produced another identical invitation. "And this is for Miss Yang." Bao Zhu could not suppress a smile, noting her mistress's enduring charm. It seemed everyone was thinking of her. Miss Yang had tried several times to arrange a meeting and now intended to take Fu Jin along for some enjoyment at the birthday celebration. Although Miss Yang hesitated to indulge in frivolity herself, she genuinely wished to expose Fu Jin to the world and protect her from the Lin family's domineering behavior. Despite her personal feelings, she sought out the invitation as a gesture of gratitude. Fu Jin gazed at the two invitations with a sense of resignation. It appeared that not attending was no longer an option. At the Anbei Marquis' residence, the Marquis' wife was reviewing the guest list for the invitations to ensure none were overlooked. Upon noticing Yin Chinxiu return from his customary greeting, she beckoned him to sit but did not engage further. Yin Chinxiu appeared to have matters at hand, quietly sipping tea while awaiting her completion. After a while, the Marquis' wife observed his continued presence and casually inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" Yin Chinxiu set down his teacup and nodded. Before he could respond, she pointed to the list with a look of curiosity. "This is my first time hosting a birthday banquet. I have sent out all the necessary invitations. Yet, two individuals came seeking additional invitations, both for someone named Fu Jin. I have not heard of this name before, and it is ambiguous as to whether it belongs to a man or a woman. Are you acquainted with them? Which family do they belong to that the Shuns and the Yangs would approach me for an invitation?" Yin Chinxiu, who had been late to request an invitation, reflected silently. He should not have heeded Shi Yuan's words, suggesting that the Lin family would not include her, and thus he had sent an additional invitation as a precaution. If the Lin family would not do so, someone else surely would. "Time is passing. I shall take my leave and rest, mother. Do take care of your health." Yin Chinxiu adjusted his sleeve, maintaining a calm demeanor as he rose and exited. The Marquis' wife watched him with a bewildered expression, returning her attention to the list. She inquired about Fu Jin's name without much curiosity, knowing she would soon meet her, and the gender would be evident at first glance. The following morning, as per his routine, Yin Chinxiu practiced early and, after bathing, awaited under the trees in the courtyard. For the past few days, Shi Yuan had been steadfast in sending someone to invite him out, even if for mere tea, which was peculiar. Today, however, the appointed time had passed without any word, suggesting he might be preoccupied, so Yin Chinxiu decided not to wait any longer. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fahua Temple outside the city, in a tea house, a young man clad in blue, holding a folding fan, regarded the person opposite him with a serious expression. Fu Jin, dressed in a purple outfit, maintained a calm demeanor, even pouring him a cup of tea with ease. In yesterday and Oppo's letter, she had mentioned their meeting today and included the phrase, "a destined connection if." Just 3 words had thrown Shi Yuan into disarray, leading him to wait here anxiously through a restless night, now visibly fatigued. What did her words mean? Why had they chosen this meeting? What did she know? With each question, Shi Yuan and Oppo's grip on the fan tightened, as if he might lash out at Fu Jin. His anxiety was understandable. Even Qing and could not decipher his queries, and this girl had made assertions without even having met. Was it possible she possessed some divination talent? Yet, he soon dismissed this notion, considering instead that she either accidentally stumbled upon information or was deliberately approaching Qing and to investigate their circumstances with ulterior motives. Clearly, Shi Yuan leaned toward the latter interpretation. Divination is merely a fanciful fabrication. I possess no such abilities. I have merely come to know certain matters without malice. Fu Jin recognized the skepticism, yet his presence indicated he believed her words, which simplified matters considerably. Had it not been for necessity, she would not have revealed such information, placing herself in a precarious position. Fu Jin intended to elaborate, but Shi Yuan suddenly interjected, "What is your relationship with Jiangda? How do you know him?" Chapter 71. Yin Ruo Fu Jin furrowed her brows. This transaction was not particularly familiar. From the inception of Nanjiang Tower, there had been connections with Jiangda, and Fu Jin had merely assumed they had overheard something in the tower, dismissing it and unwilling to elaborate further. The most pressing matter at hand remained the current situation. Soon, I will be of no assistance, and it will all depend on young Master Shi. There are caverns in the mountains. Whether we can find them hinges on chance. At the latest, within an hour, the young master and I shall locate you. Fu Jin's words were cryptic, leaving Shi Yuan in a state of perplexity, utterly baffled. As time drew near, Fu Jin had no leisure to clarify. She moved to a table behind Shi Yuan, creating distance as if they were strangers. Just as Shi Yuan was about to turn and inquire further, his gaze fell upon a swiftly approaching figure. The sound of galloping hooves echoed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Through the haze, a girl clad in red and black, her silver crown securing her hair, appeared, her ink-black attire billowing, her expression fierce. With one hand gripping the reins and the other wielding a spear, she exuded an air of valiant grace. Shi Yuan stood frozen, utterly unprepared for Fu Jin's prediction to manifest. She had indeed arrived. Meanwhile, a carriage approached slowly from another direction, halting before the tea house. Fu Jin rose to greet it, as a young man draped in a white cloak descended. In their hurried movement, they collided, both stumbling backward. "Are you blind when you walk?" Fu Jin's face reflected displeasure as she retorted, her tone assertive. Steadying herself, the young man nearly lost his balance, saved only by the support of his attendant, though he coughed heavily, his pallid face flushing red as if on the verge of fainting. Had anyone else witnessed such a frail young man, they would fear even the slightest loud noise might startle him. In stark contrast, Fu Jin took a wary step back, her voice cold. "I said nothing when I was bumped into. You surely do not intend to extort me?" She resembled a stubborn young lady, her disdain evident in her eyes. "Such nonsense. Our young master belongs to the Duke's residence. How could he extort anyone?" The young man's attendant retorted sharply, his words flowing with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to such encounters. The crowd, always drawn to commotion, turned their attention toward the unfolding scene. After coughing a few more times, the young man lowered his gaze, appearing unwell, and made no effort to stop his attendant, evidently in agreement with the tirade. As the sounds around him registered, Shi Yuan snapped back to reality, observing the girl who had drawn near, halting before the tea house. He rose immediately, now noticing Fu Jin's predicament. The frail young man must be Zheng Huai, the heir to the Duke's residence. A trivial matter for him, but a predicament for Fu Jin. Just as he intended to intervene, he caught a fleeting glance from Fu Jin, which she quickly retracted. For reasons unknown, Shi Yuan remained silent, bypassing her to step outside. "Ariel," a gentle voice called, laced with surprise. The girl addressed, as our Ruo had just secured her horse when she abruptly heard the familiar tone. Turning to see Shi Yuan, equally astonished. "Shi Yuan, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, but before she could engage further, her attention was diverted by another sound, a crisp voice declaring, "Then I might as well look in the mirror to see if my eyes are faulty." The attendant stood bewildered, failing to grasp her words, though Zheng Huai clearly understood, his expression darkening. Fu Jin possessed an undeniable beauty, and her confidence was palpable. Looking in the mirror would affirm her belief in her own allure, while her eyes implied that should she find him appealing, it would indeed be a matter of concern. At that moment, a group of men clad in black hoods emerged from the surroundings, brandishing knives as they advanced towards the tea house, sending the patrons scattering in fright. It was early morning, and the crowd was sparse, no more than 2 or 3 individuals, alongside the tea house owner, leaving only Zheng Huai, Fu Jin, and a few others. The black-clad figures charged toward the girl at Shi Yuan's side, evidently targeting her, while 2 or 3 others turned their attention to the remaining patrons. Fu Jin pivoted, kicking a stool towards them, momentarily obstructing their path and shielding the frightened guests behind her, leaving Zheng Huai exposed. The attendant and the coachman moved to protect him, edging closer to Shi Yuan. The situation on Shi Yuan and Appo's side was no better, as most of the assailants were focused on him and Arua, armed with a spear. Arua managed to push them back a step, yet outnumbered and skilled, her situation was precarious, especially with Shi Yuan beside her. She pulled him back repeatedly. Shi Yuan glanced towards Fu Jin, reassured by her safety. He began to comprehend her earlier cryptic remarks, though an odd feeling lingered in his mind, leaving little room for contemplation. Driven by instinct, he grasped Ruo's hand and retreated towards the mountain of Fahua Temple. Zheng Huai drew nearer, mere steps from Ruo. Following her ascent, Fu Jin raised her hand, flinging a silver hairpin towards Zheng Huai, which grazed his ear before clattering to the ground, its force evident. Zheng Huai stumbled, steadied by his attendant, while the black-clad men pursued Shi Yuan and Aruo up the mountain. "What are you doing?" The attendant snapped at Fu Jin in anger. At this moment, the black-clad men had dispersed, leaving only Fu Jin and her companions. With a frosty gaze, Fu Jin stepped past Zheng Huai, retrieving the silver pin from the ground, polishing it with a hint of mockery. "I intended to help you, but if you wish to rush to your demise, so be it. My lord, you truly misunderstand. Those black-clad men were upon you. Had it not been for this girl, you would have been in grave danger. Indeed, we know not who this girl is, nor how she attracted such a horde of black-clad men. They have retreated towards the mountain. Who knows if they can escape unscathed?" The patrons within the tea house were trembling with fear, abandoning their tea as they hastily prepared to leave, even the owner hurriedly collecting the tea set to depart. Zheng Huai appeared pale, being assisted into the carriage by his attendant. Fu Jin cast a cold glance, her disdain still evident, her grip on the pin growing restless. In a previous life, Yin Ruo and General Yin returned at this very moment, unbeknownst to anyone that General Yin had matters to attend to and fell behind, while Yin Ruo proceeded ahead. Upon reaching this point, they paused for a rest, only to encounter Zheng Huai, who, being in poor health, had come to Fawat Temple to pray for blessings. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he took a brief respite before attempting the ascent. The sudden appearance of the black-clad men ensnared them, given Zheng Huai and Appo's frail constitution and the formidable skills of their assailants. Yin Ruo guided him up the mountain to evade their pursuit. Once they entered the mountain, they lost their way, inadvertently discovering a cave, yet to their dismay. Chapter 72. Mutual affection yet fractured, united only in death while protecting Zheng Huai. Yin Ruo sustained an injury. Zheng Huai, carrying medicine, tended to her wounds. But unbeknownst to them, the medicine contained aphrodisiac components, which led to Zheng Huai's own affliction after he took it. By a series of fortuitous events, they found refuge in a cave, where Yin Ruo, in an attempt to maintain her clarity, inflicted harm upon herself, just as she was about to succumb. Zheng Huai's attendants ascended the mountain and located them. Although their attire was disheveled, no impropriety transpired between them. However, Yin Ruo was subsequently taken to the Duke's residence, and Yin Shinxiu brought her back home. News of the incident spread like wildfire, spiraling out of control. Although the Duke and Appo's residents later apologized, claiming they had taken the two in a state of unconsciousness without recognizing their identities, it was too late. Yin Ruo's reputation was irreparably tarnished. Had it ended there, it might have been bearable. Reputation alone, she thought. Who could force her into marriage? Yet, Zheng Huai, already in frail health, suffered further trials on their journey, deteriorating rapidly, and the Duke's residents began to orchestrate grand proposals to the Anbei Marquis' estate. A man on the brink of death. How could the Anbei Marquis relinquish his prized jewel? The situation escalated dramatically. Ultimately, Yin Ruo did marry, of her own volition, without any compulsion. She believed the assassination attempt was her fault, as she had entangled Zheng Huai in her troubles, and had only sought to rescue her, hoping to prolong his life through a marriage of convenience. She felt it was only fitting to repay this kindness, especially under the emperor's pressure. The alliance between the Duke's and Anbei Marquis' residences was formidable. Yet on the day of the wedding, no one anticipated that Shi Yuan would come to claim her. Dressed in a flowing azure robe and wielding a fan, he donned crimson wedding attire, solemnly determined to take Yin Ruo back. Having already wed, she was unwilling to comply, leading to a fierce confrontation, during which Zheng Huai tragically bled to death in the bridal chamber. What was meant to be a celebration turned into a funeral, chaos ensuing in its wake. Zheng Huai's demise ignited a bitter feud between the Duke's and Anbei Marquis' households, while Yin Ruo and Shi Yuan found themselves at odds. She bore no animosity toward Shi Yuan but felt deep sorrow for Zheng Huai, who had perished due to her, leaving her heart heavy with unresolved grief. Thereafter, Yin Ruo distanced herself from Shi Yuan, who, having forcibly claimed her, became increasingly fixated on her, disregarding his reputation. In her attempts to evade him, Yin Ruo accompanied the Anbei Marquis on military campaigns, but upon her return, Shi Yuan, intoxicated, violated her personal boundaries. Following this return, the Anbei Marquis sustained injuries and relinquished his military authority, and it was only after 2 months that Yin Ruo discovered she was with child. Shi Yuan sought her hand in marriage once more, but she steadfastly refused. As her pregnancy advanced to 8 months, enemy forces encroached, and the emperor commanded the Anbei Marquis to lead his troops into battle. Shi Yuan, stepping forth, volunteered to take his place in the fray. Tragically, during her 9th month, Yin Ruo suffered a miscarriage, coinciding with the news of Shi Yuan's demise on the battlefield. He had led his troops valiantly, retreating after a significant victory, but was ultimately ensnared while attempting to rescue a subordinate, falling victim to a hail of arrows. As Yin Ruo bled profusely during childbirth, the news of Shi Yuan's fate inflicted unbearable anguish upon her, resulting in the loss of both her life and that of her newborn child, who was cruelly executed shortly after a month of life. Yet, in truth, all of this was merely a web of conspiracy. Zheng Huai had long been dead, yet he orchestrated a grand scheme from beyond the grave. Within the duke's residence, an insider in the military had been forewarned of Yin Ruo's return, selecting the most skilled assassin to carry out the deed. The drug was administered with intent, yet they did not foresee Yin Ruo's resilience. As she bravely harmed herself to survive, fulfilling Zheng Huai's expectations when she consented to marry, he had sought out Shi Yuan, revealing the entire conspiracy. Lacking evidence, Shi Yuan knew that no one would believe him, yet he refused to let Yin Ruo marry such a man, leading to the dramatic wedding abduction. Without Shi Yuan's secret missive, and had it not been for Yin Ruo's letter inscribed with the character Yuan, no one would ever have known of their mutual affection, which had been tragically fractured, only to be united in death. Fu Jin and Appo's eyes glinted with icy resolve as she quietly tucked away her silver hairpin and reached for the silver needles concealed in her sleeve. Yet, upon touching their cool surface, she ultimately refrained from using them. Though the needles could incite chaos among horses, extracting them would pose a significant challenge for her. At present, her priority was to confront Zheng Huai. Capturing the cloaked figures was paramount, for even a shred of information would prove invaluable. The carriage moved slowly towards Fahua Temple. Fu Jin glanced towards the capital, noting the absence of activity, lamenting Yin Chunxio's sluggishness. Yet, she could not depart. Had she anticipated the need, she would have brought along Bao Zhu to ensure someone could deliver a message. Yin Ruo's horse remained, contentedly grazing before lying down, seemingly unaffected by recent events. Fu Jin approached, stroking its mane, and was met with a gentle nuzzle. She worried about Yin Ruo's well-being, though she believed there was little cause for alarm. Her operatives were discreetly positioned, ready to assist if circumstances grew dire. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind her, prompting her to turn. A magnificent steed approached, bearing Yin Chunxio, clad in black, who sat low in the saddle, his cloak billowing in the wind. As he drew nearer, a piercing neigh broke the air, and the horse came to a halt just 2 paces from Fu Jin. With a somber expression, Yin Chunxio cast his gaze downward upon her, but his attention shifted to the horse beside her, his voice growing colder. Where did this horse come from? He had received a message from Fu Jin and Appo's envoy, merely stating, Fahua Temple in peril, urgent rescue, and had hastened to arrive, only to unexpectedly find Yin Ruo and Appo's horse. A girl rode here, surrounded by several cloaked figures. Shi Yuan was also taken up the mountain with her, and I was unable to pursue due to an obstruction, Fu Jin explained succinctly, already releasing the reins and mounting the horse, which now accepted her presence without protest. Yin Chunxio had no time for further questions as he ascended the mountain alongside her, accompanied by several guards who dispersed to search the area. The path to Fahua Temple was fraught with countless steps and narrow trails, the latter having been chosen by Zheng Huai for his carriage. However, Fu Jin and her companions had not encountered any obstacles until they reached the mountainside, where she spotted a trail marker, halting her horse to examine the area. Monks inhabited Fahua Temple, and it was unlikely they would venture this way. The presence of markings indicated that riding might prove difficult. Upon entering, they would find themselves within a dense forest, where horseback riding would be hindered. Yan Qinxiu glanced around before dismounting and tethering the horse. Just as he was about to step forward, he looked back at Fu Jin, his expression showing a hint of surprise at her purple-clad attire, which was well suited for traversing the woods. Suppressing his emotions, he took the lead. The forest, long abandoned, had a trail easily discernible, yet it also signified the danger faced by Yen Ruo and her companions. As they journeyed deeper, the trail abruptly vanished, leaving Fujin in a quandary. Yen Chunxiu, agile as ever, swiftly climbed a tree, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, his demeanor turned grave. Chapter 73. I marry you in the distance. A figure hung from a tree, obscured by the distance, rendering it impossible to discern their identity. Upon noticing the pallor of the man beside her, Fu Jin felt a surge of apprehension and followed closely behind. As they approached, she recognized the figure hanging from the tree was clad in black, a fallen assassin. A gaping wound pierced his chest, a result of a lance, and blood was still dripping, indicating that his demise had been recent. As they continued along the path, Fu Jin soon spotted a mark left by her companion, leading them to the entrance of a cave. She raised an eyebrow. It seemed Shi Yuan had fortuitously found his way. Just as they were about to step into the cave, a sound echoed from within, causing them both to halt abruptly before they swiftly ascended into the branches of a nearby tree. In silent accord, they nestled into the same tree, their proximity heightened by the fragrant scent of Bodhi incense that filled the air, momentarily causing Fu Jin's heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, she shifted, only to be restrained by Yan Qinxiu, who placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Frozen in place, Fu Jin followed his gaze, observing two figures emerge from the cave, one in blue, the other in red, who were none other than Shi Yuan and Yen Ruo. However, the atmosphere between them felt peculiar. Shi Yuan trailed behind, his pace slow, and as Yen Ruo prepared to leave the cave, he rushed forward to grasp her arm. I marry you. The two individuals perched atop the tree exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily taken aback. Was such a fervent declaration appropriate? Fu Jin had never anticipated this. While she had urged him not to hesitate, she had not meant for him to declare marriage so abruptly. Indeed, Yen Ruo's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, she swung her lance to keep him at bay. Shi Yuan, be silent. Seeing her ire, Shi Yuan instinctively rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to placate her. Yet the words of Fu Jin echoed in his mind, igniting a sense of injustice within him. Why should he be deemed unworthy? He relinquished his hold and suddenly seized the lance, pressing it against his own chest. I do not harbor this intention merely due to the recent incident. Ruo, we have both reached the age of marriage, and I am fond of you. Before he could finish his confession, Yen Ruo's complexion shifted dramatically, her anger causing her to abandon the lance and turn to leave. Above, Fu Jin felt a pang of embarrassment. Was this truly how one proposed? Shi Yuan must have lost his wits. Such an approach was doomed to fail. Startled by the commotion, Fu Jin, who had been leaning precariously, lost her balance and tumbled downward. Yen Ruo, hearing the noise, swiftly returned to Shi Yuan's side, retrieving her lance, her demeanor defensive. Yan Qinxiu furrowed his brow and descended quickly, grasping her wrist and pulling her safely into his embrace as they landed softly on the ground. Even after they had firmly touched down, Fu Jin remained dazed, her expression a mixture of confusion and embarrassment. She prided herself on her skills, yet she had stumbled in front of him. Would he think she had done so intentionally? He detested such behavior. As her thoughts swirled, the weight of two pairs of eyes upon her intensified her discomfort. She then realized she was still beside Yan Qinxiu, feigning composure as she stepped aside and adjusted her attire. Qing'an? Yen Ruo and damp. Appo's voice was laced with suspicion, as she grappled with the impossibility of her brother hiding in a tree with a girl. Her gaze shifted to Fu Jin, surprise evident in her eyes. This girl was strikingly beautiful and somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Yan Qinxiu remained unfazed, his focus solely on Shi Yuan, his brow furrowed, pondering the implications of Shi Yuan's earlier words. Did he bully you? His cold voice carried an undertone of inquiry, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Shi Yuan and Yin Ruo flushed at the memory of their earlier accidental kiss, while Fu Jin was taken aback. No wonder they were such close friends. Their bluntness was palpable. Fu Jin subtly tugged at Yin Chenxio's sleeve, signaling him to remain quiet, and then turned to face the others with a smile, pretending not to recognize them. Did those men in black cause you any harm? The incident unfolded so suddenly that I was unable to follow. Yin Ruo snapped back to reality, recognizing Fu Jin as the girl she had encountered earlier at the tea house. No, I must thank you for protecting the common people. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Her laughter was bright, though her gaze flitted between Fu Jin and Yin Chenxio, leaving unasked questions hanging in the air. The awkwardness now belonged solely to Shi Yuan, who, despite being unharmed, felt utterly powerless after having sprained his ankle earlier. He sat within the cave, his frustration mounting as he gazed at the two before him. Outside, Yin Chenxio had signaled his arrival, yet his expression remained grim. The whereabouts of those men in black were uncertain. The signal was intended to summon allies while potentially luring the assailants, though whether they would fall for it remained to be seen. At this moment, Fu Jin and Yin Ruo exchanged names, having just met. When he entered, Fu Jin made room for him, offering a handkerchief as a cushion beneath him. This was instinctual, yet upon looking up, she was met with 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes, causing her heart to race as she feigned calm. I noticed that young master Yin carries a handkerchief. I presumed you were somewhat fastidious about cleanliness. Have I misjudged? Typically, young gentlemen refrained from carrying handkerchiefs. Some found it bothersome, while others deemed it unmanly. Fu Jin and Appo's observation was reasonable. Yin Chenxio held no doubts, believing his mother was indeed correct. Miss Fu is quite attentive, caring for her friends, and even noticing such details. Thank you. He nodded in appreciation, lifting his robes as he took a seat. Shi Yuan, having grown accustomed to the situation, barely glanced at Fu Jin, his mind preoccupied with Yin Ruo. Yin Ruo, too, diverted her gaze. Her curiosity piqued regarding the relationship between Fu Jin and Qingyan. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, amplifying the stillness. After a moment, Yin Chenxio fixed his gaze on Shi Yuan and spoke. What brings you here? He then turned to Fu Jin, as if inquiring her as well. Shi Yuan and Fu Jin exchanged glances, seemingly having forgotten their stories. Fu Jin spoke first. I heard that Fahui Temple is thriving, so I came to see for myself. I did not expect to encounter Prince Shi here. Shi Yuan seized the moment to elaborate. You wrote to me yesterday, inquiring about the temple. I guess you would visit. So I decided to take a leisurely stroll here, not expecting to run into you. Fu Jin's expression stiffened. Could Shi Yuan truly be so deceitful? While his words seemed plausible, they were riddled with inconsistencies. It sounded as though they were well acquainted, yet he had just proposed to Yin Ruo moments ago. No wonder her sister had refused to marry him in her past life. With such conversational skills, it would be a wonder if she agreed at all. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Shi Yuan seemed to sense the tension and hastily sought to rectify it. Fortunately, I had someone notify Qing and to join me. Otherwise, we might never have crossed paths. Not all. Chapter 74. Am I not to become a son-in-law? A firm and resolute voice effortlessly overturned Shi Yuan's words. There was no notification. Yin Chenxio repeated it, his gaze still filled with confusion. He had waited all morning without anyone arriving, only to receive a message from Miss Fu. The letter from yesterday had merely inquired about the temple. Why had she not shown it to him? The two of them seemed suspicious. Shi Yuan attempted to close his fan, but dropped it instead, silently maintaining his composure. Perhaps they simply missed each other. Fu Jin regretted having spoken so directly to Shi Yuan. Could it be that her loose tongue had inadvertently betrayed her? A commotion arose outside, prompting Fu Jin and Yin Chenxio to exchange glances before stepping out. Yin Ruo wanted to follow, but Yin Chenxio turned back to her. Stay here, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yin Ruo smiled helplessly, aware he was not alone, and did not press the matter. She returned to her seat, diverting her gaze from Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan wished to speak again, but it did not seem appropriate, so he remained silent. Outside, Yin Chenxio's men had arrived. Clearly, the group of men in black were not without wits, knowing they needed to flee. However, His men were fortunate enough to apprehend 2 of them for interrogation. The 2 stood outside the cave, momentarily not returning. Yin Chenxiu turned to Fu Jin. "Why didn't Amp oppose to you, let me ask?" His question was abrupt. Fu Jin pondered for a moment, realizing he referred to her having restrained him from questioning Shi Yuan. "Miss Yin is still present. Your candor would surely embarrass her. She wouldn't oppose, to mind." Fu Jin almost called him sister, but caught herself, stumbling over her words. "Mississippi. Miss Yin would certainly feel that way. Although she is straightforward and unconcerned with trivialities, she is still a lady and would naturally feel shy and awkward about matters of marriage." Yin Chenxiu paused, recalling the day she had spoken of her beloved without a change in expression and contrasting that with her usual calm demeanor around him. Clearly, she held no affection for him. This thought grew more resolute, providing him with some comfort as a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. "It was my oversight," he admitted openly. Yet, little did he know, Fu Jin was not entirely at peace in his presence. Rather, she had learned to conceal her feelings, both in her past life and the present. She recalled Zheng Huai and seized a moment to remind him. "At the foot of the mountain, I encountered a young master from the Duke and Amp Oppo's as residence." After a brief pause, she continued, "He appeared quite ill. I was protecting the townsfolk at the tea house when Miss Yin took Shi Yuan up the mountain. It seems he was fortunate to evade this calamity." The implication was clear. He was a man of interest who warranted further investigation. However, it remained uncertain whether Yin Chenxiu grasped her meaning. He merely nodded before heading inside. She followed behind, reluctant to clarify further. There was no rush. She would speak more in the future to ensure he remained vigilant regarding Zheng Huai, preventing him from getting too close to her sister. As time passed, with 2 of the black-clad men escorted back, there was little else to attend to, and they decided to return. However, due to Shi Yuan's worsening foot injury, they opted to head toward Fahua Temple. Yin Ruo and Fu Jin led the way, with Yin Chenxiu trailing behind, while Shi Yuan lagged, limping pathetically. "We shall ascend first, and you wait here for us. Once we reach the temple, we will see if there are any tools we can borrow." This seemed like the most prudent course of action, though they could also return to find their horses. However, the horses might not be in the same location, and returning empty-handed would be disastrous. There was also the option of Yin Chenxiu carrying him up, but he appeared too stern for such a suggestion, leaving Shi Yuan to wait in silence. With no one else around, Yin Chenxiu raised his gaze, his eyes fierce. "When did you develop such feelings for my sister?" At the sound of his voice, Shi Yuan straightened his expression. After all, he was to be the future brother-in-law. And despite their friendship, he needed to adopt a proper demeanor. "In my youth, I was unaware of such affections, but now they run deep. In this life, I shall marry no one but her, cherishing and valuing her, ensuring I do not fail her." Had Shi Yuan been able to express all these sentiments to Yin Ruo in one breath, she would not have become upset. Yin Chenxiu's expression momentarily shifted as he turned away, seemingly avoiding the topic, taking a few steps forward, leaving Shi Yuan puzzled. Was he in agreement or disagreement? If he were supportive, he could offer advice. But alas, relying on Qingyin, it seemed he would never win Yin Ruo and Oppo's as heart. "I shall not interfere with my sister and Oppo's as affairs. Her marriage will be entirely her decision." Hearing this, Shi Yuan sighed in relief, as Yin Chenxiu seemed to understand his thoughts and continued, "Though I believe you and my sister are not suited, I will neither favor nor obstruct you." "How can we be unsuited? We are clearly the most compatible pair." Shi Yuan frowned, indignant, but his words faltered midway as he changed course. "Only you perceive it as incompatible. Surely, if you ask Fu Jin, she would agree we are meant for one another. If fate has deemed it so, then it must be right." Yet, Shi Yuan suddenly recalled Fu Jin's words regarding an unfavorable outcome, stirring unrest within him. Perhaps seeking Qing An's assistance was misguided. It would be wiser to ask Fu Jin for help. If they were to succeed in the future, he would certainly find Fu Jin the best husband. Qing An should not besmirch such a fine lady. At that moment, Yin Chenxiu was oblivious to how his single remark about incompatibility had jeopardized many favorable prospects. He relaxed against a tree, speaking candidly. "She would undoubtedly claim it unsuitable. My sister is strong-willed, Our family does not require a noble lineage. Our parents simply wish for her to marry someone gentle who can elevate her standing. Someone gentle can be accommodating, yet not weak or inept. Only then could she avoid grievances and be cared for. He continued, to speak frankly, it would be best if her parents were deceased, so she would need not concern herself with their displeasure. Should any issues arise, with the Anbei Marquis and Apos, residents as support, she would have nothing to fear. Shi Yuan was unfazed, raising an eyebrow with a light chuckle at his thoughts. Then I shall become a son-in-law. After all, there is still Xin Yan, and the Suqin Wangfu has nothing for me to inherit. You see, we are indeed a match made in heaven. Were it not for his younger brother, he would not dare speak so brazenly of becoming a son-in-law. If the Suqin Wang knew, it would surely infuriate him. Yin Xinxiu was momentarily rendered speechless by Shi Yuan's audacity, unwilling even to glance at him, feeling his smug expression was rather insufferable, and he feared he might lose his temper. Meanwhile, Yin Ruo and Fu Jin were ascending the steps, the bond of friendship among young ladies often forming swiftly. In just a few steps, they had grown quite familiar. Call me Miss Yin if you must, but you may refer to me as an Apos, sister and Apos, like Qing does. Chapter 75. I cannot marry him. It is neither estrangement nor excessive familiarity, but rather a source of misunderstanding. Yin Ruo, unconcerned with trivialities, inadvertently embarrassed Fu Jin, who ultimately settled on calling her sister Yin. That was acceptable. When others were present, she could address her as such, yet in private, she would still call her elder sister. Yin Ruo blinked, refusing to let the matter go, her bright eyes seemingly convinced of something. Fu Jin felt a warmth in her heart, her gaze shifting in a myriad of emotions, and finally nodded, softly calling out, elder sister. Such intimacy ignited a pang of envy within her, reminiscent of a past life. When she entered the Anbei Marquis' residence, she had been quite reserved and cautious, unsure of how to interact with those in the household. However, she vividly recalled how her sister had guided her through the estate with a smile, familiarizing her with every corner, often taking her out for leisure. Whenever they encountered something delightful outside, her sister would bring it back for her. There were times she felt neglected by her husband, and her sister would offer comfort and advice, even though she herself was not living a life of ease, always wishing to share joy and happiness with her. With a sudden thought, she discreetly retrieved a silver hairpin hidden in her sleeve. It was adorned with thorny vines, culminating in a small thorn flower, with a red pearl at its center, simple yet exquisite. I cannot call you elder sister without reason. This hairpin is a recent acquisition, and I thought the red pearl too striking. It was meant for you, a floral tribute, and I hope you will accept it. Yin Ruo did not favor hairpins or ornaments, but this was a gift from Fu Jin, imbued with heartfelt sentiment, and she cherished the thorn flower, thus accepting it. Upon receiving it, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The hairpin felt slightly heavier than usual. Elder sister is quite perceptive. I made a few modifications. Fu Jin chuckled, gesturing for Yin Ruo to twist the flower atop the pin. Yin Ruo complied, only to see a small blade suddenly protrude from the pin, its edge glinting sharply. Grasping the pin's body, it transformed into a delicate dagger. The red pearl concealed a medicinal substance, capable of providing temporary relief in moments of crisis. While it was not a life-saving remedy, sometimes a mere second of delay could be a matter of survival. Yin Ruo had initially thought it was just an ordinary hairpin, but now she regarded it as precious and intended to return it to Fu Jin. This pin is ingenious. You should keep it for self-defense. Elder sister, naturally, needs to be able to defend herself. She blinked playfully. Do not worry, I have one as well. Thus, Yin Ruo accepted it without further protest, and the two chatted and laughed as they approached the entrance of Fahua Temple. Fu Jin, having been engrossed in her time with Yin Ruo, suddenly noticed the carriage from the Duke's residence parked at the temple, recalling that Zheng Huai was still there, which caused her brow to furrow. Yin Ruo glanced over and remembered seeing this carriage at the foot of the mountain earlier, where her sister had clashed with its owner, mistakenly assuming she was displeased. She gently patted her sister and Apos' hand, offering comfort. Do not fear. Fu Jin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled radiantly. With you here, I'm certainly not afraid. A thought crossed her mind, and she added, however, that person was quite rude. It would be best to keep our distance in the future. Yin Ruo found this reasonable and nodded in agreement. This eased Fu Jin's concern somewhat. As for everything else, they would take it one step at a time. At the temple entrance, a monk was sweeping the ground. Fu Jin approached to inquire, learning that there were no carriages inside the temple. But there were carts usually used for transporting goods down the mountain. The monk, kind-hearted, sent 2 young novices to assist them, allowing Fu Jin and Yin Ruo to enter the temple to rest. The thought of the noble young master, Shi Yuan, riding up the mountain on a cart after such a long journey made her chuckle. As they entered the temple, the fragrance of sandalwood enveloped them. By now, it was nearly noon, and many people had come to Fahua Temple to pray for blessings, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere that added warmth to the place. Standing together, Fu Jin, with her ethereal beauty, and Yin Ruo, with her spirited demeanor, drew the attention of many passers-by. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the temple in golden light, evoking admiration. On their previous visit, Fu Jin had been too rushed to appreciate the temple fully, but now she caught a glimpse of its splendor. Yin Ruo seldom visited temples, yet with her presence here, she approached with a sense of reverence, washing her hands and lighting incense, sincerely praying for blessings. After leaving the main hall and heading to the back courtyard, they found the attention of onlookers had diminished considerably. Compared to the main hall, the back courtyard was somewhat noisy. Yin Ruo, curious, inquired, what could be causing such commotion in a place meant for tranquility? The novice clasped his hands together in prayer. The side hall has fallen into disrepair, but thanks to a kind-hearted benefactor, it has received donations for the repairs, hence the noise. The 2 ladies may rest in the side room, which is quieter. Fu Jin lowered her gaze, finding the statement a bit excessive. The Buddha had blessed Yin Chenxiu. Her contribution was merely monetary and could not be compared. Furthermore, she was not wealthy enough to rival nations. She had only given a small portion. Yin Ruo and Amp oppose, as question was casual, not pressing, and fearing that Yin Chenxiu and the others might not find them. She chose to sit in a pavilion in the courtyard rather than in the side room. The pavilion was by a pond where lotus leaves floated. And though it was not yet the season for blooming flowers, a few early blossoms displayed their pink buds. After days of travel and numerous experiences, Yin Ruo felt fatigued and leaned against a pillar, her expression relaxing, though weariness was evident on her face. Observing this, Fu Jin remained silent, allowing her to enjoy the quiet, until she unexpectedly broke the silence. How did a Jin meet Qingyan? Her tone rose, and a hint of gossip sparkled in her eyes, as if to lift her spirits. Fu Jin hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to mention the courtroom, the wall, or the subsequent meeting at the mines. Ultimately, none were pleasant, yet the encounter itself had been a stroke of fortune. The heir was in Nanjiang City on business when they crossed paths. Yin Ruo was aware of this, but did not know Fu Jin had also been in Nanjiang City. She merely asked casually, not pursuing the matter further. She turned her gaze toward the pond, a smile hidden on her face. You do not know. Shi Yuan was quite the charming child, with a round face and fair skin, resembling a delightful little girl. Qingyan, however, was already cold-faced at that time and utterly unamusing. After hearing me lament about wanting a sister, he brought Shi Yuan back, thinking he had found a little companion. Shi Yuan, initially blissfully unaware, thought he had made a good friend, when he was dressed in a frilly pink gown by the servants. He finally realized the situation and was furious, wanting to retaliate, but he was not as tall as either of us and could not put up much resistance. He was both fierce and adorable, leading me to believe he was merely adjusting to his new surroundings, so I showered him with treats, toys, and beautiful dresses. Eventually, he seemed to give up and stopped resisting, though his face remained fierce, which only made him more endearing. It was only when our parents returned that he tearfully recounted how he and Qing had been punished. Afterward, feeling guilty, I sought to make amends, and thus we genuinely became friends. I cannot marry him. Chapter 76. Beyond compensation, it is not a matter of desire, but of ability. Fu Jin felt a whirlwind of emotions. Although taken aback, she remained silent. The elder sister had only just met her, yet was able to speak such words, which was already a kindness. She must not overstep her bounds. Yin Ruo also found herself at a loss for an answer. Perhaps it was a sense of familiarity with Jin that allowed her to relax. Or perhaps it was her inner turmoil over Shi Yuan and Appo's intention to marry her that led her to reminisce about the past at this moment. Over the years, she had no close friends, and if there were to be one, it would only be Shen Nong Shiwe. But Shun was poised and graceful, a lady of refinement. And while their interactions were gentle, genuine intimacy was elusive. Yet with Jin, it felt as though they had known each other for ages. Reflecting on this, she could not help but speak a few more words. He is a man who, despite his usual playful demeanor, bears responsibility and accountability. I know he holds a special place in his heart for a certain girl. Today, his proposal to marry me is likely a reflection of that sense of duty. The smile on her face faded for a moment as Yin Ruo lowered her gaze. Shi Yuan had traversed the brothels for a girl, earning himself a reputation as a scoundrel, which only underscored his earnestness. While she was indeed of marriageable age, she did not feel compelled to accept such an offer. She was well aware of her parents and Appo's intentions regarding a suitable match. Their choice would never be Shi Yuan. Rather than face an embarrassing outcome, it was better to treat the matter as a jest and laugh it off. Fu Jin blinked, contemplating whether to speak up. She believed Shi Yuan deserved this misunderstanding. If a girl like the elder sister were troubled by marriage prospects, what hope was there for her to avoid a lifetime of solitude? With talented scholars and valiant soldiers in the capital, it was likely that the elder sister would encounter someone soon enough. There was no need for excessive worry. Yin Ruo burst into laughter, agreeing with her sentiment. Their light-hearted banter continued, while the two men nearby wore solemn expressions, unaware of how long they had been listening. Yin Chenxiu displayed an expression of inevitability. He shared Fu Jin and Appo's sentiment that the two were ill-matched, but remained silent as he turned to glance at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, too, did not expect to overhear the answer, yet he indeed had someone special in mind. No one but Yin Ruo. He wished to explain, but understood Yin Ruo's temperament. She would likely interpret his words as mere responsibility. Yet, why bring up the past? His expression darkened further. Yin Chenxiu seemed to have realized something as a hint of amusement flickered in his elongated eyes. The two stood in silence, waiting for a moment before making their way to the pavilion without mentioning what had just transpired. Shi Yuan had sought out a monk in the temple knowledgeable in herbal medicine and was assured there was no serious harm. He would recover soon. The vegetarian meals at Fahua Temple were quite commendable, and having arrived, they proceeded to the dining hall for lunch. The monks dined at long tables, placing Fu Jin and Yin Ruo together, while Yin Chenxiu and Shi Yuan were seated opposite them. This arrangement, which could have been awkward, was rendered effortless as Fu Jin continually turned to speak to Yin Ruo. Elder sister, this tofu is light and delectable. Elder sister, do try this braised vegetarian goose. Elder sister, this cabbage is delightful as well. And so on, leaving Shi Yuan and Yin Chenxiu merely to observe, unable to interject. The bond between Fu Jin and Yin Ruo deepened. When Fu Jin first addressed her as elder sister, she cast a worried glance at Yin Chenxiu, relieved to see no adverse reaction from him. Yin Ruo treated her with such kindness that Fu Jin wished to reciprocate with all the goodness she could muster. A servant approaching caught Fu Jin and Appo's attention. Upon hearing the melodious voice of the young lady, he instinctively glanced over at their table, then at the bowl of thin porridge presented to him by a young monk. All he saw was water, devoid of rice grains, leading to a surge of displeasure. Suddenly, he marched over. As someone drew near, Fu Jin immediately sensed danger. Upon recognizing the servant of Zheng Huai, she instinctively shielded Yin Ruo. The steaming porridge splashed forward unexpectedly, shocking onlookers. Yin Ruo was pulled away by Fu Jin, escaping the scalding liquid, but the porridge splattered onto Fu Jin and Appo's legs. The early summer attire was thin, and she felt an immediate sting, yet maintained her composure as she helped Yin Ruo to her feet. Once upright, Yin Ruo, her expression frosty, pushed Fu Jin back on the bench and began to remove her shoes and socks to inspect the burns on her feet. Fu Jin recoiled instinctively, hiding her feet beneath her clothing, shaking her head gently. Elder sister, I am fine. However, Yen Ruo remained silent. Having already seen the telltale red spots marring Fu Jin and Appo's fair skin glaringly obvious. At the side, Shi Yuan had seized the servant, avoiding eye contact. Yin Xinxiu had been observing Fu Jin intently and was unable to avert his gaze in time, a flicker of dark intent surfacing in his eyes. If he had not been mistaken, Fu Jin's ankle bore a red string, with something hanging from it. But she had concealed it too quickly for him to discern clearly, though it appeared somewhat familiar. In the public eye, Yin Ruo, aware of the inappropriateness of the situation, refrained from further scrutiny. The servant, however, initiated the confrontation. It is your fault that my master hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, you are here safe and sound, laughing and joking, while he lies bedridden, forced to consume this watery porridge. My anger toward you is hardly an overreaction. The servant spoke with righteous indignation, each word dripping with resentment. Nearby, some bystanders had already formed opinions against him. Now, upon hearing the underlying context, their gazes turned to the others at the table. Perhaps sensing their numerical advantage and noting that the young lady appeared unharmed, they began to lean toward the servant's perspective, murmuring among themselves. If his master truly is in grave danger, his loyalty is commendable. I recall seeing a sickly young master who could barely walk, practically carried by others. To be on the brink of death and still suffer, how pitiable. Hearing these remarks, they glanced at the seemingly healthy Fu Jin and her companions. Their looks filled with reproach. One individual, still harboring a sense of justice, quietly whispered, but he should not have splashed porridge on the young lady. That porridge was scalding. Aimed at her face, it could have disfigured her. This comment silenced the others, and the servant, hearing it, retorted indignantly. Even if it had splashed, it would only mar her beauty, but our master's life is at stake. This all falls on her. Moreover, it hasn't even splashed on her yet. His voice grew louder, and he began to struggle against Shi Yuan's grip. Let me go. If anything happens to our master, we cannot afford to pay the price for your lives. Had it not been for the temple's decorum, Shi Yuan would have struck him. However, he tightened his hold, causing the servant to yelp in pain, his struggles ceasing. Fu Jin and Appo's eyes glimmered with tears as she instinctively recoiled closer to Yen Ruo, seeming frightened, her voice barely a whisper. The Duke and Appo's son, indeed. We cannot afford the price. Chapter 77. It's all her fault she was born with an enchanting beauty, yet at this moment, with reddened eyes and a demeanor of fear, she presented a striking contrast that stirred the imaginations of those around her, evoking a sense of profound injustice that led them to sympathize with her plight. Before she could utter another word, a sensible voice emerged once more, albeit with a tone diminished by the fear of the Duke's residence. Wasn't it Appo's? It well known that the Duke and Appo's son had always been in poor health? Nevertheless, even in a hushed tone, the words resonated clearly in the silence that followed. This reminder prompted the crowd to recall that indeed, the Duke's son had been frail since birth, and thus, what relevance did this have to the two young ladies present? The young servant, flustered and red-faced, raised his voice in defense. My master is weak, and he came to Fawa Temple to pray for blessings. However, if it weren't for her attracting the assassin, causing my master to be frightened, how could he be bedridden now, his condition worsening? She is thoroughly enjoying herself, without a hint of remorse, let alone an apology. How could this not provoke anger? This statement implied that all she needed to do was apologize, which seemed somewhat justifiable. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruo and her companion's expressions darkened. Fu Jin's fearful demeanor slightly eased, revealing a look of realization that, in its naturalness, almost made Yen Ruo want to laugh. Though she remained silent in her observation, Fu Jin's voice, though soft and clear, expressed her indignation. So this makes me quite angry. How could his frailty be blamed on me? Did I summon the assassin? If he were to be swept away by the wind while walking, would you hold the wind accountable? If he collapsed in a marketplace, would that be my fault too? We sit here unscathed due to mere luck, having evaded that assassin. It is not as if we have not faced life and death. Do you mean to suggest that it would be better if we were dead? Her pointed questions, though lacking in force, compelled the young servant to lose his composure, revealing a hint of anger. Who knows if you deliberately invited the assassin? It was an unreasonable accusation, yet the common folk no longer sided with him. The notion of her suggesting that she would owe a life in the marketplace lingered in their minds, evoking a vivid image that inadvertently instilled fear within them. If the young master was indeed frail, he ought to be carefully guarded. How could the blame be placed on the young ladies? Such claims required evidence. An assassin lurking beneath the emperor's very feet warranted thorough investigation. The conversation shifted as the group exchanged words, unintentionally veering off topic. With the public and oppos, as perception altered, Fu Jin grew weary of the pretense and cast a glance at Shi Yuan. He, understanding her unspoken cue, limped away with the young servant in tow. After this uproar, they could no longer enjoy their meal. Yin Ruo directed a young monk to lead them to a private room. The monk, having witnessed the earlier commotion, wisely prepared some ointment, just in time for use. However, Fu Jin had brought her own medicine and did not require the monk's assistance. Observing the noticeable redness on Fu Jin's skin, Yin Ruo's tone softened. Look at you, bearing the brunt of this trouble for me. As she reached out to apply the ointment, Fu Jin did not resist, merely gripping a small wooden plaque in her hand, an expression of guilt flickering in her eyes. Yet, this minor injury was inconsequential. Had her elder sister been scalded, it would have been a true calamity. Reflecting on this, Fu Jin's demeanor turned cold. Had she not reacted promptly, the hot porridge might have indeed splashed onto Yin Ruo and Appo's face, disfiguring her. Whether the young servant acted under Zheng Huai's orders was unclear, but had he successfully implicated Yin Ruo in causing Zheng Huai's worsening condition, further entanglements would have been inevitable. Outside, Yin Qinxiu awaited, distancing himself as he occasionally heard voices from within. He thought he heard the name of his beloved, yet from afar, he could not discern any further details. Inside, Yin Ruo playfully observed Fu Jin's tight grip on the object in her hand, teasing her about having a romantic interest. Once Fu Jin finished applying the ointment, she donned her attire, neither confirming nor denying the insinuation. Yin Ruo, understanding, refrained from further inquiry. Shortly thereafter, the group prepared to return home. Shi Yuan and the young servant vanished, likely toward a less than favorable fate. Yin Qinxiu escorted the two ladies back. Meanwhile, Zheng Huai, having not seen the young servant return, quickly grasped that something had gone awry. He coughed and gasped, his complexion growing paler, devoid of any color as he sat by the bedside, requiring support from the bedpost even to remain upright. Upon learning that Yin Ruo and the others had descended the mountain and that the servant had been taken away, he promptly ordered his men to follow suit. Fu Jin did not return to the Lin residence, but seized the opportunity to visit her shop, which was nearing completion. Bao Zhu was busy organizing the items, optimistic that they would soon open for business. "Miss, have you encountered some joyous event today?" she inquired, glancing back at Fu Jin amidst her tasks. "Such a grand occasion. Do carry on with your work," Fu Jin replied, playfully tapping Bao Zhu on the head. With a smile, Bao Zhu stepped aside. After enjoying dinner outside, the two returned to the residence together. As the weather grew warmer, Fu Jin refrained from venturing out again. On the first day of July, the eve of the banquet, Fu Jin hurried out for a brief errand and, upon returning to the estate, encountered Lin Huanin standing at the courtyard entrance. Accompanied by Chun Xing, Fu Jin's expression darkened. The days had been too busy, and she had completely forgotten about Chun Xing. Lin Huanin appeared to be waiting for her. Upon seeing her, a smile broke across her face. "Didn't my dear sister claim to be unwell? Why do you venture out so often?" She feigned concern, adding, "Even if you are better, you cannot attend tomorrow's banquet. I hear the Anbei Marquis' residence has invited many, so it will undoubtedly be quite lively." Her words seemed to express sympathy for Fu Jin, yet the triumphant glint in her eyes betrayed her true intentions. After all, while Fu Jin had returned to the capital, she had been cast aside in Nanjing City for several years. Even now, her status could not equate to that of a true capital resident. "Do not fear, dear sister. I shall assist you," she declared, her innate superiority evident as she raised her chin, her gaze calm, yet piercing. However, Lin Huanin was disappointed when Fu Jin did not respond with the expected outrage. The smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty. She had deliberately used the term sister to provoke Fu Jin, yet why was there no reaction? Fu Jin regarded her with a cold, penetrating gaze, truly unbothered. One succinct remark from her left Lin Huanin, feeling vexed and unsettled. Chapter 78. My surname is Fu, not Lin. It is a stark truth, undeniable and unassailable. The reputation of the Lin family has long been tarnished, forever stained by Lin Zhengru's indulgences. Despite their attempts at rehabilitation, the public remains acutely aware of their past. Whispers now circulate that one should avoid marrying into the Lin family, if such sentiments prevail among the higher echelons. What hope is there for the common folk? Fu Jin is aware that Lin Huanin harbors a deep resentment towards her lineage, particularly given the Lin family's current disrepute. Lin Huanin's composure falters, her chest heaving with suppressed rage, her darkened gaze radiating fury, nearly crushing the handkerchief she clutches. As a member of the Lin family, she faces inevitable scorn, while Fu Jin, even when attending as a daughter of the Lin family, swiftly becomes known simply as Miss Fu, rather than Lin heir. How fortunate for her! Lin Huanin, despite having been raised in the household for over a decade, now speaks with such levity, dismissing the very family that nurtured her. Your sister is truly ungrateful, Lin Huanin sneers, frustration bubbling beneath her words. Yet, she refrains from pursuing the matter further, her gaze shifting to the money pouch she idly toys with. The deep-hued pouch, devoid of embellishments, is outlined in gold and silver threads, unmistakably a man and amp, oppos, as accessory. Lin Huanin smiles wryly, shaking it lightly. It's empty, of course. Does this pouch look familiar to you, dear sister? It appears to belong to a man. You, who remain unwed, secretly harboring a man's possessions. Imagine the consequences if I were to inform father. What do you think his reaction would be? The threat hangs heavily in the air, and Lin Huanin is confident that this pouch is not Zhao Qian's, but rather linked to someone lurking behind her. Even if she cannot eliminate Fu Jin outright, she must compel her to behave, lest she jeopardize her plans. Fu Jin's demeanor turns icy as she casts her gaze towards Chuanxing, who stands beside Lin Huanin. The chill in her eyes is sharp enough to make Chuanxing instinctively step back, kneeling as she speaks softly. I cannot stop the young lady. Is it truly a matter of inability, or is it merely an excuse to guide? Fu Jin strides towards Lin Huanin. The latter tightens her grip on the pouch, recalling Fu Jin's previous outburst, and issues a warning. You are tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. Regardless of your explanations, father will not listen. So it is best if you, let go Fu Jin. Lin Huanin's words are abruptly cut off, her expression contorting in pain. Fu Jin, unfazed, maintains her grip on Lin Huanin and Oppo's wrist, effortlessly reclaiming the pouch. Once imbued with the scent of sandalwood, the pouch is now tainted with an unpleasant odor, mirroring Lin Huanin and amp, Oppo's own. Lin Huanin and amp, Oppo's brow furrows, her hold tightening in response to the discomfort. Despite Fu Jin and amp, Oppo's seemingly fragile appearance, her strength is formidable, and Lin Huanin feels as though her wrist might snap under the pressure. Observing this, Chuanxing quickly interjects Mississippi. Miss, please release the young lady. If she is harmed, how will we explain this to the master? At the sound of her voice, Lin Huanin regains her composure. I will certainly inform father. Are you a child of 3? Must everything be reported to your father? You prattle on about him endlessly, yet you seem quite capable of existing without him. If you wish to speak, then do so. I truly fear for you. Fu Jin retorts with a mocking smile, relinquishing her hold. She had anticipated that Lin Huanin would seek out her connections, yet Lin Huanin, after much contemplation, resorts to this petty maneuver. Indeed, the current Lin Huanin lacks the cunning of her future self. Before Fu Jin can further reflect, Lin Huanin stumbles backward, collapsing to the ground, creating the illusion to onlookers that she was pushed by Fu Jin. Chuanxing's eyes widen in disbelief as she rushes to assist Lin Huanin. How could you lay hands on the young lady? Uninformed observers might assume Chuanxing is merely Lin Wannin's maid rather than Fu Jin's. To speak bluntly, even if the young lady were to discover your clandestine dealings with a man, she would only be offering you counsel for the good of the Lin family. How could you dare to push her? If she is injured, what will we say to the master? As Chuanxing helps Lin Wannin to her feet, she pleads, "Miss." The second young lady acted without malice. She realizes her error. Please forgive her this once. Her demeanor resembles that of a devoted servant. However, as Fu Jin and Appo's maid, Chuanxing kneels, imploring Lin Wannin for mercy, effectively placing Fu Jin's dignity beneath Lin Wannin's heel. Lin Wannin, absorbed in her own grievances, sheds tears of frustration. Yet, she steels herself, stepping forward gently. "Father, this is not my sister and Appo's fault. I simply lost my footing. Do not heed this maiden Appo's nonsense. My sister is to be wed to Master Zhao and is frequently in public, so how could she disregard the Lin family and Appo's honor by consorting with commoners?" Her words ignite Lin Zhengru's ire, his anger surging as if he could envision Fu Jin's illicit rendezvous with a man of questionable standing. Though he yearns to strike, he ultimately restrains himself, his face flushed with rage as he barks, "I had hoped you would behave, seek a physician, and attend the banquet at the Anbei Marquis' estate tomorrow. Given your behavior, you need not go to the ancestral hall with you." In his fury, Lin Zhengru intends for her to face the wall in the ancestral hall, but the memory of its recent destruction due to fire causes him further distress. "Return to your courtyard at once, and do not venture outside again." As if fleeing from something, he storms away, leaving no room for further discourse, his anger palpable. Lin Wannin, nursing her wrist, wears a triumphant smile. "Oh, dear sister, I sought to assist you, but alas, father refuses to hear your explanations. Tomorrow, the Lin family shall have only me attending the banquet. You shall remain here to end Appo's, recover and Appo's." Fu Jin regards Lin Wannin with a look of incredulity, the pungent odor of the pouch overwhelming her senses. Disinterested in further dialogue, she strides away. Lin Wannin's smile falters, and she abruptly turns to Chuanxing, demanding, "Are you certain that Shan Nongxue did not send her invitation?" Though her maid had mentioned seeing Shan Nongxue and Appo's attendant at the estate and Appo's entrance, Lin Wannin had found no conclusive evidence despite her inquiries. "I assure you, there has been no such invitation. I have been vigilant," Chuanxing insists earnestly. Despite this, unease gnaws at Lin Wannin. Should Fu Jin appear at the Anbei Marquis' estate and capture attention, her status would only rise, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Wannin to maneuver unnoticed. Come with me tomorrow. Chapter 79. A stroke of bad luck. Chuanxing was taken aback, but soon her shock transformed into elation, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, miss, for granting me this opportunity. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and serve until my last breath." What kind of family was the Anbei Marquis' residence? Even the royal family would show deference to it. To be able to visit was a tremendous honor. Lin Wannin initially intended to suggest that Chuanxing discreetly follow her, but seeing her so enthusiastic, she refrained from doing so. If Fu Jin did not go, Chuanxing would not need to appear. However, if Fu Jin did go, she would certainly not let her have an easy time. As Fu Jin entered the courtyard, she suddenly leaped into her arms, startling her. "How did you escape from Mother? She will be looking for you soon. You must go back obediently. I will bring you back in a couple of days." She gently stroked Xiaoluo's head, her expression unusually tender. Recently, Baozhu had been busy with the shop and Appo's matters, and since Fu Jin occasionally had to go out, Xiaoluo was left with Fu Mu. Unbeknownst to them, this little rascal had sneaked back. Xiaoluo meowed a couple of times, seeming reluctant to leave. With no other option, Fu Jin decided to visit Fu Mu to inform her, planning to have someone deliver Xiaoluo back later in the evening. Upon returning to her room, Fu Jin washed the money pouch numerous times, ensuring that it bore no trace of Lin Wannin and Appo's scent before she was satisfied. She lit the Bodhi sandalwood incense, filling the room with a rich fragrance. Xiaoluo meowed happily, while the dark color money pouch was being infused with the scent. She had not touched the silver inside. Instead, during her last visit to Fahua Temple, she had secretly given it to the little novice monk for the temple's renovations. It was a gift from him, and regardless of its origin, as long as it was given by him, she felt it was right to donate it for the restoration of the temple. Surely, the Buddha would remember his kindness and bestow blessings upon him. Once the pouch was saturated with the fragrance of Bodhi sandalwood, she placed it in a zeton wood box. Inside lay a handkerchief, a remnant from the time she was injured during the mining expedition, given to her by him. Like the pouch, it was pristine and suffused with the scent of sandalwood. She locked the box and stored it in a secret place. Later that evening, when Baozhu returned, her expression was displeased. Is the young lady allowing the house servants to guard the entrance like this? Even returning to the courtyard requires questioning. Those who know would think the young lady is being imprisoned. This is utterly excessive. She had heard that Lin Jingru, misled by Zhang Runyang, intended to teach the young lady a lesson, though it was unclear who was truly at fault. Before Fu Jin could speak, Baozhu had already approached and changed all the bedding on the couch, even cleaning the room inside and out. She had only learned about today and Appo's events upon returning, understanding that Chuanxing and Appo's entrance had prompted such actions. Was it her oversight that allowed Chuanxing to seize the opportunity, or was it better to ensure everything was clean? How long would the young lady keep her around? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Jin spoke. What is meant to happen will happen. There is no need to keep her any longer. Let it be until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Baozhu and Appo's eyes brightened, evidently having endured enough of Chuanxing. After dinner, Baozhu took Xiaoluo back to Fu Mu's courtyard. The little creature was still reluctant, but Fu Jin eventually gave it its favorite cloth ball, scented with Bodhi sandalwood. And only then did it obediently follow Baozhu. The following morning, a carriage stopped in front of the Lin residence. 3 elegantly attired individuals were preparing to depart. Not only Lady Lin and Lin Wanin, but also Lin Jingru was to accompany them. Lin Wanin donned a delicate pink dress that accentuated her charm, her brows alight with joy, though her tone was hesitant. Perhaps father should take second sister along. Yesterday in Appo's incident must have been a misunderstanding. As she spoke, Lin Jingru appeared uncertain, as though genuinely considering taking her along. A flicker of discontent crossed his eyes, and he spoke again. Second sister is well-mannered. How could she possibly engage in such shameless behavior? This naturally reminded Lin Jingru of yesterday and Appo's events, and his expression soured. Why mention her? Is it not embarrassing enough? Let us go. He was the first to board the palanquin, seemingly impatient, as if Fu Jin would follow right after. Lady Lin and Lin Wanin exchanged glances, linking arms with expressions of delight as they climbed into the carriage. With the sound of hooves clattering, the Lin residence soon became deserted. Outside Fu Jin and Appo's courtyard, the guards dutifully stood watch, unaware that the master of the house had long since departed. Today, Fu Jin was clad in deep blue, which made her complexion appear even fairer, rendering her strikingly noticeable. She wore no makeup, exuding an air of simplicity and composure. Usually aloof, she now appeared slightly less distant and more approachable. The weather was sweltering. Even though the distance was not great, she preferred not to walk. Baozhu had already prepared the carriage. The carriage was spacious, with a tea table in the middle adorned with some snacks, and ice cubes placed underneath to keep the interior cool, providing a refreshing respite from the heat. In contrast, the Lin family's carriage was smaller and lacked any cooling measures, relying solely on the breeze that entered through the lifted curtain while the carriage was in motion. However, this was in the capital city. No matter how fast they traveled, it was not like being outside the city where the wind was nearly non-existent. By the time they reached the entrance of the Anbei Marquis and Appo's residence, all 3 were covered in perspiration. They wiped their faces clean before daring to alight from the carriage. Lin Wanin, who was particularly concerned about her appearance, took her time to tidy herself before stepping out, while Lin Jingru could scarcely wait and had already entered the residence. When the mother and daughter stood at the entrance, they realized that the invitation had been delivered by Lin Jingru, and there was only one invitation, none for them. We are the wife and daughter of Lin Darren, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. My husband has already entered. Please allow us to pass. Lady Lin spoke with a tone of deference, her voice uncharacteristically soft in front of the guards of the Anbei Marquis and Appo's residence. At this moment, many people were arriving, and onlookers turned to glance at Lady Lin and her daughter, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Lin Huanin could not help but inwardly question why they had not waited for them. The guards, hesitant to let them in, asked them to wait aside while they sent someone to confirm with Lin Darren. Before Lin Jingru could arrive, Madame Yu, aware of the situation, vouched for Lady Lin. As the wife of the Assistant Minister of Revenue with an invitation, the guards finally allowed them to enter. Lin Huanin cast a curious glance back, confirming that Yu had not come today, which left her feeling puzzled. However, before she could contemplate further, she followed her mother inside. Shortly after they entered, Fu Jin's carriage arrived at the entrance of the Anbei Marquis' residence. A servant went to park the carriage, and she, along with Bao Zhu, stood at the entrance, gazing at the plaque in a daze. The last time she had come here by chance at night, she had not entered through the main gate. Now, this was her first formal visit, though the crowd made it rather inconvenient. Yet it was indeed a joyous occasion. What kind of impoverished wretch stands in our way? Do they hope to beg for a handout at the Anbei Marquis and Appo's residence? They ought to recognize the gravity of this place. Are you all so diligent in your duties? Hurry and drive this person away. This is simply bad luck. Chapter 80. The heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog before the person was even visible. Their voice reached the ears, sharp and biting, as if they held a particular disdain for Fu Jin. Shortly after the words fell, the speaker had already crossed Fu Jin and approached the guards, while a maid at her side presented an invitation card. The guard inspected the card, maintaining a neutral demeanor, refusing to impose any difficulties on Fu Jin standing outside, despite the scornful remarks. "Miss Zhang, please." The young lady clad in splendid yellow attire stood tall, scarcely glancing back at the person behind her, as she stepped forward to enter the estate. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back and addressed the guard. Those without an invitation should not linger at the entrance. Today marks the birthday of the Duke of Anbei's wife. We must not allow any unscrupulous individuals to spoil the celebration. As she spoke, Miss Zhang cast a glance back, as if in a gesture of charity. Her gaze abruptly halted, and with a hint of hesitation, she uttered, "Fu Jin?" Feeling the heat outside, Fu Jin took a few steps toward the entrance of the Duke of Anbei's residence, standing beneath the eaves, where the sweltering wave of heat receded. As she drew nearer, Miss Zhang recognized her face with increasing certainty. "It truly is you. Back in Nanjing City, you were impoverished and dark-skinned, quite different from now. I hardly recognized you." With that, Miss Zhang turned to the guard, offering a gentle smile. "This is my friend. She shall enter with me." The guard hesitated slightly, shaking his head. "I'm afraid it cannot be as you wish, Miss Zhang. Just moments ago, a certain Lord Lin entered, and he was accompanied by his wife and daughter, verified without doubt. As it stands, this young lady lacks an invitation and is merely a friend of yours. Thus she cannot be permitted entry." Miss Zhang's eyes flickered, her expression turning apologetic as she immediately turned to Fu Jin. I was unaware of the strictness here. The banquet at the Duke of Anbei's estate invited many from the capital. As I heard, it was to introduce young Master Yin to potential brides. Everyone is clamoring to attend. I only managed to secure this single invitation. Fu Jin, did you come here out of admiration as well? Fu Jin observed the theatrics of this individual with a cold gaze, finding it quite reminiscent of Lin Huanin. How could she ever forget that face? Jiang Huazhu, a fellow denizen of Nanjing City, born to common folk who toiled the land for a living. Despite their humble circumstances, her parents, having only this one daughter, showered her with affection, granting her every desire. Their bond had once been quite close. Were it not for the events of her past life, Fu Jin might have considered her a true friend. Alas, such was not the case. Jiang Huazhu's life had been fraught with twists of fate. It was decades later that she learned she had been sold to her parents. Her true identity being the cherished gem of the Duke's household. She now went by the name Zhengzhu. Miss Zheng's attempts to flaunt their past friendship felt rather grating. I did not recognize any Miss Zheng. However, your face reminds me of someone named Jiang Huazhu. Zheng Zhu's countenance darkened upon hearing this. It softened somewhat upon hearing the latter part. That would be me. I am now a lady of the Duke's household. Surnamed Zheng. We were once quite close, but it seems you have forgotten me in such a short time, which saddens me greatly. But alas, how things have changed. Such words cannot be taken lightly. After all, this Jiang Huazhu was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang's father and mother labored their entire lives, starving themselves just to provide for her, ultimately losing their lives due to her family's cruelty. Such a heartless creature, upon encountering her, would warrant a few blows. The plight of Jiang's parents was indeed tragic. In their earlier years, unable to bear children, they abandoned hope. Later, upon discovering Jiang Huazhu was being sold, they felt pity for the beautiful girl and, sacrificing all they had, rescued her. Yet, their poverty rang hollow. That year's harvest had been poor, and the elderly couple endured hunger, painstakingly raising Jiang Huazhu with immense love. Even after learning her true family had found her, they did not impede her return, despite their heartbreak. But Jiang Huazhu, upon returning to the Duke's residence, felt disdain for her humble origins and commanded her family to kill her parents. How utterly depraved. Zheng Zhu, now enraged and humiliated, had initially intended to boast, but was instead met with Fu Jin's revelation of such a sordid tale, leaving her bereft of dignity. Those old fools are dead, and their spirits linger still. Then I must have mistaken you for someone else. It is prudent to speak with caution, lest you find yourself in peril on darkened roads. A blatant threat met with Fu Jin's serene demeanor, as she produced her invitation and presented it to the guard. Stealing a glance back at Zheng Zhu. Should an unfortunate encounter arise, it would indeed be the other's misfortune. Zheng Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the invitation in the guard's hand. How do you possess one? Is it a forgery? She was immediately agitated. The invitations to the Duke of Anbei's residence were exceedingly rare. Even she, due to the absence of family today, had been granted the honor of holding one, inscribed with the name of the Duke's household. How could someone from such a humble background as Fu Jin possess a separate invitation? What is so surprising? Oh, perhaps it's due to Miss Zheng's rarity. Fu Jin replied with a hint of mockery, producing another invitation. One could easily accumulate too many. The guard, equally bewildered, had never encountered anyone with two invitations before. But upon verification, they were indeed authentic. Perhaps this was a distinguished guest, and thus they dared not delay in granting her entry. At that moment, Zheng Zhu was rendered speechless, already astonished by one invitation, let alone two. How on earth had Fu Jin achieved this? As Zheng Zhu regained her composure to question further, she hurriedly stepped inside, only to find Fu Jin had already distanced herself significantly, and thus she was unable to catch up. Her gaze shifted toward the direction of the female guests, while Fu Jin took a different path altogether. Once inside, Fu Jin instructed the servants to lead her to Yen Ruo, as she had matters to discuss with him. The servants hesitated, opting instead to seat her in the parlor while they informed the steward of her arrival. Bao Zhu accompanied her, adhering to her role in silence, but now, with no one around, she could not help but mention the earlier incident involving Zheng Zhu. She clearly saw you first and spoke those words deliberately. Thankfully, you handled her well, causing her to suffer a setback. Fu Jin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that her actions had indeed been motivated by a desire to retaliate against Zheng Zhu, not only due to the Jiang couple, but for her own sake as well. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone, fearing that she might attract attention if she lingered too long, Fu Jin decided to move on, leading Bao Zhu toward the banquet hall. Even without a servant to guide her, she was more familiar with the Duke of Anbei's estate than anyone. Just as they rounded a corner, a voice called out from the side. Qingjiu, come back. Chapter 81. Absence due to illness. Upon hearing a voice, Fu Jin halted her steps, turning towards the source of the sound, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting away, its form too indistinct to discern. Was that Qingjiu just now? The speaker was Yin Cheng. She recalled that at this moment, Qingjiu must have only recently arrived by Yin Chen's side. and with nowhere else to go, had followed Yin Cheng. Being of similar age, they could entertain each other, which was a comfort. Indeed, Yin Cheng was merely 5 years old this year. Though she was tempted to investigate further, their concealment meant she could not linger for long. Thus, she resolved to proceed to the banquet, promising herself to seek them out later, for time was on her side. After she departed, the two little ones peered out from behind the trees. The shorter one, clad in pristine white garments, exuded the air of a young nobleman despite his tender age. With his hands clasped behind his back, he playfully tapped the shoulder of his companion, resembling a teacher reprimanding a student. Originally meant to be a chastisement, his limited height diminished its intended impact. "Foolish Qingjiu, why run so quickly? You nearly gave us away." The child in gray lowered his head, submissively enduring the reprimand in silence. Observing this, Yin Cheng sighed. "Well, it seems we shall not encounter the individuals our elder sister and brother mentioned. Let's return." Qingjiu hesitated, glancing back at the direction they had come from, but there was no longer a trace of anyone. "That was definitely the one," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Yet Yin Cheng heard him and turned in surprise. "How do you know?" Qingjiu remained silent, and Yin Cheng, unable to contain his curiosity, craned his neck to look back, but found nothing. Frustrated for not advancing earlier, they trudged back, their dejection causing concern among the servants, who wished to inquire about the incident, but found no opportunity, as both boys remained tight-lipped. Later, reassured that nothing was amiss, the servants relaxed and refrained from probing further. The Anbei Marquis seldom hosted banquets. This time, they chose a courtyard located towards the east, adorned with blooming flowers and a rockery pond. Typically a leisure retreat for Yin Cheng. The courtyard connected to a reception hall at the front, while the training grounds for the Yin family's children lay at the rear. Presently, the male guests engaged in conversation within the reception hall, while the female guests enjoyed the flowers and observed the fish in the courtyard, their laughter filling the air. Earlier, the Marchioness of Anbei had made an appearance to personally greet the guests, but she was now busy elsewhere, her presence no longer felt. Mrs. Lin followed Mrs. Yu into the gathering, and upon seeing her conversing with other ladies, she seemed to have been forgotten, waiting patiently for an opportunity to join in. Lin Wan Yin and the other young ladies stayed close to their mothers, engaging in conversation only with familiar acquaintances, never straying far. As the young ladies were present, the discussion among the matrons revolved around attire and accessories, harmless chatter. Mrs. Lin chimed in. "The hairpins from Lujin Pavilion are indeed exquisite, though the craftsmanship takes quite a while. I ordered a red pin, yet it remains unfinished to this day." Lujin Pavilion, true to its name, was renowned for its luxurious offerings, yet its high prices were justified by the quality of its products. Their hairpins were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also uniquely crafted. Any similar items were incomparable in artistry and refinement. Naturally, those able to commission pieces from Lujin Pavilion were of respectable standing. Some matrons, reflecting upon this, initiated conversation with Mrs. Lin. After exchanging pleasantries and growing somewhat familiar, they began introductions. Upon learning that Zhang Ruliang was the wife of Lin Darren, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the expressions of the other ladies momentarily froze before returning to normalcy. Nevertheless, this brief silence alerted Mrs. Lin to an underlying tension. The lady who had previously conversed with Mrs. Yu cast a glance at Mrs. Lin, but said nothing, while the young lady beside her could no longer contain her curiosity. "So, you're the wife of the Lin family? Where's Fu Jin? Did she not come today?" It was Yang Shu who spoke. Earlier, she had sent an invitation to Fu Jin, intending to accompany her to the event, but Mrs. Yang believed that while the invitation was extended, Fu Jin's willingness to attend was another matter entirely, not wishing to put her in an awkward position. Thus, she arrived first, initially thinking Fu Jin would not attend, yet now she found it odd that Mrs. Lin was present without her. Mrs. Yang turned to scold Yang Shu. "Yang Shu," she reprimanded. Yang Shu pouted, but recognized her fault, offering a polite bow to Mrs. Lin. "I apologize for my rudeness," she said, to which Mrs. Lin graciously replied, "No offense taken." Mrs. Lin's slight nod conveyed neither warmth nor insistence, yet internally she felt a pang of anxiety. If her intuition was correct, The Yang family was likely connected to the Ministry of War. How was Fu Jin acquainted with someone from the minister in Appo's household? Concealing her doubts, she shifted her gaze and spoke gently. Our second daughter has resided in Nanjing City due to health issues since childhood, often indulged by her concubine mother, which has made her somewhat spoiled. She was meant to accompany us to congratulate the Marchioness of Anbei, but upon hearing of this gathering, she fell ill. Her words trailed off, leaving an implication that Fu Jin had feigned illness to avoid attendance. The matrons exchanged glances, unsure of whether to believe her. Given the recent incident involving Lin Darren's garden and the second daughter's purported illness, the Lin family certainly held a peculiar reputation. Yang Shu frowned, unwilling to accept that Fu Jin was spoiled, yet the idea that she might be feigning illness to avoid the gathering was plausible. She wondered what Fu Jin could possibly be occupied with, and if she would finish in time. If she did, perhaps Yang Shu would seek her out for a visit. I believe I just heard Miss Fu and Namp. Appo's name. Why have I not seen her? A charming voice floated in from outside the pavilion, drawing the attention of the gathering. They turned to see a young lady clad in yellow approaching. Although she was petite, her complexion appeared somewhat sallow, unable to be concealed even by makeup. The yellow attire accentuated her delicate features, yet the array of jewelry adorning her was dazzling, almost blinding to onlookers. Some recognized her and greeted her warmly. Miss Yang, you are not mistaken. We were just discussing the second daughter of the Lin family. Miss Yang had previously lived in Nanjing City, so she must have known her. The Duke and Appo's household had recently gained a prized jewel, so it was no surprise that her arrival would not go unnoticed. The official narrative was that she had been sent to Nanjing City to recuperate due to her frail health, but had since returned once her health improved. While this story lacked credibility, it was not entirely unfounded. Fu Jin fit this description perfectly. Thus, no one hesitated to mention her. Though only Fu Jin knew the truth about her parents, Jiang Bo and Jiang Mu. Zheng Zhu, seated nearby, gently interjected, I am not very acquainted with her. Miss Fu is quite lively. My health is poor, so I often find myself alone. Occasionally, when I do venture out, I see her enjoying leisure activities with young Master Su, which makes me envy their freedom. I can only remain in the courtyard. It is a pleasure to see familiar faces from Nanjing City here, but she has not arrived, has she? I thought I caught a glimpse of someone resembling her earlier. Chapter 82. That must be illness. Zheng Zhu and Appo's words stirred a shift in people in Appo's thoughts. Some individuals who were absent from the Lin family banquet were unaware of Fu Jin and Appo's existence and had no idea of her character. Listening to Zheng Zhu and Madame Lin's remarks, they began to perceive Fu Jin as lacking propriety and moral integrity, fostering a sense of disdain. The ladies who attended the Lin family banquet had only a fleeting interaction with Fu Jin, understanding the superficiality of such encounters. The truth of her character required further investigation, leading to a variety of opinions among the guests. Madame Lin seized the moment to utter a few more words, garnering attention. She merely reiterated Zheng Zhu's misunderstanding and mentioned the ancestral hall. The fire that consumed the ancestral hall was undeniably linked to the flower thief, a fact known well within their household. Yet, through Madame Lin and Appo's words, it became apparent that it was Fu Jin and Appo's clandestine meetings that precipitated this event. Lin Wanyin felt that Madame Lin and Appo's actions today were inappropriate. She tugged at her sleeve multiple times, urging her to cease speaking, but Madame Lin paid her no heed, which left her feeling exasperated. The Lin family's reputation was already tarnished, and now her mother had exacerbated the situation. While Fu Jin's character was indeed questionable, how would others perceive her, a fellow Lin family daughter? It was a case of harming oneself while attempting to harm another. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, Lin Wanyin and Appo's face burned with embarrassment, prompting her to concoct an excuse and leave hastily. If just moments ago Yang Shu had entertained some belief, now she was left utterly unconvinced, her face flushed with frustration. Fu Jin was not the sort to behave in such a manner. Madame Lin's smile waned slightly before she spoke gently. That is indeed the case. However, the second young lady is in the bloom of youth. experiencing her first stirrings of affection. It is a delicate matter for me to manage. Her words seemed to offer an explanation, but, upon reflection, they placed the blame squarely on Fujin and Appo's shoulders. It was difficult to convince anyone with mere words. Yet Zhengzhu's earlier insinuations had planted seeds of doubt in the minds of many. Indeed, if we are too strict, others will accuse us of oppressing the illegitimate daughter. If we are lenient, they will say we are biased in favor of the legitimate daughter. Mrs. Yu lamented in agreement. Thoughts of her own daughters, Yu and Uxin, only intensified the discomfort in the room. Yang Shu felt stifled and wished to interject, but a mere glance from Madame Yang silenced her. Elders spoke, juniors had no place to interrupt. Madame Yang, having refrained from scolding earlier to avoid further slandering Fujin, would not allow Yang Shu to speak out now, as it would seem inappropriate. Madame Yang wore a gracious smile, her gaze sweeping across the assembly before she spoke abruptly. You all are so quick to delineate between the legitimate and illegitimate daughters, yet none of you seem to blush when discussing matters of genuine affection and loyalty. These young ladies, barely having enjoyed a few years of comfort, are already being spoken of in terms of marriage proposals. With so few friends, and only just beginning to understand their own hearts, it is no wonder that Madame Lin has come to such a position at a young age. Her pointed remarks left the crowd speechless, particularly Zhang Runyang, whose face flushed crimson. She could not fathom why Madame Yang had suddenly turned hostile toward her, making such remarks publicly. Madame Lin and Appo's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as she attempted to defend herself. Ah, Madame Yang, you truly do not understand. Our second young lady. Her words trailed off, as if the truth were too difficult to voice, ultimately left unspoken to preserve appearances, as if to shield Fujin from further scrutiny. Not far beneath the shade of a tree, Fujin had been standing for a while, struggling to maintain her composure. She felt an urge to confront that old woman for maligning her character. Had Fujin not attended today, news of this incident would have surely spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. Fujin was taken aback by Zhang Runyang's foolishness. It was no wonder she had met an early demise in her previous life. Perhaps it had been at the hands of her own daughter. Regaining her composure, Fujin approached with a serene smile. Her steps were measured, her demeanor gentle. Despite her simple attire, her presence exuded undeniable grace. Yang Shu caught sight of her from the corner of her eye and immediately turned to look, her previous annoyance dissipating, and she relaxed into her seat with a grin, eager to witness the unfolding drama. She had always believed Fujin to be too strong-willed, to be easily bullied, and realized she had underestimated her resilience. Assuming Fujin was being tormented in the household, Fujin greeted the gathered ladies with a respectful bow, her movements poised. Yet, in the next moment, she hurriedly poured herself a cup of tea, displaying a sense of urgency, though she drank it in small sips, careful not to gulp. After finishing, she gently set down the cup and offered a soft smile, bowing once more. I apologize for my rudeness, esteemed ladies. As she spoke, she lifted a hand to dab at the beads of sweat on her forehead, having felt the heat beneath the tree. Despite her haste, she had arrived just in time. Her composed entrance, coupled with her courteous demeanor, instantly garnered a measure of goodwill from those present. With her striking beauty radiating a gentle warmth, she appeared entirely unpretentious. Madame Yang, beaming with joy, gestured for her to sit beside her and poured her another cup of tea. You are not late at all. There is still ample time. When I heard Madame Lin say you were unwell, I feared you might not attend. Fujin expressed her gratitude, holding the teacup in her hands and taking a sip before setting it down. She glanced at Madame Lin, who still seemed caught in disbelief, her thoughts clearly disarrayed. Fujin finally spoke, her voice soft yet uncertain. That must be illness. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized their inaccuracy and hastily corrected herself. I was somewhat unwell earlier, but I am much improved now. I confess I feel uneasy. I should have remained in the courtyard to accept my punishment. Sneaking out like this is indeed inappropriate. While I do not wish to disrespect the invitation extended by Madame Yang, nor do I want to miss the opportunity to present a birthday gift to Madame Anbei, evading my punishment is not right. Having spoken, Fujin raised her eyes with a hint of shyness, inquiring, Madam Lin, might you allow me this moment? I shall return and accept my punishment with double diligence. People are naturally inclined to gossip, and Fu Jin's words piqued the curiosity of the gathered ladies. What transgression has Miss Fu committed to warrant confinement? Madam Lin seemed to regain her composure and responded, surely, the second young lady isn't still muddled from the fire. Why would she still be punished? We had not allowed you to attend previously out of concern for your health. It would have been inauspicious. Now that you appear well, you need not suffer the chill of the wind, lest you fall ill again. Her tepid response effectively nullified Madam Lin's attempts to exonerate herself, leaving her feeling choked with emotion. It became clear to all who was truly at fault, revealing the insecurities of those who felt guilty. Madame Yang offered no courtesy in her retort. Even if she is not ill, you have certainly made her appear so with your words. Her double entendre was exquisite. Madame Lin and Appo's expression froze, and in an effort to regain her dignity, she assumed the authority of the matriarch, declaring, Chapter 83, the two families reconcile since the second young lady regards me as the matriarch. I shall shamelessly allow you to call me mother. I pondered that I had not spoken in error. On that day when I invited you, you did indeed claim to be unwell, did you not? With these two assertive statements, Zhang Runyang spoke with conviction, her demeanor betraying no hint of insecurity as she spoke the truth. It seemed she was intent on establishing her position. Yet, she overlooked the fact that today was a rare birthday banquet for the lady of Anbei Marquis, not an occasion for the Lin family. Fu Jin smiled silently, choosing not to engage in this dispute. She turned to serve tea to the other ladies, her demeanor composed and her movements fluid. The awkward atmosphere dissipated with her graceful actions. However, Zhang Runyang remained relentless, fixating on Fu Jin. Did the second young lady feel guilty and deliberately evade? I do not insist on being called mother by her. It is merely that the second young lady has grown accustomed to acting with arrogance, and I wish to avoid any misunderstandings. As the conversation dragged on, the expressions of the other ladies grew increasingly somber. Fu Jin glanced back at Zhang Runyang, her smile now absent. The lady of Anbei Marquis, being broad-minded and virtuous, had graciously extended an invitation to the Lin family. Fu Jin refrained from voicing the remaining implications, yet it was clear to all. According to protocol, the Lin family, given their official standing, was not entitled to such an invitation. They had merely experienced a stroke of luck. In this gathering, all seated ladies held a higher status than the Lin family, though they were all familiar faces. Those of even higher rank, such as the Chancellor and other esteemed ladies, were situated elsewhere. Had the lady of Anbei Marquis attended, she likely would not have recognized anyone from the Lin family. In such circumstances, bringing Lin Wanyin along was already excessive, let alone Fu Jin. Had it not been for that invitation, Fu Jin would not have been present. Moreover, regarding the matriarch, one could discern from Lady Lin's attitude that she truly had the audacity to speak. Which matriarch would dare to brazenly discuss her family's young lady's affairs in front of outsiders? The situation was quite clear now. The prior warmth of Fu Jin contrasted sharply with her current aloofness, leaving the other ladies intrigued by her complexity. This young lady Fu was not as gentle as she appeared on the surface. Her actions were unmistakably bold. Every family has its own story, and Fu Jin was not one to conceal her true nature. The ladies perceived this, leading them to be more inclined to engage with her. Compared to the oblivious Lady Lin, this young Lady Fu was astute yet devoid of ulterior motives. She was candidly conveying that she was merely playing her part, managing family matters with grace, maintaining a delicate balance that elicited no resentment. Madame Yang intervened, and the other ladies engaged in lively conversation with Fu Jin, the atmosphere remaining vibrant, while Lady Lin, still perplexed by the unfolding events, found herself increasingly overlooked. Returning from her pretense of leaving, Lin Wanyin spotted Fu Jin amidst the gathering of ladies, animatedly conversing, her eyes widening in disbelief. Fu Jin, who should be facing punishment at home, under watchful eyes, and without an invitation, how could she still be here? The scene Lin Wanyin had imagined played vividly in her mind, and she felt a tightening in her chest. If this continued, Fu Jin would surely overshadow her. Suddenly, she halted her thoughts, a glint of malice flashing in her gaze. and turned to intercept the servant. My sister's maid was feeling unwell and was taken by her people to rest. She was supposed to return shortly, yet she has yet to appear. Please, could you assist me in finding her? My sister is Fu Jin, the second young lady of the Lin family. The servant nodded in acknowledgement, and once he had moved on, he scratched his head in confusion. How could a Lin family young lady be named Fu? Not dwelling on it further, he proceeded to look for her, and it wasn't in Amp, Oppos, long before he indeed found her. The maid was none other than Chuanxing. She had followed Lin Wanyin to the Anbei Marquis' residence early that day, keeping her head lowered to avoid revealing her appearance. Upon entering the estate, she had dared to glance up, only to be astonished, momentarily forgetting her path. She had thought to witness the world alongside her young mistress, but instead was relegated to waiting due to her mistress's feigned illness. Nevertheless, the Anbei Marquis' residence was truly grand. Even this guest room was larger than her young mistress's chamber. Though lacking exquisite decor, it was furnished with all the essentials, crafted from sandalwood, something even the Lin family lacked. After some time of feeling restrained, she finally mustered the courage to loosen up. Before leaving, she had contemplated taking the sandalwood stool and Amp, Oppos, legs with her, but the presence of the Marquis and Amp, Oppos, servants deterred her, and she followed them out instead. As she walked a few steps, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I completely forgot the task my mistress entrusted to me. She then implored, might I trouble you, good sir, to assist me in finding Master Zhao Qian, the son of the Chancellor? I have something that needs to be delivered to him immediately. I am unfamiliar with the way, and if I delay, my mistress may take issue with me. Her plea was tinged with desperation, and as she spoke, tears threatened to fall. The servant, however, remained expressionless, conducting his duties with professionalism as he led her to find the young master. Chuanxing, seeing his lack of conversation, refrained from speaking further. In the banquet hall, there were older gentlemen like Lin Zhengru engaging in conversation, as well as young masters like Zhao Qian, who were participating in games and poetry contests in the courtyard. When Chuanxing arrived, the atmosphere was lively, as Zhao Qian had just made 3 successful throws, earning applause from the crowd. Everyone congratulated him, while under a tree sat Yin Chinxiu, distinctly out of place. Despite being the host of the residence, his serious demeanor and infrequent smiles rendered him unapproachable. When he was present, the atmosphere had been tense, but now that he had retreated to sit beneath the tree, the mood brightened. Some attempted to befriend him, hoping to invite him to join in the festivities, believing that as the young master and a promising youth, he would excel in the games. Yet, before anyone could speak, a servant brought forth a maid, drawing everyone into Amp, Oppos' attention, as they wondered if the banquet had commenced so early. Chuanxing, seeing so many handsome young men for the first time, felt her cheeks flush as she stood before Zhao Qian, trembling slightly. Zhao! Master Zhao! Zhao Qian hesitated, pondering, yet could not recall her. The maid appeared rather ordinary. Could she be someone he had inadvertently offended while intoxicated? Today was the lady of Anbei Marquis and Amp, Oppos' banquet, and should any trouble arise, he would surely face consequences upon his return. His expression soured slightly. Chuanxing tightened her grip, lowering her head to speak. Master Zhao, I am Chuanxing, the maid of the second young lady Fu Jin of the Lin family. My mistress regrets any past offenses and has sent me to deliver a token of apology. I hope Master Zhao can overlook previous grievances and facilitate a reconciliation between our families. As she spoke, Chuanxing offered a small sachet, deep blue in color and unadorned. Yin Chinxiu, upon hearing the name Fu Jin, lifted his gaze, recognizing it as identical to the one he had given her, prompting him to furrow his brow. Chapter 84. An unforgiving gaze, a moment of tranquility enveloped the courtyard, soon followed by a lively cacophony of laughter and chatter. Who, pray tell, is this Fu Jin? I have never heard of her before. Has Brother Zhao captured yet another beauty and Amp, Oppos' heart? Fu Jin? Ah, I recall her. She belongs to the Lin family. Which Lin family, you ask? The one whose backyard caught fire. At this reminder, memories flooded back. The recent gossip in the capital indeed revolved around the incident of the backyard fire. Some gazes shifted toward the money pouch, with hushed murmurs of discontent. Such a meager offering lacks sincerity. Zhao Qian, who had been feeling rather pleased with himself, glanced at the fragrant sachet and noted its utter simplicity, devoid of any pattern, merely a single color. He felt Fu Jin was being dismissive, and his expression soured. Spring Apricot, noticing his demeanor, hurriedly interjected an explanation. My young lady has always been rather carefree in Nanjiang City. It is indeed a challenge for her to take up needlework, and she has spent several nights toiling over this. One could not tell if she was promoting Fu Jin's lack of skill in women's work or highlighting the effort she had invested. Yet, the effect was palpable. Zhao Qian and Appo's expression softened, and he feigned generosity in shaking his head. It was nothing of great consequence that day. Miss Lin need not dwell on it. Despite these reassurances, his attentive servant had already discreetly collected the money pouch. This servant would return to inform the young lady, and surely she would be quite pleased. Spring Apricot bowed slightly and retreated under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As the game of throwing arrows continued to stir excitement, the crowd gravitated toward Zhao Qian, each eager to inquire about the events of that day. Remembering Zhao Qian's earlier displeasure, likely stemming from Fu Jin's teasing and her claims regarding her suitor, he would not divulge the details, leaving everyone even more curious. In the depths of their thoughts, whispers of scandal arose. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked if Lord Lin behaves thus. One could only imagine how Miss Lin must have been. With a sudden end amp, Appo's, thud, and amp, Appo's, 3 arrows soared above the heads of the crowd, deftly landing in the urn, startling everyone into silence. They turned to see the dark countenance of young Master Yin, whose sudden appearance beneath the tree had gone unnoticed, and it seemed his mood was even more foul. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed and somewhat intimidated, momentarily silenced. Yin Shinxiu lifted his gaze, voice frosty. Are we not to throw arrows? Are you merely standing here as targets? Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly parted, pushing and shoving one another in a bid to avoid his ire. Brother Zhao, please, you go first. No, you go ahead. Each hesitated, reluctant to approach, fearing the wrath of young Master Yin, and more so, the embarrassment of failing to impress him. After a few moments of indecision, Yin Shinxiu appeared to lose interest, returning to his seat beneath the tree, and the crowd exhaled in relief. It was then that a keen-eyed individual noticed that the money pouch once held by Zhao Qian and Appo's servant was now missing. Upon inquiry, Zhao Qian realized with dismay that it was indeed gone. The servant, oblivious to when it had vanished, hurried off to search. However, a cursory glance revealed naught but emptiness. Zhao Qian and Appo's expression darkened. He suspected that one of the admirers of Fu Jin had covertly taken it. Yet he could not voice his suspicion publicly and ultimately let the matter rest. Meanwhile, Qing Ji, who had quietly exited the courtyard, glanced disdainfully at the money pouch in his hand before tearing it apart and discarding it. What wretched fabric! It pales in comparison to the quality typical of the young master. Had he only stepped out for a brief errand, yet upon his return, this Miss Fu had even acquired the young master and Appo's money pouch, feeling as though he had missed something significant. Qing Ji suppressed his curiosity and resolved to pursue the maidservant. As instructed by the young master, he must keep a close watch and ensure nothing amiss occurs. Unaware of any of this, Fu Jin had nearly concluded her conversation with the various ladies, and noticing that Yang Shu was becoming restless, she sought an excuse to step outside for a moment of solitude. It was during this interval that Lin Huanin returned, seemingly unaffected by the earlier awkwardness, engaging in delightful conversation with Zhang Zhu. Their camaraderie drew laughter from the other ladies. Earlier, Lin Huanin had accompanied the Duchess to Fahua Temple, a topic of conversation that had not escaped the notice of the guests. As this was mentioned, Madame Lin exhaled heavily, straightening her posture with a sense of pride. However, she also recognized that her daughter had a strong will and refrained from speaking out, feigning calmness while sipping tea and listening to their chatter. Lin's sister is truly the best, gentle and courteous, with exceptional fortune. Just the other day, when I misplaced something, it was Lin's sister who discovered it for me. Compared to the two-faced remarks about Fu Jin, Zheng Zhu, and Apos, S. praise for Lin Huanin was heartfelt and unreserved. Yet, as she spoke, she inadvertently included Fu Jin in her narrative. Hearken, since Miss Lin's return, many events have transpired at the Lin residence. Fahua Temple is indeed quite efficacious. I do hope Madame Lin takes Miss Lin for a visit. One can almost sense her insinuation, as if to say that all misfortune stemmed from Fu Jin, branding her as an ill omen. Instantly, Zheng Zhu and Apos' implication was clear. Within the Lin household, one daughter was blessed, while the other was cursed. Lin Huanin, being astute, skillfully diverted the conversation. But whether the other ladies shared this sentiment remained uncertain. Noticing the time, they decided it was prudent to move along and seek out the Prime Minister's wife. Exchanging pleasantries and getting acquainted with the lady of Anbei, Fu Jin and Yang Shu followed closely beside Madame Yang, creating a distance from Madame Lin and the others. Madame Lin remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "The young lady is quite proud, her eyes no longer permitting the presence of others." With these words, she glanced at Lin Huanin, as if to imply that even the daughter of the Duke's household, despite her connections, remained humble and grounded. Clinging to lofty aspirations without caution could lead to a calamitous fall, and should one survive such a tumble, it would indeed be a most unseemly sight. Wouldn't you agree, madam? Fu Jin exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Yang, who chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it is all too apparent who seeks to ascend and who is sincere in their affections. As the group stepped into the corridor, they noticed the previously seated individuals rising to approach them. "I was just thinking, where have you been? You were quite tardy. Had you not arrived soon, I would have come looking for you." Dressed elegantly in purple, Shun Nongxue was adorned for the occasion, her subtle makeup enhancing her dignified grace. Though her expression bore no smile, the warmth in her words conveyed a gentle fondness. The crowd, intrigued, speculated on who might have received such a favorable reception from Miss Shun, drawing the attention of other ladies, including the Prime Minister's wife, who also turned her gaze toward the unfolding scene. Chapter 85. Binder upon catching sight of Yangshu ahead, the crowd and Apos, as expressions turned knowing. It was not uncommon for the Prime Minister and Apos' daughter to befriend the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. However, they were surprised when Miss Shun greeted Yangshu with a nod before making a beeline for Fu Jin, exclaiming, "Come quickly. I've saved you several delectable pieces." She pulled Fu Jin to sit in her previous spot, revealing a platter adorned with a variety of exquisite pastries, small yet delicately crafted, igniting an appetite in all who beheld them. Madame Shun chuckled at the scene, teasingly remarking, "I saw you hide quite a few earlier, thinking they were for me. But it seems I misunderstood." Shun Nongxue, shedding her previous aloof demeanor, smiled and offered a piece to Madame Shun, calling out to the still-standing Yangshu. This moment lightened the atmosphere, and many were intrigued by Fu Jin. They could not conceal their astonishment, prompting Shun Nongxue to introduce her as Fu Jin, rather than the second daughter of the Lin family, Lin Jin. Though curiosity lingered regarding the Shun and Lin families' unexpected camaraderie, no one dared to voice it. In the background, Lin Huanin and her companions observed Fu Jin mingling with the noble women while they remained overlooked, their hearts growing heavy. Today, the Duchess, who usually befriended Lin Huanin, was absent, leaving Fu Jin to bask in attention. Lin Madam, no longer disparaging Fu Jin, boldly urged Lin Huanin to approach, seizing the opportunity to introduce her daughter to the esteemed ladies. It appeared as though the Lin family's fortunes were about to rise. Yet there were those who sought to undermine her. "Our second daughter has grown while living in Nanjing," she remarked, "and I hope you ladies can forgive her. However, my Huanin is elegant, well-versed in literature and needlework, and the two sisters complement each other beautifully." Lin Huanin, drawn forth, met the gazes of the noble women, her heart relieved. At last, her mother had done something commendable, though she maintained an air of reluctance, performing her greetings with utmost decorum. Lin Huanin greets the esteemed ladies. "May you all be well." Madame Yang and Apos' countenance darkened, her silence betraying her disdain. The Lin family's lack of decorum was evident, and it was no wonder that Lan Shu had yet to meet her after returning. The latter, once spirited, now appeared to have succumbed to oppression. Thankfully, Fu Jin retained some of Lan Shu's former spirit, or the two would have faced even greater indignities. Today marked the birthday of the Duchess of Anbei, and Fu Jin wished to avoid any disturbances, hoping to please the lady and showing great restraint towards the Lin mother and daughter, who mistook her forbearance as an invitation to overstep boundaries. Lin Madam lamented, "Our second daughter has faced much hardship. She was born in the year the matriarch fell ill, and not long after." Realizing her words might be inappropriate, she quickly paused, gathering herself. But now, she has returned from Nanjing and is much beloved by the ladies. Her words, however, cast Fu Jin in a light akin to an object of amusement for the noble women. As Lin Madam prattled on, Fu Jin gracefully moved to the tea table, her delicate fingers pouring tea with poise and precision, all while the incessant chatter of Lin Madam filled the air. Before Lin Madam could finish her discourse, Fu Jin had already completed her task, offering tea with a gentle voice devoid of anger. "Forgive the interruption, esteemed ladies. The household and Appo's ignorance has marred your enjoyment. I shall attend to some family matters and return shortly to apologize." "Go ahead. No need for apologies. Family matters must be handled well. The tea is delightful," Madame Shun replied with a warm smile, dismissing her. The remaining ladies followed suit, offering no objections. As Fu Jin prepared to depart, a hand halted her. Lin Wanin, tears brimming in her eyes, suddenly knelt, her voice tinged with despair. "Please, second sister, spare my mother. She means no harm, just struggles with her words. I implore you to consider our past kindness and grant her this reprieve. After all, she is the mistress of the household." Her heartfelt pleas, coupled with her pitiful demeanor, evoked sympathy from those present. Fu Jin, casting a cold glance downward, replied with a mocking smile, "Does she deserve such leniency? You stood by silently as she spoke, so now, be silent. I tolerated her slanderous tongue, but I will not endure her humiliation of my mother. Remember this. Should either of you utter another malicious word, one of you will find yourself mute, or worse, bereft of speech." Chapter 86. Seal your lips. Lin Wanin's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet as she departed, she instantaneously grasped Fu Jin's intent. It is only the deceased who remain silent. Fu Jin and Appo's earlier utterances were neither loud nor soft, and those attentive to the situation certainly overheard them. But what of it? Setting aside the family matters, even the public humiliation of Miss Fu's mother by the Lin family would likely evoke no sympathy from the onlookers. Madame Shun observed Fu Jin's retreating figure, her gaze shifting slightly. The Fu surname is indeed rare. Although her voice was hushed and unclear to others, Shin Nongxue, seated beside her, comprehended it distinctly, a look of perplexity crossing her face. In stark contrast, Lin Wanin and Appo's countenance burned with embarrassment, and she dared not raise her head to gauge the crowd and Appo's reaction. Stumbling after Fu Jin, she resolved to plead her case to the bitter end, preferring that to becoming the subject of ridicule here. Meanwhile, Baozhu stood guard over Madame Lin beneath a tree. Although she desired to showcase Madame Lin and Appo's current disheveled state, she was mindful of the Anbei Marquis' residence, and thus kept her antics subdued, avoiding excessive attention. Madame Lin, having been silenced, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her face flushed with rage as she fought for breath, feeling as though she might suffocate. Yet, Baozhu remained steadfast, refusing to relent, her restraint already a testament to her patience. Gasping for air, Madame Lin barely managed to stave off fainting. Upon her arrival, Fu Jin found the scene somewhat comical. She stepped forward, removing the gag from Madame Lin's mouth. Just as Madame Lin sighed in relief, her jaw was seized, forcing her to look up, a sharp sting coursing through her lips. The glint of the silver needle in Fu Jin's hand caught the light, its tip poised against Madame Lin's lower lip, drawing forth a droplet of blood, as if to sew her lips shut in the next moment. Madame Lin and Appo's complexion drained of color, her fear rendering her lips mute and trembling, her gaze filled with terror as she beheld Fu Jin, as if witnessing her prowess for the first time. "If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Today, I can endure, but next time may not be the same." Fu Jin disdainfully released her grip, her brow furrowing in distaste as she cast the silver needle aside. Madame Lin shuddered, as if foreseeing her fate aligned with that discarded needle. Rather than plotting against me, you ought to ponder how to report back after your return. Do you think he might tear your mouth apart? A wicked smile graced Fu Jin and damp Appo's lips, her eyes glinting with malevolence. The words Madame Lin had intended to hurl in anger were stifled in her throat. While she had previously schemed how to explain herself to Lin Jingru, now she was utterly bewildered. The ladies had believed her words. Yet now the tide had turned against the Lin family, their reputation plummeting. If Lin Jingru were to learn of this, almost immediately, she accepted the veracity of Fu Jin and Appo's claims, finding no time to dwell on other matters or perhaps too fearful to confront them, instinctively avoiding the thought. Without hesitation, had Fu Jin not shown restraint, she would have indeed pierced her lips. She instinctively touched the corner of her mouth, wincing at the pain and noticing blood on her fingers. Seeing her recognition of the gravity of the situation, Fu Jin cast her one last lingering glance before departing. In the Marquis and Appo's residence, if she were to confront Zhang Runyang, the latter would certainly cause a scene, rendering Fu Jin and Appo's previous forbearance futile. Now, however, Zhang Runyang was preoccupied with the impending inquiries from Lin Jingru, anxiously contemplating her defense, unable to find peace. By nightfall, a confrontation between Lin Jingru and Zhang Runyang was inevitable, potentially yielding an unexpected reward for Zhang Runyang. Such tactics were far more effective against her than mere violence. Barely had Fu Jin departed when Lin Wanyin arrived, oblivious to the exchange between Fu Jin and her mother, who appeared somewhat disoriented. No matter her inquiries, her mother remained reticent. If her mother bore any wounds, Lin Wanyin could leverage them to express her displeasure towards Fu Jin, revealing the malice hidden beneath her charming facade. Yet, there was nothing to exploit, the only suspicious mark being her mother and Appo's lips, which she insisted were merely an accident. With no recourse, Lin Wanyin decided to bide her time, knowing she had other plans. Unbeknownst to Fu Jin, in her single-minded focus on unsettling Zhang Runyang, she overlooked a nearby observer. Coincidentally, it was Qing Jue, who had just returned from keeping an eye on Chuanxing and had witnessed the earlier spectacle, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be most ruthless. Fu Jin's demeanor had been strikingly fierce. Upon returning, he discreetly relayed the incident to the young master, expecting some reaction, but instead found him indifferent, as if such occurrences were commonplace, which left him feeling rather deflated as he sought entertainment elsewhere. Under the tree, Yin Chenxiu remained seated, seemingly unchanged from before, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, hinting at amusement. Fu Jin was truly remarkable. Ruthless? Perhaps not entirely. The sight of someone unflinchingly taking lives atop a mountain was a different kind of ruthlessness. She would not hesitate even if it meant inflicting self-harm. Yet, her behavior today was unusual, somewhat out of character. Nevertheless, it was intriguing. She would be well suited for the court of judicial review, where criminals would surely bow before her. In the ladies' and Appo's quarters, the women were engaged in conversation when Fu Jin and the Lin mother-daughter duo returned. The former's icy demeanor replaced by an appropriate smile, leaving no room for criticism. In contrast, the Lin pair appeared somewhat dazed, lost in their thoughts, nearly straying from their path. Though the onlookers were curious, it was not the time for discussion, and they refrained from probing further, casting disdainful glances at the Lin family, whose conduct warranted their distance. Shen Nongxue, however, was not just any observer. Upon seeing Fu Jin and Appo's return, she seized the opportunity to pull her aside. Just as she was about to inquire, another head suddenly appeared beside her, startling her. "Miss Yang? I wish to hear too." Yang Shuxuan grinned brightly, winking at Fu Jin, clearly more interested in gossip than the current monotony. Fu Jin deemed the sordid details unfit for their ears, shaking her head and instead broaching the topic of her previous promise to Yang Shuxuan. "When we be free, I shall take you." At the sound of this, Yang Shuxuan and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost eager to rush off immediately, yet she managed to restrain herself. In a few days, I will find you. It seemed that upon returning home, her mother would insist on imparting some decorum, especially after her poor display today, though she could hardly be blamed, as Madame Lin had been utterly repugnant. Where are you going? May I join you? Fu Jin and Yang Shu Shuang both turned to look at her, causing Shen Nongshu and Appo's face to redden. Should word get out that the dignified Shen girl was frequenting establishments of ill repute. Chapter 87. An auspicious moment. A cordial greeting, just the mere thought of that scene allowed Fu Jin to foresee the severity with which Prime Minister Shun and Madame Shun would treat her. However, before she could decline, Yang Shu joyfully spoke up. Of course. Piece by piece, this is my first time too. I didn't expect you, Miss Shun, to be kindred spirits like me. I assumed you were aloof and hard to approach, as the rumor suggested. Well, there goes the opportunity to refuse. Fu Jin suddenly regretted bringing this up at such a moment. Yet it was not over. A bright voice sounded from the side. Ah, Jin, you can't play with them without me. That is unacceptable. I must join as well. Yang Shu and Shun Nongshu gasped in surprise. Fu Jin felt a headache coming on. Perfect. Now Shi Yuan was also on his way with a sword in hand. Before Fu Jin could refuse, Madame Shun and the others had already spotted Yin Ruo and approached her in succession. Just a few steps behind Yin Ruo was today's guest of honor, Madame Anbei Hu. Dressed in a striking crimson gown, Madame Anbei Hu had a bright demeanor. Yin Ruo and Appo's poised elegance closely resembled hers. She walked with confidence, each step exuding grace. The crowd rose together, approaching Madame Anbei Hu to bow in greeting. We have met Madame Anbei Hu. May you be filled with joy, surrounded by children and grandchildren, and may your wishes be fulfilled. Wishing you peace and happiness. An auspicious moment, a cordial greeting. Following this, everyone chimed in with their congratulatory remarks, enlivening the atmosphere. Everyone, please take a seat. No need to stand. Madame Anbei Hu waved her hand. She did not sit at the head of the table, but chose a nearby seat, thus fostering a sense of intimacy with the other ladies rather than appearing distant. As a result, Fu Jin found herself in high demand. Shun Nongshu tried to pull her over. Yang Shu did the same, but ultimately, Yin Ruo intercepted and led her to sit down first. Yang Shu, quick on her feet, took the seat beside her, while Shun Nongshu, unbothered, settled next to Yang Shu. As the four of them sat together, each radiating their unique charm, Madame Anbei Hu's gaze fell upon the girl in the dark blue dress, who stood out the most and appeared the most unfamiliar. Yet, she had just heard that phrase, an auspicious moment, a cordial greeting, come from the lips of this very girl. She seemed well-versed in literature, akin to the Shun family, but alas, it was a pity. Noticing Madame Anbei Hu's attention, Fu Jin and Appo's heart raced. She stood up and respectfully greeted her. You are Fu Jin, aren't you? There and Appo's. No need for such formality. You may rise. Madame Anbei Hu replied, understandingly. No wonder both the Yang and Shun families sought invitations. You are indeed a beauty. Fu Jin hesitated slightly, uncertain about what Madame Anbei Hu meant by no need for formality, but she had heard the rumors. However, she could not inquire further. Everyone knew that Madame Anbei Hu rarely hosted a birthday banquet. Surely it was for young Master Yin. And now that Fu Jin had revealed herself before Madame Anbei Hu, the other families were eager to present their daughters to her. Whether or not it would yield results was another matter. What mattered was leaving a good impression. Thus, Fu Jin found herself in a contemplative silence, gazing vacantly. In her past life, her relationship with Madame was not particularly bad, but merely harmonious. If one were to speak of familiarity, it was her bond with her sister that was closer. At one point, she believed Madame did not favor her, hence rarely appearing before her. It was only later that she understood Madame did not dislike her, but simply did not know how to interact with her. Her own avoidance only deepened that misunderstanding, leading to their estrangement. In her previous life, she had not handled things well, realizing her mistakes all too late. What are you thinking? Is your injury healed? Yin Ruo looked at her with concern. It's completely healed. You needn't worry, sister. The two leaned close, whispering so as not to attract attention. But Fu Jin had already drawn many gazes due to her previous prominence. Then a delicate voice chimed in, "Miss Fu, arriving fashionably late surely means you have prepared a splendid gift. Please do not hide it away. Let's all see." It was Zheng Zhu, whose knack for fabricating tales had grown. To suggest a connection between arriving late and preparing a gift was a stretch. The gifts were typically presented alongside the invitations to the steward. At this moment, the other young ladies bringing their gifts were doing so individually, as a personal token, hoping to make a good impression before Madame Anbei. Zheng Zhu and Appo's deliberate mention aimed to highlight the Lin family and Appo's modest status, implying they could not afford anything of worth. While others spoke freely, Zheng Zhu herself had not presented a gift earlier. Now, she chose to challenge Fu Jin, which was rather hypocritical. Yet, since Zheng Zhu had initiated this, she appeared prepared. "Then I shall present my humble offering first. It pales in comparison to Miss Fu's." Her confidence seemed to stem from an understanding of Fu Jin's gift. As she spoke, Zheng Zhu's maid stepped forward, revealing a box. Inside lay a stunning Hetian jade pendant, remarkable in quality and striking among the offerings. Hetian jade is rare, and Zheng Zhu's effort to acquire such a piece demonstrated her sincerity. "This pendant is truly exquisite. The jade gleams with a lustrous quality, truly a fine piece." Zheng Zhu has an eye for beauty. Indeed, it is Madame Anbei who is most deserving of such a treasure, the onlookers praised, with some exaggeration. Hearing this, a smile brightened Zheng Zhu's face. Although it took considerable effort, having this pendant presented to Madame was worth the trouble. Zheng Zhu is thoughtful. Madame Anbei nodded, and her maid stepped forward to accept the box. Zheng Zhu felt elated, lightly shaking her head and muttering, "It's worth it." But she awaited further praise from Madame Anbei that never came, leaving her somewhat disheartened. This pendant had cost her dearly, and she had anticipated a moment of glory. Others admired it, but Madame Anbei's lack of enthusiasm left Zheng Zhu uncertain. Perhaps there was no comparison? Suddenly, Zheng Zhu's gaze shifted to Fu Jin. "My offering cannot compare to Miss Fu's." Zheng Zhu's Hetian jade was indeed rare, yet her certainty in her comparison to Fu Jin piqued the curiosity of everyone present regarding what Fu Jin had prepared. If Fu Jin could not produce anything, it would be embarrassing. Conversely, if Fu Jin's gift did not surpass Zheng Zhu's, she would be equally humiliated. Feeling the tension, Shen Nongxue contemplated presenting her own gift to ease the situation for Fu Jin, but just as she prepared to rise, she noticed Fu Jin moving, prompting her to hold back. "Miss Zheng, you jest. While Hetian jade is indeed precious, my modest gift is hardly worthy of comparison." Chapter 88. He is looking for you in full view of the crowd. Fu Jin spoke calmly, presenting a gift with both hands, unadorned by a box, simply carried as it was. What lay in her hands, a crimson wrist guard, serendipitously matched the hue of Lady Anbei's attire, suggesting it was tailored specifically for her. The edges of the guard were outlined in golden threads, crafted from exquisite silk brocade, soft yet sturdy. Having heard tales of the lady's youthful grace and beauty, I was inspired to present this token to her. Although it may not be of use to her now, I hope she does not find my craftsmanship lacking. Bao Zhu appeared somewhat taken aback. She had previously witnessed the young lady crafting such an item at the tavern and had assumed it was for her own use, questioning its suitability. At that time, the young lady had insisted it was appropriate, and Bao Zhu had refrained from probing further, unaware of the forthcoming birthday celebration for Lady Anbei, which the young lady had evidently prepared for in advance. Zheng Zhu regarded her with disdain. Truly, it was a lackluster offering, though the words were sweetly spoken. Yet, it was Fu Jin's sincerity that shone through. While my household possesses several wrist guards, they were merely acquired alongside garments, lacking novelty or creativity. Fu Jin's was indeed the most appealing. Zheng Zhu feigned innocence, her gaze fixed on the wrist guard in Fu Jin's hands, as if genuinely enamored. However, her insinuations hinted that Fu Jin's gift was trivial, unoriginal, and unattractive, barely stopping short of accusing her of insincerity. It was indeed a commendable piece. Zheng Zhu's smile faltered, her eyes flitting to Lady Anbei, her grip tightening. After all, how could Lady Anbei publicly express discontent? She would likely feign appreciation to uphold her dignity. No matter how exquisite, it could not rival the jade piece she had gifted. The thought of which made Zheng Zhu wince at the expense incurred. She had not spent such a fortune herself. As Lady Anbei spoke, her maid stepped forward to accept Fu Jin's congratulatory gift, but instead of placing it among the other offerings, Lady Anbei inspected it closely, a smile widening on her face. "Miss Fu has put in much thought," she remarked. "If the lady is pleased, that suffices." Lady Anbei smiled. Insha Nongxue stepped forward to present her own gift. Before she could approach, Lady Anbei instructed her maid, "Take it to my chamber." The crowd gasped in surprise, but the maid, unfazed, procured a suitable box, transferring the wrist guard inside before departing with it. Clearly, Lady Anbei held a genuine fondness for this item, and it was no coincidence that the piece she had set aside was the most expensive jade, the very one Zheng Zhu had gifted. The maid had acted without malice, merely choosing a fitting box. Nevertheless, Zheng Zhu perceived this as an affront, convinced that the maid had been swayed by Fu Jin, deliberately undermining her. Her smile faded entirely. At that moment, Yin Chenxiu, clad in dark attire, approached with an air of elegance and composure that drew the attention of all. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Could it be that young Master Yin had come to make an appearance? The young ladies instinctively adjusted their attire, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Zheng Zhu's frozen smile twisted into something more grotesque than tears, yet no one paid her any mind. Lady Anbei's smile had yet to dissipate, but she was taken aback upon seeing Yin Chenxiu approach. He paused, glancing at Lady Anbei and then at Shen Nongxue, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Hadn't she always found it challenging to engage with Miss Shen? Why was she so cheerful now? His perplexed expression was not lost on the many eyes that followed him, shattering their hearts in the process. Rumors had circulated in the capital suggesting that Miss Shun and young Master Yin were a match made in heaven, but without witnessing it firsthand, they remained skeptical. Yet, the sight of them together at this moment was indeed heart-stirringly beautiful. Yang Shu shook her head, marveling at how someone as cold and austere as Yin Chenxiu could elicit such daydreams from them. Fu Jin stifled a laugh, amused by how Yin Chenxiu was portrayed as a fearsome beast. He was hardly as terrifying as they imagined. Yin Chenxiu stood before Lady Anbei. "The stage is prepared. My father asked me to inform you that we may proceed." Lady Anbei's heart skipped a beat. Surely, such a trivial matter did not warrant his personal communication. Could it be he had developed an interest in someone? The thought of his earlier gaze toward Shen Nongxue sent a chill down her spine. But he had previously asserted that it was not as it seemed. Had he suddenly gained clarity? The more she pondered, the more plausible the idea became, and Lady Anbei nodded, her expression growing complex, unaware of her thoughts. Yin Chenxiu hesitated before turning toward Yin Ruo. Seated with Fu Jin, Yin Ruo subtly shifted aside. Even though they had little interaction, Yang Shu, however, seemed to shrink away from him. Upon noticing Yin Chenxiu's approach, Yin Ruo initially believed he was seeking Fu Jin, only to find he was actually looking for her. "Sister, I left something with you earlier. If you're not busy, I'd like to retrieve it." Yin Ruo paused, taken aback. When had he left something? Why the cryptic language? Just as she was about to inquire, she caught a glimpse of him staring at her, though his peripheral vision was fixed on Fu Jin. Suddenly enlightened, she realized he was indeed seeking Fu Jin. "Oh, you can take it, but not empty-handed." Yin Chenxiu sighed in resignation, acknowledging her request. Surrounded by female guests, he felt it inappropriate to linger, and after speaking, he departed. Fu Jin, keen to avoid suspicion, had kept her gaze lowered and thus missed his glance. Only after he left did she lift her head, catching sight of his retreating figure. His posture was upright, his pace measured, appearing no different from others. Fu Jin furrowed her brow, touching the medicinal pouch concealed within her sleeve. "Do not look, you heard him right. I'll have someone take you to my courtyard shortly. He is looking for you." Fu Jin appeared puzzled. Why had he said such a thing? Yin Ruo smiled knowingly, remaining silent. As Shen Nongxue presented her gift, the others likewise offered theirs, and soon the proceedings concluded. Lady Anbei directed everyone toward the stage. The guests had arrived early, and, as the banquet had yet to commence, the stage had been set up prior to the meal. While there were no strict gender separations, consideration was given to the modesty of the young ladies, positioning them accordingly. At the forefront sat Lord Anbei and Lady Anbei, flanked by Yin Ra and Yin Chinxiu, followed by various dignitaries and their wives, with the young gentlemen and ladies seated afterward. The gentlemen occupied the left side, while the ladies took the right, with Fu Jin seated on the left side of the center, close to the gentlemen. Just as she settled in, a wave of laughter erupted. Chapter 89. Is there no one to support a girl who is wronged? So this is Miss Fu, truly stunning in her beauty. Zhao, my dear brother, you are indeed fortunate. Miss Fu has gone to great lengths for you, bringing gifts to apologize and selecting a prime spot to sit down. How can you remain unmoved? It is perplexing what type of woman you truly desire. The voices of the group were not particularly loud, but within earshot of Miss Fu, everything was crystal clear. It was only then that she noticed Zhao Qian seated across the way, her brow furrowing in concern. Gifts? What gifts? Yang Shu and Appo's face was filled with indignation. How could he still dare to extort you? Absolutely shameless. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yang Shu had once seen Zhao Qian as a paragon, her heart entirely devoted to him. However, having witnessed his true nature and with the likes of Shi Yuan around, she now perceived Zhao Qian as fundamentally flawed, especially now, upon hearing these words and recalling the rumors she had previously encountered. She suspected he might have been the source of those very rumors, tarnishing a young lady's reputation with such despicable actions. Though Miss Lin's embroidery skills were lacking, her intentions were appreciated. However, Miss Fu is not the kind of woman Zhao Qian envisions. I hope she holds her dignity. Zhao Qian shook his head lightly, his expression marred by guilt, as if he had unwittingly wronged the lady before him. Madame Lin had already overheard their conversation and was internally fretting about her report upon returning home when suddenly her spirits lifted. If Miss Fu and Zhao Qian were to be united, her own troubles would resolve themselves. Immediately, she turned back with a beaming smile. Young Master Zhao, with your charming demeanor and striking appearance, our second daughter indeed seems unworthy. However, she possesses steadfastness and sincerity in all matters. Young Master Zhao should not let a mere misunderstanding create distance between you two. The more she spoke, the more absurd her claims became. Not to mention that Miss Fu and Zhao Qian were not even acquainted. Even if they were betrothed, it would be utterly inappropriate to discuss such matters in public, for it would paint her as a frivolous and forward young lady, one who is eager to attach herself to a man of status. Miss Fu lifted her gaze. Her eyes icy. The second daughter does not, but the elder daughter certainly has someone. If young Master Zhao does not mind, she could suffice. However, perhaps she would not even deign to look your way. With a disdainful smile, she continued, if all else fails, young Master Zhao may wait a decade or so for Lord Lin to make another daughter. With that, she tilted her head to gaze at him. My surname is Fu, not Lin. Moreover, I do have a maid named Chuanxing, but today I have brought only one attendant. Indeed, she has been by my side the whole time. Yang Shu chimed in. The maid swiftly took Madame Lin away, covering her mouth. I distinctly remember that. Since there is an item, let us see it. Miss Fu asserted confidently. The money pouch had been taken by Lin Wan Yin once, and she had guarded it carefully, ensuring there would not be a second instance. It was likely a counterfeit, and if so, what was there to fear? To her surprise, Zhao Qian and his entourage fell silent, as if they had been rendered mute. Could it be that the pouch had vanished? What a disgraceful scenario that would be. Seeing their silence, Miss Fu lifted her eyelids, her gaze fierce and commanding. Regardless, young Master Zhao, with your lack of intellect and frivolous demeanor, you are merely adept at charming naive young ladies. I am not one of them. I kindly request that you keep your distance in the future, lest you be misunderstood as persistently pursuing me, which would be of no benefit to you. Her words rang familiar, and as the crowd pondered, they began to align with Miss Fu's reasoning. Recognizing that Zhao Qian's infatuation with her had perhaps led him to eavesdrop and subsequently stage a scenario involving a money pouch to salvage his pride and maintain their connection. If she were an ordinary young lady, She might have endured the humiliation, but Miss Fu was fiercely determined, pressing the matter until it reached this point. Even Lin Wanyin, who had orchestrated this situation, was taken aback, almost convinced by Miss Fu's assertions. Noticing that those around them seemed to accept Miss Fu's narrative, she bit her lip, wishing for Chuanxing to appear. If Chuanxing emerged and confirmed that it was indeed Miss Fu who had commanded the delivery, then nothing Miss Fu said would matter. She cast a glance at her maid, who immediately understood and began to discreetly withdraw from the crowd. On the other side, Baozhu had been keeping an eye on Lin Wanyin's movements and promptly followed suit. The commotion had grown increasingly loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. And as the opera was about to commence, Yin Ruo approached the scene. Jin, what has transpired? Her voice was gentle, laced with concern, and the familiarity of her address made it even more intimate. Zhao Qian and the others were equally surprised. None present were unfamiliar with Yin Ruo. The daughter of the Duke of Anbei, renowned for her fiery temper, she was known to leap into battle with little provocation, a true firebrand. Chapter 90. How could one mistake the person? Upon witnessing the scene, the individual beside Zhao Qian inquired, do Miss Yin and Miss Lin and Miss Fu know each other? Initially intending to say Miss Lin heir, he recalled Fu Jin's words and altered his phrasing. What do you intend to do with the one I am protecting? Yin Ruo lifted her head, straightened her posture, and flexed her shoulders. Casting a challenging glance at the individual, the person hurriedly shook his head, resembling a rattledrum. I dare not. Fu Jin felt a warmth in her heart and smiled gently. It is merely a trivial matter. Sister, you need not worry. The lady is looking for you. You should go see her. As Yin Ruo approached, the gazes directed at her increased significantly. If she lingered any longer, it might disturb Lady Anbei, which would be an unnecessary fuss over such a minor issue. Heeding her words, Yin Ruo scrutinized the situation, confirmed that nothing serious was amiss, and proceeded ahead. Once she departed, servants from the Anbei Marquis' residence came forward, escorting Zhao Qian to the far left, amidst a throng of people, positioned at an angle that made it impossible for him to catch a glimpse of Fu Jin, even if he craned his neck. The crowd assumed it was arranged by Yin Ruo and paid it no heed. In the front row, the imposing Anbei Marquis sat firmly in his seat, exuding an air of authority cultivated through years of warfare, causing others to tremble at the mere sight of him, particularly with his equally stern-faced son, Yin Shixi, seated beside him. The resemblance between the two was apparent, yet Yin Shixi bore a striking likeness to Lady Anbei, with elongated eyes, a prominent nose, and thin, straight lips that enhanced his aloof demeanor. Uninterrupted, the Anbei Marquis could clearly observe and hear his son's actions, prompting him to voice his curiosity. When did you develop a grievance with Zhao Qian? Why else would you see him in such a remote corner, keeping your distance? Yin Xinxiu maintained a composed demeanor, responding, his character is lacking. At this, the Anbei Marquis found it rather amusing. There were many present with questionable character, yet he had never seen his son arrange any such measures against them. What are you talking about? Are you still watching? Lady Anbei, having waited long without seeing her husband, turned her head and gently tapped the armrest of her chair. The Marquis quickly turned around. What is there to watch in a play? None compare to your beauty today, my dear. Lady Anbei and Apos, as cheeks flushed, scolding him playfully, what nonsense. Quickly look. As the sounds of the performance began, the audience and Apos, as attention was captured, the play titled The Female General. However, just as it commenced, the steward of the Marquis' residence hurried in, bending to whisper in the Marquis' ear. The Marquis waved his hand, and shortly after, the performance ceased. As the crowd murmured in confusion, they witnessed the Anbei Marquis and Lady Anbei rise, and footsteps approached from the other side. The audience turned toward the sound, spotting a luxurious sedan chair advancing. Some familiar faces recognized it, whispering, isn't that the sedan of the Duke's residence? How did it come to the Anbei Marquis' house? The sedan's presence suggested a grand display, raising questions about the treatment of the host. Zheng Zhu, hearing the whispers, looked over in bewilderment. Indeed, she recognized the sedan and stepped forward. Before reaching it, the sedan came to a halt, and a servant assisted the occupant out, coughing heavily before being seen. The voice gave away the identity of the person as the duke's eldest son, Zheng Huai. Elder brother? Zheng Zhu exclaimed with confusion, and in the next moment, she was bowing and standing beside him. Zheng Huai nodded, appearing too weak to speak, pausing for a moment before saluting the Anbei Marquis and his wife. Zheng Huai acknowledged both the Marquis and Lady Anbei, wishing Lady Anbei a joyous birthday. After a brief pause, he turned to Yin Shinxiu. Yin Shitzi. His gaze ultimately settled on Yin Ruo. Miss Yin, I have come today to seek you. The implication was rather ambiguous, especially considering Zheng Huai and Appo's frail condition. Sure enough, the crowd grew curious about Zheng Huai and Yin Ruo and Appo's relationship. Yin Ruo faced the situation with poise, her tone resolute. What is it? Zheng Huai smiled apologetically, and away from him, the servant presented a brocade box. With a voice barely above a whisper, he continued, On that day, when I was gravely ill, my servant acted rashly and offended Miss Yin. He deserves punishment for his wrongdoings, and it has been many days since. He has served me loyally for years, and the fault lies with me. I apologize on his behalf, and hope Miss Yin can find it in her heart to forgive him this once. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Huai was overtaken by another fit of coughing, his face pale and devoid of color, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment. Noticing his condition, the servant stepped in to assist, pushing the brocade box forward. Upon hearing of Lady Anbei and Appo's birthday, the Empress was delighted and has sent gifts through the Duke and Appo's residence to celebrate. The Duke and Appo's residence being the Empress and Appo's family. Zheng Huai and Appo's visit to apologize and retrieve his servant was clearly backed by the Empress. To onlookers, it was merely a servant and Appo's blunder, yet the Duke and Appo's residence took it seriously, displaying a sense of compassion. Conversely, should the Anbei Marquis' household refuse to reconcile, it would appear ungrateful, perhaps even disrespectful to the Empress. At a birthday banquet, with many eyes upon them, this occurrence felt less like a gift and more like an affront. If accepted, even a powerless son of the Duke and Appo's residence could openly humiliate the Anbei Marquis and Appo's family, who were already in a precarious position, potentially inviting further trouble. Fujinam Appo's gaze shifted, and with a calm demeanor, she stepped forward, smiling as she said, So was this matter that young Master Zheng referred to? It seems you have even mistaken the person. Zheng Zhu, who had been attentively listening, furrowed her brow upon seeing Fu Jin step forward. What is the matter with Miss Fu? Miss Zheng mentioned that day when young master's servant splashed a bowl of hot porridge on me. Had I not injured my foot, Sister Yin and Appo's face would have been marred. Sister Yin was concerned for me and, in her anger, reported the servant to the authorities. I was preoccupied with my recovery and momentarily forgot. Had young Master Zheng not brought it up today, I would not have recalled. Turning her gaze toward Zheng Huai, she continued, Since young Master Zheng is pleading for leniency, I shall not make things difficult for him. When I return, I will visit the magistrate, and once his sentence is served, I will see him released. After all, young Master Zheng has stated that punishment is warranted for wrongdoings. Individuals like young Master Zheng, who are reasonable, are rare, unlike some who would claim ignorance, blaming it all on their servants. Fu Jin and Appo's smile was bright and clear, her every word resonating clearly for all to hear. Lady Anbei and Appo's eyes sparkled with admiration, growing increasingly fond of Fu Jin. Initially expecting her to be like Shun Nongxiu, graceful and elegant, she was pleasantly surprised to find her to possess a sharp wit as well. How delightful! Chapter 91. Naturally, she is special. Even Yin Shinxiu's eyes lifted slightly at the corners, hinting at a smile. Miss Fu's words, though seemingly simple, effectively resolved a difficult situation. By stating the facts and revealing the misdeeds of the young servant, she subtly altered the crowd and Appo's perception of Zheng Huai. If it were a trivial matter, seeking leniency would be acceptable. However, to allow a young lady to be disfigured and expect her to graciously plead for mercy is nothing short of selfish and cruel. Standing alone to confront the issue, Zheng Huai sought to blend his apology with the queen's gifts, thereby putting the duke's residence in a difficult position. With Fu Jin stepping forward, the act of apology was distinctly separated from the gifts, as she was the one injured and the one who sent the young servant to the authorities. If reconciliation was to be sought, it had to be her doing. Furthermore, she countered Zheng Huai's words, putting him in a precarious position. He could either continue to plead for the miscreant servant and appear unreasonable, or he would find his efforts in vain, achieving nothing. In a brief moment, the situation shifted from adversity to a masterful counterattack, a rare and intriguing occurrence. Yet, one point was overlooked. Even though she had gained the upper hand today, it was likely that Zheng Huai would retaliate upon returning. But what did it matter? The queen and Appo's gifts were accepted, and they could return to the palace to express their gratitude at a later date. Since young Master Zheng had come, should he not remain to bask in the joy? Yan Qinxiu tactfully remarked, even preserving Zheng Huai's dignity, allowing the duke's residence to maintain its decorum. What appeared to be a perfectly ordinary statement cast a shadow over Zheng Huai and Appo's expression. The mention of joy seemed to mock his ailing condition. Moreover, the outcome of today's events had not met his expectations, and lingering would only serve to make him the subject of ridicule. As emotions swelled, Zheng Huai's face flushed. His words stumbled, and he coughed incessantly, resembling a man on the brink of death. The young servant dared not let him linger, hastily escorting him away. Upon seeing him depart, Zheng Zhu too felt compelled to leave, turning to follow suit. The arrival of the Duke and Appo's residence stirred a commotion akin to a farce. It made little impact, yet significantly affected the mood. The frown on the Countess of Anbei's brow eased at Fu Jin's appearance, replaced with a layer of joy, and she wished to draw the young lady to her side. However, Yen Ruo, quick-witted, urged Fu Jin to return to her seat first. Had she sat in the front, Fu Jin might have felt particularly uncomfortable. Fu Jin cast a grateful glance at her and did not dare to look at Yan Qinxiu, hastily returning to her place. The gazes from all around caused her brows to furrow slightly, yet she said nothing. Yang Shukuikli Leonid Crosser, whispering, many had inquired about you, likely believing that because you saved Miss Yan, you have formed a bond with her, and they wish to ingratiate themselves with you. Previously, people wondered why the Lin family, so unrelated to the Anbei Duke's residence, had Miss Yin treating Fu Jin with such special regard. Now, the reason is clear. The envy and jealousy in the crowd were palpable, each imagining how splendid it would be if they had been the ones to save Miss Yin. However, they were blind to the truth. You need not seek favor from the Duke's residence. Yang Shu was utterly certain, her excitement barely contained as she grasped Fu Jin's arm. When those unseeing individuals come to bully you, they shall surely regret it. Imagining that scene, Yang Shu broke into a self-amused smile. Fu Jin, somewhat helpless, tapped her forehead, urging her to keep her distance. Why do you never think of my well-being? She had far too many matters to contend with. If they all came seeking trouble, she would be overwhelmed. Perhaps it would be best to maintain a lower profile for the time being, as these past few days had drawn too much attention, attracting annoyance. In the front, Shen Nongxue also wished to sit beside Fu Jin, but it was not possible. She cast an envious glance at Yang Shu, prompting a chuckle from Madame Shun. With so many young ladies in the capital, why did she have no close friends? Yet now seemed so keen to associate with Fu Jin, gazing at her with such longing? Naturally, Miss Fu is special. Shen Nongxue replied curtly, retracting her gaze and sitting upright, maintaining her cool demeanor. Yet, truth be told, she had not encountered Fu Jin often. Their initial meeting was due to young Master Yin. She was curious about the relationship between Fu Jin and him, as they had claimed not to know each other. Later, at the Lin residence with such a family, Fu Jin appeared delicate, and she felt for the injustices that she must have endured. Now, it seemed Fu Jin was not as weak as she had assumed. While she upheld propriety, she neither allowed others to bully her nor acted haughtily. Her poise and intelligence commanded respect. In the capital, everyone knew Shen Nongxue was well-read, graceful, and the epitome of a noble lady, often compared to others at banquets. Yet she was aware that behind her back, they labeled her aloof and hypocritical, merely a show-off who craved attention. Although Fu Jin maintained a cold exterior, she was genuine and kind-hearted. Even a stray cat would receive her tender care. She desired not the superficial friendships where one wears a mask. If she were to have a friend, she preferred someone like Fu Jin. As the sound of the opera grew louder, Madame Shun did not catch Shen Nongshue's response and did not pursue the matter further. The performance chosen was favored by the Countess of Anbei, featuring a valiant female general in armor, bravely battling, the drums thundering, stirring the atmosphere, captivating the audience. Gradually, the performance transitioned to softer melodies, easing the ambience. After about half an hour, the performance concluded and the guests lingered to rest and chat, preparing to head to the banquet. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Jin recalled what Yin Ruo had mentioned earlier about Yin Chenxiu seeking her. Just as she was pondering this, she looked up at him. Coincidentally, Yin Chenxiu, engaged in conversation with the Count of Anbei, caught her gaze. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though they exchanged a secret signal. Before long, he departed, heading toward the rear courtyard. Fu Jin hesitated for a moment before informing Yang Shu and leaving the area, not allowing Bao Zhu to follow. If anyone were to claim the spotlight today, it was undoubtedly the second daughter of the Lin family, Fu Jin. During the intermission, numerous individuals sought her attention, and Yang Shu willingly helped her decline these advances. With her departure, the crowd lost interest, though curiosity lingered. Lin Wanyin had been waiting for Chuanxing's appearance, but had yet to see her, making it evident she was likely detained. Watching Fu Jin bask in glory only intensified her frustration, yet she found no way to remedy it. Suddenly, she noticed a figure missing from the distance. Squinting, she realized it was Zhao Gongzi following closely behind Fu Jin. Her eyes brightened, her hands nervously twisting the handkerchief as she feigned nonchalance, drawing her mother's attention. "Mother, do you see that? Is that not young Master Zhao? Why is he trailing behind Fu Jin? This looks quite inappropriate." Chapter 92. The matriarch of the Southern Manor, Lady Lin, initially indifferent, turned her gaze at Lin Wanyin's remark and indeed spotted Zhao Qian hastily departing. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, Fu Jin, intending to seek Yin Chenxiu in Yin Ruo's courtyard, abruptly halted midway. In her eagerness to outmaneuver Zheng Huai, she had overlooked a crucial detail. The proposed alliance between the Duke's residence and the Anbei Marquis was not solely the Duke's desire. The Emperor's influence loomed behind. Although she had dealt with Zheng Huai, the underlying issue remained unresolved, posing potential future risks. Presently, the Emperor hesitated to issue a marriage decree, likely deterred by the Anbei Marquis's esteemed reputation. Yet, if they were afforded the opportunity to act, a decree would be difficult to refuse. To preemptively address this situation, Fu Jin contemplated two options: either expedite Yin Ruo's marriage or seek refuge through another means. The most expedient path was undoubtedly the former. She needed to arrange Yin Ruo's swift marriage. But how could she, an outsider, broach such a delicate subject? Would she dare to bluntly inform them that the Emperor would soon bestow a marriage decree? The mere thought of it overwhelmed her, and she decided to set it aside for the moment, continuing on her path. At that moment, her attention was drawn to two servants from the Anbei Marquis, escorting the gifts received that day. A messenger from the Southern Manor had just delivered a message from a matriarch, instructing them to ensure that the gifts were handled with care. The two servants gradually receded, their voices fading into the distance. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Fu Jin, prompting her to turn back towards her previous path. Not far ahead, Yin Chenxiu, having waited for quite some time without seeing anyone, instructed Qingzhue to remain behind while he ventured out to avoid missing each other. Just as he was about to encounter someone, he noticed Fu Jin rushing back, bewildered by the sudden change in her demeanor, and began to follow her. In a flash, Fu Jin recalled something and continued her search for Yang Shu to confirm it. Serendipitously, she soon encountered Yang Shu, who was also out and about. "Have you stumbled upon something amusing? Allow me to join you. This place has grown tedious, and I am uncertain when it will conclude." A throng of individuals engaged in mutual flattery and comparison rendered the atmosphere stifling, causing Yang Shu to feel drowsy. Thus, she had sought a breath of fresh air. Fu Jin, glancing around, found a stone pedestal and motioned for them to sit together. I wish to inquire about something. The seriousness of her expression startled Yang Shu, causing her to instinctively shrink back. What is it? You appear as if you intend to devour me. I have heard news regarding the matriarch of the Southern Manor. I recall that your family has some connections with them. Is that not so? How did you come to know? Yang Shu exclaimed in surprise, realizing too late that her reaction was excessive, and promptly softened her tone. This is not common knowledge. Our family cannot be considered closely linked to the Southern Manor, as we merely aspire to associate with them. We seldom mention it to avoid igniting any misguided intentions, much like how my acquaintances have increased since I met you. Those who previously ignored me now feign friendliness. It all feels terribly insincere. Fu Jin, harboring ulterior motives, remained silent. Yang Shu, observing her pensive expression, laughed. All right, it's clear your intentions are not pure. Speak, what assistance do you seek? While I cannot traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire, other matters are manageable. At this moment, Fu Jin disregarded all else, resolved to remember this kindness for future repayment. I wish to request a favor from the matriarch of the Southern Manor. My identity renders me unable to approach her directly, and I fear I may not even secure an audience. If possible, please facilitate an introduction for me. This matter is not strictly limited to the Southern Manor, but your assistance would be greatly appreciated without any undue pressure. Her words were intended to ease Yang Shu and Appo's concerns, suggesting that if the Southern Manor were involved, the situation might resolve itself smoothly. However, what appeared simple was, in reality, fraught with difficulties. Even the first step of securing a meeting was akin to scaling a mountain, let alone acquiring what she sought, which would be nearly impossible to attain. Nonetheless, one must attempt to discern the outcome. Very well, Yang Shu replied readily, but added, the Southern Manor and our family are indeed not particularly close. My mother merely served as a temporary foster daughter to them. While arranging a meeting is not overly difficult, I have heard recently that the Southern Manor is not receiving guests. I will give it a try. If it does not work out and your matter is not urgent, perhaps we should wait a while. The Southern Manor may resume receiving guests soon. The reality of their lack of closeness was evident. Otherwise, Yang Shu would have confidently guaranteed success. Fu Jin, having merely recalled the idea without much hope, nodded in agreement without further worry. Yang Shu, however, regarded her with suspicion. Why not approach the Anbei Marquis instead? In terms of connections, they are certainly more familiar with the Southern Manor than we are. Given how you assisted Yen Ruo previously, it would not be difficult for her to help facilitate a meeting with the matriarch. That would not be appropriate. Fu Jin firmly shook her head. While seeking Yen Ruo's assistance in meeting the matriarch might indeed be easier, it would complicate matters if the Anbei Marquis became involved. Should she approach the matriarch alone and explain her situation beforehand, regardless of the outcome, the focus would remain on her rather than the Anbei Marquis, thus alleviating some of the concerns. Yang Shu refrained from questioning what was inappropriate, recognizing this was a personal matter for Fu Jin. Noticing the time, she urged them to return. After walking a few steps behind Yang Shu, Fu Jin suddenly remembered her initial intention to seek Yen Chenxiu. She furrowed her brow, weighing her options before deciding to pursue him, thinking he might still be waiting. I have some matters to attend to. You go ahead, and I will join you shortly. Yang Shu turned back, puzzled by her abruptness, unsure of Fu Jin's hasty departure, which seemed frantic, as if she were about to split herself in two. Shaking her head, she continued gracefully towards the banquet. Meanwhile, Yen Chenxiu stood in the shadows, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had not intended to eavesdrop. He merely followed her and was unable to call out in time, so he found himself waiting. Although situated nearby, the trees provided some cover, yet did little to muffle the sounds. Fortunately, as they were at the banquet, few people were around. Otherwise, her words would have raised many eyebrows and sparked unwanted speculation. But what could she possibly want with a matriarch of the Southern Manor? Yen Chenxiu pondered, increasingly curious about her remark regarding what was inappropriate. What could be unfit about the Anbei Marquis? His thoughts circled back and forth, but he chose not to delve deeper. Fu Jin hurriedly sought out Yen Chenxiu. Approaching a corner when she heard hurried footsteps approaching, prompting her to step aside. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as someone stumbled and fell, scattering their belongings across the ground. Chapter 93. What sounds emanate from this garden? The sweet fruits lay shattered, leaving a scene of utter chaos. It was evident that if Fu Jin had not evaded the mess, she would undoubtedly be covered in filth. The person on the ground stumbled to their feet and, upon recognizing Fu Jin, exclaimed in astonishment, "Second miss." Whether it was fear or something else, their voice trembled. Fu Jin replied with indifference, recalling that this person was a maidservant close to Zhang Runyang, someone quite favored, even outshining Granny Zhang. I acted impulsively. I hope the second miss can forgive me. The maid pointed towards Fu Jin's attire, suggesting that the eldest miss had brought a change of clothes, and inquired if Fu Jin would accompany her to change into something clean. Fu Jin glanced down and noticed a thumb-sized fruit stain on the hem of her skirt, its hue slightly darker. Such a small mark would require keen observation to discern. It was obvious that there was an ulterior motive at play, as if they were treating her as a fool. The maid, sensing Fu Jin's silence and embarrassment over the stain, quickly devised a plan. "I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany the second miss," she said. "However, in the garden just around the corner, I saw Bao Zhu and Chun Xing seemingly looking for you. If you go there, you might encounter them." As a servant of the madam, she knew Fu Jin's suspicion would complicate matters, especially since her clothes were still clean. By retreating, she hoped to lead Fu Jin to her own maid without much resistance. With a composed demeanor, Fu Jin lightly caressed the edge of her garment, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Very well," she agreed readily, as the maid had anticipated. The maid pretended to depart, but turned back after a few paces, covertly watching Fu Jin to ensure she was headed in the direction indicated before hastily leaving. In the garden, vibrant flowers bloomed and a gentle stream flowed beside an artificial hill, creating an exquisite atmosphere that was rare in the Anbei Marquis residence. If only the man by the hill were absent, it would be even more pleasant. Fu Jin entered quietly, taking care not to disturb those within, her eyes scanning the area until they landed on Zhao Qian, which clarified Zhang Runyang's intentions. In a secluded garden, a solitary man and woman, even with their innocence, would inevitably spark speculation among the onlookers.